In a land of fire, within the Kenoha hospital, a group of young medical ninjas was pushing medical equipment down the corridor. As they passed by an intensive care unit, one of them suddenly halted, eager to share the latest gossip. "Hey, have you heard? They say there's a monster residing in the intensive care unit." "No way, Shizun, don't scare me like that. It's true. I heard Lady Tsunade say that when Kakashi brought him in, his heart had already been pierced by Raikage and had stopped beating, and not long after, he suddenly revived in the morgue. Moreover, last night someone spotted him, his body riddled with tubes, drifting near the hospital entrance." At that moment, a fierce wind howled outside, causing the nearby windows to rattle ominously. "Are you talking about me?" A chilling voice resonated from behind, causing the group to shudder. Recalling the strange rumors circulating in recent days, they had no time to ponder further. In the blink of an eye, they instinctively bolted, vanishing from sight. "Help! There's a monster!" Liu Yang's hand, which had been raised in greeting, froze midair as he watched several more people flee in terror, his expression one of helplessness. 3 days had passed since he was transported to the world of Naruto, and in those days, such incidents had become a daily occurrence. The root cause of this turmoil lay in the blood disk emblazoned on his chest. His misfortune was quite profound. He had been a struggling full-time online writer, barely scraping by on a dual account. Just as he managed to accumulate several 100,000 words of work, he suddenly died and found himself in the afterlife. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself plummeting into a boundless primordial forest. The situation grew even more dire when, before he could regain his footing, he was struck directly by a blinding Raikage. The forest, the white-haired boy with Sharingan, Raikage, and the girl adorned with purple markings on her face. Liu Yang's immediate reaction was the realization that he had indeed crossed over, landing in the beloved anime universe of Naruto. At that moment, the storyline was set shortly after the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, where Rin was implanted with the 3 tails and launched towards Kakashi's attack. He cast his gaze downward at the gaping wound in his chest, unable to suppress a spurt of blood. Oh heavens! Oh earth! Why was he beset by such misfortune? To die twice in a single day, to be pierced by a black tiger upon his arrival, could only be deemed the unluckiest protagonist in history. The more Liu Yang pondered, the angrier he became. Suddenly, everything faded to black, and he felt himself spiraling into unconsciousness. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "System activation in progress, detecting host life energy rapidly depleting. Initiating self-healing mechanism." 3, 2, 1. Though the system arrived tardily, it had finally arrived. Liu Yang felt something within him gradually dissolving, flowing like water, replenishing the life energy he had lost. A smile finally graced his face. He understood. He had survived. "Ah, how fortunate I am to be spared from death," Liu Yang exclaimed sincerely. Gazing out at the moonlit night, Liu Yang felt it was time he removed all the tubes tethered to him and, invoking the classic technique of the shinobi, fled the hospital. His destination was the hero's tomb. The first task assigned by the system was to resurrect Rin. News of Liu Yang's escape swiftly reached the Hokage's ears. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk, issuing commands to the several Anbu kneeling before him. "We have received reports from the public that someone has been stealthily infiltrating the hero's tomb to exhume a grave, suspected to be that little brat who was pierced by Kakashi. You must hurry and retrieve him for questioning." "Understood." Third Hokage, the Anbu responded in unison, forming hand seals before vanishing without a trace. The dead deserve respect. A grave robber, such a wicked individual, must not be allowed to roam free. The third contemplated that moment. Liu Yang was wielding an iron shovel, digging into the grave at the edge of the wild forest under the silver glow of the moon. He hummed a cheerful tune, completely unaware that danger was quietly approaching. "Lin, your demise was so tragic, but do not fear, your brother will soon bring you back to life." As he spoke, Liu Yang dug with renewed vigor. During his time watching Naruto, Lin had always been a source of deep frustration for him. Had it not been for her being ensnared by Madara's scheme, implanted with the 3 tails, she would never have perished. Moreover, Obito awakened his Manjiki Sharingan upon witnessing Lin's death at Kakashi's hands, determined to bring about the world's destruction. Through Liu Yang's relentless efforts, he soon unearthed the coffin. He pushed open the heavy lid, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty. Her visage bore 2 violet markings, and she was clad in pristine garments, her chest adorned with sunflowers. She lay there peacefully, as if merely in a deep slumber. Ding! Host has successfully acquired the corpse of Noera Lin, activating the resurrection array. Placing the target's body within the array will initiate the resurrection ceremony. A radiant light burst forth from beneath his feet, a beam shooting skyward, nearly blinding Lu Yang. Instinctively shielding his eyes, he opened them again to find a colossal array unfurling beneath him. Recalling the system's earlier message, he swiftly lifted Lin's body from the coffin and placed it at the center of the array. Ding! Infusing life energy into Noera Lin upon reaching 100, she shall be granted life anew. Life energy infusion commencing. 1, 2, 3. This pillar of light reaching for the heavens roused the entire village. The Anbu, tasked by the 3rd Hokage, noticed the spectacle from a distance and quickened their pace. This is not good. The enemy is employing some kind of jutsu. We must hurry. Hyuga, go and ascertain what is happening. His companion behind him, upon hearing his call, clasped his hands before his chest and exclaimed sharply, white-eyed, "Warning! A ninja is approaching from 2 kilometers away, their strength Jonin." Upon hearing this sudden alert, Lu Yang's hairs stood on end. At this moment, the progress of the resurrection ritual had just barely crossed the 50 threshold. 51, 52, 53. Estimated remaining time, 10 minutes. Goodness, this is unfair. The progress bar has only just reached halfway, and how am I supposed to contend with a Jonin? It's over, I'm done for. He had only recently bound to this cursed system, and aside from restoring his physical prowess, it had yet to bestow upon him any meaningful rewards. Starting off with a Jonin? What kind of hellish difficulty is this? System, are you trying to get me killed? This is utterly outrageous. Chapter 2 Kaleidoscope Sharingan Beep. The opponent is merely 1 kilometer away. Kind reminder, if the resurrection ritual is interrupted, the novice task will fail. The system will deem the host a defective product and proceed with self-destruction. Lu Yang widened his eyes, scratching his head in distress. If I'm a defective product, then you might as well just kill me, system. The hero's tomb here is the resting place for those who have made tremendous contributions to Konoha. Lu Yang understood that once he set foot in this domain, he could not escape the watchful eyes of the Anbu. Yet, it was unfortunate that they chose this moment to arrive. And all of them were Jainin. The Anbu, donning animal masks, swiftly surrounded Lu Yang and Lin. A total of 5 encircling them. Goodness, 3rd Hokage, you truly overestimate me by dispatching 5 Anbu to apprehend me. Lu Yang felt a profound sense of discomfort. The leader, wearing a fox mask, looked down coldly at the young boy still dressed in hospital attire. Lu Yang, the fugitive from Kenoha Hospital, you have nowhere left to run. Tell me, who sent you? What is your purpose in infiltrating here to steal corpses? What is the function of this formation? The bodies of ninjas represent a hidden wealth. They contain vast amounts of information and energy, potentially becoming coveted prizes among the 5 great nations. Bloodline limits, like those of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, necessitate the retrieval of their kin's remains after death to prevent their secrets from falling into the hands of others. The questions posed were sharp and unrelenting. With a blade pointed at him, Lu Yang could not help but swallow hard. With 8 minutes remaining, it was time to adapt and endure. At this juncture, Lu Yang cast aside all reservations, suddenly kneeling and clutching the thigh of the fox-masked leader. Please, brothers and sisters, have mercy. I am not a spy sent by another country. I came here to save Lin. This jutsu can resurrect her. I swear to the heavens. If I utter a single lie, may lightning strike me. As he spoke, Lu Yang raised 3 fingers to the sky in an oath. Unable to fight or flee, he opted to lay everything bare. Sincerity was the most formidable weapon. Indeed, the fox-masked leader seemed momentarily moved, tilting his head and exchanging a glance with his companions. Upon noticing this, one hurriedly employed the Byakugan to examine the formation. Golden light enveloped the central figure tightly. As the golden radiance continued to flow in, blue chakra gradually emerged from within the body. The chakra mass grew larger, beginning to circulate towards the internal organs. Hyuga leaned closer to the fox-masked leader, relaying everything he had just witnessed. Captain, it seems he speaks the truth. This technique can indeed restore life to the deceased. Lu Yang, overhearing the conversation, seized the opportunity to further persuade them. The countdown, 5 minutes. As I said, I am not deceiving you. I am merely a war orphan born in a destitute mountain village, small and helpless, with such a multitude of individuals surrounding me. Should I entertain even a hint of treachery, I would undoubtedly be met with swift demise. Within the mountains, I shall establish contact with the third Hokage to ascertain the course of action. The figure in the fox mask directed his gaze towards a nearby companion. The members of the Yamanaka clan are adept in mental techniques, possessing a unique ability to communicate with their allies. The individual received the command and commenced the use of their secret art. Moments later, Yamanaka opened his eyes and spoke in a calm, measured tone. The esteemed third Hokage has advised us to temporarily place our trust in this young imp. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we are to eliminate him on the spot. The 5 of them were all elite members of the Anbu. There was no trace of chakra emanating from this young lad. He scarcely qualified as a ninja. Confronting him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Since the Hokage has spoken, we shall remain here and observe what tricks this young imp may conjure, the fox-masked figure stated coldly. Liu Yang, having heard the man's words, was on the verge of exhaling a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, a short blade was pressed against his throat. Humph, do not rejoice too soon. The fox-masked figure barked. The others swiftly drew their blades, positioning them defensively across their chests, ever ready for combat. As time ticked away, Liu Yang's gaze remained fixated on the golden magic circle. He watched as her pale skin began to regain a healthy hue, her chest gently rising and falling. What felt like mere minutes stretched into what seemed an entire century. In that instant, Liu Yang's breath stilled. Ding. Life reshaping progress has reached 100%. Ding. The resurrection ritual has been completed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the resurrection task of Noera Rin, receiving the reward of an immortal body, activating the Manjiki Sharingan, and granting endless chakra. The system's icy voice resonated within Liu Yang's mind. As the words faded, a colossal blue magic circle materialized beneath his feet. The fox-masked figure reacted, but it was too late. He was forced back several steps by the overwhelming surge of energy. This boy is employing some unknown secret technique. We must stop him at once. The fox-masked figure gritted his teeth. His companions swiftly dispersed in the 4 cardinal directions, their hands forming seals at a speed visible to the naked eye. Secret art. For purple flames formation. The 4 shouted in unison. As their words fell, for translucent purple walls surged upwards, reaching towards the heavens. Liu Yang and Rin found themselves ensnared within the confines of the magic circle. The 4 purple flames formation restricted Liu Yang's movements, yet it could not impede the robust natural energy flowing in from all directions. It surged into his body, eliciting a muffled groan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for passing the trial and successfully binding the divine-level Dream Master system. Chakra baptism completed, Sage Mode triggered. The immortal body has been successfully bound. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan has fully awakened. A new mission awaits. Proceed to Uchiha Madara's lair and bring Uchiha Obito back to Konoha, thwarting his impending plans for world destruction. Every cell in Liu Yang's body has undergone a profound transformation. Even the gaping wound on his chest has completely healed. He suddenly opened his blood-red Sharingan and lifted the unconscious Lin Yahara from the ground, forming a single-handed seal. Amaterasu. Black flames descended upon the purple wall, instantly reducing it to ashes. The Sharingan. What lineage of the Uchiha does this child belong to? Several Anbu members stood alert, their expressions grave. They had miscalculated. The Sharingan is a unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, and this young boy can wield it. Liu Yang had no desire to harm them. The black flames created a barrier against the Anbu. I apologize, my elder brothers and sisters. I have urgent matters to attend to. Once I have completed my task, I shall return to explain everything to the third Hokage. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed into the surrounding forest. Chapter 3. Liu Yang's Layered Strategies. The Sharingan, a bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, can only be awakened by a select few, let alone the exceedingly rare Manjiki. This war orphan, who seemingly appeared from nowhere, awakened the legendary Manjiki Sharingan at the tender age of 12. He escaped with a hostage while 5 Anbu operatives were in pursuit. This news, if recorded in the annals of the shinobi world, would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir. Fortunately, the Anbu personnel present at the time were unaware that Amaterasu was a powerful ocular technique exclusive to the Manjiki. They reported the black flames they witnessed to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon hearing the Anbu's account, Sarutobi rose abruptly, walking slowly towards the final window, igniting his pipe. I understand. Everything you witnessed tonight must remain confidential. Dismissed. I shall handle the rest. He inhaled deeply and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. His expression enigmatic amidst the swirling haze. "As you command, Hokage-sama," came the succinct reply, devoid of any superfluous words. The Anbu vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to anyone, a shadowy figure stealthily departed from the vicinity of the Hokage's office. In the forest, Liu Yang, cradling the young girl in his arms, soared swiftly through the trees, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he reflected on the rewards he had just earned. Remarkably, this rather troublesome system had bestowed upon him the ability to awaken the Manjiki and granted him an immortal sage mode right from the outset. Such combat prowess would allow him to dominate the current shinobi world. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he felt. Suddenly, the girl in his arms opened her eyes, unleashing a fierce gust of wind from her palm that forced him to stagger back. When he regained his composure, Linyahara had vanished without a trace. Liu Yang sensed a heavy aura of murderous intent emanating from behind him. He remained motionless, allowing the chilling gust of energy to approach him. Just a second before it would strike, he swiftly grasped the wrist of his assailant. Noera Rin, seeing Liu Yang effortlessly neutralize her attack and seize her, stared at him with icy determination. "Who exactly are you?" If expressions could kill, Liu Yang would have perished 1,000 times over. "I am Liu Yang, or you may refer to me as the Celestial Lord," he whispered softly, tightening his embrace around her slender waist, his warm breath brushing against her neck, causing a ticklish sensation. Her delicate face flushed crimson in an instant. Rin forcefully pushed Liu Yang away and retreated a few steps, ensuring a safe distance before questioning him with a puzzled expression. "Celestial Lord?" "Indeed, as the Celestial, I have resurrected you, who perished upon colliding with Raikage Attack." Liu Yang crossed his arms and leaned casually against a tree, gazing at her with an air of nonchalance. "Rin, you may not be aware, but Uchiha Obito did not perish beneath that boulder. He was rescued. Unfortunately, he witnessed your demise." Liu Yang refrained from elaborating further. Upon hearing news of Uchiha Obito, a flicker of light ignited in Rin's previously lifeless eyes. She pondered the veracity of his words. "Rin, I am not your enemy. My intention in reviving you is to fulfill your desires." Liu Yang observed her skepticism and took a deep breath, continuing, "Obito has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. I must accompany you to bring him back. Otherwise, he will be exploited, leading to catastrophic consequences." According to the original narrative, after witnessing Rin's death, Obito fell into darkness and was manipulated by Madara, igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War, resulting in countless casualties. All to ensnare everyone within an illusion and create a world wherein Rin still existed. Liu Yang thought that had Rin known of such an outcome, she would certainly dissuade Obito from such a path. "Rin, Obito is your comrade. You wouldn't want him to stray into darkness, would you?" Liu Yang continued to coax her. The system had issued a new mission, necessitating the retrieval of Obito. Before that, they needed to evade the pursuit of the Anbu. If they did not act swiftly, the Anbu would catch up, leading to troublesome consequences. Listening to the young man's extensive discourse, Rin felt as if her very breath was suspended. Indeed, as he stated, she had already perished at Kakashi's hands. The ability to resurrect a corpse was said to be a feat only achievable by the second Hokage, Shinjitobarama. Yet, such a forbidden technique had long been classified and sealed away in an unknown realm. Yahiko Lin pressed her hand against her chest, feeling her own warmth and heartbeat. Rendered speechless for a long while, Liu Yang gazed at the silent girl, refraining from interruption, patiently awaiting her words. After a moment, Yahiko Lin lifted her head, her eyes resolutely fixed on Liu Yang. "O Divine One, I implore you to help me bring Obito back to Konoha," she said, bowing deeply before him. Liu Yang crossed his arms, his demeanor haughty. "I can bring him back, but I have a condition. I am in need of an assistant, henceforth. You shall accompany me as my aide." The untimely demise of Lin had long left a lingering sorrow within Liu Yang. There were numerous tasks ahead, and having an assistant by his side would alleviate many burdens. Lin was the optimal choice. "Very well, I accept your terms." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin agreed. For to her, companionship was of utmost importance. Liu Yang was quite pleased with her response, and was about to lead her to Obito's location when he suddenly sensed a chilling aura. Less than 2 kilometers away, a group of figures was swiftly approaching their direction. Lin, an exceptional medical ninja with extraordinary sensory abilities, also perceived the unusual movements around them. "Lord Liu Yang, Shu, remain silent. We must prepare to flee." Liu Yang gestured for silence. As soon as the words left his lips, he swiftly lifted her, vanishing into the dense forest in a flash. The sensing ninja nearby, confronted with the abrupt disappearance of the two, could not help but curse. This is bad. The target has detected our presence. I don't know what jutsu they used to conceal their tracks. Implicitly, they had lost their quarry. Continue to track them. Upon hearing this, his companion's face darkened beneath the mask. We are elite Jonin. I refuse to believe this little brat can slip away unnoticed right under our noses. With flowing shadows and a rapid youth, Liu Yang's speed was remarkable, and in an instant, he had distanced himself from the pursuing foes. Chapter 4. The lair of Uchiha Madara. Yahiko Lin was adorned in the exquisite black funeral attire prepared for her, which, paired with her youthful visage, appeared somewhat ludicrous. She clung tightly to the boy's neck. From this vantage point, one could observe his smooth chin and resolute gaze. For reasons unknown, the heart within her chest, newly revived, was beating fervently. Lin, there is a question I have long wished to ask you. Huh? Whom do you truly favor, Obito or Kakashi? Liu Yang lowered his gaze to her charming face, chuckling softly. This question had stirred much debate among fans of Naruto, igniting fervent discussions across various forums. And thus, any opportunity to clarify and engage with the extensive Naruto fanbase was welcomed. Lin was momentarily taken aback by the question, yet she quickly regained her composure, reinforcing her belief that Liu Yang was indeed a divine being. With this thought, she gently curled her lips into a smile, revealing her adorable little fangs. Kakashi and Obito are my most cherished companions. Each one holds a significance in my heart akin to that of family. What a remarkable response. It was utterly flawless, leaving no room for criticism. Liu Yang felt a pang of frustration. He repeatedly reminded himself to remain calm, for there would be ample opportunities in the future. Just then, a chilling mechanical voice pierced through Liu Yang's mind. Ding! You are about to enter the mission target location, Uchiha Madara's lair. Danger lurks ahead. Proceed with caution, host. Seriously? You could have warned me about the danger sooner. Liu Yang nearly blurted out, but he swiftly covered his mouth. He had suspected that this mission was far from simple. During his novice task of resurrecting Rin, he had encountered 5 elite Anbu operatives, barely escaping with his life. This time, however, his adversary was none other than Uchiha Madara, a figure that instilled terror throughout the ninja world. Observant as ever, Lin quickly noticed something amiss with Liu Yang and cautiously inquired, Lord Liu Yang, what troubles you? Liu Yang feigned mystery and chuckled softly. Lin, we are about to face a fierce battle. You must be vigilant. As he spoke, he patted Lin's shoulder and divulged his comprehensive plan. Time passed gradually. Uchiha Madara's base was constructed beneath the roots of a centuries-old tree. As they approached the target location, the humidity in the air intensified. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have arrived above the destination. Simply move the massive boulder beneath your feet to unveil the entrance. Following the system's prompt, Liu Yang gazed down at the boulder, which weighed several tons, and was momentarily frozen in disbelief. Come on, you can't be serious. This rubbish system might as well just let me die, he thought. The boulder was at least a meter thick, even if he managed to move it. The resultant noise would undoubtedly draw Madara's attention. No wonder the system had warned of imminent danger. Entering would mean confronting Madara head-on, along with innumerable white Zetsu soldiers. It was nearly impossible to avoid peril. To make matters worse, a droplet of bird droppings landed squarely on Liu Yang's forehead. He looked up in fury at the avian culprit that had flown away. Oh heavens, Madara, of all things, you choose to mimic a bug. Hiding underground and making my life miserable, even provoking birds to torment me. Despite his grievances, Liu Yang swiftly leaped to the ground, inhaling deeply as the natural energies within a 2-kilometer radius converged into his being. Kenoha Rin wiped the dirt from his forehead with her sleeve, her voice laced with confusion. Lord Liu Yang, who were you just speaking of? Uchiha Madara, he replied. Who else could be referred to as the esteemed Madara? But he is supposed to have perished at the hands of the first Hokage during the Valley of the End, is he not? Upon hearing this revelation, Rin instinctively swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Liu Yang remained silent. At that moment, his eyelids transformed into a dazzling gold, and magnificent dragon horns sprouted from his head. Rin, step back. I am about to perform, he announced. Sage mode. Liu Yang's transformation once again astounded Kenoha Rin. She quickly nodded and hastily retreated to a safe distance of 5 meters. Once she was secured, he concentrated all his chakra into his palms and struck the ground with force. The boulder was sent flying, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The earth shook, and dense smoke billowed forth. Before Rin could fully comprehend the spectacle, countless white figures surged upward from the entrance below. In an instant, Lu Yang vanished into the mist, engaging them in battle. Grasping two kunai summoned from the spirit world, Rin joined the fray. With agility, she severed the head of an enemy, her heart racing as she observed the relentless tide of white figures emerging from the passage. Lord Lu Yang, what on earth are these creatures? She cried anxiously. White Zetsu, they are all plants, and they are inexhaustible, Lu Yang elucidated. Realizing that this situation could not persist, he formed hand seals and activated his Manjiki Sharingan, unleashing a formidable technique. Susanoo, he bellowed. A tremendous power surged from within him, manifesting as an immensely tall golden giant, which then stomped toward the entrance. The innumerable white Zetsu, caught unawares, were obliterated beneath the colossal foot of Susanoo, reduced to mere dust. Noera Rin was taken aback by the sheer force before her. In the next moment, a golden hand gently lifted her and placed her in a secure position. Lu Yang's earnest voice reached her ears. Rin, stay here and wait patiently. Once I subdue Obito, you may join the battle. Lu Yang did not disclose to her that within Obito's heart lay a seal placed by Madara. This seal not only prevented Obito from becoming a Jinchuriki, but also compelled him to serve Madara's resurrection scheme. Lu Yang's intentions were to test Noera Rin, to discern whether this pawn could indeed be trusted. Noera Rin nodded earnestly. In her eyes, she had completely placed her faith in this young man, whom she deemed the divine being. Even for Obito's sake, she would undoubtedly comply. After Lu Yang concluded his tasks, he finally directed his gaze toward the trampled entrance before him. Uchiha Obito, you cowardly tortoise, why are you still hiding down there at such a moment? Hurry up and show yourself. Lu Yang crossed his arms, his words laced with mockery, his voice echoing throughout the forest. Chapter 5. Obito's Challenge Below Ground. Uchiha Obito clenched his fist involuntarily as he listened to the taunting voice of the intruder. Despite his advanced age, a long tube connected him to the outer path's golem behind him, relying on the cells of Hashirama and the golem to tenuously sustain his life. Faced with Lu Yang's provocation, he felt a surge of anger but remained helpless to respond. That little brat outside, capable of summoning Susanoo at such a young age, truly frightened me just now. A white Zetsu poked its head out from the roots, reporting the situation to Uchiha Obito. In its remarks, it did not miss the opportunity to ridicule the lifeless Obito beside it. Obito, look at that young one, nearly your age, yet so impressive. Meanwhile, you, despite having awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, remain here listless. Since witnessing Rin's death, Obito had transformed entirely upon his return. Although aware that all of this was part of Obito's scheme, the once optimistic Obito, who had eagerly proclaimed his desire to escape, had fallen silent for an extended period. The white Zetsu found the atmosphere rather dull. Each delicate word it uttered about the youth, Susanoo, and the Manjiki felt like a needle piercing through Uchiha Obito's heart. The assault from outside continued, with the golden Susanoo delivering another stomp, creating an immense pit. Even with the use of resilient stones and the construction of this base, it could not withstand the repeated onslaught. Fragments of rock occasionally tumbled down, nearly striking Uchiha Obito's head. With a stooped posture, he leaned on his wooden cane and slowly approached the nearby bed. Concerned that Obito might lash out at Obito, the white Zetsu quickly leaped onto the bed, attempting to rouse him. Obito, enough with the slumber, if you don't get up, this cave will collapse. Indeed, echoed the black Zetsu attached to him. However, the youth on the bed showed no inclination to rise. In such dire circumstances, Uchiha Obito disregarded all else and forcefully prodded the youth's back with his cane, pushing him forward. Before him stood a wall made of granite. Obito did not evade. He collided directly against it, startling the white Zetsu in the room, who instinctively covered its eyes. At that moment, the black Zetsu remained attached to Obito, hoping to avoid any unnecessary harm due to Obito's negligence. In the fleeting moment before collision, the tendrils enveloped the man's entire visage, seizing control of Obito's body with astonishing swiftness. With a forceful kick against the wall, it propelled itself aside, rolling several times on the ground before finally stabilizing and rising to its feet. What a close call. It nearly crashed. Obito, truly. Even in such dire circumstances, you remain idle. If Rin were to discover this, how heartbroken you would be. White Zetsu mockingly waved his hand. The mere mention of Rin's name ignited fury in Obito's eyes. In a sudden burst of aggression, he seized White Zetsu by the throat. Do not utter her name. You are unworthy. Rin, she was such a kind-hearted girl, not a being that deserves to dwell in shadows, to be spoken of so casually. Nearby, Uchiha Madara observed Obito's intense reaction with a faint smirk, his crimson eyes gleaming with calculated intent. He approached unsteadily, resting a hand on the young man's shoulder. Obito, Do not forget our plan. In due time, Rin will return to your side. But first, we must address the current predicament. The plan he spoke of was the Eye of the Moon, aimed at utilizing the power of the Tin Tails to cast an illusion upon all, making them believe they reside in a blissful dream. What do you wish for me to do? Obito lifted his gaze, revealing half of his grotesque visage and that blood-red eye. He was somewhat swayed by Madara's words. He yearned to create a world where Rin still existed. Seizing the moment of Obito's distraction, White Zetsu deftly escaped his grasp and burrowed underground, cautiously peeking out from a distance. Go and deal with that reckless youth, said Madara, making a snapping gesture. Obito had just awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, his ocular prowess still unstable, and his weakened body not yet fully recovered. The opponent possessed Susanoo, and Madara was wary not to underestimate him. Before Obito could make a move, Madara extracted a supply tube from the outer path golem and inserted it into Obito's body. Obito, this golem will supply you with a portion of chakra, thereby stabilizing your abilities. The moment the tube was inserted, a wave of excruciating pain compelled Obito to let out a cry. Then, he felt a tremendous surge of power flowing incessantly into his being. Madara could not afford to be away from the golem for long, lest his own life force diminish. Those brief seconds left him gasping for breath until he reconnected the tube to the golem, allowing him to recuperate. Empowered by the chakra, Uchiha Obito followed Madara's guidance and ascended to the surface. Everything that had transpired below was relayed in detail to Liu Yang. Haha, the system didn't expect you to be reliable at times. This batch of intelligence has proven immensely beneficial to me. Liu Yang smiled with delight, seemingly pleased as he realized that the old man Ben had completely lost his fighting capabilities. This was monumental news for him. Hidden in the shadows, Lin gazed at the battered visage, her heart aching with a dull pain. She yearned to rush forward, but recalled Liu Yang's initial admonition, causing her to retract the step she had almost taken. Oh, Divine Master, you would not deceive me, would you? Please ensure that Obito is returned to me unharmed. She fervently prayed with her hands clasped together. Meanwhile, two spirited youths faced each other, tension palpable in the air. With arms crossed, Liu Yang looked down at Obito, bursting into laughter. Ah, so the old Uchiha Madara has truly lost his touch, sending a mere child like you to confront me, oblivious to the provocation. Obito felt a surge of anger at being belittled by someone seemingly of his own age. With his hands on his hips, he pointed defiantly at the man above him, his face filled with arrogance. Hey, who are you calling a kid? Soon, I'll make you kneel and call me father. Are you certain of that? Liu Yang scoffed, as a bow appeared in the hands of the golden giant, precisely aimed at the figure below. Chapter 6. I've caught you. Obito had only seen references to Susanoo in his clan scrolls. To witness such a colossal entity in reality, realizing that its master was a boy of similar age, left him wide-eyed in astonishment. He had thought he had finally caught up to Kakashi, only to discover that there were always those beyond him, leaving him feeling perpetually like a tail end. Obito's heart swelled with frustration as he narrowed his eyes, gathering all his strength to grip the kunai tightly, and dashed towards Liu Yang's position. Just as the golden arrow was about to pierce his heart, Lin instinctively threw a kunai imbued with chakra, hoping to intercept the oncoming arrow. However, Liu Yang would not allow her to succeed. With a swift motion, he unleashed Amaterasu, incinerating the kunai to ashes. Lin soon realized that her body felt as heavy as lead, immobilizing her. She stood frozen, helplessly watching the impending calamity unfold, her breath nearly ceasing. The golden arrow pierced through Obito's heart, yet he remained unharmed as he continued his charge towards Liu Yang. Fire release, great fireball technique. Empowered by the strength of the outer path's golem, the immense fireball blotted out the sky, hurtling directly towards Susanoo before Liu Yang. So scorching. Liu Yang stumbled back a few steps, overwhelmed by the searing heat. The armor of the golden giant began to melt, droplets cascading down to reveal the stark white of bone beneath. Seeing this, Obito unleashed several more fire techniques in quick succession. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Fire release, Phoenix flower nails red. Fire release, explosive wind dance. This series of assaults indeed melted the formidable Susanoo. With the Susanoo gone, Liu Yang plummeted from the sky. Obito, with a swift movement, appeared behind him and mockingly remarked, "Ha, it seems your control over your ocular power is rather lacking, kid." The Susanoo, a pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's ocular abilities, requires immense ocular strength to manifest fully. To be so easily dissolved by fire release is a testament to the caster's incompetence. When heaven offers a path, you choose to stray. When hell has no gates, you dare to burst in. Today, you shall meet your demise here. Obito's gaze turned fierce as he brandished his kunai, aiming for the boy's neck. Bang! The boy before him morphed into a withered tree. Damn it, a substitution technique. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Obito sought to flee, but it was too late. Above him, a golden figure had appeared unbeknownst to him. There was no time to escape. Kamui. Clenching his teeth, Obito's right eye rapidly transformed into a tri-bladed form. Liu Yang observed the man below him with calm amusement, lifting his right foot to press down forcefully. Even if you possess Kamui, what can you do against this next move? A smirk played on Liu Yang's lips. Countless black flames descended from the heavens, encircling Uchiha Obito. Should he dare to move, these unquenchable flames would reduce him to ash. I've got you now, Obito. He laughed, a wicked and audacious laughter. Just as Obito barely slipped past his foot, he was confronted with the overwhelming black flames, his face paling to a ghostly white. Amaterasu? You can still use Amaterasu? Who exactly are you? Why have I never seen you in the clan? Obito raised his head, coldly questioning. First Susanoo, now Amaterasu. These successive powerful ocular techniques filled Obito with an envy he could hardly contain. He could not comprehend why, despite sharing the Uchiha bloodline, the disparity was so vast. Liu Yang waved his hand, grinning mischievously. I don't know either. I'm merely a war orphan who suddenly met a tragic fate when Kakashi pierced my heart, and then inexplicably awakened. Perhaps I am the hidden illegitimate child of some Uchiha deity. Obito's entire face turned ashen. Families like the Uchiha and Hyuga, in their quest to preserve blood purity, seldom intermarried outside their lineage. Even if they did, it was under strict clan regulations. The sudden emergence of a so-called illegitimate child was something he could scarcely accept. Shut your mouth. Obito could no longer tolerate his words and immediately launched a fireball jutsu at him. Liu Yang chuckled softly, as the fireball just expelled from the man's mouth was entirely consumed by the black flames. A crisp snap echoed through the air. The golden giant transformed into a cascade of starlight, vanishing into the ether. Among them, the youth flickered and suddenly appeared before Obito, grasping his shoulder with one hand. His eyes swirling. Tsukuyami. Obito's body stiffened as a formidable force of mental energy surged into his mind, halting his consciousness, memories, and limbs in that very moment. Lin. I leave Obito in your care, Liu Yang called out loudly to the figure concealed in the shadows, a smirk playing on his lips. At that moment, his right hand ruthlessly pierced through Obito's heart, retracting it to reveal a still pulsating organ within his palm. With a splatter, the youth coughed up blood, splattering Liu Yang's face. He lowered his head, gazing at the gaping void in his chest and the familiar face rushing towards him, his eyes unwittingly moistening. Lin. It's so wonderful that you're alive. Obito. Noera Lin, aghast, hurried over to embrace him, her hands coalescing chakra as she placed them over his wound. Obito. Please wake up. Don't frighten me. Liu Yang, maintaining a calm demeanor, withdrew the surrounding black flames and crouched beside Lin, gently patting her shoulder as he handed her Obito's heart. Lin, there's no time for sorrow. Stop his bleeding as swiftly as possible, remove the seal from the heart, and reimplant it. Only this way can we free him from control and bring him back completely. This was the true purpose of bringing Lin along. Only she could persuade Obito to follow him, and most importantly, she was a medical ninja. In this critical moment, only Lin could save Obito's life. Noera Lin was taken aback by the heart suddenly thrown to her by a passerby. A chakra rod was visibly embedded within it, and her keen intellect allowed her to quickly deduce the situation. Thank you, Lord Liu Yang, Lin expressed gratefully, her hands trembling as she stemmed his blood loss while picking up the fallen heart. Liu Yang crafted a beautiful dream for Obito, who had succumbed to deep unconsciousness. Yet a hint of bliss remained etched upon his face. Chapter 7. Escape from danger. There's no need to thank me. I have promised to fulfill your wish. Liu Yang remarked with a faint smile, scratching the tip of his nose. Ah, it's nothing, just a game. Lin, a fierce battle lies ahead. I will do my utmost to buy time. Once you stabilize Obito's condition, make haste to return to Konoha. The sooner, the better. Do not look back, do not linger. Regardless of who you encounter, do not allow them to approach. As he spoke, an immense surge of chakra enveloped his body, coalescing into a golden arm that carefully lifted the two individuals from the ground. All of Lin's energy was devoted to rescuing Obito, leaving her no time to react. In an instant, a golden arm extended infinitely, transporting them a kilometer away. Liu Yang had sensed the Anbu dispatched by Kenoha to pursue them, now merely 5 kilometers distant, converging towards Madara's lair at an astonishing speed. With the Anbu present, he thought, Lin and that boy Obito should be safe. However, before he could ponder further, the ground began to tremble violently. In a flash, Liu Yang swiftly formed hand seals. Senjutsu, Golden Rain Barrier. With a powerful shout, a brilliant golden pillar erupted from beneath his feet, soaring into the heavens. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Golden raindrops cascaded from the sky, coalescing into a semicircular barrier, enveloping everything within a 2-kilometer radius. Boom! Just as the barrier was established, a massive dark brown entity emerged from the ground, emitting a series of roars. Not good. That enormous creature has appeared. Liu Yang's expression changed abruptly. He had little time to hesitate. Activating the complete form of Susanoo and retreating several steps, the ground continued to collapse, and amidst the billowing smoke, the true form of the creature was revealed. The Outer Path Golem. As Liu Yang beheld the ancient figure of Uchiha Madara atop the monster, he understood the gravity of the situation. A sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. Ah, Madara, look at you now. Willing to sacrifice yourself to become the nourishment for the Outer Path Golem. All to prevent me from taking Obito. Let me tell you, your Moon Eye plan has failed. You, who should have long since met your end, are destined for your coffin today. Liu Yang pointed at the feeble old man, his grin growing increasingly maniacal. A fierce battle was imminent. Meanwhile, Lin had finally extracted the chakra rod from Obito's heart and hastily reimplanted it, fleeing toward Kenoha. Yet, after merely 2 kilometers, they were caught by the Anbu. Countless masked figures surrounded them, each wielding a ninja blade, encircling them tightly. Fortunately, the Golden Rain Barrier isolated the chaos within, leaving those outside unaware of the unfolding events. 1, 2, 3 Lin counted. There were precisely 12. Each Anbu emanated an astonishing amount of chakra, their murderous intent radiating outward, causing her to involuntarily shudder. We are the Anbu of Kenoha, dispatched by the 3rd Hokage to apprehend the Tomb Raider Liu Yang. The leader, donning a fox mask, perched on a tree branch, one hand supporting himself while the other brandished a short blade, looking down menacingly at the resurrected Lin. Yahiko Rin, I never anticipated your resurrection. Quickly, tell me where that fellow Liu Yang currently resides. The captain of the Anbu spoke, lowering his gaze to the face behind her. What is the situation with Uchiha Obito standing behind you? Was he not already deceased in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge? Speak, what is truly happening here? His voice was cold and deep. The battle at the Kanabi Bridge is well known throughout Konoha. The victory in this conflict laid the foundation for the eventual triumph in the Third Shinobi World War. Several heroes emerged from this event, one of whom was Obito from the Uchiha clan, a hero and a martyr alike. Both Obito and Rin were laid to rest in the Hero's Mount of Konoha. The notion of their consecutive resurrections is utterly unfathomable to all. This all began with the war orphan that Kakashi brought back. Liu Yang. What other secrets lie within this young lad? The relentless inquiries from the Anbu left Rin bewildered. She tightened her grip on the arm of the person behind her, biting her lower lip and defiantly lifting her chin. I do not know who you speak of. Since I awoke, I have only seen my comrade with his heart ripped out. As a medical ninja, my first instinct upon witnessing a comrade injured is to provide treatment. However, Obito's injuries were far too severe. There was no choice but to bring him back to the village. Then, I encountered you all. Her large, round eyes stared defiantly, her expression resolute and unyielding. Her words were a mixture of truth and deception, imbued with conviction, making it challenging to discern their authenticity. The current Yahiko Rin stood firmly aligned with Liu Yang. He had aided her in rescuing Obito, and thus she vowed to remain steadfastly by the side of Lord Tenshin. These Anbu were all here for Liu Yang. No matter the circumstances, she would never betray him. The masked figure leapt down from the tree and approached Rin, pressing a short blade against her neck. Yahiko Rin, I shall ask you one last time. Do you know where Liu Yang is now? He stared intently at her face, anxious not to miss any subtle expression. A faint trace of blood appeared on Rin's neck, the metallic scent wafting through the air. She understood that a slight increase in pressure could sever her throat. She swallowed hard, forcing herself to appear composed, and replied, I do not know. My comrade is critically ill and must be taken to Kenoha Hospital immediately. I will accompany you back to face the judgment of the Hokage. Lord Liu Yang has instructed that no matter who appears, no one is to approach him. This was all she could do. Humph. I shall grant you this one moment of trust. The masked figure replied, gesturing to a few companions before him. You lot. Take the 2 of them back to the village. The rest of you continue with me to capture Liu Yang. Yes, Captain. He was struck by the dark essence of his target and promptly advanced to seize 2 mission objectives, racing towards the direction of Kenoha. The remaining 8 individuals split into 2 groups, continuing their pursuit of Liu Yang's whereabouts. Within the barrier, Liu Yang was locked in an intense battle with the Outer Path Golem. Sensing that Rin had temporarily escaped danger, a subtle smile graced his lips. Chapter 8. Instant Kill of Uchiha Obito. Finally leaving, I shall not hold back any longer. Liu Yang stretched his stiff limbs, cracking his knuckles with a satisfying sound. He squinted, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. No sooner had he spoken than 9 identical golden giants appeared behind him. Even Uchiha Obito, witnessing this magnificent scene, felt a ripple of astonishment. Who is your father, you little brat of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Obito, perched atop the Outer Path Golem's head, gazed down at the boy ensconced within his Susanoo, his eyes deep as a chasm. As he asked this question, the golem stomped its foot with force, propelling itself towards Liu Yang. I do not know. I am merely a child of war. Liu Yang shrugged nonchalantly, deftly maneuvering the golden giant to the right, narrowly evading the golem's assault. Immediately, the other 9 giants surged forward, encircling the enemy and unleashing a flurry of blows. Liu Yang spoke no falsehood. In the world of Naruto, he had no family, existing as a complete outcast, and having fallen into battle, he could rightly be called a child of war. Most importantly, after traversing to this realm, his age had been halved. Indeed, regardless of whose descendant you may be, with your Sharingan and the blood coursing through your veins, you are undoubtedly a member of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Liu Yang's response, Uchiha Obito unexpectedly clutched his stomach, bursting into a hearty laugh. To awaken the Mangeki at such a young age, if only you could be of use to me like Obito. He spoke of his grand ambitions. Unfortunately, before he could finish, Liu Yang delivered a powerful kick. Humph, do not think that your connections will spare you. I am not as easily deceived as Obito. While others may be oblivious to your plans, I am well aware of them. Liu Yang stood with his hands on his hips, delivering another kick. I will not allow you to exploit so many innocent lives. He had not forgotten the tragic deaths of Ino and Shikamaru's father during the 4th Great Ninja War. Having arrived in this realm, Liu Yang would not permit such tragedies to unfold. Uchiha Obito had not anticipated that the youth of today would be so audacious. He fought back fiercely, yet the remaining Outer Path Golem was still sent flying by a single kick. In his prime, Obito was a man whose combat prowess stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, unmatched save for the first Hokage. Alas, time is merciless. Liu Yang, fueled by victory, calmly conjured a long chakra sword, severing the connection between Uchiha Madara and the Outer Path Golem. He reached out and seized him, with a mere exertion. He could easily crush this man who once dominated a significant portion of the ninja world, deprived of Madara's control. The Outer Path Golem suddenly lost its ability to move and toppled backward, creating a massive crater. Coughing with disdain, Liu Yang brushed away the non-existent dust before him. With a snap of his fingers, the other 9 golden giants dissipated like sand, leaving only the one that remained with him. Uchiha Madara, you have lived long enough. Sustained by the Senja cells and the Outer Path Golem, this era no longer requires your existence. Liu Yang's words were cold and resolute, his eyes shimmering with a piercing. I see light. As his voice faded, his right hand plunged directly through the man's chest, extracting the Senja cells intact from his torso. The focus was on speed, precision, and decisiveness. Uchiha Madara coughed up a torrent of blood, looking down at his hollow chest in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Who are you? How do you know my secret? This question had already been posed to Liu Yang countless times today, and he was weary of it. I remain unchanged. I am Liu Yang, the god you could only dream of becoming. Unfazed, he pocketed the Senja cells with a sharp crack. He twisted Madara's neck and discarded the corpse onto the ground. Everything felt so natural, as if he were merely performing a trivial task. Madara, the legendary figure of the ninja world, had finally met his true end. Liu Yang mused with genuine reflection. Once more, he snapped his fingers, and his Susanoo seamlessly dissipated. He descended from the air, landing firmly on the ground. The system had yet to announce the successful completion of the task, but Liu Yang remained unperturbed, gently stroking his chin as he contemplated how to handle the aftermath. Madara's body must be taken away, as it would prove useful in the future. As for the Outer Path Golem, if all went according to plan, the 3 tails would be sealed within. He needed to devise a method to extract the tailed beast. Without hesitation, Liu Yang crouched beside the head of the Outer Path Golem, rolling up his sleeves. Following the system's instructions, he formed intricate hand seals with both hands. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, placing his right hand approximately 10 centimeters from the golem's mouth, and bellowed, Hollow Dragon S9 Seals. Release. Golden light surged from Liu Yang's palm, entering the massive entity's gaping maw at a visibly rapid pace. At that moment, a layer of ethereal blue fluorescence began to emanate from the outer path golem. Guided by the golden light, the dense mass of blue energy was emerging from the golem's mouth. Observing this, Liu Yang intensified the flow of chakra, gradually extracting the blue energy mass. Time passed, second by second. Beads of sweat, akin to small pearls, continuously streamed down his forehead, saturating the young man's entire visage. Meanwhile, under the restraint of the Anbu, after several hours, Rin and Obito finally returned to Konoha. The heroes who perished in the Battle of Kamizukabashi had their hearts extracted and sent to the hospital, causing an uproar throughout the entire Konoha Medical Center. Tsunade immediately discerned the severity of Obito's injuries and, following the stretcher, fervently instructed her disciple, Shizen, "A surgery is imminent. Guard the entrance and allow no one to enter." "Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, I shall fulfill this task," Shizen replied, promptly positioning herself to block the Anbu and Rin outside the emergency room. "Apologies. But the emergency room is a restricted area. I must ask everyone to halt." Rin Yahaba gazed with satisfaction at her companion being ushered into the Konoha Medical Center's emergency room, finally exhaling in relief. She willingly allowed the Anbu to escort her to the Hokage's office for interrogation. The news of their return naturally startled their teacher, Minato Namikaze, as well as their companion, Kakashi Hatake. Just as Kakashi, having completed a mission, rushed to the hospital upon receiving the news, he encountered Minato, who had also come to inquire about the situation. "Sensei, I heard that Obito and Rin have returned. Is it true?" Kakashi asked cautiously. Chapter 9. Activating a Hidden Mission. Rin Yahaba in peril. Kakashi bore a grudge against Minato, believing that had his teacher not returned late, Obito would not have been trapped beneath the boulder and lost his life. Furthermore, Kakashi despised himself for lacking the ability to protect his comrades, despite being the captain. Yes, Obito and Rin have both returned. Currently, Obito is in the hospital receiving emergency care. With Tsunade there, he should be fine, Minato reassured him, patting Kakashi's shoulder with a gentle expression. "This is all thanks to you for bringing Tsunade back." After losing her beloved, Tsunade had departed the village, wandering with her closed-door disciple, Shizen. They were unaware that Tsunade had developed a fear of blood, mistakenly believing that her extraordinary abilities had saved the injured Ria, who had been inadvertently stabbed by Kakashi. Unbeknownst to them, the true credit belonged to Shizen. The master and disciple walked quietly along the hospital corridor, exchanging no words. Kakashi remained unable to overcome his inner turmoil, subtly shifting his body to allow the hand resting on his shoulder to awkwardly fall away. "Sensei, where is Rin now?" Kakashi inquired urgently. Obito had been trapped beneath the boulder, leaving a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet Rin was different. He had personally killed her. He had witnessed her burial, placing the sunflower on her chest with his own hands. What could possibly explain this? Kakashi's mind was inundated with countless questions. Minato was aware of his urgency. Yet this was a village secret that he could not divulge. Thus, Minato could only gently shake his head and let out a sigh. "I do not possess more knowledge than you do," he replied dismissively. Upon hearing this evasive answer, Kakashi stood in stunned silence for a few seconds before striding forward without a backward glance. His pace was swift, leaving no opportunity for Minato to explain. As dawn broke, the sun rose from the east, casting its resplendent golden rays upon the earth. Strands of warm sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, enveloping Kakashi in a delicate golden hue. After an entire night of toil, Liu Yang successfully extracted the three tails sealed within the outer path golem, casting a genjutsu with his Sharingan to lull it into slumber. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden quest, the Tailed Beast Pictorial Task. Ding! Successfully captured the three tails, illuminating the Tailed Beast Three Tails Sharingan Pictorial, and acquired the advanced ninjutsu Endless Void. Endless Void, a space-time ninjutsu that consumes 100 chakra points per use, allowing the wielder to tear open spatial rifts to store all things in the world. Additional skill, unlimited summoning and sealing of tailed beasts. As long as the host touches the tailed beast and utters the sealing incantation, the seal can be enacted. The system's cold voice penetrated Liu Yang's mind, imprinting the so-called sealing incantation deeply within him. Looking down at the hexagram symbol that had materialized in his palm, he marveled at its faint glow and leapt with excitement. "Wow, system, I misjudged you. It turns out you're not a scam at all. In the world of Naruto, there exists a plethora of ninjutsu. including formidable bloodline limits and bloodline eliminations. Among them, space-time ninjutsu stands as the most unique. Those capable of wielding such techniques are exceedingly rare. Yet each has carved out a remarkable reputation within the ninja world. No longer did the familiar mechanical voice echo in Liu Yang's ears. Only the sound of the wind rustled beside him. Realizing that time was of the essence, he hastily stowed away Obito's corpse in the outer path golem, dispelling the golden rain barrier as he made his way towards Kenoha. Once Obito awakened and saw Rin, the desire to destroy the world would undoubtedly crumble, allowing the task to be effortlessly completed. With this thought, Liu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, naturally humming a little tune. Little did he know, the storm was just beginning. In the underground interrogation room of Kenoha village, a dim and damp chamber housed a girl clad in black, her hands bound tightly with ropes and suspended from the beams above. The only candle on the wall, flickering and nearly extinguished, cast a feeble light that rendered the room shadowy and indistinct. Seated upon a dilapidated wooden chair was a middle-aged man, his face etched with deep lines. He fixated on the unconscious girl before him, his gaze imbued with an eerie intensity, his tone frigid. "Bring me another bucket of water to rouse her, today. We shall extract useful information at any cost." With a creak, a young man entered, carrying a bucket of water. Upon seeing the barely alive girl, compassion stirred within him. With a thud, he knelt before the middle-aged man. "Lord Danzo, if you continue this, she will perish." "Humph, a ninja must embrace self-sacrifice. She was already as good as dead. What fear is there in dying once more? I shall not permit anyone to harm Kenoha." Danzo's figure remained unmoved, his hands hidden within the ample sleeves of his robe, forming seals with quiet precision. Wind release, vacuum wave. A sharp torrent of chakra erupted from his mouth, instantaneously severing the head of the man pleading for the girl, Yuhi Rin. The dark head rolled to rest at Danzo's feet. Abruptly, he rose from his seat, forcefully stepping onto the spherical object. "Members of Root require no emotions, only absolute obedience to my commands and the fulfillment of assigned tasks. Remove this waste from my sight, and then awaken that woman. We shall continue the unfinished interrogation." Danzo spoke with cold ruthlessness. "At once, Lord Danzo." The two ninjas complied, rushing into the small room to drag away their recently deceased comrade. Almost immediately, another member lifted the bucket from the ground and splashed its contents onto the person suspended from the beams above. If one were to observe closely, it would be evident that these individuals bore no expressions, resembling soulless puppets throughout the ordeal. Meanwhile, Liu Yang had just set foot in Konoha, intending to seek out the third Hokage to retrieve Rin, when he suddenly received a prompt from the system. "Warning! Warning! Warning! Important matters are reiterated thrice." As Liu Yang heard the series of alerts, he halted, his heart racing wildly. Reminder: ongoing mission's crucial lead, Yuhi Rin, is currently subjected to inhumane torment, with only 15% of her life remaining. Ding. If Yuhi Rin dies, the formation of Uchiha Obito's destructive ambitions cannot be thwarted, resulting in mission failure. Mission failure will lead the system to deem the host a defective product and trigger self-destruction protocol. Chapter 10. Eliminate Danzo and liberate the Root organization. Is there a mistake? Shouldn't she be with the third Hokage? What chaos is the Anbu causing? Liu Yang was infuriated. Based on his understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would merely confine Rin and confront him. He would never resort to extrajudicial punishment. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he clenched his fists. "I see now. It must be that wretched Danzo orchestrating this. Humph. He dares to touch his people. He shall pay dearly for it." With this resolve, Liu Yang set his sights on the headquarters of Root. Inside the wooden hut, gripped a robust vine whip in his hand, relentlessly striking the young girl before him, seeking to coerce her into revealing the identity of her enigmatic benefactor. "Who resurrected you? What is the purpose of your return?" The whip, adorned with cruel barbs, easily tore into his flesh, inflicting searing pain. Streams of liquid cascaded down her body. In the dim candlelight, it was impossible to discern whether it was blood or the salt water that had recently been poured over her. The excruciating agony caused her to convulse involuntarily, as if countless ants were mercilessly gnawing at her very marrow, each cell within her body clamoring to shatter her entirely. This torment surpassed even the anguish she had felt when pierced her heart. "I know nothing," declared, biting down on her already mangled lower lip with a defiant tone. This response irked immensely. He tightened his grip on the whip and struck her once more with ferocity. Blood splattered, staining every corner of the room. "Let us see how long you can maintain that stubbornness. I have no time to waste here. If you remain silent, you shall meet your demise." The whip's barbs sank deep into her flesh, the piercing pain pushing her to the brink of collapse. "You are worthless. Kenoha has no need for traitors like you. Ah, ah, ah. Waves of intense pain crashed over her, instinctively causing her to writhe as she could no longer endure it, emitting heart-wrenching cries. As held her ground, S' expression grew increasingly sinister. He raised the whip high, summoning all his strength to lash it down upon her. Die, he hissed malevolently. Suddenly, the door burst open with a resounding kick. In an instant, a golden figure darted past the middle-aged man, stirring a gust of wind, and appeared before. The whip halted mid-air, igniting into blazing flames. Taken aback by the sudden black fire, hastily dropped his weapon and stumbled backward. In the next moment, the whip was reduced to ashes before his very eyes. S' pupils constricted sharply. He lifted his gaze to see a youth, blood trickling from the corner of his eye, cradling. I knew you were no good. The sight of him did not surprise. Rather, it solidified his resolve. He had long asserted that individuals of dubious origins must not be allowed to remain. It was all the fault of who, swayed by his deceit, insisted on keeping him, thereby creating a significant threat for Kenoha. Now, this menace was within his grasp, and he would eradicate it. What a pity, I missed my shot just now. But fear not, I shall take your life this very moment, retorted coldly. He lifted his head, brushing aside the bangs that obscured his forehead with a single hand, revealing a pair of eyes brimming with fury. Kaleidoscope, Sharingan. Upon witnessing those crimson orbs, Danzo's expression gradually morphed into one of fervent zeal. It is indeed true that one can stumble upon treasure without seeking. I shall claim these eyes for myself. He closed his eyes, his hands swiftly forming seals. Shimura Danzo moved with the swiftness of lightning, vanishing from Liu Yang's side in an instant. Amused by Danzo's antics, Liu Yang smirked, his lips curving in a mocking smile at the other's audacity. Ha ha ha, you think such trivial skills can touch me? How presumptuous of you. Countless blades of wind erupted from every corner of the room, hurtling toward the two at the center. Liu Yang chuckled softly, the half-formed Susanoo surrounding him effortlessly repelling the wind blades. Golden patterns adorned his eyelids, and a formidable chakra surged from every point within his being, transforming into sharp Saban that pierced every nook of the room. Sage art, glazed Saban kill. No matter how swiftly Danzo moved, he could not withstand the overwhelming onslaught of Saban. In mere moments, his body was riddled with numerous punctures. Blood gushed from the wounds, dripping onto the floor. You. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his chest, plummeting from the air, landing directly onto a chair he had once occupied. Boom. The chair shattered into fragments, splintering into pieces that pierced through his skull. Yet, even so, those black pupils remained fixated on the youth before him. Liu Yang, looking at the unblinking Shimura Danzo, spat in disgust. He had never intended to slay the man so swiftly, yet it was Danzo who had foolishly provoked his ire. Initially, Danzo had intended to judge no error Rin himself, sending all his subordinates away. Now, hearing the commotion, his subordinates rushed to the scene. Lord Danzo, the members of Root, upon witnessing the carnage within the room, widened their eyes in shock, instinctively brandishing their weapons to block the exits. Having just slain the old dog Danzo, these individuals were hardly his match. He opened his eyes, revealing the blood-red orbs beneath. This is bad. Do not look into his eyes. Someone sensed something amiss. But it was too late. With just one glance, all the members of the Root organization who had responded fell into a profound slumber, collapsing haphazardly to the ground. Liu Yang recognized that these were the elites forcibly gathered by Danzo from various clans. They were pitiable souls, sent here from a young age to endure inhumane training designed to extinguish their emotions. The thought of the selection methods employed by Root filled Liu Yang with a deep sense of sorrow. I understand that serving the old dog Danzo is not your true intention, Liu Yang remarked. He did not wish to indiscriminately slay the innocent. His expression impassive as he passed by the lifeless body at his feet, casually uttering those words. With Danzo's demise, the need for Root's existence had vanished. I grant you a beautiful dream, and then we shall each return to our own homes. Having said this, he departed without a backward glance. Chapter 11. An audience with the third Hokage Beep. Detection of the host having eliminated Shimura Danzo, liberating the Root organization, thereby removing a significant threat to Konoha. In accordance with the Dream System's regulations. As Liu Yang exited the headquarters of Root, the mechanical voice of the system echoed once more in his ears. Listening to the system's announcement, a wave of uncontainable joy surged within him, further heightened by the subsequent messages. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the full spectrum of chakra attributes. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have attained the bloodline limit of crystal release. Congratulations, host. You have mastered medical ninjutsu. Lu Yang found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate his current emotions. 1,000 sentiments condensed into a mere 2 words. Incredible! With the medical ninjutsu enhancement, he could heal Rin if she was saved. Detection of the host successfully rescuing No Error Rin, averting mission failure. Currently, life energy is being transferred to No Error Rin. Beep. Life energy transfer in progress. 6, 7, 8. Beneath Liu Yang's feet, a vast golden magic circle materialized once again, gazing at the familiar resurrection pattern. A plethora of emotions swirled within him. The life energy stood at a mere 5%. Had he delayed even slightly, he could not bear to contemplate the repercussions. Estimated time remaining, 45 minutes. Please ensure the host's safety during this period to secure the successful transfer of life energy to No Error Rin. The heavy weight that had long burdened Liu Yang's heart finally lifted. With the system facilitating Rin's restoration, the outcome could not be more favorable. Contemplating this, he formed hand seals and transported Rin into his boundless void. Unbeknownst to him, a brown-haired man wearing a mask gradually materialized from the void not far from where he had vanished. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage listened to the reports from the Anbu with mounting fury, slamming his hands on the desk and rising abruptly, his brow furrowed in deep concern. What did you say? That little brat Liu Yang has returned to Konoha and is near the critically injured No Error Rin? Yes, Hokage-sama. I was concealed nearby, observing everything clearly. Reported Tsukuyami Yuin, kneeling on one knee. It was Danzo-sama who dispatched individuals to abduct Rin, and Liu Yang infiltrated unnoticed, effortlessly rescuing her. Most alarmingly, not a single member of Root pursued them. His movements were seamless, terrifyingly so. Hiruzen Sarutobi, upon hearing these details, collapsed into the chair behind him, utterly drained. Moonlight Yuxian is a direct member of the Anbu under the Hokage, possessing the exceedingly rare bloodline limit of phased escape, enabling him to gather intelligence without a trace. Sarutobi Hiruzen holds a considerable trust in him. As the Anbu under his command failed to bring Rin, he began to suspect that something was amiss. Little did he know that she had been captured by Danzo. What could he be planning? Such confusion plagued the third Hokage's mind. After a moment's contemplation, he took a deep draw from the pipe resting on his desk. Do not make the matter you just reported public, since that rascal Liu Yang has returned to Konoha. Bring him to me. I wish to meet him personally. Sarutobi Hiruzen elongated his final words with a deliberate tone. Just as Moonlight Yuxian donned his mask and prepared to employ the body flicker technique to depart, a melodious voice interrupted his actions. No need for that. I shall come myself. Before the figure arrived, their voice had already echoed throughout the room. Both individuals turned in unison toward the source of the sound. With a resounding crash, the door to the Hokage's office was forcefully kicked open from the outside. The massive double doors, standing around 2 meters high, fell simultaneously. Fortunately, Moonlight Yuxian reacted swiftly, preventing a potential disaster. With a swift motion, he executed the secret technique, Moonlit Crescent Dance. A flurry of blades and flashes ensued, reducing the door to countless splintered fragments. Liu Yang was utterly captivated by the remarkable swordsmanship, suddenly wrapping his arms around the leg of the individual, refusing to let go. Impressive. That move was absolutely dazzling. Please, brother, take me as your disciple and teach me swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, the previously imposing figure had transformed into a starry-eyed admirer, showering compliments like a sycophant. This stark contrast left Moonlight Yuxian utterly baffled. Such audacity. This is the Hokage's office. You cannot behave so recklessly, you little brat. Anbu brother, I genuinely wish to learn swordsmanship. If you do not take me as your disciple today, I shall not release my grip, no matter what. As he spoke, Liu Yang agilely climbed onto the man's back, sticking like taffy to Moonlight Yuxian, who could not shake him off, no matter the effort. Moonlight Yuxian was unaccustomed to such treatment. His gaze sharpened as he reached for the sheath at his waist. Sensing the faint murderous intent emanating from his subordinate, the cunning third Hokage quickly intervened. Yuxian, you may withdraw. I will handle the ensuing matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a long plume of smoke. Although he addressed the Anbu member, his gaze subtly shifted to Liu Yang behind him. Liu Yang understood that the third Hokage was issuing a warning. He feigned a shiver and timidly jumped down from the man's back. Master Hokage, I shall take my leave now. Finally free from this troublesome attachment, Moonlight Yuxian vanished in an instant. With his back turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Liu Yang fixed his gaze upon the spot where the man had recently stood, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his lips. The notions of evasion, swordsmanship, and the surname Moonlight coalesced in his mind. Such coincidences are rare in this world. If his instincts were correct, that shadowy figure was none other than the father of Moonlight Gale. In the vast Hokage office, only the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the somewhat dazed youth remained. They exchanged silent glances, the air thick with an unsettling quiet. Sarutobi stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, inhaling deeply from a cigarette, while Liu Yang observed him in silence. Hiruzen had held the position of Hokage longer than any other in Konoha's history, and the passage of time had etched significant marks upon him, despite his efforts to conceal them. Yet, Liu Yang could still sense a heavy aura emanating from him, a consequence of countless lives lost. After an indeterminate period, Sarutobi cleared his throat twice and turned to face Liu Yang. Their eyes met, intertwining in a moment of shared understanding. A benevolent smile graced Sarutobi's face as he gently inquired, "What is your name?" "Liu Yang, Liu for land, and Yang for sunlight," he replied, his tone measured. He was well aware that the third Hokage would have plans in store. As anticipated, his thoughts materialized. A tall, stern-looking man appeared behind him. Chapter 12. The Orphan of the Uchiha Clan. May I join the forthcoming meeting? The newcomer, clad in a Leaf Village ninja uniform adorned with a crimson fan emblem on the long sleeves, wore a somewhat tattered forehead protector. His demeanor exuded confidence. Liu Yang had foreseen this moment, though he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, captain of the Konoha Guard, and father to Itachi and Sasuke, had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. His powers were ominous, and Liu Yang knew well that he was no trivial adversary. Standing beside Liu Yang, Fugaku crossed his arms, his piercing gaze scrutinizing him as if attempting to see into his very soul. If a gaze could kill, Liu Yang would have perished 1,000 times over. Without preamble, Uchiha Fugaku confronted him directly. "Speak. What is the origin of the Sharingan within you?" "I have no recollection of the Uchiha clan possessing such an orphan. The Sharingan, the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, could only be awakened by those of Uchiha blood. One Kakashi was already a source of concern. Fugaku would never permit another outsider to wield their clan's bloodline limit." Startled by this sudden inquiry, Liu Yang stumbled back a few steps. "Uncle, I do not know." He blinked his innocent, large eyes and, with a pitiful tone, recounted his tragic tale. "When I was very young, my father passed away, leaving my mother and me to rely solely on each other as we grew up on the mountains. One fateful day, a band of ferocious ninjas stormed into our home, and my mother died defending me, falling victim to their blades. In a fit of overwhelming rage, I lost control and, for the first time, killed everyone present." Liu Yang realized that he was becoming increasingly adept at weaving lies. It is worth noting that in his previous life, he was a novelist. Concocting such fabrications came as naturally to him as breathing. Oh no, perhaps it would be more accurate to say he drew inspiration from the tragic experiences of Nagato's awakening. He spoke with great fervor, tears streaming down his face. Unfortunately, Uchiha Fugaku remained wholly unmoved by his performance. The man's dark eyes bore a heavy weight of skepticism and disdain. Though he was not one to easily anger, he seized Liu Yang's arm and, with a speed that took one by surprise, pinned him against the nearby wall. "You may deceive others, but not me," Uchiha Fugaku declared with unwavering certainty. Having endured countless ninja world wars and witnessed innumerable clansmen perish on the battlefield, he understood that some might have survived under peculiar circumstances, losing their memories and failing to return to the village, instead proliferating in the outside world. If it were merely a standard Sharingan, it could be comprehended, descendants of clansmen who had wandered away under such conditions. Yet, this was a pair of Manjiki. Those eyes of yours must have been stolen from somewhere. Otherwise, how could a 12-year-old possess Manjiki? Uchiha Fugaku's conviction intensified with each word, culminating in a roar. Liu Yang's heart raced with alarm. He realized that Uchiha Fugaku intended to employ Jinjutsu against him. Reflexively, he struggled. Uchiha Fugaku restrained him, and in that fleeting moment, his black pupils transformed into a blood-red hue. The tomo morphed into a shuriken-like shape, exuding an aura of murderous intent. The boy's eyes widened in horror. As if his very soul were being siphoned away, he became utterly listless, collapsing to the ground. "The Sharingan possesses unparalleled insight. Let me see from whence your eyes originate," Uchiha Fugaku coldly declared, retracting his hand and allowing the boy to fall limply before him. As he turned away, he nearly collided with the third Hokage, who had appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. "My apologies, Lord Third," Uchiha Fugaku said respectfully. He assumed the Hokage was concerned for Liu Yang's well-being and offered an explanation. He merely fell victim to my genjutsu. His life is not in jeopardy. In a few minutes, we shall uncover the truth of the matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. At present, his greatest concern is not Liu Yang, but rather the Hokage elite led by Danzo, who harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha clan, perceiving them as a vessel of malevolence, intent on perpetually relegating them to the fringes of Konoha. Rumors have long circulated regarding the Uchiha's discontent with the village, suggesting they are secretly plotting a coup d'etat. This intricate web of relationships, along with the undercurrents of tension, left Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, in a state of unease under the gaze of the two Sharingan eyes. Lord Third, as you can see, I have awakened my Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku declared. These eyes were acquired in the wake of the recent war. Uchiha Fugaku was indeed a shrewd man. His revelation of the Manjiki Sharingan served not only to ascertain Liu Yang's true identity, but also to send a deliberate message to the third Hokage. He refused to be coerced by his kin into instigating a rebellion, yet as the leader of the Uchiha clan, he felt compelled to fight for the restoration of their former glory. Unbeknownst to others, he believed that with these eyes, he could better safeguard the village's stability. Uchiha Fugaku's words held deeper implications. The third Hokage, characterized by his indecisiveness yet profound wisdom, discerned the underlying message and fell into a prolonged silence. The relocation of the Uchiha clan back to the heart of the village was not a unilateral decision. It necessitated a consensus among the higher-ups through voting. Contemplating his response, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately resolved to pacify Fugaku's sentiments. Fugaku, the Uchiha, are a clan of honor within Konoha, bearing the mantle of protecting the village since the era of Uchiha Madara. Thanks to the vigilance of the police force, the village has remained secure for so long, and your efforts are greatly appreciated. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku realized that his hopes for the day were dashed. He offered a few perfunctory replies, his gaze returning to Liu Yang's face. The youth appeared contorted, seemingly enduring immense suffering in his slumber, a trickle of crimson blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. In that moment, Uchiha Fugaku gleaned the answers he sought, though they were somewhat unsatisfactory. As the genjutsu dissipated, Liu Yang slowly opened his eyes, raising his right hand to wipe the blood from his lips. He still had time to speak when a hand seized his, leading him before the third Hokage. Lord Hokage. Liu Yang did not lie. He is indeed an orphan of the Uchiha clan, cast adrift due to the ravages of war. Chapter 13, A Transaction. Liu Yang chose not to listen any further, as the two prominent figures before him deliberated on how to arrange his identity and residence. Uchiha Fugaku's genjutsu was unique, granting him the ability to witness both past and future and to rewrite them with his ocular prowess. Indeed, Liu Yang had fallen victim to his genjutsu, but it was a deliberate act on his part. He deliberately feigned being under the control of another, only to impose a superior illusion, thus forcibly overriding the opponent's technique. Unlike Uchiha Fugaku, the pair of eyes he possessed were what one might call the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Upon realizing that it was a member of his own clan, endowed with the ultimate power of the Uchiha lineage, Uchiha Fugaku was determined to protect Liu Yang at all costs. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wary of their combined strength, could only acquiesce. Young one, since you are a descendant of the Uchiha clan, you shall reside with me from this day forth, that I may look after you, Uchiha Fugaku said, patting the boy's shoulder as amicably as possible. His rugged features and robust physique rendered his attempts at a smile somewhat comical. The 12-year-old boy found amusement in his appearance. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal issue of Liu Yang's identity and residence had been resolved, and now it was finally time to address Rin. Dressed in a striking red Hokage cloak, Sarutobi Hiruzen, noting that time was of the essence, cut straight to the heart of the matter. Liu Yang. According to intelligence relayed by the Anbu, you have utilized a special array to resurrect the confirmed deceased Noera Rin. Indeed, Liu Yang admitted without reservation, nodding in affirmation. Given that numerous Anbu had witnessed the event, any attempts at concealment would have been futile. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, what manner of ability is this? And from whence do you derive such power? Birth, aging, illness, and death are the immutable laws of humanity. Throughout history, no one has ever truly defied fate. Even the master of ninjutsu, Senju Tobarama, created a technique akin to it, Edo Tensei, which merely summons souls back to the realm of the living, not genuine resurrection. Liu Yang cast a bewildered glance at the third Hokage, then turned his gaze toward the clan leader beside him. Noticing the latter's silence, Liu Yang let out a resigned sigh. What else could he do at this juncture but continue to weave his tale? He shrugged and said, Hokage-sama, this is one of the ocular techniques my eyes can wield. It can only be activated once every 20 years and allows for the resurrection of individuals who have died within the last 7 days. Indeed, it was even more outrageous than Shursue's Kodo Amatsukami, which activated every 10 years. Liu Yang had simply doubled that frequency. After all, the ocular techniques available through the Manjiki Sharingan varied from person to person, and no one could verify the veracity of his claims, thus bringing the matter to a close. Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen were left agape at the boy's words. In the midst of their incredulity, they promptly shifted to the next inquiry. What of Obito? And why were you and Rin found in the root organization? Speak freely, and you may be met with leniency. Resist, and you shall face severity. Sarutobi Hiruzen held little faith in Liu Yang's words, convinced that few of the statements emerging from his lips bore any truth. Liu Yang understood. Before me stand two individuals of remarkable intellect, yet I must hasten to rescue Obito and cannot afford to linger in conversation. Let us propose a transaction. Liu Yang stroked his chin, a cryptic smile gracing his lips, suggesting a deal advantageous to us all. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, while Uchiha Fugaku, positioned at the center of the office, unexpectedly broke into laughter. Indeed, you embody the essence of Uchiha blood, reminiscent of our esteemed ancestors. I admire your audacity. He placed a hand on Liu Yang's shoulder, his expression one of commendation. Speak, what transaction do you desire with us? Liu Yang found himself momentarily taken aback by this unforeseen benevolence. It is noteworthy that in the realm of Naruto, Uchiha Fugaku has always been a figure of stern disposition. Sasuke almost sacrificed his life seeking his father's praise, a privilege only bestowed upon the prodigious Itachi. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Minato waited outside the emergency room for a full 3 hours until the surgery concluded. The door to the operating room creaked open, revealing several medical ninjas with grave expressions, wheeling out a hospital bed. Kakashi, disregarding everything else, rushed to the bedside of one of the medical ninjas. Obito lay upon the bed, his body swathed in thick bandages, his eyes shut tight, breath so faint they seemed on the verge of cessation. Beside him, a blood bag hung high, crimson fluid flowing gently through a transparent tube into his shattered chest. Upon seeing the familiar visage, Kakashi felt a surge of emotion, his breath nearly halting. Obito, it is truly you. You have not perished, you have finally returned. An indescribable sorrow welled up within him, tears spilling forth uncontrollably. Family and friends, please step aside. The patient has not yet fully escaped danger and must be transferred to the intensive care unit for observation. One of the medical ninjas instructed, gently pushing Kakashi aside to protect the patient. Time is of the essence. The group moved swiftly, vanishing around the corner with the bed. Kakashi attempted to follow, but a man who had remained silent thus far stepped forward, blocking his path. Kakashi, do not be so agitated. With Tsunade-sama present, he will be fine, Minato spoke soothingly. As soon as he finished, Tsunade emerged, supported by Shizen. Minato, refrain from looking at me in that manner. Tsunade's expression was stern as she pointed at the silver-haired youth before her. If I am not mistaken, both he and the earlier young man are your disciples, correct? Indeed, Tsunade-sama, Minato replied. Ah, you have truly trained exceptional pupils. Tsunade scoffed, placing particular emphasis on the word exceptional. She lowered her head and whispered something into Shizen's ear, prompting Shizen to slightly bow and direct her attention towards the direction where the medical personnel had just vanished. At the entrance of the emergency room, only the three of them remained. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, and the tension became palpably delicate. Minato was perplexed by Tsunade's subtle display of hostility towards her two disciples. Kakashi, ever perceptive, noticed the animosity directed at him, yet his concern for Obito's condition prevailed. He bowed deeply to Tsunade and inquired, Elder, how is Obito's condition? Chapter 14. Tsunade's lack of martial ethics. The atmosphere was charged with tension, sparks igniting in the eyes of the elder and the younger. Had it not been for Minato's efforts to defuse the situation, a conflict might have erupted between them. Tsunade, Kakashi. I heard that a new ramen flavor is being offered at a 50% discount. Since it's getting late, why don't we head over there and discuss things over a meal? Minato wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead, feeling quite disheartened. As Jiraiya's prized disciple, he knew Tsunade did not wish to unjustly bear her wrath upon him, and she turned her head away with a stony expression. Minato, do not concern yourself with this brat's matters. Bring him to the training ground. I shall deal with him personally. Minato was unaware of the private grievances between the two. In his recollection, Tsunade had long vacated the village, wandering far and wide. 3 days prior, Tsunade had instructed Shizen to prepare a box of silver notes. intending to indulge in gambling at a nearby casino. Kakashi, in a bid to rescue the unfortunate victim, Ryuyu, was on a quest to locate Tsunade, eventually uncovering a crucial lead and infiltrating the casino. Word had spread that a legendary high roller was to arrive, and the casino staff was gleefully devising strategies to drain her of her wealth. Unfortunately for them, their plans fell into Kakashi's ears. With swift blades and the stench of blood in the air, Kakashi dispatched the unscrupulous gamblers, binding them together and banishing them from the country, compelling them to swear never to engage in deceitful practices again. While this was a commendable act, it was, for Tsunade, who was fiercely addicted to gambling, nothing short of a thunderclap. Tsunade-sensei, you lost to me last time. A wager is a wager, and one cannot simply turn their back on it. Kakashi, oblivious, struck a nerve. Tsunade, already in a foul mood from her failure to treat Obito, erupted at the taunt from her junior. Just as she raised her fist, ready to teach the impudent youth a lesson, Ryuyu appeared unexpectedly, halting her motion. All three turned their gaze towards him. Ryuyu, feeling the weight of their stares, became somewhat embarrassed. He had intended to check on the status of Obito's surgery, but seeing Tsunade present made the answer abundantly clear. I'm sorry. I must have taken a wrong turn. You needn't mind me, please continue. Lu Yang awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and turned to walk away. Seeing him, Watergate appeared as if he had spotted a beacon of hope. In a flash, he stood before Lu Yang, inquiring with genuine concern, Lu Yang, you arrived just in time. How is your recovery? It should no longer impede your normal activities, correct? Lu Yang had been wounded by his own disciple, which filled Watergate with a profound sense of guilt. Fortunately, he had been saved. Catching sight of Lu Yang now full of vitality, Watergate felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lu Yang paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Watergate. I am feeling much better now. That's good to hear, Watergate replied with a smile of his own. The matter of Liu Yang's venture into the hero's tomb to resurrect Rin had been ordered to remain confidential by the third Hokage. Yet this did not extend to significant figures such as Tsunade and Watergate. The miraculous healing of the gaping wound on the youth's chest had certainly caught Tsunade's attention. Kakashi, consider yourself fortunate today. I shall spare you for now. Tsunade released her grip on Kakashi's collar and turned her gaze towards the two standing behind her. Watergate, take this lad to my office. I have matters to discuss with both of you. The implication was clear. Kakashi was not to accompany them. Though reluctant, Kakashi had no choice but to comply. Noticing his comrade's despondent demeanor, Lu Yang felt a pang of sympathy. He leaned closer to Kakashi, whispering in a tone only they could hear, Kakashi, hurry to Obito's hospital room. A delightful surprise awaits you. Nanny? Kakashi's eyes widened in confusion. Lu Yang merely gestured for silence. The secrets of destiny must not be revealed, he said. Tsunade's office, located in the southwestern corner of the Kenoha hospital, was perfectly illuminated by sunlight streaming in from the south-facing windows, adorned with rows of cherry blossom trees outside. As a gentle breeze rustled through the blossoms, petals danced gracefully through the air, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers. Truly a magnificent sight. Tsunade, clad in a deep blue ninja outfit with her long hair tied back in a ponytail, stood by the window. Alone, fallen petal drifted through the glass, landing upon her golden locks, vibrant and exquisite. She remained silent, standing still. As Liu Yang's legs grew numb from waiting, he rubbed them and softly urged, Grandma Tsunade, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Yet Tsunade remained mute, causing Liu Yang to grow increasingly anxious. At his wit's end, he exclaimed, Grandma Tsunade, I am quite busy with many matters to attend to. If you have nothing urgent, then I shall take my leave. With a hint of impatience, he tossed aside those words, waved his hand, and turned to exit. At that moment, Tsunade finally reacted, pivoting to face him and smashing her fist through the office desk. With a thunderous crash, the desk splintered into pieces, debris scattering everywhere. Liu Yang stumbled back in shock, his heart racing wildly. Liu Yang, why not take a step further outside? Tsunade's words were laced with provocation. Liu Yang instinctively swallowed hard, hastily masking his expression of terror. Without a word, he retreated his foot and adopted a playful demeanor, approaching her with obsequiousness. Sister Tsunade, I was truly thoughtless earlier. It was entirely my fault. I beseech you, as a person of great stature, to overlook my transgressions and forgive me. As he spoke, he began to massage her back and shoulders. The boyish sycophantic manner greatly pleased Tsunade. With no one else around, she got straight to the point. Obito is in a precarious situation and requires your assistance with treatment. The youth behind her nearly choked in disbelief. Are you jesting? I possess no knowledge of medical ninjutsu. You may deceive others, but not me. Tsunade grasped his wrist. Her gaze sharp like an eagle's, seemingly capable of piercing through one's very soul. Luoyang shrugged, a faint smile playing on his lips. Grandma Tsunade, you overestimate me. I am merely an ordinary war orphan. How could I possibly know medical ninjutsu? Before he could finish, the irritable Tsunade used a chakra blade to strip away his upper garments. In that moment, Luoyang was utterly taken aback. Hey, Grandma Tsunade, that's a bit much. I understand that my good looks might be overwhelming, but there is no need to resort to such unrefined methods as ripping off my clothes. I'm still a minor. He uttered these words while covering his chest, but it was too late. Chapter 15. Apologies for the interruption of your reunion. What on earth is happening? Minato was astonished. In an instant, he appeared before Luoyang. Ignoring the boy's protests, he pulled away Luoyang's hands that shielded his chest, exposing his entire upper body to the air. Luoyang's skin was a healthy shade of wheat. The spot where Raikage should have pierced was flawless, as if the wound had never existed. Minato stared intently at Luoyang's chest, attempting to detect any irregularities, even going so far as to reach out and touch. The skin was warm and elastic, the heartbeat within thumping steadily. Vital signs were normal, and the skin appeared entirely unblemished. Luoyang, what method did you employ to restore yourself to this state? Tsunade leaned against the chair behind her, arms crossed. Looking down at the boy, Luoyang raised his head. From his vantage point, he could see her ample curves and those long, slender legs. His throat went dry, and he nearly succumbed to a nosebleed. Tsunade, sensing the boy's gaze, lowered her head and unceremoniously delivered a slap. Fortunately, Luoyang was quick enough to evade her wrath. He steadied himself and patted his chest, saying, Tsunade, do you believe that I possess a modicum of medical ninjutsu? Do not feign ignorance with me. Your injuries cannot be mended by mere conventional medical techniques. And what of Rin? How was she revived? Tsunade had no faith in Luoyang's fanciful claims. As the cornerstone of the village's medical system, she held unparalleled authority in the realm of medical ninjutsu. She would concede second place to no one. Luoyang, Rin, and Obito were all alike, having suffered fatal heart wounds, their injuries irreversible, a single blow sealing their fates. Tsunade was genuinely curious about the method Luoyang employed. If she could unravel this mystery, it would enable her to save countless lives in the future. The severity of Luoyang and Obito's injuries was overwhelming. Even with prior treatment before their arrival, it had proven futile. She hesitated briefly, contemplating the secret she had never shared with anyone. In my prime, perhaps I could have awakened him, but now, afflicted with hemophobia, I am powerless. What? Hemophobia? Lady Tsunade? Minato stood nearby, uncertain of how to react. At this juncture, Tsunade resolved to unveil her truth. In her heart, she deemed Minato a trustworthy ninja, so sharing this revelation was not burdensome. Thus, she divulged further details. Indeed, after losing SHN, I developed a severe case of hemophobia. Luoyang's surgery was performed under Shizen's supervision. Minato squinted at him. Luoyang, regretting his earlier decision to enter the operating room, cursed his own impulsiveness. Now he felt he had dug his own grave. Well, since I've come this far, I shall confess. Meanwhile, Kakashi, under the guidance of the medical ninja, located Obito's hospital room. He stood outside for an extended period, adjusting his attire and hairstyle while studying his own reflection in the door, striving to compose his expression. After a prolonged internal struggle, he finally pushed open the white door. Who is it? A melodious voice pierced Kakashi's eardrums. In the next moment, a delicate hand appeared before him. Following that was a cascade of chestnut hair, exquisite features, and that signature purple pattern. At this moment, Rin had donned a fresh outfit. Clad in a light purple dress, she beheld Kakashi, who stood frozen in the doorway, and burst into laughter. Kakashi, what are you doing still standing at the door? Come in, you're not planning to become a door god, are you? Rin exclaimed, grasping Kakashi's hand and leading him into the room. Her smile was radiant, and the sunlight danced upon her tousled hair, casting a gentle halo around her, making her appear almost divine. Kakashi could hardly believe his eyes. He pinched his thigh firmly, feeling the sharp sting as a reminder of reality. He finally confirmed that this was not a dream, but reality. The immense joy of regaining what was lost overwhelmed the young man with excitement. Kakashi suddenly embraced Rin, burying his head in her back, tears streaming down his face. Rin, I'm so sorry. I thought I would never see you again. It's all my fault. I failed to protect you. I was the one who doomed my two companions. Everything stemmed from my inadequacy. Kakashi, it's not your fault. It was my choice. Rin replied, her body stiffening. Listening to Kakashi's confession, she gently placed her hand over his, offering a soothing comfort. It's all in the past. Let us not dwell on it. If Obito knew you came to see him, he would be overjoyed. Yes, Kakashi replied obediently, releasing her and wiping away his tears. This scene fell perfectly within Lu Yang's line of sight. I apologize for interrupting your heartfelt reunion, but I must ask you both to step aside. I need to perform a technique for Obito. Lu Yang playfully dashed between the two, throwing an arm around each of their shoulders and separating them. His mention of technique left Kakashi momentarily bewildered. Technique? Yes, just like reviving Rin, I will also bring Obito back to life. What is happening? Kakashi was momentarily lost, staring blankly at Lu Yang, who was of similar stature. Lu Yang, you're not joking, are you? Rin was revived by you? And you just said you will revive Obito? Indeed, that is correct, Lu Yang confidently nodded. Rin, please take Kakashi outside. I only need Granny Tsunade and myself here. Originally, Lu Yang planned to leave no one behind, but Tsunade's persuasion, promising to give him the necklace left by the first Hokage, was too tempting to resist. Who could withstand such a treasure worth several mountains? All right, Lord Lu Yang. Rin had no objections to Lu Yang's arrangement. She grasped the still bewildered Kakashi's hand and left without looking back. After Minato exited, he kindly shut the door behind him. Inside the entire ward, only Lu Yang, Tsunade, and the gravely injured individual remained. Tsunade stood at the bedside, looking down at him with an intensity that seemed to capture every detail. Granny Tsunade, I've told you not to look at me with such a gaze. It's quite unsettling, since you wish to see so much. Let me demonstrate my exquisite medical ninjutsu, Lu Yang remarked, forming intricate hand seals, his chakra gradually moving towards his palms, condensing into a sphere of blue chakra. Watch closely, and don't blink. Chapter 16, Obito Awakens. Healing Technique. This is an extraordinarily significant medical ninjutsu capable of achieving astonishing healing speeds, regardless of the severity of the injuries. Through the external manifestation of chakra, the practitioner must exert an extraordinary level of control over their chakra. The upper limit of mastering the celestial arts is entirely determined by the practitioner's capability. Lu Yang placed his hands upon Uchiha Obito's chest. Obito was gravely injured. Even though he was heavily bandaged, Lu Yang could distinctly sense the heart within his chest, already riddled with wounds, on the brink of ceasing its rhythm. Ding! The host must immediately input life energy for the task target. The current life energy of the task target is merely 5%. 5%? Had he arrived even a moment later, Obito might have perished. Lu Yang inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and concentrated intensely on channeling chakra from his palms, gradually infusing it into the boy's veins and heart. Currently inputting life energy for Obito. 6, 7, 8. The wall clock ticked steadily. Lu Yang's body began to tremble slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Warning. The life signs of the task target are critically low. Normal medical ninjutsu cannot fully heal the target. Through the host's relentless efforts, Uchiha Obito's life energy is now at 35. Ding. Detecting the host's strong will, triggering the system's self-healing mechanism. Currently inputting life energy for Uchiha Obito. In an instant, the room was illuminated by a brilliant blue light. Obito's entire body was enveloped in chakra, gently levitating into the air. Tsunade's gaze was intense, her eyes sparkling with fragments of light. Lu Yang. I knew I could trust you. Lu Yang, seemingly unperturbed, exerted all his strength to control the sudden influx of immense energy from the system. He felt his internal organs being gripped by excruciating pain, a searing heat coursing through his limbs. This energy was overwhelmingly potent. Both Minato and Tsunade, standing by the bedside, were forced to retreat from the waves of energy. At that moment, encased in chakra, Obito's lips bled slightly. The striped hospital gown and the white bandages that covered him were shattered by the force of this powerful energy. His skin was mercilessly scorched by the intense chakra, leaving no part unscathed, revealing charred flesh beneath. Lu Yang's pupils constricted sharply. System, please do not fail me now. It must succeed, he silently urged. Yet steeled himself and intensified the chakra input. Look, the deadened skin on his left side is rapidly regenerating. Tsunade instinctively tugged at the man beside her, overwhelmed with excitement. Minato stood stunned, disbelief etched across his face. What? He can really heal Obito. There was no mistaking it. This blue chakra was indeed restoring Obito's shattered veins and organs to their former state. Kushina nodded solemnly, her gaze toward the young man filled with increasing admiration. She was acutely aware of the severity of Obito's injuries. Even at her peak, she knew she could not fully heal him, some disabilities would inevitably remain. Yet, miraculously, under the treatment of Ryu Yang, he was recovering. Such medical ninjutsu was unparalleled throughout the entire ninja world. Excellent, Ryu Yang. I hope you can heal my disciple. Minato said, his fists clenched in hopeful anticipation. Unaware of their conversation, Ryu Yang was wholly focused on Obito, unable to divert his attention. Obito's recovery sparked a glimmer of hope within him. The searing chakra burned his palms, his veins bulging, sweat beading on his forehead, yet he persevered. Just a little more. We are almost there. Let us give it our all for the final stretch. Ryu Yang inhaled deeply, channeling an even more turbulent surge of chakra into Obito's body. Life implant at 95, 96. The young man before him was visibly healing at a remarkable pace. His heart, skin, left eye, and then the skin crushed beneath the boulder began to shed its white layers, replaced by flawless, renewed flesh. Suddenly, at this critical moment, a deafening sound pierced everyone's eardrums. Minato and Tsunade simultaneously looked up. They saw a dark figure surge from Obito's body, darting toward the window. Minato-sensei! Minato! Ryu Yang and Tsunade exclaimed in unison. In the blink of an eye, Minato hurled a kunai toward the window, his figure a blur as he pursued. Whoever you are, you will remain here. There is no escape for you. His speed was astonishing. Ryu Yang felt a fleeting darkness, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw the fleeing figure brought down by a kick from Minato. In the next instant, a long, graceful leg descended from above, striking decisively at the downed figure. The impact created a massive hole in the hospital floor, obliterating everything in its wake. Ryu Yang was taken aback by Tsunade's extraordinary strength, fortunately. He had summoned the golden rain barrier at the last moment, preventing the interruption of his treatment. Beep. Life implant has reached 100. Task objective of body reconstruction completed. Successfully emerged from the danger period. Please continue the task to prevent Uchiha Obito's destructive ambitions from forming. As the system's voice faded, Ryu Yang felt his chakra vanish entirely, his body suspended in midair like a deflated balloon, plummeting downward. The golden rain barrier also disappeared without a trace at that moment. It was over. He was finished. Liu Yang lamented that he was on the verge of losing his composure, only to unexpectedly find himself enveloped in a warm embrace. Upon opening his eyes, a face filled with concern came into view. Thank you for everything you have done for me, Liu Yang, Lin expressed gratefully, extending her hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. With a sheepish demeanor, Liu Yang extricated himself from Lin's embrace, inadvertently catching sight of the blood staining her hand, and chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing, merely a trivial effort. Your happiness is what matters most. Lin blushed and fell silent. At that moment, as the dust settled, the two figures hidden in a nearby corner finally revealed themselves. Turning his head, Liu Yang beheld a proud young man with white hair, weeping bitterly over the newly awakened individual before him. Obito, I am so sorry. Chapter 17. Mission accomplished. Obito feigns illness. Kakashi's first words were an apology. Beyond expressing remorse, he could not conjure any other phrase. Even though others assured him that the death of a comrade was not his fault, he could never forgive his own helplessness. As Obito awakened, he found Kakashi's sudden display bewildering. He pondered how to respond to Kakashi's words, lifting his head in confusion, only to behold Lin standing not far away. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at her, a peculiar light flickering in his gaze. Lin stood there in a purple dress, squinting slightly and smiling gently at him, her expression radiating warmth. This scene evoked indescribable emotions within Obito, stirring a yearning in his heart and causing his nose to tingle. Am I dead? Lin, regardless of anything, it is wonderful to encounter you in the afterlife. He reached out, yearning to grasp her, but was blocked by Kakashi. Kakashi's emotions were fleeting. He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and reverted to his usual aloof demeanor. Observing his bewildered companion, he sarcastically remarked, Obito, what are you talking about? You're alive and well. Nothing is amiss. This left Obito even more perplexed. He forcefully pushed Kakashi aside, stumbling back a few steps, and pinched his own face. The pain was sharp and real. I'm not dreaming. I'm not dead. But Lin Yuhei? Lin greeted cheerfully, walking over. Of course. I'm not dead. Look, I am right here, alive and well. As she spoke, she took Obito's hand and brought it to her face. The warm touch of her resilient skin sent his heart racing. You truly are Lin, he exclaimed in disbelief. Of course, she replied with a smile. Lin Yera raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips. Ding. The desire of Uchiha Obito to obliterate the world is dissipating. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission to venture into Uchiha Madara's lair, bringing Uchiha Obito back to Konoha, and effectively thwarting the formation of his cataclysmic intentions. Congratulations, the host has acquired 10 samples of Hashirama's cell, 10 fire release techniques, 10 lightning release techniques, and 1 divine servant quota. The system's notifications rang out. One after another, Liu Yang gazed at the bountiful rewards piled high within the endless void, unable to contain his joy. He had known all along that once Obito laid eyes on Lin, all issues would be effortlessly resolved. The situation was intricate, leaving Liu Yang no opportunity to examine the specifics of the rewards. As news spread, others rushed in like a swarm. Among them were medical ninjas and members of the security team, ever vigilant in maintaining the village's stability. Where are the criminals? Step forward and face your demise. Lady Tsunade. What transpired just now? Is everything all right? A chorus of voices echoed. You all arrived rather promptly. I will certainly inform the old man to reward your security team handsomely. Tsunade remarked, rising to pat the shoulder of the leader among them, tossing the unconscious Kagaya Black to him. This fellow is now in your hands. His chakra is rather peculiar, so please investigate his origins thoroughly, and ensure he does not escape. Tsunade earnestly instructed. Uchiha Yuki, leading the group, understood that this was a chance given by Tsunade to earn merit. The Uchiha clan held an awkward position within the village. Although they ostensibly engaged in the noble task of maintaining peace, only a few understood that this was a means of restraint dating back to the second Hokage. Understood. Lady Tsunade. The security team will accomplish the task. Uchiha Yuki expressed her heartfelt gratitude. She took charge of escorting the unconscious Kagaya Black, addressing her companions. I will personally deliver this criminal back for the captain's judgment. The rest of you will follow Lady Tsunade's orders to help restore order at the scene. After her statement, Uchiha Yuki bowed to Tsunade and departed with Kagaya Black. Other members of the security team stood in an orderly fashion on either side of the infirmary, awaiting the directives of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. With the security team's intervention, order was swiftly restored, and the crowd dispersed. The previously damaged office was cordoned off, with notices posted prohibiting entry until repairs were completed. News of Uchiha Obito's awakening rapidly spread to every corner of the village. To avoid unnecessary complications, at Liu Yang's insistence, Obito continued to feign a state of severe injury, bedridden. Engaging in a complete charade, Obito was wrapped in bandages, connected to various tubes. Residing in the most secluded corner of Kenoha Hospital's intensive care unit, with medical ninjas routinely entering and exiting, pushing various equipment. The inherently restless Obito could hardly endure such indignities. Fortunately, with Rin and Kakashi by his side, taking turns to care for him around the clock, he managed to avoid spiraling into madness. The creaking of the hospital door signaled Kakashi's arrival, who, having just completed a mission with their teacher Minato, had not even bothered to change his slightly soiled clothes. He brought along a delightful bowl of ramen to share with his companion. Rin, why don't you take a moment to rest and have something to eat? I will take care of Obito from here, Kakashi suggested. He set down the ramen, deftly opened it, and served a bowl to Rin while handing another to a ravenous Obito, whose mouth was practically watering. I'm ready to dig in, Obito declared, quickly seizing the ramen after ensuring no one was following him, clasping his hands together in anticipation, and then began to indulge heartily. Kakashi, where have you been? I was on the verge of starvation, Obito lamented. In his eyes, the place was entirely unpleasant. There was food, drink, and the company of a goddess. The sole drawback was the overwhelming boredom. Lying there day after day was tiresome, particularly with the village's higher-ups occasionally dropping by to check on him. He dared not breathe too heavily, fearing exposure. At least they're providing food. These past few days, the three of us have been under constant surveillance from every direction. Being summoned for inquiries at the slightest provocation, he grumbled. Liu Yang, cradling a bucket of instant noodles, sat beside Obito's hospital bed and slurped loudly. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, making Obito swallow hard, rendering his own bowl of ramen suddenly unappetizing. Come on now, with your abilities, who could possibly intimidate you? Obito shot Liu Yang a disdainful glance, subtly leaning closer, craving a taste. However, Liu Yang abruptly stood, causing Obito to tumble off the bed in a comical heap. Obito, I'm not trying to be harsh, but as a patient, why are you indulging in such junk food? Liu Yang teased from his elevated position. Chapter 18. In these chaotic times, survival is paramount. It must be said that Liu Yang had a keen understanding of the balance between yin and yang. Upon hearing this, the already perplexed Uchiha Obito felt even less cheerful. I don't care. You guys band together to bully me. I'm utterly sick of ramen, he exclaimed. Rising to return to bed, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, an expression of such melodrama, it seemed he might roll off the bed at any moment. All he wanted was to enjoy some instant noodles. Ramen was just as greasy and hardly a beacon of health. I don't care. I want to eat. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, fully aware of Obito's usual antics, yet he was taken aback by such shamelessness. Liu Yang feigned ignorance to Obito's outburst, deliberately stepping closer and slurping exaggeratedly. Wow, this instant noodle is simply divine. All right, Obito, tomorrow we one tea have ramen. I'll bring you a bento instead. But only if you behave and eat properly now, Rin interjected, hands on her hips, exhaling in exasperation. Obito, who disregarded everyone else's words, listened intently to Rin's directives. Upon hearing that the other party intended to prepare a heart-shaped bento for him, his eyes sparkled with delight as he obediently resumed his meal of instant ramen. Kakashi turned away, unwilling to cast another glance at the brazen youth. Outside the window, a golden-haired man stood atop a high branch, arms crossed. Observing the happenings within the hospital room, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. How wonderful it is that you are all still alive. This time, I shall exert every effort to ensure you do not suffer harm again. Having finished his noodles, Liu Yang let out a satisfied belch. Now possessing the body of a sage and an astute perception that surpassed that of most sensory-type ninjas, he was well aware of the surveillance outside the window. However, upon realizing that the observer was the Golden Flash and harbored no ill intentions, he chose to disregard it. Satiated, Liu Yang began to unabashedly voice his grievances regarding the troubles he had encountered that day. I am utterly exasperated by those high-ranking officials, incessantly seeking my attention without any coherence in their directives. Each one feels the need to consult me about the matters concerning Obito and Rin, which has become exceedingly tiresome. Particularly, the incessant targeting by the likes of Kurenai and Mito, who seem to have made it their mission to hound me. I have repeatedly asserted that Danzo's demise has nothing to do with me, yet they persist in their accusations. The thought of those two individuals ignited a fury within him. In his recollection, aside from their internal strife, they had accomplished nothing worthwhile. They were touted as senior advisors to Kenoha, direct disciples of the second Hokage, yet during the Fourth Great Ninja War, their whereabouts were questionable at best. Kurenai, ostensibly a medical ninja, had never once been seen saving a life. Instead, they frequently collaborated with Danzo, undermining the Hokage's decisions and playing a role in the Uchiha massacre. Could it be that you truly are that busy? Obito finally believed it at this moment. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who was peeling an apple nearby, could not help but voice his curiosity. Liu Yang, I am genuinely intrigued about your true identity. Why do Lord Hokage and the others go to such lengths to protect you? Unbeknownst to them, the two were unaware of the truth behind Danzo's death. In the Hokage's office at that time, Liu Yang and those two had each struck a deal, presenting conditions they could not refuse, with the stipulation that he would be allowed to live normally in Konoha. Due to Danzo's contentious nature, he had offended many within the village during his lifetime. Yet, owing to his status, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only turn a blind eye, and those beneath him dared not voice their grievances. Now, with this calamity suddenly meeting its end within the root organization, it was undoubtedly a welcome turn of events for many. The news of Shimura Danzo's overexertion leading to his untimely demise spread like wildfire throughout every corner of the village. Members of the root organization, now leaderless, either fell under the Hokage's command, relegated to the Anbu, or returned to their respective homes. As Liu Yang cast his illusions upon them, he erased all memories of his and Lin's past at the root. Under the united assurance of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Fugaku, Tsunade, and Minato Namikaze, the entire affair was meticulously concealed. What status do I possess? Merely that of an ordinary war orphan. Liu Yang seized the freshly peeled apple from Kakashi, taking a substantial bite. Speaking of which, the four of us could be considered kindred spirits, sharing the same age and both having lost our parents to the ravages of war. In such chaotic times, surviving is paramount. Pondering over other matters is futile. For individuals. Yet not a single pair of parents can be found amongst us. Truly, there is no greater tragedy than this. Observing them with a sense of melancholy, Liu Yang felt a surge of emotions within. The other three, as anticipated, bowed their heads in silence. Indeed, Liu Yang's words rang true. In such tumultuous times, merely being alive is the greatest fortune. Who dares to yearn for more? Noticing the expressions of existential doubt on the faces of the three little ones, Liu Yang realized he may have spoken too candidly. He scratched the back of his head, offering an awkward smile. My apologies for reminding you of painful memories. Let us think of something cheerful. Today, the third Hokage told me that once Obito recovers and is discharged from the hospital, the four of us can begin taking on missions. Obito, Kakashi, and Lin widened their eyes in disbelief. Obito, fearing he misheard, sought confirmation. Really? The four of us? Indeed. Lu Yang affirmed with a nod. From now on, the four of us will form a squad, with Kakashi as the captain. I, Obito, and Lin will be the team members. As for Teacher Minato, he has more pressing matters to attend to and will likely not accompany us. The others understood his words. The Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, was a formidable force for the Hidden Leaf Village. Having just emerged from the aftermath of war, the village's strength had waned. And the other major ninja villages continued to eye Konoha with malevolent intent, never relinquishing their plans for its destruction. It was precisely because Lin was implanted with the three tails by the Mist Ninja in an attempt to obliterate Konoha that subsequent events transpired, which Kakashi and Obito were reluctant to revisit. The wall clock pointed to 2 in the afternoon. Lu Yang recalled his agreement with Tsunade from a few days prior and stood up, saying, "All right, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." At that moment, he suddenly remembered something and turned to the boy in the hospital bed, earnestly advising him, "Obito, stay put and don't wander off. The happiness of the entire village rests upon you." "Understood, just go already," Obito replied, feeling frustrated. Lin, having cared for Obito all morning, was also weary and decided to accompany Lu Yang. Obito watched the two departing figures, his eyes filled with jealousy that seemed as if it could bleed. Chapter 19. The servant of the divine Lu Yang did not proceed directly to the designated meeting place with Tsunade. Instead, he brought Naira Rin to a secluded corner beforehand. He steadied himself, ignoring the sudden collision of the figure behind him, and formed hand seals to manifest the golden rain barrier. "Thus, we shall not be disturbed." He murmured to himself. "Rin, I have fulfilled your wish. Now it is time for you to honor your promise." "I understand," Naira Rin replied. Gazing at the young man before her, standing tall with hands clasped behind his back in a resolute tone, Lu Yang was pleased with her response. He turned to the girl clad in a black combat outfit, adorned with purple markings on her face, and extended his hand. "Very well. Then I shall grant you an opportunity. Will you consent to become my servant of the divine?" The servant of the divine, as the name implies, is to become a follower of the divine, in other words, to be someone who stands by Lu Yang's side for a lifetime. The advantage of becoming a servant of the divine is the sharing of the host's life. As long as the host remains unscathed, the servant's soul shall not perish. Since Lu Yang himself possesses immortality, should Rin share her life with him, they could live together for eternity. "Lord, I am willing." Naira Rin grasped his hand without hesitation. "I am willing to devote everything to you and remain by your side." Lu Yang chuckled softly. He tightened his grip on Rin's hand, channeling his chakra, and a magnificent golden magic circle emerged beneath their feet. The two of them began to levitate, their feet gradually lifting off the ground. Lu Yang's chakra began to flow through the medium of his palm, slowly infusing Rin's body with power. Rin felt her body brimming with boundless strength. However, this sudden surge of power rendered her overwhelmingly warm, causing her chakra to boil within. "Lord Lu Yang, this is sure, do not speak," Lu Yang gently interrupted her. Upon hearing his admonition, Naira Rin fell silent. She obediently closed her eyes, clearing her mind, and surrendered herself to the warm and potent energy enveloping her. The magic circle beneath their feet radiated brilliance, ultimately converging into 2 beams of light that surged into her forehead and palm. In the next moment, the magic circle dissolved, and a golden totem appeared on both her forehead and palm. Phoenix in flight. This was the mark he inscribed upon her. With the ritual complete, their bodies gently descended from the air, landing steadily on the ground. A smile graced Lu Yang's lips as he wrapped his arm around her slender waist. "Rin, the ceremony is complete. From this moment forth, you are my servant of the divine. For all eternity, you shall follow me. As long as I remain unvanquished, you shall never fade away. Furthermore, do not disclose my identity or our relationship to anyone, including Kakashi and Obito." Yahira Rin remarked, "I understand. I shall not disappoint Lord Tianshin." She stared blankly at the mark on her palm, unable to calm her tumultuous emotions. It felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. Lord Tianshin had resurrected her and bestowed upon her unparalleled power, observing her in a trance. Lu Yang reached out and gently pinched her delicate nose. "Rin, what occupies your thoughts?" Nothing," she stammered, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. Lu Yang chuckled and shook his head, Her flustered demeanor was undeniably charming. He caressed her chin and, suddenly recalling something, placed his fingertip upon the mark on her forehead, revealing his crimson eyes. Rin, I shall impart the profound secrets of medical ninjutsu to you through illusion. I hope you will master it and assist me in altering the fates of others. At that moment, it felt as if Rin's very soul had been drained. The golden mark upon her forehead shimmered with a faint glow, while her amber-hued eyes glistened with a subtle golden sheen. With a nod of half-understanding, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Lu Yang gazed lovingly at her sleeping visage, a tender smile gracing his lips, a smile he himself was unaware of. He dispelled the golden rain barrier and placed Rin upon the most conspicuous bench by the roadside, lifting his gaze toward the roof obscured by leaves not far away. He knew someone would soon come to retrieve her. With this thought, Lu Yang set off towards his next destination, the training ground. Tsunade stood with her hands clasped behind her back, having awaited his arrival for quite some time. Dressed in a long green coat with black trim, emblazoned with a striking gambling emblem, her lengthy golden hair cascaded into two ponytails that fell gracefully down her back. Even from behind, one could sense her exceptional elegance. Grandma Tsunade, I apologize for my tardiness. Have you been waiting long? Lu Yang approached her with a cheerful smile. They say one should never strike a smiling face. But reality diverged from Lu Yang's expectations. Tsunade turned to glare at him coldly, and before he could react, her chakra-infused fist slammed fiercely into his chest. Susanoo. In a critical moment, Lu Yang activated his Manjiki Sharingan, conjuring a partial Susanoo to shield his chest, barely blocking Tsunade's attack. Grandma Tsunade, have you consumed an explosive device today? Let us converse amicably. There is no need for such aggression. How dare you say that? Tsunade's eyes ignited with fierce intensity. Look at how late you are. I've been waiting here for a full half an hour, and now I'll miss tonight's drinking party. Tsunade's passion for gambling was only rivaled by her love for alcohol. Returning to Konoha after so long, her old friends eagerly invited her to dine, drink, and reminisce. Yet, amidst it all, what truly mattered was the promise of free drinks. It is entirely this little rascal's fault for his tardiness. The meticulously prepared duck for dinner has flown away. Granny Tsunade, you cannot blame me for this. Just moments ago, I helped an elderly lady cross the street, which caused my delay. Lu Yang felt tears welling up in his eyes. Tsunade, fueled by rage, had no intention of listening to his excuses. Bang, bang, bang. Several powerful punches landed on his golden armor. Each brutal strike produced a series of crackling sounds, revealing the emergence of fissures upon his Susanoo. Lu Yang sensed the impending doom. He retreated hastily, but was still a moment too late. With a thunderous roar, the iron-like Susanoo was shattered, disintegrating into countless fragments that ultimately vanished into the air. Lu Yang understood that Tsunade was truly serious this time. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Granny Tsunade, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you, he declared, his hands swiftly forming seals as he unleashed a massive fireball. Chapter 20, Lightning Release, Heavenly Thunder Hexagonal Prison. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. The fireball surged forward, aimed directly at Tsunade's face. In response to Lu Yang's counterattack, she scoffed and agilely rolled aside, evading the strike with perfect timing. Crouching low, her left palm pressed against the ground, she surveyed the charred earth with newfound interest. Lu Yang, unwilling to grant her a moment's respite, launched another fire technique towards her. Fire Release, Red Phoenix Flower Claw. The blazing flames enveloped dozens of shurikens, spiraling through the air like exquisite red flowers, mesmerizing and dangerous. Granny Tsunade, your extraordinary strength truly startled me. However, you are ultimately a close combat ninja, and I am eager to see how you will respond to this move. Lu Yang meticulously observed her, determined to capture every nuance of her expression. Tsunade remained still, casting a bemused glance at the audacious young man who dared to provoke her. How naive to think a mere B-rank technique could ensnare me, she thought. In an instant, she concentrated her chakra beneath her feet, forcefully stomping the ground to erect a dense barrier of rubble. The fire-imbued shurikens embedded themselves into the rocky shield. Lu Yang, of course, did not harbor the illusion that he could subdue one of the legendary Sanins so easily. Seizing the moment when she was distracted by her defense, he stealthily concealed himself among the shurikens and suddenly emerged, breaking through the rocky barrier. Granny Tsunade, this time, I have one. A sharp kunai hurtled towards her. Even Tsunade, with her vast combat experience, was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure, biting into her thumb and carving a crimson line across her hand. The situation was dire. Swiftly, she began forming hand seals. Liu Yang's Sharingan clearly discerned the fleeting hand seals of Tsunade, revealing her intent to summon a slug. Instinctively, he withdrew his offensive stance and took a few steps back. As anticipated, Tsunade's palm struck downwards, summoning Jutsu. With a commanding shout, a dark seal emerged from the ground, and a colossal summoning beast materialized before him. At that moment, a cold voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! You have a new mission. Cure Tsunade's hemophobia, dispel the shadows in her heart, and encourage her to remain in Konoha to advance the village's medical system. Indeed, this was his intention. Listening to the system's newly issued task and gazing at the overwhelming summoning beast not far away, Liu Yang appeared resolute. He had largely grasped the patterns of the Divine Dream System's task issuance, which was fundamentally linked to his aspirations or the forthcoming main narrative. As long as it adhered to the Dream System's principles, regardless of whether it was a system-assigned task, there was a potential for substantial rewards. This applied to both eliminating Danzo and treating Tsunade as hemophobia. Without further ado, Liu Yang enveloped himself in golden chakra, rising as a gigantic golden behemoth. The two colossal figures exchanged glances. The slug gazed at the Susanoo it had never encountered before, somewhat astonished. Lady Tsunade, who is this young man? How can he wield such advanced ocular techniques at such a young age? It had lived for many years and had seen many renowned geniuses in the ninja world. But witnessing someone so young wield Susanoo was a first. In the slug's memory, the last ninja capable of such ocular prowess was Uchiha Madara, who had perished long ago in the Valley of the End. Oh, it's merely a war orphan with a bit of talent, Tsunade replied nonchalantly. Their conversation reached Liu Yang's ears as he stood atop the diamond mark on Susanoo's forehead, surveying them from a lofty position. Tsunade suffered from severe hemophobia. The sight of blood, be it from others or herself, instilled a profound terror within her soul. To prevent her condition from manifesting, she refrained from looking at her hand when biting her finger. Upon the slug's arrival, it immediately split and covered her wound. Seeing Tsunade, arms crossed yet still exuding an air of authority, along with the bandages wrapped around her arm, Liu Yang quickly understood the situation. Grandma Tsunade, as you age, you shouldn't force yourself to fight. Otherwise, being bested by your junior would tarnish the esteemed reputation of the legendary Sannin. Liu Yang was not boasting. Had it been Tsunade in her prime, he might have felt some trepidation. However, the current Tsunade was no match for him. This was Liu Yang's way of goading her. After all, she was his elder, and given his previous tardiness, he felt it inappropriate to strike first. However, when the opponent strikes first with lethal intent, the situation changes dramatically. Tsunade, particularly sensitive to remarks about her age, was incensed by Liu Yang's words. Slug, she commanded sharply. The summoned beast beneath her obediently expelled a stream of thick yellow acid. With its sticky and corrosive nature, this acid could dissolve armor upon mere contact. Liu Yang shivered and maneuvered the golden giant swiftly to evade. The slug was not to be underestimated. Its continuous acid assaults pounded the hard ground, creating numerous shallow craters. Liu Yang, weren't you just boasting? Why are you scuttling around like a turtle now? Tsunade stood tall atop the slug, arms crossed, mercilessly mocking him. Liu Yang remained silent, continuing to dodge at his own pace. Suddenly, he halted, forming intricate hand seals, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lightning release, lightning pillar. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as a massive vortex appeared above the arena. Thunder roared and lightning crackled. In an instant, a thick bolt of lightning descended toward the slug's position. Slug, return. Tsunade's eyes widened as she hastily dispelled the summoning technique, retreating at the fastest speed possible. The lightning bolt approached rapidly, and Tsunade realized she could not escape. Gritting her teeth, she smashed a sturdy tree with her fist and, with all her might, used it as a shield behind her. A thunderous crash ensued. The spot where Tsunade had stood was blasted into a massive crater over 5 meters in diameter, thick smoke billowing and debris flying, obscuring the true state of affairs within. It's time to ensnare you. Lightning release, thunderstorm hexagonal prison. Liu Yang formed another hand seal. A blue light suddenly emanated from his previous position, shooting skyward. In harmony with the rolling thunder above, it formed a hexagonal blue barrier that enveloped everything around. Liu Yang's palm clenched tightly. The blue light contracted at a visible speed, shrinking until it enveloped Tsunade. Inside the barrier, her clothing was stained crimson with blood. She curled into a ball, trembling violently, her eyes filled with terror. At this moment, Tsunade had completely lost her fighting capability. The earlier lightning bolt was intended to injure her, preventing her from regenerating. Even if the barrier were to be dispelled now, escape was impossible. Tsunade, I apologize, I may have been a bit too harsh just now. Without this, there is no remedy for your affliction, Liu Yang declared. Gradually approaching Tsunade, he extended his hand, and simultaneously, an invisible force emerged within the barrier, lifting Tsunade's chin and compelling her to meet his blood-red gaze. Grandma Tsunade, please endure for a moment longer. Once this ordeal is over, you shall no longer fear. Illusion. Liu Yang's words resonated as a sinister expression materialized on the face of the figure within the barrier. Before her eyes lay an endless expanse of forest, drenched by torrential rain that ruthlessly swept away all in its path. Tsunade, momentarily entranced by the reflection of her youthful visage in the puddle, felt a surge of confusion. She had transformed back into her younger self, adorned in the attire of a Kenoha ninja. Not far from her lay a blood-soaked youth, instantly recognizable to her, prompting her to dash forward. Stop! Stop! Please, cease the flow. In that instant, she was transported back to that fateful rainy night. Tsunade fought to suppress her terror, striving to control her chakra to staunch his bleeding. However, her trembling hands proved futile against the torrent of blood that gushed from his wounds. Tsunade, stop. He's already gone. A deep sigh echoed in her ears. No, I can save him. Tsunade desperately covered her ears. The rain poured relentlessly, cascading down her cheeks and ultimately dripping onto the increasingly cold body. She collapsed over the youth, consumed by despair, tears mingling indistinguishably with the rainwater that fell. The scene shifted abruptly to a raging inferno. Amidst the flickering flames, a 12-year-old boy, unsteady on his feet, staggered toward Tsunade. With each step, he coughed out copious amounts of blood, extending his hand toward her, his eyes filled with despair. Sister, save me. I have yet to become Hokage. I do not wish to die. Shungshu, Tsunade cried out, rushing to envelop her brother in her embrace. Yet, the sticky sensation of his body compelled her to take heed. Lowering her gaze, she scrutinized the scene before her, only to be horrified to discover his body had been hollowed out by some unseen force. Shushu. It is all my fault. Do not abandon me. In that moment, Tsunade's spirit shattered entirely. Overcome with anguish, she collapsed to the ground, a sharp pain in her throat causing a warm stream of blood to surge forth. Liu Yang observed Tsunade, who lay in a deep slumber, her expression shifting constantly, his heart racing in tandem. Grandma Tsunade, do not blame my ruthlessness. This is all to rekindle your spirit. It is said that the heart's ailment requires a remedy for the heart. Liu Yang's intention in this endeavor is to first break down and then rebuild. It is only by allowing Tsunade to confront her nightmares and shatter the profound fears within her heart that she can ultimately overcome her hemophobia. The greatest burden on Tsunade's heart stems from the deaths of her beloved lover, Dan Cat, and her younger brother, Nawaki. She harbors a deep resentment towards fate and war for robbing her of her two most cherished individuals, and she despises herself for being unable to save them. Hemophobia serves as Tsunade's means of evading reality. Grandma Tsunade, I have invested considerable effort to help you regain your strength, Liu Yang reflected. Leaning against the large pit behind him, a blade of grass between his lips, as he pondered the loss of his sight in one eye. Izanami is a technique that determines fate. Once one recognizes themselves and awakens from the cycle of reincarnation, they can break free from hemophobia. Grandma Tsunade. You can certainly do it, he thought to himself. Liu Yang had never doubted that Tsunade would be unable to emerge from her plight. It is essential to understand that in the world of Naruto, Tsunade is a legendary figure. Not only is she one of the legendary Sannin, but she also implemented a systematic medical framework, ensuring that every task force was accompanied by medical ninjas, which significantly reduced casualties during missions. Later, she became the first female Hokage in the history of Konoha. She made substantial contributions during the battle against Pain's invasion of Konoha. She is an idol for many female ninjas, a figure they aspire to emulate. However, emerging from one's struggles is one matter, while the duration of that journey is another entirely. As the sun dipped in the west, Liu Yang, who stood nearby, felt his stomach growl. Humans are like iron. Meals are like steel. Observing the person within the barrier, he estimated that they would not awaken anytime soon. He wandered into the nearby woods, gathered a pile of materials, and constructed a barbecue grill. Additionally, from the endless void, he retrieved several fresh fish and the barbecue seasonings he had prepared in advance. The space-time ninjutsu is remarkably convenient, allowing for grilling at any moment, making it an essential tool for both home and travel. It is no wonder that Obito used to stuff everything into Kamui. Indeed, it is incredibly convenient. Skillfully wielding his chakra scalpel, he removed the fish's innards and scraped off the numerous scales. He then fetched a bucket of water from the endless void to wash them clean. Afterward, he skewered the fish on a branch, brushed them with seasoning, and placed them over the wooden pile. Having completed these preparations, Lu Yang felt ready. He dusted off his hands and formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The fireball that erupted from his mouth ignited the dry firewood, producing a crackling sound in the air. His series of impressive maneuvers left the Anbu, who were watching him from a distance, astounded, and they gave him a thumbs up. Lu Yang, seemingly oblivious, sat cross-legged nearby, contentedly grilling the fish, all the while remaining attentive to the movements of the individual within the Six Paths prison. Before long, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted fish, wafting through the surroundings. The shadowy figure, having endured hunger throughout the day, could not resist swallowing hard at the delightful scent. However, he reminded himself that he was still on a mission and needed to exercise restraint. Lu Yang chuckled softly, seizing the freshly roasted fish, taking a hearty bite, and deliberately revealing a provocative grin towards the depths of the forest. Let us see how long you can hold out, he mused. Chapter 22, Conquering Inner Demons. Healing hemophobia. The wait felt tedious and interminable. Lu Yang consumed 2 fish to satiate his hunger, yet he did not cease there. He proceeded to roast another. At that moment, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The inky darkness enveloped the earth, stars twinkled overhead, yet could not obscure the luminous crescent moon on the horizon. How beautiful, Lu Yang exclaimed, genuinely awed. The area he resided in had become increasingly polluted, shrouded in smog, rendering the sky's true colors unrecognizable, let alone such a splendid nocturnal vista. With practice comes mastery. At this juncture, Lu Yang's fish roasting skills had reached an impressive level. In a mere moment, he had prepared another fish. He removed the roasted delicacy from the grill, inhaling its aroma deeply and giving a satisfied thumbs up. Subsequently, he raised the fish and shouted into the depths of the forest, "Hey, shadow brother over there, aren't you hungry this late? I've roasted an extra fish. Come out and join me." No response came as anticipated. Undeterred, Lu Yang grew bolder, waving his hands to fan the enticing fragrance further into the night. "Wow, this roasted fish is exquisite. It's a pity I can't eat it all. If no one comes to share, I'll have to discard it and let it become fertilizer beneath this training ground." He spoke with feigned regret, his expression full of mock sorrow. The shadowy figure, sword in hand, cast a silent glance of disbelief at the boy. A true ninja must endure what others cannot. He was currently engaged in a mission assigned by the Hokage. With that thought, he retrieved 2 soldier pills from his leg pouch, expressionless as he consumed them. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Mission objective: Tsunade has successfully overcome her inner demons, discovered her life's purpose, conquered her hemophobia, and decided to remain in Konoha. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring water release technique level 10, 10 drops of Tsunade's heart essence, and the multiple shadow clone technique. Using Tsunade's heart essence will allow you to replicate her extraordinary strength. Note: each use is limited to 3 minutes and can only exert 80 of the original power. The rewards for this mission have been issued. We hope you will continue to strive and accomplish future tasks. To my astonishment, I find that I can still wield extraordinary strength. The reward is truly astounding. Lu Yang's heart swelled with joy. One must understand that Tsunade's innate monstrous strength is fearsome enough to shatter Susanoo with a single punch. An 8-fold increase in power is undoubtedly formidable. However, these considerations pale in comparison to the most significant aspect. Tsunade has been fully revitalized, returning to her prime. This is splendid news. If Tsunade, having overcome her fear of blood, chooses to remain in Konoha, it would be a boon without any detriment. Lu Yang leaped up in excitement, entirely oblivious to the fact that someone nearby was intently observing his every move. The war had just concluded, and the situation remained tumultuous, with the 5 great nations each pursuing their own interests with ruthless determination. At the Kenoha hospital, numerous comrades lay injured from the war, yet to recover. Occasionally, casualties arose from ongoing missions. Many of the Hokage's regrets stemmed from the untimely deaths of iconic characters. With Tsunade present, all these issues would find resolution. "Hey, you little brat, what mischief are you speaking of about me?" A melodious female voice pierced the oppressive silence. Lu Yang turned towards the source of the voice, only to find the woman, previously sealed within the 6 paths of thunder, had awakened. She raised her hand and struck the blue barrier before her with tremendous force. In an instant, the barrier shattered into fragments. Seal released. Ninja art, creation rebirth. The diamond-shaped mark on Tsunade's forehead glimmered softly. As the mark vanished, Several black stripes radiated outward from its center, enveloping her entire body. Almost simultaneously, her wounds began to heal rapidly. "The 100 Healings Technique," Lu Yang exclaimed. Although he understood this was Tsunade's unique forbidden technique, witnessing the deep wounds on her body vanish completely within mere seconds left him in awe. Tsunade elegantly lifted her long legs and strolled towards the nearby fire, her 10-centimeter heels clicking rhythmically on the ground. In the stillness of the night, the sound resonated with clarity. Upon seeing her cold, expressionless face, Lu Yang recalled the scenario he had crafted for her within the realm of Izanami, instinctively wanting to flee. "Lu Yang, you have the audacity to torment me within an illusion yet lack the courage to face the consequences?" Tsunade remarked with a cold snort. "If you dare to run, I will ensure you regret it." She flexed her stiff wrist, producing a sharp crack. Terrified by her threat, Lu Yang quickly dismissed any thoughts of escape. "How could I, Lady Tsunade? Oh no, I meant, beautiful sister, think such a thing. Even if I were granted tenfold courage, I would not dare." The youth donned a sycophantic smile and eagerly presented her with a fragrant grilled fish. "I did all this for your sake. Look, I prepared fish for you to enjoy as soon as you regained consciousness." A true gentleman can bend and stretch as needed. He was not intimidated by Tsunade. Rather, he was simply exhibiting respect for the elders and a fondness for the young. The smoothness of his words elicited a cryptic smile from Tsunade. She had no intention of continuing to reprimand Lu Yang. Despite the indescribable agony she had endured in the illusion, it had all been for her own sake. Now, having vanquished her inner demons and cured her hemophobia, she felt a sense of gratitude towards this mischievous youth before her. "Since you are so agreeable, I shall reluctantly spare your life. However, you wouldn't have poisoned the fish, would you? Rest assured, it is entirely natural and harmless." Lu Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment as a flock of crows flew overhead. His words were indeed amusing. Who in the world could poison her? She was a fierce individual who had survived being severed in half. With this thought, Tsunade felt reassured. She crossed her legs and, disregarding the filthy ground, seated herself to relish the meal. To be fair, the grilled fish was quite delectable. "Is there any more? Bring me a few more," Tsunade commanded without mercy. Fortunately, nothing was free. She unfastened the necklace from around her neck and tossed it into the youth's hands. "I am a person of my word. Since you have cured my hemophobia, this original necklace now belongs to you." Chapter 23. One wave settles, another rises. Lu Yang reflected that Tsunade's task had been remarkably arduous. The process dragged from noon into the deep of night, and he could have lost his life in the process. Furthermore, he not only fulfilled Tsunade's request to revive the unconscious Obito, but also resolved his hemophobia, which was why she was willing to part with the necklace. Though he thought this internally, he graciously accepted it outwardly. Yes, thank you for your painful sacrifice in bestowing this necklace upon me," Lu Yang said. This legendary necklace was rumored to bring death to its wearer, but he was skeptical and determined to challenge the superstition. He took the necklace and immediately adorned it around his neck. The silver moonlight cascaded onto the green jade, refracting an unusual glow. Tsunade, having waited for him during lunch and now feeling ravenous, was desperate for more sustenance. A mere palm-sized fish was hardly sufficient to satisfy her hunger. After finishing it in a few bites, she impatiently urged, "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and get me something to eat," or else Tsunade tightened her fists. Her face a mask of threat. Lu Yang, disinterested in conflict, obediently complied. "Indeed, I shall attend to it at once," he replied, his hands weaving intricate seals. With a flourish, he extracted the entire catch of fish from the bucket he had fished earlier that morning. "Just as I had hoped. I have more than enough fish to satisfy our appetites, Granny Tsunade, so you may patiently await my offerings," Lu Yang chuckled gleefully. Employing the technique of multiple shadow clones, he summoned 5 replicas of himself, each diligently engaged in the task at hand. With the assistance of these clones, the process of grilling the fish accelerated remarkably. In a matter of moments, a considerable number of fish were sizzling over the flames. While waiting for Tsunade, Lu Yang had already indulged in his share and was not particularly hungry at that moment. He cast a knowing glance towards a figure beside him. The individual instantly comprehended the silent cue, seized a bamboo skewer from the ground, and forcefully flicked it backward. A sharp whoosh sliced through the air, startling the hidden figure in the woods. The skewer, imbued with chakra, struck firmly into a nearby branch, narrowly missing the figure's head. The sudden commotion disturbed the birds perched above, sending them flapping away into the night. Yu Guang Yuxian halted, breath caught in his throat. He lifted his gaze to find the golden-haired woman, who had moments ago been seated beneath the moonlight, now standing directly before him. having observed us for so long. You must be weary, Yu Guang Yuxian. I command you to join us in our feast, she stated, her face obscured by the distinctive mask of the Anbu. Recognizing her as one of the legendary Sannin, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. He instinctively reached for his blade. But the icy intensity of her gaze compelled him to retract his hand. The weight of Tsunade's grip on his shoulder grew unbearable, instilling in him a foreboding sense that any attempt to resist would result in her shattering his bones. Tsunade, well aware of his internal turmoil, took a bite of the fish with an air of indifference, her tone deceptively calm as she uttered a menacing warning. Do not even think of resisting. I cannot assure you that any of your bones will remain intact. She added, in any case, I could easily revive you should you perish. Yu Guang Yuxian shivered, a chill running down his spine as if he were prey under the gaze of a ferocious beast. Noting his hesitation, Tsunade pressed on. If that old man seeks to hold you accountable, simply inform him that I compelled you. Tsunade was nearly at a loss for words. The Anbu were proficient in many aspects, yet their inability to think independently was a glaring flaw. They adhered strictly to the orders of the third Hokage, Lady Tsunade. Yu Guang Yuxian managed to stammer, struggling to voice his refusal. But Tsunade offered him no opportunity to protest, swiftly dragging him away. Your incessant prattling will only delay my meal. It is settled then, you shall join us for dinner. Resigned, Yu Guang Yuxian ceased his struggle. Meanwhile, on the other side, since parting ways at noon, Lin had not seen Lu Yong return, leaving her consumed with worry. Lord Lu Yong, where are you? Have you eaten? Lin gazed up at the moon, silently praying. Perhaps a spiritual connection was at play, as the phoenix totem in her hand began to react, emitting a faint glow visible only to her. Following the light's guidance, she walked toward the training ground. Unbeknownst to her, a shadowy figure in the water had also emerged and followed her. At the training ground, the recently escaped Tsunade, who urgently needed to replenish her energy, and the famished Anbu, Hokage, were gorging themselves by a large pit. They devoured skewers of food as if they had never tasted a meal before. Even with Liu Yang's 5 clones assisting, they could hardly withstand the voracious appetites of the two. You two are being overly dramatic. Do you act as if you've never eaten fish in your lives? One of the clones, panting and wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, exclaimed. He was utterly exhausted, and just as he finished speaking, he dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Had it not been for the main body catching the ungrilled skewers, an entire fish would have fallen to the ground. The principle of the shadow clone technique involves evenly distributing one's chakra, with all sensations returning to the original body once the technique is dispelled, including fatigue. You two, stop eating already and come help me. Lu Yong was nearly collapsing onto the ground. Not paying sufficient attention to the cooking, a burnt smell suddenly wafted from the large fish he was grilling. Tsunade initially hesitated to assist him, believing it was only natural for juniors to care for their seniors in such situations. However, fearing that the largest fish in the venue would be ruined by Liu Yang's hands, she quickly wiped her mouth and took the skewers from him. Fine. Don't say I'm unfair to you. After this skewer, you can eat first, Tsunade declared boldly. Lu Yang shot her a glance, realizing she had just blurted out her thoughts. She clearly knew he was already full, yet she still said such things, as if eager for others to recognize her kindness. Just as the two engaged in a silent stare-off, Liu Yang's clone, tasked with fetching wine for Tsunade, bounced back into view, accompanied by a short-haired girl with purple markings. Lu Yang, so this is where you are? I've been looking for you. Yawahara Lin spotted Lu Yang in the crowd and jogged toward him. Upon seeing her approach, Liu Yang's face lit up with surprise. However, his expression shifted to one of alarm when he noticed the ominous figures lurking behind her. Lin, be careful. Chapter 24. The Slaughter of the Mist Ninja, A Quest for Vengeance. Even if they discover us, it's too late, one of the ninjas behind her hissed, revealing their weapons with a menacing tone. Lu Yang clenched his fists in fury. More dire still was the doppelganger returning with the wine, who inadvertently fell victim to a shuriken launched from behind, vanishing into thin air. The true body of Lu Yang, along with the two esteemed individuals, was too distant from Lin to render any assistance, rendering their efforts futile. The kunai drew ever closer, poised to pierce the delicate neck of the young maiden. The foreign ninjas bore triumphant smirks upon their lips. Lin, do evade quickly. The three by the campfire held their breaths, their hearts racing with trepidation. However, to their astonishment, the girl before them suddenly turned around, a sinister smile gracing her lips. You wish to take my life? It will not be so simple. In an instant, The deftly wielded chakra scalpel in Yuin Lin's grasp severed the incoming weapon with remarkable precision. She had long been aware of the pursuers trailing her. She had deliberately lured them here, knowing full well that she lacked the strength to eliminate them all. But Liu Yang was different. He was a supreme deity. Moreover, Tsunade and the Anbu of Kenoha were present at the scene. The faces of several ninjas turned ashen. Yet, in the face of danger, they pressed on with grim determination. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. One of the ninjas formed seals with his hands. He expelled a torrent of water, manifesting as a colossal dragon that lunged toward the maiden. With a resounding crash, the mist dissipated, leaving behind only a stout piece of wood, devoured by the water dragon. Not good, it's a substitution technique. Where's the real body? The intruders realized they had been outmaneuvered, hastily forming a defensive formation, back to back, capable of both offense and defense. Those forehead protectors, they're from the mist. From a distance, Liu Yang, having confirmed Lin's safety, clenched his fists and prepared to join the fray. How fortuitous it is that I have stumbled upon this opportunity. Since you mist ninjas possess the audacity to invade Konoha, I shall return the torment you have inflicted upon Lin, doubled. Liu Yang spoke with fierce determination. Although he had lost one eye and was unable to invoke Susanoo, it mattered little. He had myriad means to torment them. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Fire release, storm dance. Fire release, phoenix fire jutsu. Liu Yang unleashed 10 distinct fire techniques in rapid succession. This astounding reservoir of ninjutsu left even the seasoned Tsunade in awe. Goodness, this boy's power is utterly terrifying. What other hidden strengths does he possess? Tsunade-sama, do you require my assistance? Moonlight Yuxian inquired tentatively after finishing the last of the grilled fish. As a member of the direct Anbu under the Hokage, it was prudent to seek Tsunade's counsel, given her legendary status as one of the Sannin. In the village, he was a figure of great esteem, and also a favored disciple of the Hokage. Tsunade happened to pick up a large bag of wine bottles that had fallen nearby, uncorking one and consuming its contents with a satisfying gulp. There was no need for them to involve themselves in the feud between the mist ninjas. It was a matter for the younger generation to resolve. Moonlight Yuin had also heard whispers regarding the incident involving Yuhi Kirin. It was said that Kakashi's team had been ambushed while on a mission, inadvertently falling into a trap set by the mist, leading to the abduction of Yuhi Kirin. Upon her rescue, it was discovered that a tailed beast had been implanted within her. That 12-year-old maiden, for the sake of her village, chose to embrace death. Kirin had become a hero of the village, and now, with fate drawing the adversaries close, it was time for them to settle their accounts. Contemplating this, Moonlight Yuin nodded gently. The battle had only just begun. Several mist ninjas were forced to retreat under the relentless barrage of fire-style jutsu, their chakra nearly depleted, proving futile against the overwhelming pressure that filled their expressions with dread. However, Liu Yang had no intention of letting them off easily. The patterns in his eyes shifted, a trickle of crimson blood flowing from the corner. Amaterasu. Dark flames instantly enveloped them. There was no escape for the hapless few. Embrace the terror of impending death. He taunted. Blame your companion on the road to the underworld for touching my reverse scale. Fire-style, fireball descent. Liu Yang hovered in the air, looking down upon everything beneath him with an air of superiority. Beside him, a series of fireballs of varying sizes appeared, cascading downward as he gestured, hurling them towards the ground. The earth was battered, riddled with craters, and dust swirled around. Liu Yang observed the enemies below, who were now fleeing in disarray. Devoid of chakra, akin to fish on a chopping board, vulnerable to his whims. The fireballs struck their bodies, igniting their garments, and fierce flames erupted. Screams of agony pierced the heavens. Seconds stretched into minutes. After a few moments, the black flames dissipated, leaving behind a scattered array of charred corpses. Liu Yang descended slowly, stabilizing his form. Crystal release, crystal pentagram prison. Surrounding the charred remains, pink crystals emerged, encasing them in layers. With a snap of his fingers, the entire crystal shattered instantaneously, reducing the remains within to mere powder. A gentle breeze swept through, erasing any trace of the fierce battle that had just transpired. Only the charred remnants of plants and pools of water bore witness to the violence that had unfolded. From behind the wooden stumps of the training ground, two slender figures emerged at that very moment. At the scene, Liu Yang's shadow clones had all dispelled their techniques, including the one that had just ruthlessly defeated the mist ninja. Only the person embracing Rin from behind remained, with the Sharingan activated, alongside fire, lightning, and crystal techniques. Tsunade held her chin in contemplation, her curiosity about him growing ever deeper. Indeed, such a prodigious talent, fortunate for us, stands with Kenoha. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. This last thought, however, Moonlight Yuin refrained from articulating. Yet, the astute Tsunade grasped his intentions with precision. Lu Yong had little interest in the two spectators. He gently moved his hand away from Rin's eyes and leaned closer, whispering tenderly in her ear, "Rin, I have avenged you. If you desire, I can reorganize the entire Blood Mist Village for you." Before the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei assumed office, the Hidden Mist Village had enforced a brutal regime that harmed countless ninjas. Chapter 25, A Vow. The boy's promise was resolute and powerful. Noera Rin understood that should she nod in agreement, he would undoubtedly fulfill it. However, she was reluctant to let him proceed. "Lord Lu Yong, it's unnecessary," she turned away, grasping his hand and gently shaking her head. "I know you mean well, but there are so many innocent people in the Mist Village. They should not bear the sins of their companions. In this tumultuous era, all ninjas fought for their village's interests, resorting to any means necessary, risking their lives in battle. For Rin, having once been a dead person, now being granted a second chance at life, felt like the culmination of 8 lifetimes of fortune. Those who had persecuted her were already dead. She did not wish for the shadows of her past to cast a pall over her future happiness. Very well. Since this is your true sentiment, I shall respect your wishes," Lu Yong replied with a smile, his fingertips brushing against the golden mark on her forehead. "Rin, from now on, we are comrades. I will protect you." In such close proximity, Noera Rin could distinctly feel his warm breath and the rhythm of his heartbeat. Embarrassed, she lowered her head and softly responded, Enough of your sweet nothings, you too," suddenly interjected a woman with golden twin tails. Stepping between them and placing her hands on their shoulders, separating them to either side. "Now that we've finished eating and drinking, we should properly discuss how to report everything that just transpired. The invasion of the Mist Ninja, jointly vanquished by Lu Yong and Noera Rin, is without question. However, we must clarify the details of how it occurred and what techniques were employed. So what do you propose, Granny Tsunade?" Lu Yong touched his nose, casting a somewhat ingratiating glance at the woman beside him. Among the 4 witnesses present, Lin stood firmly by his side, so there was no cause for concern. Tsunade had provisionally classified her as neutral. However, her words indicated that there remained room for negotiation. The only other individual was the Anbu member, Moonlight Yuin. The Anbu were solely loyal to the Hokage, which presented a slight complication. "Honestly, how many secrets do you possess, young man?" Tsunade questioned sternly, her demeanor suggesting that if he dared to withhold the truth, she would not hesitate to expose him right there. Lu Yong pinched his thigh forcefully, the sharp pain coaxing a few crystalline tears from his eyes. He gazed at the stunning Tsunade, his eyes brimming with tears. "Sister Tsunade, I assure you, I have no secrets. What you see is all there is, truly." As he spoke, he discreetly blinked his blind right eye, attempting to evoke a sense of pity within Tsunade. It must be said, this ploy, though somewhat shameless, proved effective. The moment she recalled that Lu Yong had lost the light of his right eye because of her, she let out a resigned sigh. "Very well. For the sake of that eye, I will help you deceive the 3rd Hokage. However, what is it?" both Lu Yong and Noera Rin asked in unison. Tsunade did not continue her statement. Meanwhile, Moonlight Yuin, firmly gripping his longsword, donned his animal mask once more, his tone unusually grave. "However, both of you must swear never to betray Kenoha." This was the consensus he had reached with Tsunade. Upon hearing this demand, Noera Rin was momentarily taken aback. She stared blankly at Lu Yong, seeking confirmation that she had not misheard. Lu Yong, stroking his chin, pondered for several moments before stepping forward to grasp Rin's hand. "All right. I promise you both." As he spoke, he raised Rin's hand, soothingly saying, "Rin, do not be afraid. Just follow my lead and do not think of anything else." Noera Rin remained in a daze but trusted Lu Yong, nodding obediently. Lu Yong brought his 3 fingers together, raising them slightly above his head. Noera Rin mimicked him, lifting her hand in kind. "I, Uchiha Lu Yong, swear I will never betray Kenoha. Should I violate this oath, may the heavens strike me down. I, Noera Rin, swear I will never betray Kenoha. Should I violate this oath, may the heavens strike me down." Tsunade and Moonlight Yuin exchanged satisfied glances and nodded approvingly. Tsunade extended her hand, patting the shoulders of the 2 younger shinobi, and said earnestly, "Do not resent me for compelling you to swear. The other hidden villages are always eyeing Kenoha, and should the slightest opportunity arise, they will swarm. Lu Yong, Your power is formidable. And as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, Konoha needs you. She pronounced the words Uchiha clan with considerable emphasis. As Lu Yang listened, he found himself inexplicably amused. It seemed that Tsunade was unaware of the profound discord between the Uchiha clan and the village. However, perhaps it was for the best. The fewer people privy to certain secrets, the greater the happiness. The group exchanged a few more words. Then, under the moonlight, they vanished around the corner. On their way back, Naira Rin pressed her lips together, unable to suppress the curiosity bubbling within her. Lord Lu Yang, I do not understand why Lady Tsunade and the others are behaving this way. Clearly, she and you are both from Konoha and would never betray the village. Why must the elders insist on oaths? What could possibly incite such distrust in us? Rin, listen closely. Lu Yang paused, taking her small hand and guiding her to a nearby bench. A gentle breeze brushed against them, stirring their delicate strands of hair. The world of adults is complex. They have many matters to consider. You need only understand that it is all for the benefit of the village. He added, moreover, my identity must remain concealed. By any means necessary, I wish to preserve this tranquil and simple life. Moments ago, Lu Yang had acted impulsively, forgetting that there were two observers present. Upon seeing a mist ninja poised to assassinate Rin, chaos had seized his mind. In that instant, only boundless rage remained, inadvertently revealing yet another bloodline limit, J-Ton. In the realm of Hokage, those possessing a bloodline limit were exceedingly rare, let alone those endowed with two or more. The odds were staggeringly slim. Naira Rin realized she had ventured into forbidden territory with her inquiries. They sat in silence for a moment, taking a deep breath. Rin reached out to caress his grayish-white right eye, a faint smile gracing her lips. Lord Lu Yang, allow me to be your eyes from now on. Do not worry. This I will heal in a few days, Lu Yang assured her. Yet, at that moment, the young girl appeared frozen in place. Chapter 26. Defying fate, it was merely a temporary blindness resulting from excessive use of ocular techniques. Fearing that Rin might doubt him, Lu Yang patted his chest and guaranteed. Truly, I will be fine after resting for a few days. If it had been an ordinary Meijiki Sharingan, utilizing the forbidden techniques Izanagi or Izanami would have resulted in permanent blindness. However, he was no ordinary person. He was extraordinary. Lu Yang chuckled softly. When he had agreed to assist Tsunade in curing her blood phobia, he had discreetly inquired with the system about the potential repercussions of employing such a forbidden technique. The answer was reassuring. There would be none. Listening to Lu Yang's explanation, Rin remained skeptical. Lord Lu Yang, are you truly certain there is no issue? Do you need me to bandage it? No, it's quite fine as it is. Lu Yang gently caressed her small head, then deftly shifted the subject. It's getting late. I should escort you home to rest. If all goes well, we shall seek out the third Hokage tomorrow to receive our mission. Currently, he resided at the home of Uchiha Fugaku, without any source of income. Over time, it became rather awkward. A few days prior, he had struck a deal with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who promised to arrange a series of identity documents and facilitate his entry into the ranks of ninjas. Once he acquired his forehead protector, he could undertake missions to earn a living. Ah, if only this wretched system were more reliable. If it were to reward me with mountains of gold and silver, I would not need to undertake missions at all, Lu Yang mused inwardly. Yari Rin pondered for a moment and found some truth in his words. All right, but if you, Lord Lu Yang, are feeling unwell, please do let me know. For I am a medical ninja, she concluded with a haughty lift of her chin. Lu Yang stared at her, momentarily entranced. At that moment, everything around them faded into silence. In the vastness of existence, only the girl, with a smile akin to a sunflower, and her crescent-shaped, enchanting eyes remained. The world felt desolate and vast, yet her every smile and frown stood out with exquisite clarity. Let us go, he said, rising to take her hand, leading her step by step toward her home. Their close figures, illuminated by the moonlight, cast a long, elongated shadow. After escorting Rin home, Lu Yang returned to his own abode, which was already past 1 in the morning. For various reasons, he would need to stay at the residence of the Uchiha clan leader for the time being. It was quite late, and concerned about disturbing others in the house, Lu Yang deliberately removed his shoes, intending to stealthily slip into his room. The Uchiha clan was the foremost family in Konoha, and the scale of the clan leader's house was certainly impressive. Lu Yang's room was situated in the innermost corner, requiring him to traverse the expansive courtyard and pass through the master bedroom. Despite his carefulness, he inadvertently startled Mikoto, who had risen for a midnight glass of water. Upon seeing his weary visage, Mikoto expressed her concern. Lu Yang, why are you returning so late? Are you hungry? I can prepare a bowl of ramen for you. No. Thank you, Liu Yang replied, shaking his head in refusal. Unbeknownst to him, Mikoto assumed he was merely being modest, covering her mouth with a chuckle. Oh, you silly boy. Why are you being so polite with me? With that, she turned on the light, donned an apron from the wall, and made her way to the kitchen. In Mikoto's eyes, Liu Yang was no different from her own child. Caring for one more was the same as caring for another. Seeing her determination, Liu Yang rushed forward to stop her. No need, no need. I've already eaten at Lady Tsunade's, he said anxiously, waving his hand. Uchiha Mikoto was admirable in many ways. Yet her maternal instincts were somewhat overwhelming. Upon learning that he was a war orphan, having lost both parents to tragic fates, she wept uncontrollably, declaring her intention to treat him as her own son. After all, her sons were none other than Itachi and Sasuke. However, at this point in time, Sasuke had yet to be born. Liu Yang hesitated, contemplating whether to inform this woman that her two sons would, in the future, unleash chaos upon the entire ninja world. Oh, the expression on the woman's face was one of disappointment. Yet, in an effort to cheer her up, she nodded understandingly. Since you've already eaten, you should rest quickly. Liu Yang responded softly. As he observed Uchiha Mikoto turn to leave, he finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. After enduring countless hardships, he had finally returned to his room. Just as he flopped onto the tatami mat, preparing for a rendezvous with Nuwa, he discovered a soft, squishy bundle had unexpectedly appeared in his bedding. A flock of crows flew overhead. He deftly reached into the covers and pulled out the small bundle. I've told you countless times not to crawl into my bed. Go back to your mother and father, he scolded with mild irritation. To his surprise, Uchiha Itachi began to cry. Wah, brother Liu Yang, don't chase me away. I want to see you perform magic. Liu Yang felt an overwhelming impulse to toss the child out. Who could have imagined that this clingy little rascal would, years later, evolve into the unparalleled genius responsible for the Uchiha clan's demise? Could my interference have altered the course of this world? Liu Yang pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Seeing that he was being ignored, Uchiha Itachi clung to Liu Yang's leg, whining, Wah, brother Liu Yang, I want you to hold me. One must ask, who could refuse the innocent pleas of young Itachi? His soft gaze and the stark contrast of his demeanor made it difficult for Liu Yang to remain unmoved. Ultimately, Liu Yang chose to relent. He lifted Uchiha Itachi and placed him on his knee, forming hand seals with one hand, summoning a bag of tricolored dango from the endless void. Today, brother is a bit tired, so I want to be performing magic for you. Here, take these dango to eat. Just remember to return to your mother and father's room to sleep after you finish, Liu Yang instructed, while thoughtfully using fire release to warm the previously cooled dango in his hand. Then, he handed the entire bag to Itachi. Thank you, brother Liu Yang. The young Uchiha said graciously, clutching his favorite treat. The next moment, he departed with an air of buoyancy, leaving this place behind. Sitting on his bed, Liu Yang gazed at the innocent child, his heart weighed down with profound sorrow. He still recalled how Itachi had a fondness for sweets. Yet, despite his love for sweet delights, he had endured a lifetime of hardship. Itachi, this time, I shall defy fate to alter your destiny, Liu Yang murmured to himself. Chapter 27. Becoming a ninja. The following morning, as anticipated, someone arrived at his home with news that the third Hokage wished to see Liu Yang. Upon hearing this, he hastily prepared himself, foregoing breakfast, and rushed out without delay. Liu Yang, wait. Take your bento, Uchiha Mikoto called after him, only to realize that the boy had vanished without a trace. In the Hokage's office, it was as Liu Yang had surmised. The third Hokage summoned him to facilitate his ninja registration for ordinary individuals aspiring to become ninjas. The path required attending the village's ninja academy followed by passing a graduation examination. However, Liu Yang was different. Having long surpassed the enrollment age and awakened the formidable powers of the Manjiki Sharingan, he could bypass this step entirely. Liu Yang, I want to belabor the details. Simply step aside for a photograph, then come back here to register your information, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, inhaling deeply from his pipe. Beside him lay a document that was unmistakably a ninja registration form. On the other side rested a pristine Kenoha forehead protector. Upon seeing these two items, Liu Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, I'll take care of it right away. To streamline the process, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed the photographer to wait in the office with their equipment. Liu Yang wasted no time and approached the photographer, following their guidance to take a seat on a nearby stool. All right, smile, say cheese. The entire photo session proceeded smoothly. Regrettably, the photograph could not be developed immediately. However, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was promptly submitting the information. Name: Lu Yang. Age: 12 years. Birthday: March 18th. Rank: Genin. Favorite food: instant noodles. Disliked food: none. Dream: to ensure that everyone in this world can live without regrets, in happiness and joy. Lu Yang cheerfully introduced himself as Sarutobi Hiruzen, meticulously inscribed the details in his file. Then, in the sections for his parents, teachers, and place of origin, he recorded unknown for all. The information was now registered. Henceforth, you will be in Kakashi's class alongside Noera Rin and Uchiha Obito. Additionally, please check for any errors. If everything is in order, kindly sign here, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, presenting the organized documents for Lu Yang's review. Lu Yang had no objections to the arrangement. Yet he pretended to glance over the documents before returning them. Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a pristine file folder and placed Lu Yang's materials inside, notably leaving it unsealed, presumably awaiting his photograph. Once everything was in order, the third Hokage, donned in his Hokage attire, solemnly picked up the headband from the table and personally placed it upon the young boy's forehead. Lu Yang, from this moment forth, you are a genin of the Hidden Leaf Village. You must strive diligently and not disappoint the expectations I have for you. The third Hokage gently patted the boy's shoulder, his tone brimming with encouragement and hope, akin to a caring elder addressing a younger relative. Lu Yang nodded in response. Rest assured, Lord Hokage, I will give my utmost effort. Such formal declarations were his forte. After expressing his resolve, Lu Yang turned and exited the Hokage's office without a backward glance. Having finally achieved his dream of becoming a ninja, Lu Yang was overwhelmed with excitement. He hurriedly made his way to the hospital, eager to share this joyous news with his three unfortunate companions. However, before that, he needed to procure some treats. Hello, ma'am. I would like 2 boxes of dango to go, please. Thank you. Lu Yang approached the counter. Lacking money, he resorted to his usual practice of retrieving a pearl from the endless void to pay. These pearls were what he had gathered while fishing in the river that day, each one snow white and beautifully round. Under normal circumstances, the shopkeeper would have eagerly accepted such a perfect pearl. Yet today, upon seeing the headband on Lu Yang's forehead, she felt genuine happiness for him. Ah, so you've become a ninja as well. Consider these 2 boxes of dango a celebratory gift from me. Keep up the good work. As she spoke, the shopkeeper handed him the freshly packed dango. Lu Yang did not hesitate. He accepted the sweets and the pearl with a beaming smile, bowing deeply. Thank you, ma'am. I won't be rude. I'll come by to help wash dishes when I have the time. I must be off now, goodbye. The shopkeeper, fond of the boy, waved kindly at him. Lu Yang was the kind of child she grew increasingly fond of, upright, kind-hearted, and diligent, reminiscent of her late child. At this thought, her eyes involuntarily glistened with moisture. Upon arriving at Obito's hospital room, Lu Yang found Kakashi and Rin already present. He seized the opportunity to share his good news with them all at once. He expected them to be happy for him, but to his surprise, Uchiha Obito leapt from the bed in anger after hearing the news. Why is that? He pointed accusingly at the 3 of them, his voice cold. Aren't we comrades? Why did you 3 go on a mission together while I was left here all alone? Lu Yang, Kakashi, and Lin prepared to undertake a mission and informed Obito accordingly. Lu Yang stood with his arms crossed, remaining silent. It was Kakashi, usually expressionless, who unexpectedly spoke up to explain to Obito, Obito's, your most pressing concern at the moment is to remain in the hospital and wait this period out. Unfortunately, these words sounded to Obito like nothing more than blatant evasion. In a fit of rage, he shoved Kakashi aside, his tone frantic. Enough. What else do you have to say? Every day here, I either eat or sleep. If I continue lying around, I'll become useless. Can you comprehend my feelings? No, you cannot possibly understand. The contrast between Obito's breakdown and Lu Yang's silence was stark. For reasons unknown, Lu Yang suddenly felt an urge to laugh. If Obito were aware that his current state of existence was the coveted lifestyle of countless individuals on Blue Star, what would his reaction be? As the saying goes, being in fortune yet unaware of it, this aptly describes Uchiha Obito. Come now, Obito. Kakashi is only looking out for your well-being. We are all under the constant surveillance of the Anbu, and your presence here grants you a certain freedom. At a critical moment, Lin stepped forward. Lu Yang deliberately placed his hand on her shoulder, saying, Indeed, if we do not undertake missions, we won't even be able to cover your hospital expenses. At this, Obito completely erupted, furiously leaping from the bed and throwing a punch in Lu Yang's direction. Chapter 28. Playing along, surely you jest. Where in this world are there so many resurrection jutsu? Obito had not truly recovered. If you doubt this, the upper echelons of Konoha, led by Tenten and Mito, have been closely monitoring Obito. Today, Tsunade found herself unable to intervene, and in a moment of helplessness, brought him along. As the door swung open, Tsunade was met with the sight of the boy, who should have been gravely injured and unable to rise. Now flushed with color, grappling energetically with Lu Yang. Her eyes widened, and she dashed into the room, swiftly subduing Obito and pinning him back onto the bed. Shouting to her subordinates outside, "Shizen, Obito is having another episode. Quickly bring me a sedative." "Understood, Lady Tsunade," Shizen replied, departing at once. The remarkable synergy between the mentor and pupil prompted Lu Yang to give them an approving thumbs up. At that moment, several high-ranking officials from Konoha entered the room. Tsunade, a woman accustomed to high-stakes situations, maintained her composure amidst the tension. In a voice only audible to Obito, she urged, "Obito, cooperate." Even pinned beneath her, Obito, however slow he might be, realized he had landed himself in a serious predicament. One could only feign a semblance of madness amidst the chaos. "Release me, you ruffians. I shall avenge my companions Lin and Kakashi," cried Obito, his fury palpable. "Obito, calm yourself," Lin urged, stepping forward and grasping his arm. The astute Ru Yang, quick to comprehend the situation, exchanged a knowing glance with Kakashi, and together, they lunged to restrain him from either side. Kakashi, the exemplary student, unleashed his dramatic prowess. "Obito, do take a moment to reflect on who we truly are. Bah, you misty ninjas shall not deceive me. Even in death, I shall not fall into your snare." Obito had long harbored disdain for Kakashi, seizing this moment to spit vehemently. Kakashi, brimming with resentment, understood that this was not the time for grievances. Obito's strength surged, veins protruding on his forehead. Ru Yang and the others, wary of injuring him, restrained him cautiously, nearly allowing him to break free. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of bone fracturing. In his fierce struggle, Obito inadvertently dislocated his shoulder. The excruciating pain contorted his features, driving him further into madness as he sank his teeth into Ru Yang's arm. "Get off. What a vengeful soul," Ru Yang thought bitterly. Had he known, he would have refrained from provoking him. "Obito, please calm down. We are your allies." Lin's performance was nothing short of masterful. She interposed herself between the two, attempting to separate them, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. Obito's movements hesitated momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Ru Yang and Kakashi swiftly subdued him. Just then, Tsunade, having procured the sedative, burst through the door. "Hurry, give me the sedative," Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes alight with urgency upon seeing her savior. Without waiting for the sedative to reach her, she rushed forward and seized it. "Hold him tight. Do not allow him to move, or we may miss the pressure points." "Understood," Ru Yang and Kakashi replied, applying even greater force to their grip. Tsunade expertly administered the injection swift, decisive, and precise. The effects of the sedative took hold rapidly, and Obito's tumultuous emotions began to stabilize. Before long, he succumbed to a profound slumber. Exhausted, the group slumped at the bedside, gasping for breath, still shaken by the recent events. Ru Yang, ever the dramatist, remarked, "Lady Tsunade, Obito's condition is increasingly dire. Will he truly recover?" The deep bite mark on his arm, a testament to Obito's ferocity, elicited a sharp intake of breath from Lin, who knelt in distress, employing her healing techniques to tend to his grievous wound. Tsunade pressed her lips together, poised to address Lu Yang's inquiry when she was abruptly interrupted by several senior officials in the room. "Tsunade, what exactly is happening here?" inquired Mito Minyan, the leader among them. Behind him stood several other elder figures from Konoha, each past their prime. These individuals seldom made public appearances, only emerging for significant matters concerning the village, necessitating their involvement in decision-making and strategic planning. The multitude of bizarre occurrences in the village had compelled their attention. Tsunade's gaze flickered as her mind raced. Engaging with these individuals required utmost vigilance. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. This individual was returned to us with his heart excised by the enemy. Thankfully, Rin managed to perform rudimentary treatment, granting him a sliver of hope. During surgery, an unforeseen complication arose as I inadvertently touched some delicate nerves. Moreover, it seems he endured extraordinary torment during his disappearance, resulting in some mental instability. As you can observe, this child occasionally loses his sanity, failing to recognize his comrades, consumed solely by the desire for vengeance. At this juncture, Tsunade paused. Casting a glance at the slumbering youth on the bed, inhaling deeply, her eyes brimming with compassion. The scars of war were profound. Currently, we have yet to discover a method to aid Obito in his recovery. Tsunade, unwavering in her resolve, fabricated a lie without a hint of hesitation. To safeguard these young ones, she was resolutely committed. These old-timers were certainly not to be underestimated. Lu Yang understood that it was unwise for them, the inconsequential juniors, to remain in this setting. Thus, he exchanged meaningful glances with Kakashi, Rin, and Ino, silently signaling them to retreat. He graciously closed the door behind him. In the ward, only Tsunade, the Konoha elders, and the unconscious figure remained. The once cramped space became noticeably more expansive following the departure of the younger generation. The boy on the bed, however, was not in deep slumber. He lay with his eyes tightly shut, listening intently to the adults' discussion, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In the corridors of Kenoha Hospital, Rin couldn't shake off the worry as she recalled the large needle that had been inserted into Obito's flesh. In the context of health, administering a sedative wouldn't cause any issues, right? Haha, that wasn't a sedative at all, Ino chuckled, cradling DN and squinting with a smile. It was merely a standard nutritional supplement, entirely beneficial with no drawbacks. Reassured by her words, Rin felt a sense of relief. Just as she was about to articulate further thoughts, she spotted a youth clad in a snug green outfit racing towards her with the wind at his heels. Chapter 29, Rank Mission. Kakashi, I see you are here. Come with me immediately for a battle that belongs to men. Before the arrival of the individual, their voice resonated. As the person spoke, they suddenly accelerated, lunging towards the silver-haired youth beside Lu Yang. Kakashi, already accustomed to such flamboyant antics, swiftly appeared behind Rin, causing the assailant to miss their target. Unfazed, the newcomer exerted force with their heels, coming to a sudden halt. Subsequently, they approached Lu Yang, confidently brushing their fingertips across their nose, surveying him from every conceivable angle. A minute later, the youth clad in a snug green outfit finally discerned Lu Yang's identity and extended a hand. Greetings, you must be Lu Yang. At this juncture, Kakashi sensed impending trouble. As anticipated, the newcomer boldly proclaimed an over-the-top self-introduction before the onlookers. I am the proud azure beast of Konoha, my eternal rival, Kakashi Hatake. And I shall become a man more formidable than anyone else. Remember my name, Madogai. Kai exclaimed excitedly, flashing his signature grin. His perfectly aligned white teeth and the utterly theatrical lines were quintessentially him. Lu Yang momentarily stood in astonishment, quickly regaining his composure to grasp Kai's hand. Then, under the watchful eyes of Kakashi and Rin, he uttered an even more embarrassing line. Ah, my dear Prince Kai, it is a pleasure to meet you. I've heard your physical prowess is the strongest among your peers. Moreover, I've been told that your father, Might Due, single-handedly vanquished 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. How impressive. Would you be so kind as to teach me your techniques? Lu Yang grasped Kai's shoulder, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. If he felt no embarrassment, then it was others who would feel awkward. If one cannot win, one must join. The essence lies in sincerity. Kakashi, Rin, and Tsunade had initially planned to rescue Lu Yang from the situation. However, upon witnessing this scene, they were all left dumbfounded. In unison, they covered their eyes and turned away, opting for the bliss of ignorance. I don't know them. I don't know them. I don't know them. The importance of this declaration warranted repetition thrice. Lu Yang shot a disapproving glance at the trio, deriding their inability to handle such a trivial scenario. Really? Ha. My father is the mightiest man in the world, one of the greatest ninjas ever. Kai, upon hearing praise for his father, burst into a proud laugh. Let us engage in a youthful competition. Should you triumph over me, I might consider imparting my techniques to you, the 8 Gates. This technique stands as the pinnacle of physical prowess in the realm of Naruto. In his later years, Kai, having unlocked all 8 gates, nearly delivered a decisive blow to Uchiha Madara, almost concluding the tale itself. In the past, his father, Might Due, left a lifelong shadow on the fortunate escapee, Liu Zong. Lu Yang harbored a strong desire to master the 8 gates of Duinjia, yet due to the current circumstances, he could only defer his aspirations for the time being. So it is settled. Next time, I shall challenge you to see who among us is the strongest. But for today, we 3 must seek out Lord Hokage to receive our assignments, Lu Yang declared. Presently, he was in dire financial straits, and nothing was more paramount than undertaking missions to earn money. At that moment, Kakashi, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Indeed, Obito's injuries are quite severe. We do not know how long he will remain hospitalized. We must earn funds for his medical expenses. Kakashi's words left Guy with no room for rebuttal. All of them, having lost their loved ones in the war, were left with nothing but their solitude. It was widely recognized that the Uchiha clan revered strength above all else. Obito, being an unremarkable underachiever, was hardly regarded within the clan. The so-called subsidies were likely meager. Now, with his grave condition, he was surely in dire need. All right. But do take me along. I currently have no missions at hand, Guy said cheerfully, concerned that his companions might leave him behind. He quickly added, I will forego any commission. All rewards upon task completion shall go to Obito. We are comrades, and he is in a difficult situation. I ought to lend a hand. Having played his part, Kakashi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How could he possibly convey to this fellow that Obito was, in fact, not in dire straits? However, the socially adept Liu Yang seized Guy's hand and exclaimed, Excellent. Then I shall express our gratitude to Obito on your behalf. A radiant smile adorned Liu Yang's face. Rin observed him with a perplexed expression, curious about his true intentions. Thus, the matter was settled. Liu Yang, Rin, Guy, and their leader, Kakashi, swiftly made their way to the Hokage's office, while Shizen turned back to the hospital to continue her duties. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, regarded the young ninjas before him, weighing his options before assigning them a recently received mission. The task involved the safe escort of a pair of merchants and their goods from the land of iron to the land of water. Upon seeing the mission rank displayed on the assignment scroll, Liu Yang's expression soured. Third Hokage, might you grant us a more advanced task? Anything would suffice. This rank is far too simplistic. Most importantly, the commission is rather meager. Hiruzen shook his head, replying, This mission is quite urgent. The client is waiting just outside. At present, aside from you few, there are truly no other available ninjas. The implication was clear. There was no room for negotiation. Given the circumstances, Liu Yang ceased his resistance and ultimately chose to accept the assignment. Very well, but next time, you must assign us a higher-ranked mission, promised Sarutobi Hizashi. After uttering these words, he called out towards the entrance. A middle-aged man, slender and wearing a straw hat with a blade of dogtail grass clenched between his teeth, appeared before the assembly. His name was Banzai, the client of the mission. Mr. Banzai, your commission will be undertaken by these individuals. Sarutobi Hizashi introduced the two parties. Banzai scrutinized them with a skeptical gaze, his eyes glinting with doubt. A bunch of youngsters. This should not pose a problem, right? Hey, we are serious ninjas. Not mere children. Our captain, Kakashi, is a jonin. Kai retorted indignantly, puffing out his chest with pride at the mention of Kakashi. At that moment, the cold voice of the system echoed in Liu Yang's ear. Beep. You have a new mission. Chapter 30. The Secrets of the Land of Iron. Please uncover the secrets of the Land of Iron and fulfill Banzai's wish. System, are you mistaken? This guy seems shifty. His wish is to replace us. The system remained unresponsive. Liu Yang felt exasperated. The system seemed to toy with him daily. No, I cannot succumb to this. I am the Dreamweaver. He unceremoniously slapped himself, a reminder to stay focused. Dreamweaver, a common man's dreams are still dreams. A common man's regrets are still regrets. He nearly transformed into the very person he despised most. At that moment, Banzai and Kai were embroiled in a heated argument. Liu Yang's sudden slap effectively silenced their quarrel, capturing the attention of everyone present. What followed was even more disastrous. The oblivious Might Guy approached, a look of confusion plastered on his face. Liu Yang, why are you hitting yourself? He asked, reaching out to touch the forehead protector on Liu Yang's face. By the way, why do you also cover your eyes like Kakashi? Does that make you look cooler? Liu Yang nearly collapsed from the embarrassment. Such social humiliation was unparalleled. Yet, he maintained a calm facade, replying, It's nothing. I was bitten by a mosquito earlier and lost control momentarily. Right? Don't you think it makes you look even cooler? Liu Yang generously leaned closer, allowing the other to observe the details of his face. Meanwhile, Liu Yang reached to tug at Kai's waist protector. Only Kakashi and Rin were privy to the news of Liu Yang's temporary blindness in his right eye. Understanding Liu Yang's intentions, they discreetly remained silent. When two social butterflies converged, either they would conquer the world together, or one would undoubtedly become socially anxious. Clearly, Might Guy fell into the latter category. Hey, don't hide. Everyone is like brothers. How delightful it would be to enhance our appearances together. No, that is unnecessary. I am quite content as I am. For some inexplicable reason, Kai found himself hiding behind Kakashi. Liu Yang scoffed, pulling down his eyelid with his index finger, making a silly face at him. How boring. You have squandered the opportunity to become handsome. After resolving the farce, Lu Yang strode confidently in front of Lan Ji, declaring with arrogance, "Let us set off now. Everyone's time is precious." Lan Ji, who already harbored skepticism towards these youngsters, felt even more incensed by this remark. However, Lu Yang did not afford him a chance to refuse. He leaned in closer, whispering into Lan Ji's ear, "Humph, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. The land of iron is not as tranquil as it appears on the surface." His tone was not one of inquiry, but rather a statement of certainty. Lan Ji's eyes narrowed. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately chose to acquiesce. The mission was urgent. The group bid farewell to the third Hokage and embarked on their journey to the land of iron. Along the way, Kai curiously leaned towards Lu Yang, inquiring about what he had said to Lan Ji that prompted such a sudden change of heart. Nothing much. Merely presented him with a choice, to endure a beating or to proceed. Lu Yang replied nonchalantly. Kai turned in bewilderment to glance at the protagonist, Lan Ji, who merely huffed and turned away. "Lu Yang, it is indeed you," Kai remarked, patting the young man's shoulder with admiration. "The land of iron is a small nation bordered by the land of fire, the land of waterfalls, and the land of rice. In proximity to the land of earth and the land of lightning. Lacking ninjas, their military strength consists solely of warriors who fight with weapons imbued with chakra. This absence of ninjas has allowed them to remain unscathed by the turmoil of the three great ninja wars, establishing them as a neutral nation." After 3 arduous days, Lu Yang and his companions finally arrived at the border between the land of fire and the land of iron. Climbing over a hill, they beheld the desolate and uninhabited expanse of the land of iron below. Once they crossed this threshold, they would completely depart from the land of fire and commence their mission. He turned and, in an instant, appeared before Lan Ji. A chakra-infused surgical knife pressed against his neck. "Now that we are here, it is time to reveal your true intentions." If Lu Yang initially sought to provoke Lan Ji, this was the moment for the genuine confrontation. He bore not only the weight of his mission but also the fates of several companions. "Lu Yang, what are you doing?" "He is our employer." "Silence." Lu Yang snapped coldly. Kai looked on in astonishment, wishing to intervene, but was firmly restrained by Kakashi, who held his arm tightly. "We are now encircled by the enemy," Kakashi remarked with a dispassionate demeanor. Upon hearing his words, Kai's expression shifted subtly. Reason compelled him to trust his companions and refrain from rash actions. Blenozu swallowed hard, remaining silent throughout. Lu Yang exerted a slight pressure, the chakra blade in his hand effortlessly slicing through his flesh. Just a fraction more, and he could sever the neck. Defiance serves no purpose. The ninjas that have appeared are not of a mere caliber. Within a kilometer's distance, there are at least 6 ninjas, necessitating an elevation of the mission's classification. Should you persist in your silence, we will have no choice but to abort the mission and return. Though they are ninjas, fighting for money, villages, and nations, they too possess the right to safeguard their own lives. 6. When exactly did they lie in ambush? Kai was taken aback by this number. He strained to recall if he had overlooked any details along the way. Why did his companion sense the danger while he failed to detect even the slightest hint? The intense aura emanating from the boy caused Blenozu's heart to constrict, no longer able to conceal his trepidation. After a moment of silence, he finally confessed, "Unlike the land of fire, our land of iron is a neutral nation. Our livelihood relies on manufacturing cold weapons for various countries, thus generating income. Within the borders of the land of iron, there exists an abundance of skilled blacksmiths, and Blenozu's village is no exception. Typically, they sustain their existence through small trades with neighboring countries. However, the blacksmiths of Blenozu's village are divided into 2 factions, the conservatives and the innovators. The conservatives are dedicated to preserving and promoting the esteemed craftsmanship of their ancestors, a legacy that has endured for centuries. In contrast, the innovators espouse the philosophy of creating the most formidable ninja tools, seeking ultimate power by any means necessary." Blenozu was about to elaborate further when a sharp kunai suddenly shot out from the forest, aimed directly at his head. Chapter 31. "Please, save me." "Ah, don't kill me." Blenozu, filled with terror, clasped his head and crawled on the ground. Lu Yang executed a swift kick, sending the glimmering kunai crashing against the tree trunk. "A coward like you is hardly worth lamenting. Allow me to send you to the paradise where your old man resides," he mockingly said. It was at this moment that the explosive tag bound above caught the eyes of several individuals. Kakashi, quick-witted and agile, shielded his companions with his body, swiftly forming hand seals before crouching down and slamming his hands onto the ground. "Earth release, earth wall." A sturdy earthen wall materialized before them. A thunderous roar perfectly intercepted the attack of the explosive talisman, leaving everyone in a state of alarm, yet unscathed. Liu Yang gazed at the several dog heads above, giving a thumbs up to Kakashi. Impressive, Kakashi. When it comes to artistry, I can only admire you. Art is indeed a dog-ass head. Kakashi, uninterested in idle chatter, retrieved his short blade, positioning it firmly across his chest, ever prepared for battle. That was merely an appetizer, Lanji, even if you returned to Konoha with reinforcements. What would it matter? Just a bunch of kids, utterly useless. The enemy's derision continued unabated. Liu Yang struggled to pinpoint their exact location when a thick white mist began to envelop them, obscuring everyone's vision. This is bad. It's the hidden mist technique. It appears we are likely facing mist ninjas. How unfortunate. It seems this mist won't cease. Liu Yang couldn't help but voice his frustration. In the time since his arrival, this marked the third encounter with mist ninjas. Complaints aside, to shield Lanji from harm, Liu Yang swiftly cast a sealing technique. Crystal Release, Fruit of Crimson. Endless Void. Lanji, you must endure for a while within. Once I deal with these pests, I will release you immediately. Having completed his task, Liu Yang began to stretch his limbs. Predictably, he received no response from the other party. Meanwhile, Kai, unwilling to remain trapped, initiated his offensive. Leaf Whirlwind. His hands positioned behind him, his legs spun like a top in a clockwise motion, generating a whirlwind that surprisingly dispersed a small area of the mist. The figures concealed within the fog revealed themselves at that moment. A grin spread across Kai's face. Summoning all his strength, he charged forward, circling around the enemy with such speed that only an afterimage remained. In the next instant, the bewildered adversary was met with a kick to the chin, propelling him into the air. Let us see how you fare against my latest technique. You should consider yourself fortunate, Kai sneered. Like a vengeful specter. He followed up with a powerful kick to the man's abdomen. One kick followed another, totaling more than 10 strikes. What? The adversary, caught unprepared, spewed a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Kai swiftly appeared behind the man, locking his arms around his chest, binding their forms together. They spun like a top at high speed. A thunderous noise echoed, piercing everyone's eardrums. Lotus Bloom. The mist thickened once more. The area previously cleared by Kai was again engulfed in dense water vapor. What on earth is this relentless phenomenon? Everyone, be cautious, Kai lamented. As soon as his words fell, several sharp projectiles suddenly shot from the shadows, striking his back with unwavering accuracy. A piercing pain made him gasp. The essence of battle dictates that one must first eliminate the medical ninja. Meanwhile, the situation for Noera Rin was far from favorable. The dense fog obscured the figures of her companions, rendering everything within the impenetrable mist indistinct. All that remained before Rin was a thick veil of white fog. From time to time, enemies emerged from the haze, delivering brutal strikes, and before she could react, they vanished once more into the obscurity. Before long, several gashes had appeared on her body. Damn it, with this fog, I can hardly see anything. No, I cannot concede defeat. As a medical ninja, I must survive until the end, Rin gritted her teeth. In an unprecedented move, she closed her eyes, relying on her acute senses to perceive the faint aura of impending danger. Behind her, Rin jolted. Her right hand coalesced a sharp chakra scalpel, and she swiftly turned to stab it into the assailant's body. The sound of flesh tearing echoed in the air. The assailant looked down in disbelief at the wound on his chest, staggering backward before once again vanishing into the mist. With her initial success, Rin's courage surged. Kakashi, as the captain, lived up to expectations, effortlessly dispatching 2 adversaries amidst the dire combat. Liu Yang activated Sage Mode, gaining control over the entire battlefield. He observed his teammates, each displaying remarkable bravery, unwilling to lag behind. Since you all prefer to act like timid turtles, allow me to indulge you, Liu Yang smirked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Harnessing the formidable perception granted by Sage Art, he swiftly pinpointed the positions of all enemies. With a single hand sign, a bolt of blue lightning manifested in his palm. Immediately, this blue lightning split into 3 beams, piercing through all adversaries in an instant. Lightning Release, Chidori Sharp Spear. The dense fog in the forest began to dissipate as the caster fell. Before that, Liu Yang had quietly concealed his Sage Mode and released the blue Zai from the infinite void. He snapped his fingers, and the red fruit encasing Zai transformed into powder, nourishing the plants below. All is well now. The danger has passed, Liu Yang stated calmly. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Rin's wounds. a look of concern washing over his face as he rushed to her side. "Rin, how did you get hurt? I will treat you immediately." As he spoke, he hastily employed healing jutsu to tend to her injuries. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yuin initially intended to refuse. Yet the powerful and warm chakra coursed into her body, stirring an unexpected warmth within her heart. Under Liu Yang's healing, Lin's injuries miraculously healed in the blink of an eye. Having resolved this minor episode, Liu Yang and his companions redirected their attention to Aoi no Suk. With a thud, Aoi no Suk collapsed to the ground, pleading, "Please, save me." His eyes were filled with desperate yearning. Chapter 32, Upgrade Mission. Aoi no Suk, please rise. Lin Yuan implored as she stepped forward to assist him. However, the man, resolute in his despair, refused to budge. The others instinctively glanced towards Kakashi, their captain, who bore the weight of responsibility for the safety of his comrades. In the past, he had failed to protect them, but he vowed not to repeat that mistake. This mission had encountered a multitude of hostile ninjas, and indeed, as Liu Yang had initially suggested, the mission's level of difficulty warranted a classification of at least that grade. The recent adversaries were likely mist ninjas, possessing strength at least on par with Nin. Kakashi approached, looking down at the pitiful man before him with a cold gaze. "Now, you may articulate what you left unsaid earlier. However, the decision to continue or terminate the mission will depend on the specific circumstances." This was the extent of his concessions. Aoi no Suk, already at his wit's end, felt the weight of the mist ninja's earlier words, fearing for his father's fate. He had no choice but to divulge everything. Those ninjas were summoned by Keiichiro Inuin from the Land of Water, aimed at thwarting our mission to deliver weapons to the daimyo of the Land of Water. My father, Daiki Yamashita, is the leader of the conservatives. While the reformists are relentlessly pursuing the power of ninja tools by any means necessary, they would not hesitate to kill formidable ninjas and then, through forbidden techniques, imprison the souls of the deceased within the tools. This way, these tools could wield the jutsu of the departed in life. My goodness, how brutal. The group could not help but gasp in horror. Through such means, lifeless weapons were transformed into vessels that imprison living souls. With Lin's healing, Guy's injuries had also fully recovered. He clenched his fists, seething with indignation. Liu Yang remained silent, discreetly trailing behind Kakashi, his right hand cradling his chin as he watched the white-haired boy with keen interest, anticipating the unfolding events. Kakashi squinted, signaling Aoi no Suk to continue. Initially, the reformists only existed within our village. Due to their cruel methods of creation, they were not accepted by the world. However, as Yamashita Ban spoke, his gaze grew increasingly sorrowful. The outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War provided the innovative faction with a golden opportunity to expand wildly, catapulting them into prominence. In a remarkably brief span, their influence permeated the entirety of the Iron Country. The conservative and innovative factions now stood at an impasse, their animosity palpable. The diligent conservatives, led by Inuzuka Kichir, found themselves on the verge of vanishing from the annals of history. At this juncture, the feudal lord of the Land of Water extended a helping hand. We aspired to leverage this substantial contract to restore the prestige of our conservative faction and regain a semblance of our former glory. However, it was unclear who had leaked our plans, enabling Inuzuka Kichir to uncover our intentions. Constrained by the disparity in strength between the two factions, and faced with the occasional harassment from our adversaries, we chose to turn a blind eye. All for the sake of delivering that substantial order of ninja tools to the hands of the feudal lord of the Land of Water within the stipulated time frame. Until, suddenly, the most skilled blacksmith of the conservatives, Banz's father Yamashita Daiki, succumbed to poisoning. At this point, Banz's eyes brimmed with tears. Those with discernment understood that this was a ruse orchestrated by Inuzuka Kichir, yet we found ourselves utterly powerless. My father, despite his poison condition, fought valiantly to complete this batch of ninja tools, yet the poison has now seeped into his very marrow. The village doctor has declared there is no hope for him. I am truly sorry, I have deceived you all. The funds we gathered are merely sufficient to commission a single high-level task. Once we deliver this batch of ninja tools to the Land of Water and receive the subsequent payment, I will assuredly allocate the remaining commission to you. I implore you, please save us. We are truly at our wit's end. Banz's voice was filled with anguish, choking back tears. The recent battle had revealed the true strength of these young men. If they were willing to lend their aid, this crisis could surely be averted. Banz bit his lip firmly, seemingly resolving upon a certain decision, and bent forward. Ding. Task objective. Banz's words have been confirmed. Congratulations, host, for successfully uncovering the secret of the Iron Country. Current task completion stands at 50%. Fulfill Banz's wish and reverse the crisis of the conservative faction to complete the task. The system's cold voice echoed in Liu Yang's mind. In an instant, he appeared before Banz and caught him before he could collapse. Banz, you are the client of our Leaf mission. We cannot accept such a generous offering from you, Liu Yang declared, placing particular emphasis on the latter words. The customer is indeed king, regardless of the subsequent developments regarding this task. They had no justification for accepting such lavish gifts from the client. Liu Yang helped the person to their feet and turned his gaze towards Kakashi. Kakashi, what is your opinion? This matter is of great significance. It would be prudent for me to draft a letter and send it back to Konoha for the Hokage's judgment. Kakashi replied. Banzazook's eyes were filled with despair. Kai, unable to bear the sight of Banzazook's distress, pleaded on his behalf. Kakashi, they are pitiful. Let us lend them our assistance. Indeed, Rin chimed in. If the innovation faction continues its brazen behavior, it will only bring more suffering to the innocent. She displayed a remarkable acuity by analyzing the situation's pros and cons. In light of this battle, Konoha has sustained heavy casualties, and other nations are eyeing us warily. Particularly the Mist Shinobi. If we can assist Banzazook in fulfilling this commission, we might also seize the opportunity to quell their arrogance and eliminate that band of ruthless scoundrels. This would significantly eradicate a considerable threat to us. The tools capable of sealing the souls of the deceased and wielding their techniques were indeed formidable. If such a power continued to proliferate, it could one day be turned against the very kin of Konoha. The mere thought sent shivers down Kai's spine. Kakashi found Rin's reasoning compelling. After a moment's contemplation, he glanced at Liu Yang. Confirming that there were no objections from him, he made a decision. Very well, then. We shall undertake this mission. However, any additional remuneration for the upgraded task must be sent to Konoha in full. Kakashi's expression was unusually grave. Chapter 33. An alternate objective. Moreover, there is one crucial stipulation. Should we encounter an adversary beyond our capacity to confront, we will unconditionally withdraw and terminate the mission. Kakashi stated. This was the greatest concession he could offer. He understood Liu Yang's desire for a higher-level task and was well aware of the complex web of relations entwined with the secrets of the Land of Iron. Yet, everything stemmed from Banzazook's failure to follow the proper protocol in commissioning the task. Their team consisted of him as the only Jonin, while Rin and Kai were Chunin. And Liu Yang was still a mere Jinin. Their limited strength meant that if they faced an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, they would have no choice but to retreat and return to Konoha to request a more formidable team from the third Hokage. Understood, Captain Kakashi. We will proceed as you say, Banzazook exclaimed joyfully. Having reached an agreement, Kakashi's team continued their journey towards the Land of Iron. Meanwhile, on the other side, the leader of the innovation faction, Inuyaki Keiichiro, upon hearing news that the ambush he had sent to confront Banzazook had resulted in total annihilation, furiously smashed the table before him with a clenched fist. Useless. All of them are worthless. They couldn't even handle a few mere children. We dispatched Chunin. Yet we have no inkling as to why those youngsters are so formidable. His subordinates knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Inui Keiichiro rose from his seat and, taking 2 steps at a time, swiftly approached the bottom of the staircase, delivering a kick that sent one of them sprawling. All excuses, a group of worthless individuals. Why harbor such anger? They are merely a band of children. In the darkness, a tall figure emerged. Upon seeing him, Inui Keiichiro's complexion darkened further. To ensure absolute security, he had expended a significant sum in commissions to summon this group of ninjas from the hidden mist village. Losing 6 at the outset was something he could not accept. I, Inui Keiichiro, never engage in unprofitable dealings. If you cannot resolve this, then return my commission double. Rest assured, I shall ensure their complete annihilation. The figure licked the weapon in his hand, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face. Kakashi's team remained oblivious to the impending danger that lurked quietly. In the village, the conservative faction had long been lying in wait in the shadows, standing about a kilometer from the village entrance. A man caught sight of Aoi returning with support from the Leaf village, sprinting eagerly towards the village. Report. Aoi has returned, bringing Leaf ninjas with him. We are saved. The man dared not take a breath, steadying himself before relaying all he had witnessed. The conservatives, upon hearing this, hurried to the village entrance to welcome them. However, just as they reached the entrance, they were blocked by members of the reformist faction. Good dogs do not obstruct paths. Humph. Who are you calling a dog? Do not think that just because you returned from the Leaf with reinforcements, you can rest easy. Mind your own business. Our people have discovered that all the assassins you sent have perished. The messenger, who had just returned, ruthlessly mocked them. The conservatives had been particularly cautious about this operation, sending individuals to lie in wait near the Iron and Fire countries. By sheer coincidence, they stumbled upon the corpses of 6 mist ninjas. Good news seldom travels far. But calamities spread like wildfire. The disgrace had reached their adversaries, causing the reformists' faces to flush with anger. You, what about me? If you have the guts, come and bite me. The banter escalated as the two factions faced off at the village entrance, tension palpable. Soon, Aoi returned with Kakashi's team to the village. The conservatives, upon seeing them, rushed forward eagerly. Aoi, you have finally returned. These are the ninjas summoned from the leaf, I presume? From the crowd. An elderly man with graying hair stepped forward. Yes, grandfather, we are saved. Aoi's eyes softened upon seeing the elder. His own grandfather and the former leader of the conservative faction. That is good to hear. The elderly man, leaning on his cane, nodded slightly and turned his gaze towards the group of young individuals beside Lon Zizuke. I will rely on you all, he said. No need for thanks. Kakashi replied in a leisurely manner. Liu Yang stood quietly behind him, surveying the menacing group nearby, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. This expression, in the eyes of the innovators, was perceived as a blatant provocation. Hey, you one-eyed fool, what are you staring at? Do you dare to believe that I will gouge out your remaining eye? Upon uttering these words, Lon Zizuke lost his composure. His father had fallen into a coma due to the poison administered by these ruffians, and now they dared to insult their assistants. There is a limit to what one can endure. Clenching his fist, he struck the man's face. The blow landed squarely, causing blood to spurt from his nose. You seek death. The innovators brandished their weapons, ready to teach these reckless fools a harsh lesson. The conservatives, having been bullied for too long, were unwilling to tolerate further provocation and charged forward. Do not take us for fools. Do you truly believe that the innovators can act with impunity? Yamashita Haruya, straining with anxiety, jumped up and down behind them, while Liu Yang sighed softly. Unable to bear the impending chaos that threatened the elderly man, he formed a hand seal, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck between the two factions, forcefully separating them. Continue this ruckus, and you shall witness whether my lightning permits it, Liu Yang coldly threatened. In his palm, he held a sphere of blue lightning, emitting a series of sharp, piercing cries, a clear warning of the devastation that awaited any further folly. The innovators exchanged glances, and before the overwhelming display of power, they ultimately chose to yield. Yet, as they departed, they could not resist leaving behind a menacing remark. Humph. Lon Zizuke, consider yourselves fortunate this time. Do not grow complacent. Soon you will join your wretched father in the afterlife. This phrase sent Lon Zizuke's heart racing. Fearing for his father's safety, and he hurriedly dashed home. Liu Yang and his companions attempted to pursue, but were halted by Yamashita Haruya. Let him go, he sighed. If his father is nearing his end, let him have one last look. Yamashita Haruya took a deep breath. However, Liu Yang seized upon the crucial point in that moment. Does this mean he has not truly passed? Indeed, came the answer. With this revelation, Liu Yang shot a glance at Lin, who promptly understood and followed Lon Zizuke's retreating figure. Then, with arms crossed and a frigid tone, Liu Yang called out, A moment of your time, we have matters to discuss. Chapter 34, Blood Exchange. Liu Yang, Kakashi, and Yamashita Haruya formed a trio that entered an empty house to deliberate on their concerns. Lin devoted herself wholeheartedly to examining Dehui's injuries and detoxifying him, leaving Kai alone at the entrance, languishing in boredom. Each passing moment felt interminable as he pondered their secretive behavior. He had missed no detail of the mission. Yet it seemed impossible to connect with Kakashi and Liu Yang. It was utterly exasperating. If I finish these 1,000 push-ups and they still haven't emerged, I shall run 5 laps around the village, he muttered, determination fueling his words. If they remain absent, I shall lay them low. Despite his bravado, after completing the push-ups and running 5 laps, followed by 500 squats, he collapsed onto the ground, breathless. When Liu Yang and the others finally appeared, they found him lying there, gasping for air, confusion etched on their faces. Kai, what are you doing lying here? You smell quite pungent, Liu Yang remarked, squatting beside him, repelled by the odor of his sweat. Yet, despite his distaste, he dutifully employed healing techniques to mend Kai's strained muscles from the intense exertion. If only I could use ice release, I'd have you encased in ice for extra relief, Liu Yang chuckled. To Kai, this laughter felt cruel. You scoundrel, Liu Yang. How dare you mock me in my time of need? He retorted, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt as the pain in his legs gradually subsided. Acknowledging the assistance, he turned away, pouting, I don't wish to converse with you. Someone, come quickly and assist this young warrior to rest, and ensure he is rehydrated. commanded Shanxia Yuinje. Yes. Responding to his call, several lackeys hurried over, lifting the exhausted youth to escort him to a nearby spot. Who is Kai? He is a fierce and tenacious beast of Konoha, unwilling to accept help. He shrugged off their support and limped ahead, his face flushed. I can walk on my own. No need for your assistance. Lu Yong, observing his stubbornness, sighed in exasperation. Such pride only leads to unnecessary suffering. This was his singular assessment of Might Guy. Once the matter at hand was resolved, Lu Yong contemplated it was time to check on Lin. A nearby attendant, catching Shanxia Yuinye's eye, promptly rushed ahead to guide Lu Yong and Kakashi. Since emerging from the darkened room, Shanxia Yuinye's smile had been unceasing, leaving his clan members perplexed. At their inquiry, he chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. This time, we have truly encountered a savior. In this moment of adversity, we shall undoubtedly emerge unscathed and restore our former glory. However, I have made a promise to them, a condition regarding the place where Yamashita Daihui is recuperating, nestled in the innermost corner of the village. There, dedicated personnel are present, and it is quite a distance from the village entrance. The two followed the servant, walking at a leisurely pace. Kakashi placed a hand on Lu Yong's shoulder. His voice low. Lu Yong, is this truly the right course of action? I do not know, came the reply. But we have no other choice. We can only take a gamble. Kakashi fell silent for a moment before shifting the topic. You know, that's not what I am referring to. How reliable is the deal made with Yamashita Haruya? Absolutely reliable, Lu Yong retorted unexpectedly. Everything is for the sake of Konoha's future, rest assured. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. The old man would not act recklessly. Moreover, I have already obtained his written pledge. He would not dare to go back on his word. Behind us lies all of Konoha. His expression remained as calm as ever, even as he uttered such fierce words in a remarkably composed tone. In the small dark room, they had struck a deal with Yamashita Haruya. The reason for approaching him was that Yamashita Daihui was currently suffering from a lethal poison, and as his father, Yamashita Haruya held significant influence among the conservatives. Kakashi fell silent once again. Indeed, they stood backed by Kenoha, a presence that the village could ill afford to offend. Meanwhile, Rin had quickly discerned that the poison affecting Yamashita Daihui was that of a jellyfish. However, she could not immediately identify the specific type. Time was of the essence. The poison had already permeated his marrow, and she could only provide immediate first aid as best as she could. Come here, called Noera Rin to Banzai, beckoning him to her side. Banzai, your father is deeply poisoned. I must perform a blood transfusion immediately to delay the onset of the poison. As his biological son, would you be willing to lend your blood for this purpose? Of course, I am willing to do anything to save my father. The frail middle-aged man responded without a second thought. His father was the most skilled blacksmith in the village. With him, the conservatives could surely thrive. The words of the mist ninjas rang true. He was indeed a coward, a waste. Even in middle age, he had yet to master his father's exceptional skills. Very well. I shall borrow your blood. I apologize for the intrusion. Noera Rin extended her finger, pricking the man's arm. In an instant, Banzai felt a wave of numbness spread from his arm, swiftly coursing through his entire body. Within mere seconds, he found himself unable to move. Lin wielded the scalpel with precision, unceremoniously slicing open the wrists of both Ryunosuke and the individual on the bed. Vivid crimson blood immediately flowed from their wounds. Guided by chakra, Ryunosuke's lifeblood traversed the void, gradually infiltrating Daiko Yamashita's left wrist. Simultaneously, another stream flowed from Daiko's right hand, cascading into a meticulously prepared vessel. The loss of blood rendered Ryunosuke's complexion a ghastly pale, as they were on the cusp of departing for the land of water. Lin was unable to extract too much blood from him. Thus, she swiftly ceased the transfusion, mending the wound on Ryunosuke's wrist. On the other side, Daiko Yamashita, having undergone the blood exchange, found that the darkness on his lips had significantly lessened, and a hint of rosy color had returned. Yawahara Lin staggered back a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground from exhaustion. Fortunately, Lu Yong arrived just in time to steady her waist. Lin, are you all right? What is the situation here? Chapter 35. Walking the dog following the blood transfusion. Considering Mr. Yamashita's condition, he should be able to endure for approximately 7 more days. Yawahara Lin succinctly conveyed the current situation to Lu Yong. Before that time elapses, it was imperative to concoct an antidote, or alternatively, to conduct a thorough and comprehensive bloodletting operation. 7 days should suffice. Lu Yong nodded with delight. He had initially believed that maximizing their benefits required Lin to remain behind to treat Daiko Yamashita alone. However, the present circumstances turned out to be an unexpected boon. Although Ryunosuke had lost a portion of his blood and appeared slightly emaciated, he was merely feeling a bit unsteady, with no serious harm done. Upon hearing that his father had a glimmer of hope, a smile finally graced his face. With the key players now assembled, Liu Yang exchanged glances with Kakashi and unveiled their plan. To ensure absolute certainty, we must split our forces. I will take the genuine ninja tools along the main road, while the rest of you will carry the fakes and quietly slip out through the rear mountains of the village after my departure, taking a shortcut the entire way. The true aim of this strategy is to mislead the enemy. Most would instinctively assume that the heavily guarded shortcut is the genuine target. If the Mist Village pursues the second team, I can effortlessly deliver the ninja tools to the designated drop-off point. Conversely, if the adversary remains unfold and follows me, that is precisely what I desire. I shall simply dispose of them by feeding them to the fish at the bottom of the sea. However, this seems far too perilous for you alone. Yawahara Lin furrowed her brow. While she understood Liu Yang's formidable strength, she couldn't help but worry for him. Liu Yang reached out, gently ruffling her hair with a smile. Do not fret, Lin. I shall be fine. I have yet to grow up enough to date, so I shall not easily meet my end here. The tips of Lin's ears turned a delicate shade of red, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Kakashi, sensing the subtle shift in the atmosphere, cleared his throat. Let us agree on this. After nightfall, we shall each set out and convene at the designated delivery point. The remaining matters will be entrusted to you, Blue Zook. Upon uttering this, he shifted his gaze to Blue Zook, who felt uneasy under Kakashi's scrutiny, forcing a chuckle. I understand. I shall not go back on my word. That is reassuring to hear, Kakashi replied with a gentle nod. Just then, the tardy Might Guy entered the dimly lit room, only to find the others poised to leave, which further darkened his mood. Could someone enlighten me on what I have missed? He inquired, met only with the ambiguous gazes of his companions. Elder Yamashita was personally overseeing the operations and could not afford to be negligent. In swift order, everything was arranged. Before departing, the core members of the conservative faction had gathered. Yamashita grasped the young man's hand, speaking earnestly, Liu Yang, I entrust everything to you. Indeed, I shall not disappoint. He affirmed, words are unnecessary. I shall take my leave now. Liu Yang rose, his toes barely grazing the ground before he leapt gracefully onto his steed. Grasping the reins, he exerted all his strength, giving a vigorous shake. The magnificent horse let out a roar, charging ahead with the cart in tow towards the continent beyond the window. Unbeknownst to them, an eye concealed within a puddle observed every moment. Half an hour later, another group silently departed from the village's rear mountain, making their way towards their destination at a leisurely pace. On the spacious road, the cart gradually slowed. The young man, with a blade of foxtail grasped between his lips, hummed cheerfully, dreaming of soaring alongside the sun, eager to change the world. On a nearby hillside, a group of ninjas, shrouded in black cloth, looked down upon him with mocking eyes. How audacious, to wander about with the real deal all alone. Brothers, heed my command. Eliminate this ignorant brat and crush him thoroughly. With a single word from their leader, his companions raised their weapons in unison and leapt down. The path ahead was swiftly obstructed. The mist ninjas charged forward, fierce and relentless. Liu Yang leapt from the cart, deftly evading the incoming shuriken. However, outnumbered, he quickly found himself surrounded. Unlike the previous assailants, these adversaries exhibited remarkable coordination, overwhelming him with a relentless barrage of attacks. Meanwhile, their comrades stealthily approached the cargo on the cart. If we destroy this load of ninja tools, the obstinate conservatives will be utterly defeated. The individual who successfully infiltrated the tower erupted into a manic laughter, his excitement palpable. From his ninja tool pouch, he retrieved a meticulously prepared dozen explosive tags, envisioning the magnificent explosion that was to follow. As he contemplated this, he unfurled the canvas concealing his cargo, intent on inserting the explosive tags within. At that moment, a handful of dried grass caught his eye. Impossible! The man could scarcely believe his sight. He continued to dig deeper, yet no trace of weapons could be found. This is bad. We have all been deceived. The genuine goods are not here at all. It is merely a heap of worthless straw. The Mist Ninja, upon witnessing the cart full of straw, nearly ground his teeth in rage. Initially, they had scoffed at the Leaf Village for devising such a flawed plan, never anticipating that the true fools were themselves. Clearly, this was not what they sought. With that realization, they resolved to waste no time, swiftly eliminating this scoundrel and pursuing the real goods. Without hesitation, all the mist ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Enormous water dragons surged skyward, converging upon the boy amidst the formation. Liu Yang stood there calmly, devoid of any panic, as he unleashed a series of fire techniques to counter the water dragon's assault. Despite the ferocity of the flames, he could not evaporate all the water dragons in one breath. The thick mist obscured his vision, and in a moment of distraction, a massive dragon seized his shoulder. Another water dragon's tail struck him from behind, propelling him through the air. With a sickening gasp, Liu Yang coughed up blood, falling silent. They had overestimated the strength of this young boy. He was not formidable after all. Let us move on. We must pursue the other team. The mist ninjas sheathed their weapons, preparing to retreat. Just then, a chilling voice pierced their ears. Planning to leave? It is already too late. The group turned in terror towards the source of the voice, only to find the boy they had just slain had vanished without a trace. Chapter 36, Thunderblade. Black Ho Thunder Fong. The instincts of the ninjas kicked in, and they quickly realized that this Leaf Village boy was far from ordinary. They exchanged glances, instinctively raising their weapons in readiness for battle. In the next instant, the cart filled with straw erupted in a violent explosion. The immense force shattered the cart into countless pieces, creating a massive crater in the ground below. As the smoke cleared, several water prisons stood where the mist ninjas had been moments before. It seems I underestimated the number of explosive tags. From the void, a slender figure emerged, tearing through the rift in space with an air of mystery. He was clad in garments stained crimson with blood, his shoulder bitten by the water dragon, continuously oozing red. The sight was grotesquely vivid. Time-space ninjutsu. This little demon was indeed capable of wielding such formidable techniques. With that in mind, the batch of ninja tools crafted by Yamashita Daiki was at hand. Before they could finish their words, Liu Yang opened his mouth, interrupting them. Indeed, that batch of ninja tools is in my possession. However, you shall never have the opportunity to behold them. The most perilous places often serve as the safest havens. The village was rather small. To transport such a large collection of ninja tools unnoticed would be an arduous task, so it was better to play along with the ruse. Liu Yang deliberately put on a show for their benefit, all to ensure the safety of Lin and the others while he dealt with the impending calamity himself. I have grown weary of this charade. I shall no longer entertain you. With a sense of ennui, Liu Yang reached for his shoulder, and as the blood flowed forth, it astonishingly transformed into a shard of red crystal. With a slight exertion, he crushed the crystal in his hand. A few mist ninjas, unimpressed by his theatrics, launched their next fierce assault. Liu Yang smiled faintly. Crystal release. Crystal Wall 8 formation. Countless sharp crystals erupted from the ground in a rapid succession, forcing the mist blades to scatter in every direction. Flee. Do so with abandon. After all, your dance ends here. Liu Yang made hand signs, rising into the air as he was enveloped in a transparent diamond-shaped aura. Each point of the crystalline form flickered with a soft white light. Then, concentrating the energy, he unleashed a radiant beam of light. Crystal release. A ray of luminescence. The beam struck the mist ninja with the force of a laser, causing him to tremble violently before being obliterated. The remaining few, witnessing this spectacle, were overtaken by dread, desperately seeking escape. Yet, it was too late. You shall all perish. Liu Yang narrowed his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He manipulated the beam, sweeping it downward relentlessly, causing explosions wherever it passed. The crystals, still emerging from below, were similarly shattered. 1, 2, 3. Within mere seconds, all foes lay annihilated, their remains utterly erased. Anyone witnessing that scene would undoubtedly feel a chill of horror. A massacre. This was a blatant slaughter. In the face of such overwhelming power, there was no capacity for even the slightest resistance. Merely a bunch of insignificant pests. How utterly uninteresting, Liu Yang lamented. He descended to the ground, surveying the devastation before him with a face full of melancholy. His wounds had vanished, and even the torn fabric of his clothing had restored itself to its original state. Hey, you down there, have you hidden long enough? Liu Yang remarked, exasperated. Why does everyone enjoy being like a turtle hiding in its shell? Once his plan was unveiled, the man ceased to conceal himself. Brandishing his weapons as he emerged from the ground, Liu Yang stepped back disdainfully, using a crystal mirror to shield himself from the splattering mud. In the next moment, several emerald clones emerged from the mirror. Such remarkable power at such a young age, impressive indeed. The grand funeral I just witnessed truly opened my eyes, the man commented. With arms crossed and head raised, Liu Yang scrutinized the man before him. He possessed long green hair, with 2 tufts of hair falling over his forehead, obscuring the symbol of the hidden mist village on his forehead protector. Lu Yang could hardly contain himself. Haha, I never expected my opponent to be you. Black Holeya. Oh, even a little brat like you knows my illustrious name, Black Holeya replied, somewhat taken aback. He raised his weapon towards the young boy, licking his lips with a bloodthirsty grin. Then, I shall grant you a grand funeral. Lu Yang was not one to back down. In response to Black Holeya's provocation, he retorted without hesitation, sorry, but that remark rebounds right back at you. You managed to escape under my friend's father's hand years ago, but today you won't be so fortunate. Lu Yang was well aware of him. He was a survivor from the original 7 ninja swordsmen, the wielder of the lightning blade. Discontent with the village's brutal rule, he chose to defect, later sheltering the red-eyed bloodline limit, Lanmaru, as they mutually redeemed each other. Ultimately, he perished beneath his own lightning techniques. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Black Holeya's face turned ashen. The battle he fought against Might Guy remained a haunting shadow. Even now, in the depths of night, it still sent shivers down his spine. The youth truly does not know the meaning of danger. I concede you possess some strength, but that is where it ends. Watch closely, for I will soon grant you a funeral even more extravagant than the last. Enraged, Black Holeya formed hand seals. Lightning release, lightning gate. Meanwhile, a team led by Kakashi had been traversing the forest path for over half an hour. The air was thick with water vapor, and an eerie silence enveloped the woods, where even the sound of leaves falling could be distinctly heard. Wait, there's movement, Yuin Rin suddenly halted. The others glanced around cautiously, yet saw nothing. The mist around them grew thicker. It seems we placed our bets correctly. They have found us, Kakashi remarked with a smile. Yuin Rin, feeling a jolt of adrenaline, looked up and shouted, they're coming, from above. Just as the words left her lips, Kakashi and Rin, in unison, drew several shurikens and hurled them into the air. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Kenoha Whirlwind. A resounding bang echoed. A diminutive figure plummeted from the sky, landing directly at Kakashi's feet. The individual stood about 5 feet tall, clad in armor and wielding a long blade enveloped in chakra. Die. Rin Yahara's expression turned frigid as she stepped forward, poised to deliver a finishing blow. Suddenly, Kakashi, glancing back, noticed a cold smirk curling at the corners of the figure's mouth, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. Be careful. Chapter 37. New Ninja Tools. Water Release. Water Gun Technique. Rin instinctively lowered her gaze. At the enemy's sharp command, a water droplet, no larger than a thumb, shot forth from the ninja tool in her hand, piercing straight through her torso. Cough, cough, cough. She stared in disbelief at her chest, which had transformed into a block of wood. Indeed, in that critical moment, Rin had utilized the substitution technique, narrowly escaping calamity. Damn it, it's a ninja technique. What on earth is happening? How can a samurai wield ninjutsu? Rin gritted her teeth, her beautiful brown eyes fixed intently on the samurai who had risen and then vanished into the mist, confusion etched across her face. Just then, the sound of more footsteps reached her ears. They were undoubtedly surrounded. The 3 of them stood back to back, resolutely guarding Bluzuk and the card at the center. Everyone be cautious. These individuals are rather peculiar, Kakashi instructed. Rin, ensure Bluzuk's safety. The rest is up to me and Guy. As ninjas, their mission took precedence. Bluzuk was their client, and they must prioritize his safety above all else. The enemy lurked in the shadows while they remained exposed. The battle soon erupted, the trio dispersing to engage in fierce combat. In a brief clash, Kakashi, utilizing the inside of his Sharingan, executed a Raikiri that severed the enemy's right arm. Simultaneously, the force unleashed by the opponent's ninja tools sent him staggering back, colliding with Rin Yahara. Kakashi, are you alright? I'm fine. It's just that their ninja tools are quite strange, seemingly capable of releasing various ninjutsu, Kakashi replied. Upon hearing this, Bluzuk, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. I understand now. They wield new ninja tools produced by the innovators. Do you remember what I told you? They conceal the souls of the deceased within these tools, allowing them to harness the powers of the dead in their prime. Therefore, even samurai or ordinary individuals, once equipped with such weapons, can possess unparalleled strength. At this realization, Rin shivered involuntarily. Initially, when she heard Bluzuk mention this, she regarded the notion as utterly despicable, failing to grasp the full extent of its implications. In retrospect, it was indeed naive. This adversary was evidently more formidable than the mist shinobi who besieged them previously. We harbor no intention of opposing Konoha. As long as you surrender the genuine ninja tools, I can ensure your safe departure. A resonant male voice pierced through the dense fog, reaching the eardrums of everyone present. Blueji's fists clenched tightly. Inuoya Keiichiro, as the leader of the innovators, what kind of hero are you hiding away? If you possess any courage, come forth, he demanded angrily. However, the opponent paid him no heed. Instead, a blade of energy was unleashed in his direction, attempting to knock him away. Noera Rin, quick-witted and agile, seized Blueji just a second before the blade could strike, pulling him from the precarious position. Do not lay a finger on Blueji, your opponent is me. With those words, she darted forward like a flash of lightning. Her hands formed seals, blue chakra coalescing in her palms, which she then forcefully struck against the incoming blade of energy. A thunderous boom resonated through the air as the blade shattered, dispersing the thick white mist surrounding Zhou. Rin, noticing the slight glimpse of the opponent's garment, seized the moment, lightly tapping her toes. Pardon me, I shall borrow your shoulder. Before the individual could react, Noera Rin deftly stepped onto Blueji's shoulder, using it as leverage to propel herself forward. Her speed was remarkable. In an instant, she was before the adversary. Her right hand raised, aiming for his chest. A flicker of panic crossed Inuoya Keiichiro's face as he swiftly raised his long sword to defend himself. Lightning release, lightning ball, he called, invoking a technique from the shinobi world. The collision of their forces produced a deafening sound. Enduring the searing pain of lightning coursing through her body, Rin pressed forward, her palm striking Keiichiro's chest with tremendous force. With a splatter of blood, Keiichiro was sent hurtling backward. The muscles and arteries in your chest have been severed. Unless you cease immediately, you will bleed out, Rin proclaimed, wiping the blood from her lips with an air of arrogance. Her chakra surgical blade was extraordinarily sharp. Even the slightest contact could sever an opponent's muscles in an instant. Kakashi, witnessing her injury, swiftly utilized his shadow clone technique to shield her, granting her the necessary time and space to tend to her wounds. Inuoya Keiichiro could hardly believe that he was being threatened by a mere girl with golden hair. Ignoring Rin's words, he vanished back into the fog. Humph. You think you can defeat me? It won't be so simple. Blueji, your father's antidote is with me. If you have the capability, come and take it. He laughed maniacally. As expected, Blueji, driven by his urgent desire to save his father, became visibly agitated upon hearing Inuoya Keiichiro's taunt. He shook off Lin's hand, swiftly leapt onto his steed, and hurriedly charged towards the enemy's hiding place. Inuin Keiichiro, I entrust you with this card of ninja tools. Quickly bring me my father's antidote. Do not go out. Kazunari-kun, he is deceiving you. Come back. Lin and Kakashi shouted in unison, yet they could not halt Kazunari's advance. In a critical moment, the previously silent might guy emerged from an unknown direction, landing firmly on the horse's back, delivering a powerful punch to the man's head. Kazunari was abruptly forced to a stop, succumbing to unconsciousness. Though the person was saved, both he and his companions were unceremoniously thrown to the ground by the frenzied horse. The onlookers could only watch as the cart vanished into the thick fog. Soon, the cart came to a halt. Ha ha ha, it would have been better to do this sooner. Inuin Keiichiro, leading the cart presented by the enemy, laughed arrogantly. However, now that I have what I need, your existence is no longer necessary. As he spoke, the long sword in his hand glimmered with a brilliant blue light, and the weapons of the other samurai similarly illuminated, instinctively driven to plunge their weapons into the ground. A series of blue lights shot up, piercing the heavens and eliciting a cacophony of thunder. Since you are all destined to die, allow me to showcase my greatest masterpiece. The proud Inuin Keiichiro, he bellowed, throwing his head back. The air crackled with the sound of thunder, lightning flashing across the sky, reverberating in the ears of those present, nearly deafening them. Ha ha ha, it is almost complete. Dying under this new type of ninja tool is a privilege for you all. His maniacal laughter echoed throughout the forest. Chapter 38, A Funeral for Kuratsuki Reiga Impossible. Kuratsuki Reiga, on the brink of death, could hardly believe the events that had just unfolded. As one of the elite 7 ninja swordsmen, he had failed to withstand even 3 moves against this unknown youth. Indeed, there are always those beyond the horizon. And nothing is truly impossible. Liu Yang withdrew his Susanoo and approached the barely breathing man with a calm demeanor, kneeling expressionlessly before him. The man's body had been mercilessly cleaved in two by the chakra-infused blade of Susanoo, blood gushing forth. It was clear he could not survive. Who are you? Kuratsuki Reiga gasped in terror, his eyes wide as he gazed at the raven-haired boy before him. Since you are destined to die, I shall reluctantly reveal my identity. Liu Yang replied with a faint smile, speaking softly, I am the god of your world. You may also refer to me as the Sage of Six Paths. After all, lying bears no legal consequences. It was just the Sage of Six Paths departing. Otherwise, should he find out, he might simply say, my apologies, please refrain. Kuratsuki Reiga's pupils suddenly constricted into needle-like points. Could it be that he had lost so utterly? So this was the truth. The prowess of the two individuals existed in entirely disparate realms. Haihei Leia, fully aware of his impending demise, curled his lips into a peculiar smile. Blood continuously trickled from the corners of his mouth, his body weighed down as if laden with lead. Yet, he strained to lift his hands, attempting to retrieve the twin daggers that lay a short distance away. Almost there. Just a moment longer. The man's smile grew increasingly radiant. Lu Yang, observing the man poised for self-destruction, shook his head in regret, rising to place his foot upon the back of his hand. Apologies. But I shall be taking these twin daggers. With a firm press, he effortlessly crushed the man's bones beneath his soul. Subsequently, he picked up the two ninjat from the ground. The excruciating pain twisted Haihei Leia's features grotesquely. The faint glimmer of pride within him was ruthlessly trampled by the youth before him. Despair enveloped him, yet Lu Yang's evident discomfort only fueled his exhilaration. Brandishing his longsword, Lu Yang prepared to grant the man a swift release when a notification from the system interrupted his thoughts. Ding! Strong conviction detected from Haihei Leia to host a grand funeral for himself. Please return Leia to the task objective temporarily, allowing him to complete his final ceremony. Impressive, my friend. Remarkably, he had ignited a system task through sheer will. In that case, let us fulfill his wish. Lu Yang mused. I've had a change of heart. You adore hosting funerals, do you not? Here's your chance to orchestrate one for yourself. He returned the spoils he had just acquired to Haihei Leia's grasp, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. No need for thanks. Just call me Lei Feng. A flock of crows flew overhead as Haihei Leia pondered the sudden shift in the youth estimator. Yet, feeling the familiar weight in his hands brought him a measure of calm. He took one last glance at the azure sky, raising the twin daggers. Thunder and lightning. Grant me my requiem. A tempestuous roar of thunder descended, enveloping the man in a sphere of blue lightning. In mere seconds, he was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the ether. At the scene, only the two ninjat remained. Ding! Congratulations, host, on fulfilling Haihei Leia's wish and completing the task. Reward acquired. Thunderblade Ya. Unlocked all ninjutsu that Haihei Leia mastered in his lifetime. Lu Yang calmly retrieved the ninjat, discreetly storing them in the boundless void. He then opened the system panel, examining the newly illuminated array of skills. The simplicity of this task had yielded unexpectedly bountiful rewards, filling Lu Yang with uncontained joy. Not only had he encountered such formidable equipment, but he had also inadvertently mastered a plethora of lightning-based ninjutsu. It was truly remarkable. The reserves of ninjutsu possessed by the Black Ho Thunder Fong are quite impressive, and at this moment, Lu Yang feels as if he has stumbled upon a treasure. Activating his Sage Mode, he surveys the vicinity for enemies once more, and after eliminating them with ease, he proceeds on his journey. However, his path does not lead toward the land of water. In stark contrast to Lu Yang's effortless annihilation, the battle on the other side continues with great difficulty. The power of the newly developed ninja tools surpasses the imagination of everyone present. Had it not been for Kakashi's timely use of earth-style techniques to erect a robust barrier, shielding them from the devastating lightning attacks of the adversary, they would have long since perished in the onslaught. The thunderous strikes outside persist. Kakashi presses his hands against the wall, continuously channeling chakra to mend the ever-bursting cavities. Despite his utmost efforts, the repair rate falls far short of the destruction's pace. Debris continues to rain down, threatening to crush the team. Just as a massive stone is about to land on Kakashi, Might Guy leaps into action, delivering a powerful punch that sends the falling rock flying. Thank you, Guy. Kakashi expresses his heartfelt gratitude. We are comrades. No need for thanks. Just take care of yourself first. Then we will figure out how to escape. The rest is on me, Guy responds with unwavering enthusiasm, throwing another punch at the fallen rubble. It is well known that Kakashi is notoriously low on chakra, and if this continues, he will not be able to hold on for much longer. Without a means to dismantle this lightning formation, they would all meet their demise here. The strength of the lightning formation is overwhelming. It is unimaginable that such power could stem from ninja tools without witnessing it firsthand. Lin furrows her brow as she stands behind Kakashi, gradually transferring her chakra to him. Outside, Inagai Keiichiro and his subordinates watch the nearby mound of earth with fluctuating expressions. Blue Zone, I wonder how much longer you can hide inside there. As long as we 7 have chakra left, this ninjutsu will endure, Inagai Keiichiro declares ominously. You all increase your output and reduce them to a pulp. Each of them wields a scientific ninja tool, and under Inagai Keiichiro's command, they forcefully drive their weapons into the ground, producing a thunderous resonance. A blue aura envelopes their bodies, and the chakra surrounding them seems to resonate with the ninja tools before them. The more chakra the tools absorb, the more formidable the lightning formation becomes. Thunder roars, causing the very ground to tremble. This time, the thunderous strike is even louder, as if it intends to deafen all who hear it. The celestial lightning accurately targets the mound of earth below. With a resounding crash, the top is shattered. The ferocious bolt of lightning descends upon them, seemingly intent on consuming them whole. Chapter 39. The conclusion of the mission and Liu Yang's selfish motive. The fierce bolts of heavenly lightning descended in rapid succession. Their precarious position could scarcely withstand the augmented storm of thunder. The immense force caused the ground beneath them to collapse, sending countless fragments of earth and stone flying, burying everyone in their wake. Lin found herself weightless, falling backward. Behind her lay an endless abyss. Before her surged the tumultuous lightning, accompanied by the impending onslaught of debris. Am I to perish once more? A thought flickered through Lin's mind. Perhaps it was for the best. She had long ceased to belong to this world. Having experienced another fleeting moment of joy, she deemed it a fortunate gain. Yet, she harbored regrets. She had not yet found the opportunity to adequately express her gratitude to the divine being. At that moment, a shadow darted towards her from the distance. It moved with astonishing speed, reaching her side in an instant, spreading its arms to shield her. Kakashi! Lin exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi turned, squinting slightly, and offered her a reassuring smile. Lin, this time, I can finally protect you. Before he could finish his sentence, an uncountable number of stones rained down upon the silver-haired youth. With a sickening thud, a stream of blood erupted from Kakashi's mouth, splattering across Lin's face, blooming like a vivid red plum blossom. No, Kakashi, don't, Lin cried, shaking her head in desperation. She attempted to push him away, but he remained steadfast, immovable. Then, another bolt of lightning struck, landing squarely on the young man's chest. The divine thunder pierced through him, and blood cascaded down like a waterfall. Kakashi could no longer endure. He wearily closed his eyes. Kakashi! Kakashi! Kai, witnessing the scene, echoed Lin's anguished cries. Yet the dire circumstances demanded their full attention. Lin cradled the plummeting Kakashi, exerting all her strength to staunch the relentless flow of blood. Lord Liu Yang, please save me. In her sorrow, she instinctively called out his name. The golden emblem upon her forehead shimmered faintly in response to her plea. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. In her dazed state, she vaguely perceived a familiar figure before her, and then she slipped into oblivion. Lin, sleep now. I shall take care of everything from here. Liu Yang gazed tenderly at the girl in his arms. With a single hand, he formed a seal, utilizing the fruit of red to encase her, Kakashi, Kai, and the unconscious blue, safely preserving them. Simultaneously, a magnificent crystal lotus materialized beneath Liu Yang, ascending gently to transport them securely to the ground. The victorious joy radiating from Inagai Kichiro's face was abruptly shattered by the appearance of Liu Yang. He gazed incredulously at the figure before him and demanded, how did you come to be here? I was not obstructed by Haikage on another path, the man retorted, suddenly struck by a thought. His expression shifted to one of sheer terror. Liu Yang stowed away the crystal lotus and carefully placed the red fruit beside him on the ground. Once he had completed these actions, Liu Yang crossed his arms and regarded the old man, whose expression changed more swiftly than the turning of pages. With an air of haughty disdain, a cold smirk gracing his lips. You are quite astute. Hikaru Raya and his entire entourage have been eliminated by my hand. As for why I am here, he paused, and a transparent crystal mirror materialized beside him. Before my departure, I concealed my clone within the mark on Lin's forehead. Clones are a resource I possess in abundance, Liu Yang declared nonchalantly. From the mirror emerged a figure identical to him, 1, 2, and ultimately 7. The number matched that of his adversaries perfectly. What is happening? I have never heard of any ninjutsu capable of manifesting within the patterns on another's face, Inagai Kichiro stammered. Liu Yang's 7 clones stood in unison, emanating a formidable pressure that rendered their opponent breathless. The warriors of the samurai gate trembled, inexplicably gripped by a visceral dread emanating from the depths of their souls. In this world, there are countless things you remain oblivious to. I had no desire to kill you, blame your fate for crossing paths with the wrong individual. The Liu Yangs declared in unison. Each arm bore a jade crystal blade. Inagai Keiichiro met his demise. His corpse was found hanging at the village entrance. The body of the core members of the Innovation faction slain overnight. Those forbidden ninja tools, contravening the Pact of Heaven, were consumed by a conflagration of black flames. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully uncovering the secrets of the Iron Country, fulfilling Blue's wish, and completing the mission. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1,000 gold coins. Successfully unlocked the basic Flying Thunder God technique. Received 10-time freeze cards, Demon Blade Murakumo, and Ninja Tool White Fang. Far away, Liu Yang reveled in the system's rewards, elated by the successful completion of his task, signifying the total annihilation of the Innovation faction, achieved even more swiftly than he had anticipated. He paused, gazing at a quaint wooden cabin in the distance, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. However, this place is not without its merits. I have finally located it. When Kakashi awakened, it was 7 days later. The mission had concluded. At that moment, he had shielded Lin from a deadly blow, sustaining grave injuries and falling into unconsciousness. After Liu Yang dealt with that group of miscreants, he utilized his exceptional medical ninjutsu to heal his companions' wounds before escorting them back to the village, only taking the lone Blue Ji as his companion. Thus, Liu Yang, along with his shadow clones and Blue Ji, convened at the predetermined location in the Land of Water, successfully delivering the batch of ninja tools intact to the daimyo. Blue Ji, having received the final payment, promptly handed over the remaining commission for the upgraded task to Liu Yang, and sent a carrier pigeon to Konoha detailing the changes to the commission task. Kakashi, upon hearing his comrades narrate the events, found his mind muddled and unclear, grappling with confusion. So, in the end, all the credit for the task fell solely upon Liu Yang. Kakashi wore an expression of deep frustration. Not only him, but also Guy, who found the situation even more unbearable. Indeed, he accomplished everything single-handedly, leaving them feeling utterly disengaged. Guy felt a pang of discomfort. It was already challenging enough to keep pace with the genius Kakashi, but now, with the emergence of someone even more formidable, it felt insufferable. Liu Yang waved his hand dismissively, attributing his success to mere luck, insisting that it was the array of explosive tags that bore the true credit. Pointing out that they too had a cart filled with them. The group fell silent. His words, rather than providing solace, only deepened their discomfort. Chapter 40. Seeking recognition and reward. The cargo on both carts was a ruse. They were filled with dried grass on top, concealing a base of explosive tags. All the ninjas summoned from the Land of Water by Inuyasha Keiichiro had chased after Liu Yang, while Kakashi and his companions faced only ordinary samurai. Logically, these unremarkable foes, devoid of any extraordinary abilities, would have been obliterated in an instant had the numerous explosive tags detonated simultaneously. However, recounting the events only brought tears. For an unexpected incident occurred. Before they could activate the explosive tags, they were drenched by the water release from the enemy's ninja blade. Might Guy scratched the back of his head, his expression somewhat awkward. He couldn't very well admit that it was the wealthy patron's folly that disrupted all their plans by dispatching the carts prematurely. Unbeknownst to Guy, Liu Yang had witnessed the entire assault on his comrades. However, Liu Yang opted not to expose the truth. He reached out, gently patting Kakashi on the shoulder, imparting with earnestness, "Kakashi, how is your health? If you're feeling better, we shall depart for Konoha tomorrow morning." As Liu Yang spoke, he deliberately exerted a bit of pressure with his hand. Kakashi, having sustained severe injuries, though his external wounds had healed, had not fully regained his internal strength. Liu Yang's slight force stirred his damaged heart, causing him to cough several times and furrow his brow. Observing this, Liu Yang quickly withdrew his hand, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm truly sorry, Kakashi. I momentarily lacked control over my strength and caused you pain." "It's nothing," Kakashi replied softly. Liu Yang felt a twinge of regret as he firmly promised to Kakashi that he would not hesitate to assist him whenever needed. Kakashi, upon hearing this, merely smiled and shook his head, evidently dismissing Liu Yang's vow without a second thought. "Kakashi, do not blame me for my harshness. The pain you inflicted upon Lin must be endured by you in turn. Only then can the bitterness in my heart be alleviated," Liu Yang mused inwardly. His mind raced, and a mysterious scheme began to take shape in his thoughts. In the Land of Fire, within the Hokage's office in Konoha, the third Hokage gazed upon the group of young ninjas who had just returned from their mission. He exhaled a puff of white smoke, contemplating for a moment before speaking with an impassive expression. "I am aware of the events that transpired. You performed admirably in the mission for the Land of Iron, and the client has expressed high praise. Hearing the Hokage's commendation, both Guy and Lin beamed with delight. Indeed, we not only fulfilled the client's request, but also thwarted an unexpected disaster, Guy exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Thanks to the formidable strength of Kenoha's Azure Beast and the cooperation of my comrades, we succeeded. As Guy spoke with abandon, completely lost in the admiration from the Hokage, Kakashi sighed at the obliviousness of his teammate and could not resist covering Guy's mouth. Kakashi, what are you? Guy glared at him defiantly, attempting to free himself from the restraint. Just then, he noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen standing before him, his expression grave and swallowed hard. Go on. Why have you stopped speaking? Sarutobi's tone was flat. Guy, accustomed to being boisterous, was taken aback by the atmosphere in the room. He glanced around and noticed his companions frantically signaling him to be quiet. Even he, in his simplicity, realized he had crossed a line. Lowering his head, he sincerely apologized. Hokage-sama, I was wrong. As he spoke, he made a gesture as if zipping his lips. Sarutobi chuckled at this gesture, his weathered face breaking into a warm smile. The danger level of this mission was substantial. Logically, it was not a task suitable for your team. The opponent was one of the 7 ninja swordmen, wielding a formidable new type of ninja tool, and the intricacies involved in the internal affairs of the Land of Iron were far from ordinary. Moreover, Kakashi, as a Nin, sustained severe injuries and nearly lost his life. The young ninjas listened to Sarutobi's analysis, understanding the weight of his words. They remained silent, absorbing the elder's admonitions without daring to interject. Sarutobi looked at the group of youngsters, resigned to their youthful exuberance. Alas, I shall not pursue this matter further this time. However, let it not be forgotten that such recklessness must never be repeated. The fire of Konoha is eternal. The youths before us are the future hope of the village. Before they have fully matured, no unforeseen incidents must occur. This is what Liu Yang has been waiting for. I extend my gratitude to the 3rd Hokage for his magnanimity. We shall bear this in mind. But what? A sudden pang gripped Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. He quickly turned around, his gaze fixed upon the young man. His intuition warned him that what Liu Yang was about to reveal was far from simple. Liu Yang was amused by Sarutobi Hiruzen's vigilant demeanor. He placed a hand on Hiruzen's shoulder and cheerfully produced an agreement from his bosom, placing it into the Hokage's hands. Our journey has secured a tremendous benefit for Konoha, a 50% discount on custom-made ninja tools from the village of Lon no Suk. A 50% discount. What does this imply? In essence, Konoha could procure double the amount of ninja tools for the same price. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought he had misheard. But upon examining the agreement in his hands, along with the series of signatures and fingerprints, even his composed nature could not conceal the joy that surfaced on his face. Liu Yang realized he had successfully captured Hiruzen's attention. With arms crossed, Liu Yang continued. They possess the capability to produce ninja tools for the daimyo of the water country, and their quality is trustworthy. Collaborating with them promises boundless benefits. The signatures and fingerprints on the document were witnessed firsthand by Liu Yang and Kakashi, signed by the conservative faction as higher-ups on the spot. Even Yamashita Daiki, upon awakening, had added his mark as well. Konoha's resurgence requires a substantial amount of ninja tools, while the conservatives need Konoha's orders to restore their former glory. This partnership is undoubtedly a win-win situation. Splendid. It is remarkable that you, at such a young age, possess the audacity to contribute so significantly to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen beamed, unable to contain his delight. He seemed eager to convene a high-level meeting immediately to discuss the initial order quantities. Lin and Kai exchanged glances. Kakashi's expression shifted. He clenched his fists tightly, torn between whether to voice his wishes. Liu Yang anticipated his desire and spoke first. My aspiration is to relocate the grave of Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, to the hero's tomb and to include his deeds in the Ninja Academy's textbooks. Liu Yang stood tall, his voice resonant and his gaze intense. Ding. Detected the host strong will to vindicate Konoha's White Fang, in accordance with the Dream Master System's rules. Congratulations, host, for activating the task. Vindicate Konoha's White Fang and soothe Kakashi's inner pain. As expected, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Indeed, realizing the dreams of the masses depended solely on me. Relying merely on the system to issue tasks would lead to disappointment. Liu Yang continuously voiced his frustrations internally. As soon as he spoke, everyone in the Hokage office was taken aback. Liu Yang, you did this for me? Kakashi's voice trembled slightly. His usually cold expression softened considerably. He recalled the moment in the Land of Iron when Lu Yong leaned in close, insisting that no matter what, they had to sign that agreement. It was all for his sake. Yes, for it was only through this that he could gain leverage to assist him. Lu Yong did not deny it. He openly acknowledged it. He needed to find a suitable pretext to facilitate this matter, a reason that none could refuse. Konoha's White Fang was an exceptional ninja. I had heard of his illustrious reputation since my childhood. Such a hero should not fade into obscurity in history, nor should he fail to gain the understanding of the villagers even after death. In the world of ninjas, those who disregard rules are considered worthless. Yet a ninja who is indifferent to his comrades is even less than scum. Most importantly, Lu Yong paused. He slowly turned around and embraced the white-haired youth. Kakashi had spent his life in loss, his father, comrades, teachers, and mother. Kakashi was the untainted version of Sasuke. Some heal their entire lives through their childhoods, while Kakashi spent his life healing from his. And he, Lu Yong, aimed to be Kakashi's redemption, pulling him from that endless mire. We are comrades. I cannot stand idly by as you remain ensnared in the grief of the past. Comrades, Kakashi murmured. He struggled to find the words to express the tumult of emotions within him. Beside them, Guy and Rin were moved to tears by Lu Yang's heartfelt words. Joining the embrace. This profound bond of camaraderie was indeed a rare treasure. In that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was reminded of his 3 disciples. Ahem, Lu Yong. I understand your wish, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, stroking his graying beard. This matter is significant. It cannot be decided by me alone. I will confer with the other high-ranking officials, and we will inform you of the outcome. That is fine. I will proceed as you suggest. Lu Yong released Kakashi, lifting his head to reveal a radiant smile. The old dog Danzo was dead. Only the stubborn Mito Gate-in and Tksh Rin remained. With the leverage of the Ninja Tools agreement and the support of Tsunade and Minato, the situation regarding Kakashi was essentially secured. And what about you? What do you all desire? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze toward the other 3. Kakashi unhesitatingly chose his father. Rin and Kai exchanged glances, promptly aligning themselves with Kakashi. Since that is the case, it is settled. I shall strive to assist you in your endeavors, Sarutobi Hiruzen assured them. Upon departing the Hokage's office, Kai strode energetically, eager to share their current elation with the world. Lu Yong, maintaining a low profile, hummed a cheerful tune. The great river flows eastward. The stars in the sky align with the northern dipper. He align with the northern dipper behind them. A man and a woman observed their 2 somewhat oblivious companions, wearing puzzled expressions. Rin, are they both all right? The man inquired. Should be, perhaps, maybe, Rin replied with a slight grimace. Regrettably. Their whispered exchange did not escape Lu Yong's keen ears. In a swift motion, he appeared behind them, draping an arm over each of their shoulders, a mischievous grin adorning his face. What amusing conversation are you 2 having? Include me in your mirth. Kakashi finally grasped the situation. Lu Yong was intentionally stirring trouble with his mischievous nature. Rin cleared her throat and, with a smile, sought to extricate both herself and Kakashi from the awkwardness. Lu Yong, your timing is impeccable. Help us think of some delicious food. Kakashi expressed his gratitude and wishes to treat us to a meal. Rin's words were artfully chosen, not only alleviating the tension but also securing a complimentary feast. Kakashi nodded subtly, indicating his assent. Upon hearing of a meal invitation, Might Guy instantly perked up, suggesting without waiting for Lu Yong to respond, coconut shavings. Kakashi is treating us. How rare. How about we go for barbecue? I just heard the gatekeeper mention a new barbecue place opened next to Ichiraka Ramen that is quite good. Sounds great. I'm utterly exhausted from the mission. Lu Yong echoed enthusiastically. After all, he had rendered Kakashi significant assistance and felt justified in indulging him. Kakashi's lips twitched at this. These companions were certainly not shy about taking advantage of him. He quickly calculated his remaining funds for the month and, upon confirming he had enough to host them, waved his hand decisively. Let us go. We're off to enjoy some barbecue. The 4 of them made their way towards the barbecue stall in high spirits. The mission in the Land of Iron had nearly gone awry without Obito. Half a month had passed. After returning from their mission, Lu Yong and the others invited Obito, whose injuries had mostly healed, to join them for barbecue. It turned out the gatekeeper's recommendation was spot on. The barbecue was delectable. After enduring bland broth in the hospital for so long, Obito finally savored something hearty and devoured it ravenously. Lu Yong, Rin, and Kai, witnessing his joyful indulgence, smiled warmly. Obito, slow down. No one is competing with you, Rin advised. Despite her words, she still smiled as she placed the freshly roasted beef ribs into a bowl filled with soil, her eyes brimming with affection. Only Kakashi, witnessing the chaos before him, felt his heart bleed profusely. The silver-haired youth hesitated momentarily before rising abruptly. "Kakashi, where are you going?" Lu Yong inquired, noticing his unusual behavior with concern. Kakashi composed himself, replying, "I'm just heading to the restroom, and I'll ask the owner for a few more servings of grilled pork belly." He was in a state of turmoil, fearing that his companions would notice something amiss, and hurriedly made his exit. Lu Yong, pondering Kakashi's oddity, discreetly informed his companions and silently followed him. Chapter 42. A cozy barbecue team building. What is Kakashi up to, being so mysterious? Lu Yong trailed behind him at a distance, observing as he turned a couple of corners towards the entrance. The youth glanced back once, ensuring no one was following him before cautiously slipping to the front desk. Lu Yong, hiding behind a pillar, let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Kakashi's strange behavior piqued Lu Yong's curiosity even further. The distance was too great. He couldn't hear what Kakashi was discussing with the receptionist, but he saw him pull out his wallet and hand over all the money inside. The receptionist nodded approvingly, smiling as she accepted the payment, jotting something down on paper before passing it to a passing waiter. Kakashi, upon witnessing this, bowed deeply and soon departed. Lu Yong watched as he entered the nearby restroom, then swiftly approached the front desk to inquire about what had just transpired. The receptionist, a kindly middle-aged woman, smiled warmly upon hearing Lu Yong claim to be a companion of Kakashi. She informed him that young man didn't have enough money, so he offered to stay and help clean up after the meal, as well as wash the dishes in the kitchen. This truly seemed to align with his character, quietly shouldering responsibilities behind the scenes. Lu Yong was taken aback by this revelation but quickly regained his composure. He retrieved a handful of gold coins from the depths of his pockets and placed them generously on the front desk. "Madam, please see how much more is needed, and I will cover it. Additionally, order a few servings of the finest Wagyu and a dozen beverages. Don't mention that I'm the one buying. Just say it's a promotional gift from the restaurant. As for his offer to stay as a server, let that be." The middle-aged woman, who was not only the receptionist but also the owner of the barbecue establishment, was captivated by the gleaming gold coins. Her eyes sparkled as she assured him, "Rest assured, everything will be handled properly. And if I may say, that young man is truly fortunate to have a companion like you." Lu Yong suddenly became intrigued by her words. The boss's eyes darted cautiously as he leaned closer to the young man's ear, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. "You may not know this since you just arrived in the village, but that child's father passed away long ago, leaving him as the sole survivor. The child is rather reclusive, always alone, which evokes a sense of pity. Alas." As she spoke, the woman couldn't suppress a sigh. The village is small, and any event quickly spreads to every corner. Kenoha's White Fang was once a hero of the village, yet he lost his life for failing to adhere to the rules, leaving his young son to face the world alone. The child, so young, has even participated in wars. It is the fault of this world that burdens a youth with such sorrow. Lu Yong fell silent for a moment. Indeed, Kakashi's team could not muster a pair of parents. Each bore a tragic past, but that was all right. He would rescue them one by one from the mire and lead them toward the path of recovery. With this thought, Lu Yong raised his gaze and nodded slightly at the woman. "Andy, thank you. Kakashi will no longer be lonely, for we shall all accompany him." "Very well." The woman replied with a warm smile, watching him return to his seat. Kakashi had returned to his place before Lu Yong. He gazed at the empty corner opposite him, feeling inexplicably guilty. "Where is Lu Yong?" he inquired. "Oh, he went to the restroom. Didn't you see him?" Obito mumbled, his mouth full of grilled meat. "No, I didn't see him." Kakashi shook his head, his heart racing with anxiety, fearing that what had just transpired might be discovered. Before long, Lu Yong returned. Guy poked him on the shoulder, inquiring about the restroom incident. "Perhaps I entered just as he was leaving, and thus we missed each other," Lu Yong replied, appearing somewhat perplexed. His acting skills were exceptional, blurring the line between reality and pretense. Kakashi scrutinized him for a few moments but ultimately accepted his explanation. The newly added dishes soon arrived at the table. The group gazed in awe at the lavish spread of Wagyu beef, pork belly, and beverages, swallowing hard in anticipation. "Wow, Kakashi, did you strike it rich? There is so much food here, and those platters of Wagyu are certainly not cheap, right? This can't be a mistake, can it?" Guy and Obito chimed in unison. Kakashi was equally perplexed. He had only ordered 3 portions of pork belly, and now, staring at the unexpected bounty, he inquired with confusion. "This must be a mistake. I didn't order that much, just the pork belly." "Not at all," the server replied calmly. Today, we are holding a promotion. The 58th customer to dine here receives 5 portions of premium Wagyu and a special beverage from our establishment. He had long grown accustomed to such tricks played on clients. As long as he followed the instructions given above and completed the task, everything would be fine. I shall not disturb you any longer. Please enjoy your meal. The waiter said with a smile, retreating to leave space for Lu Yang and the others. Kai picked up his chopsticks, deftly grasping a piece of Wagyu beef and placing it on the grill. Watching the sizzling, aromatic meat, his mouth watered. In my entire life, I have never tasted such exquisite beef. Thanks to you, I shall indulge myself without reservation today. As he spoke, he flashed a silly grin at Kakashi, who still appeared dazed, unable to comprehend the surreal scene unfolding around him. Noticing that the piece of Wagyu was nearly cooked, Lu Yang swiftly snatched it and placed it in Kakashi's bowl. This action displeased Kai, who regarded Lu Yang with a gaze filled with resentment. Lu Yang, this is not how it should be. You've taken all the credit. Must you also snatch my grilled meat? Today, Kakashi is treating us. He should be the one to take the first bite. What if he gets upset and refuses to pay? Lu Yang shot Kai a glance, his argument sound and reasonable. Indeed, his eloquence surpassed that of anyone else present. Upon hearing this, Kai immediately fell silent. The previously quiet Noera Rin observed her companions bickering, feeling an inexplicable joy. She took a sip of her drink and continued to turn the meat on the grill. In this manner, Rin silently prepared plate after plate, distributing the portions evenly among everyone. Rin, you are so kind to me. You must be an angel, Kai exclaimed, tears in his eyes as he gazed at the meat in his bowl. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, wanting to embrace her, but Obito, witnessing this, barely managed to swallow his meat before delivering a punch to Kai's face. Mind yourself. Put away those clammy hands. Kai, feeling dejected, had acted hastily. The atmosphere was warm and cheerful, and Lu Yang looked on with satisfaction at the scene. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Chapter 43, Strategy for Kakashi. Ding. Task objective Kakashi detected. The ice within his heart is beginning to thaw. Current task progress. 10. Please continue your efforts to soothe Kakashi's inner pain. Goodness. After all he had done, the task was only 10% complete. This was incredibly challenging. Lu Yang thought to himself, and it was true. The frost of 3 feet does not form in a single day. Kakashi's emotional wounds were far too deep. In the original narrative, he had struggled for many years to come to terms with his past. It was vital not to rush. He must gradually dismantle the icy barriers encasing Kakashi's heart. Lost in thought, another tantalizing piece of grilled meat appeared in his bowl. Lu Yang looked up, gazing into that charming face. Lu Yang, your contributions to this mission have been paramount, as you have aided Kakashi in alleviating a long-standing burden. Treat yourself to a hearty meal. Lin's eyes sparkled with warmth, her every word laced with professionalism, though she alone understood the subtle hints of personal sentiment interwoven within. The allure of her attentiveness was irresistible. Lu Yang silently picked up a piece of grilled meat and savored it. The meat, though the same, now possessed a completely altered flavor. Throughout the gathering, Kakashi bore a visage weighed down by contemplation, yet the camaraderie of his companions ensured he consumed a fair share of food. Once satisfied, the group dispersed to their respective homes. As they parted ways, Noera Lin cast a lingering glance at Lu Yang. Upon receiving his reply that he still had matters to attend to, she obediently began her journey home. Seeing this, Obito gallantly offered to accompany her, only to be met with the harshness of reality. Obito, perhaps you should focus on your own affairs, he was reminded, having audaciously employed a shadow clone to sneak away for a lavish meal. Before he could arrive, his presence was heralded by a voice that echoed ominously. Startled, Obito turned his body in fear. Mere seconds later, a striking woman clad in green, her hair styled in twin ponytails, stormed towards him, accompanied by a disciple, Tsunade. Upon recognizing her, Obito instinctively fled. Oh, so you dare to escape? Just wait until I catch you. I'll break your legs and then reattach them. She was swift, and so was he, but she appeared behind him in an instant, lifting her leg and delivering a swift kick. The sound of his anguished scream resonated through the street. Tsunade, oh no, please spare me. I promise I won't do it again. The young man's face was a mask of despair as he hastily begged for mercy. But alas, it was too late. Tsunade disregarded his pleas, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere sack, striking him on the back of the neck to render him unconscious. Without delay, she hoisted him onto her shoulder and departed from the troublesome scene. As Obito was dragged away, Kakashi and Lu Yang remained, still with tasks to complete. Guy, noticing Lin alone, reached out to her. Well then, allow me to escort you home. Lin. No, thank you. I can make my way back on my own, she replied decisively. She was no mere wallflower. She was determined to grow stronger to keep pace with Lord Luyang. With that thought, Lin swiftly vanished around the corner. Rejected by the little son. Guy felt a tinge of disappointment, but said nothing, waving goodbye to Luyang and Kakashi before leaving. At the entrance of the barbecue shop, only Luyang and Kakashi remained. According to their agreement, Kakashi was to stay behind and wash the dishes, not wishing for his companions to witness his disheveled state. However, Luyang was resolute in his refusal to depart. This posed a dilemma for Kakashi. His mind raced as he pondered how to dismiss the individual before him. He pressed his lips together, on the verge of speaking, when Luyang interjected. Kakashi, I am grateful for your timely rescue and for bringing me back to Konoha. I have a gift for you as a token of my appreciation. Luyang's smile was faint yet sincere. Kakashi recalled the opportunity Luyang had secured for him earlier that day in the Hokage's office, and he felt immensely thankful. Upon hearing that Luyang intended to present him with a gift, he swiftly declined. There is no need for that. It was my responsibility. I accidentally wounded you. His act of bringing Luyang back to Konoha and requesting Tsunade to heal him was merely an effort to atone for his mistake. Disregarding Kakashi's refusal, Luyang reached behind him and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a short blade, presenting it before Kakashi. The silver-haired youth, who had just moments ago been insisting on his refusal, stood frozen in place at the sight of the gift. His breath caught in his throat as he involuntarily uttered the familiar yet foreign name, White Fang. Indeed, it was White Fang. I retrieved it for you and had it restored by Yamashita Haruya. Beep. Task objective. The ice in Kakashi's heart is steadily melting. Current task progress. 11, 12, 13. As Luyang listened to the mechanical voice in his ear, his heart brimmed with joy. I knew it would work. Who could possibly resist such a relentless onslaught? Kakashi regained his composure but remained resolute in his refusal. No, I cannot accept the short blade. As he spoke, he attempted to return the blade to Luyang's embrace. Luyang had already done so much for him, not only resurrecting his two most cherished companions, but also restoring his father's honor and recovering White Fang. Kakashi felt at a loss as to how to repay such kindness. Beep. Task objective. Kakashi's resolve strengthens. Current task progress. 17. Please continue the pursuit. Luyang understood Kakashi's thoughts. In a swift motion, he appeared behind the boy, disregarding his protests, and affixed the short blade, along with its sheath, to his back. This was the rightful place for the blade. After the Battle of the Kimui Bridge, White Fang had been lost amid the chaos of war, leaving that spot empty and devoid of its presence. Kakashi found himself ensnared by Luyang's immobilization jutsu, rendered unable to move, as he struggled to force a smile. Luyang, indeed. Luyang offered no reply, instead caressing his chin, admiring the masterpiece before him. This was what it meant for the item to return to its rightful owner. Beep. Current task progress. 18. The system resumed its counting. Luyang chuckled softly, forming hand seals to dispel the immobilization jutsu affecting the youth. Kakashi, I have used the bounty from our mission to settle the remaining payment for you. You need not worry about washing the dishes any longer. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, his heart a tumult of emotions, all his thoughts coalescing into a single utterance. Luyang. You need not say anything, for we are comrades. Luyang gently patted his shoulder. Comrades, Kakashi murmured, unaware that tears had already begun to stream down his face. Chapter 44. Midnight Assault. Ding. Current task progress. 25. As the system halted its count, the weight that Luyang had prepared to release within him began to rise once more. It was evident that matters were still unresolved. Kakashi's profound sorrow primarily stemmed from his father. It seemed that they would have to await news from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well then, it is getting late. Let us return to our respective homes. My younger brother is still waiting for me. Thank you for your hospitality today. With a wave of his hand, Luyang bid Kakashi farewell. The brother he referred to was Itachi Uchiha. He wondered if that little one had missed him during his prolonged absence. Luyang departed swiftly, leaving Kakashi gazing after the young man's retreating figure, unable to regain his composure. At the residence of the Uchiha clan leader, Luyang arrived quite late. Standing before the grand entrance of the imposing estate, he felt a swirl of emotions within him. Once I have gained my wings, I shall inevitably depart from this place, he silently vowed. As was his custom, the young man removed his shoes and quietly intended to slip into his room. Unexpectedly, Mikoto Uchiha had long been leaning against the corridor, waiting for him. Lu Yang, you rascal. You return from your mission after traveling such a distance, and do not even bother to inform me, leaving me to wait until the flowers have wilted. Mikoto stood up in a huff, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Her love ran deep, and thus her reprimand was sharp. Earlier that day, while shopping, she had fortuitously encountered Kushina, who had informed her of Lu Yang's return. Thrilled, she had bought an array of fine ingredients and spent several hours preparing a feast to welcome Lu Yang back from his inaugural mission. However, the three of them had waited and waited, only for the food to cool, and Lu Yang had not returned. Well, I suppose you did not mean to worry me, so I shall not hold it against you. Mikoto spoke to herself, her tone softening after venting her frustrations. You must be hungry, come in and eat. Her rapid shift in demeanor was almost as swift as turning a page in a book. No wonder it is said that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean, Lu Yang mused. He touched his slightly rounded belly and managed a faint smile. He wished to convey that he had already dined. But the coldness in her expression compelled him to swallow his words. Having learned from past experiences, Mikoto was now well prepared. Without hesitation, she strode forward and grasped the boy's arm, guiding him to sit at the dining table. Suddenly, a small bundle, seemingly emerging from nowhere, nestled into his embrace. Brother Lu Yang, you're back, Itachi murmured softly. He reached out and gently ruffled the boy's large, dark eyes, appearing adorably dazed as if just awakened. Lu Yang pinched Itachi's small face, a warm surge of affection flooding his heart, instantly dispelling the fatigue accumulated from his journey. Lu Yang, play with your brother for a while. The meal will be ready shortly, Mikoto Uchiha said gently. For her, it was a delight to see the two little ones getting along harmoniously. At this moment, she hurried to heat the meal prepared especially for him and placed it before the boy. Thank you, sister, Lu Yang replied with a sweet smile directed at Mikoto Uchiha. The array of dishes before him was splendid, with 3 of the 5 featuring mackerel, simply because he had expressed his fondness for mackerel recently. Mikoto had taken it upon herself to prepare it for him in various ways. Do eat up, otherwise it will get cold, Mikoto said, lifting Itachi and affectionately patting Lu Yang's head. She genuinely regarded this boy as a member of her family. Lu Yang nodded, picked up his chopsticks, and sampled a piece of meat. It was delicious, tantalizing his taste buds. Delicious, he declared. Though not particularly hungry, he made an effort to eat considerably, so as not to disappoint Mikoto Uchiha. His enjoyment was mirrored in Mikoto's happiness. Enjoy a little more. I'll go prepare hot water for your bath. Make sure to wash up and sleep early, Mikoto said before rising to head towards the bathroom. As she carried Itachi away, Lu Yang hastily set down his chopsticks and formed hand seals. From the endless void, he retrieved a bag, packing the leftover food inside. When Mikoto emerged from preparing the bathwater and noticed the empty dishes before her, she paused in surprise. She hadn't expected him to be so considerate. Is the hot water ready? Then I shall go bathe. Lu Yang cleared his throat, anxious about revealing his secret, and dashed toward the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, enveloped in steam, Lu Yang sat in the expansive bathtub, the warm water enveloping him entirely. A wave of inexplicable comfort surged from within. At that moment, every muscle in his body relaxed completely. The boy closed his eyes and let out a muffled hum. So comfortable. This sensation was utterly delightful, the only downside being his nearly bursting stomach. With this thought, Lu Yang sat cross-legged, twisting his wrist to summon the fishing rod he had used last time, swiftly tapping several acupoints on his body to expel the excess food from his stomach. Alas, the risk of acid reflux lingers, and I must refrain from such actions in the future, Lu Yang admonished himself. If this were on Blue Star, it would undoubtedly be akin to inducing vomiting. The thought of the repercussions of frequent purging sent shivers down his spine. Such an unhealthy remedy should be avoided at all costs. After a refreshing bath, Lu Yang returned to his room, where he finally found solace from the presence of the little dumpling. Sitting on his bed, he retrieved the demon blade, Muramasa, awarded by the system, and began to admire it closely. Demon blade Muramasa, a guaranteed fatal strike. Should this blade inflict even the slightest wound, the victim shall succumb to curse poison and perish. Note, even the wielder will be afflicted by curse poison if they cut themselves. There could be no doubt. This truly is a genuine demon blade. The system is impressive, even rewarding imperial artifacts from neighboring realms. When will it bestow upon me the essence of the devil as well? A beautiful wish blossomed in his mind. Yet, Lu Yang was not naive enough to believe that this treacherous system would fulfill his desires. He delicately traced the blade's icy surface with his fingertip. A chill coursing through him as images of Lin wielding it surfaced in his mind, prompting a smile to grace his lips. This demon blade is indeed remarkable. I shall present it to Lin tomorrow. If only my doppelganger had arrived a tad later during that mission in the Iron Country. Kakashi and the others would have been in dire straits. Lin, being a medical ninja, was the most vulnerable to enemy attention. With this demon blade in her possession, she would no longer fear for her safety. Lu Yang reveled in his thoughts. At that moment, two masked figures burst through the ceiling. Their hands aimed directly at Lu Yang's vital points. Chapter 45. The Conspiracy of the Hidden Cloud. Have you lost your minds? Bursting in at such an hour. Do you not allow anyone to sleep? A flock of crows seemed to fly over Lu Yang's head. Good heavens. Is this what they call a midnight ambush? Just recently, he had been attacked by a group of mist ninjas, and now two unfamiliar ninjas had arrived. Lu Yang genuinely wondered if Konoha's defense system was merely for show. He hurled a dagger and deftly evaded the two assailant strikes. Seeing their initial assault fail, the two ninjas quickly readjusted their stances, drawing their kunai and charging at Lu Yang. Come now, shall we not engage in a civil discussion? Is it really necessary to resort to violence immediately? Lu Yang loathed such unscrupulous assassins. Nonetheless, he had no desire to disrupt his room. Gathering chakra beneath his feet, he leaped over the wall and burst through the damaged rooftop. The two assassins exchanged glances, unhesitatingly pursuing him. Itachi Uchiha, we have accepted your eyes. A threatening voice echoed behind him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang could not help but exclaim in frustration. Are you all idiots? Before embarking on the mission, no background check was conducted, correct? Uchiha Itachi, just how small is he? At such a tender age. Does he truly resemble a mere 3-year-old? Yet, the adversary pays no heed to his futile words, unleashing a lightning jutsu with a mere flick of his hand. Demanding Lu Yang's life. Lu Yang deftly evades with the flying thunder god technique, his frustration mounting. Nevertheless, he has essentially confirmed the identity of his opponent. Such audacious bloodline limit thieves, wielding rare ninjutsu, could only be the shameless ruffians from the Cloud Village. You have willingly walked into my trap. Today, I shall act as the harbinger of justice and deal with you petty thieves appropriately. Lu Yang halts, tightening his grip on the cursed blade. His Sharingan awakening with a bloodthirsty smirk. What better way to test this blade than on you? The commotion soon attracts Uchiha Fugaku. From a distance, Lu Yang observes the sudden appearance of the man, his heart racing. Fearing his true strength might be discerned, he decisively retracts the cursed blade, Muramasa. A sizzling sound fills the air as another lightning jutsu, launched by the enemy, approaches. Lu Yang spins to evade but, misstepping, finds himself teetering backward. Just as he is about to fall, a robust arm reaches out, pulling him into a protective embrace. The two roll to safety. Are you all right, Lu Yang? Uchiha Fugaku inquires. The youth before him might well be the future hope of the Uchiha clan. He cannot afford any mishap. I'm fine, quickly apprehend them. These two are from the Cloud Village. The Third Shinobi World War has only recently concluded, and within their hearts, seeds of mutual hatred are sprouting and raging uncontrollably. Upon learning that the assailants hail from the cloud, Uchiha Fugaku immediately grasps their intentions, an aura of killing intent radiating from him. Experience speaks volumes. With a swift and decisive strike, Uchiha Fugaku dispatches the two assassins in mere moments. Now, let me unveil your true identities. Uchiha Fugaku steps over one and bends down to remove the enemy's hood. However, to his astonishment, he observes the muscle tissue of the assailants disintegrating. Alarmed by the unexpected turn of events, Fugaku quickly retracts his legs and steps back. In the next moment, the once living individuals have transformed into mere pools of green sludge. The tardy guards rush in, weapons drawn, their eyes widening in horror at the bizarre scene before them, drenched in cold sweat. What is this? Are these not living beings? How did they suddenly turn into mere puddles? Calm yourselves, you worthless fools. Uchiha Fugaku crosses his arms, his crimson eyes glaring coldly at the incompetent guards. These two intruders came under the cover of night, and having failed their mission, resorted to such underhanded means. They have obliterated their own corpses, leaving no evidence behind. Uchiha Fugaku, contemplating the words recently uttered by Lu Yang, turned his gaze towards him and inquired, Lu Yang, how did you ascertain that they are from the hidden Cloud Village? The two individuals were clad in dark garments, their entire forms enveloped, revealing only their piercing eyes, deliberately obscuring their identities. Yet, Lu Yang had confidently declared them to be from the hidden Cloud Village, which inevitably aroused suspicion. Lu Yang, having anticipated this moment, calmly elucidated, earlier, while in the confines of the room, they fell prey to my genjutsu and inadvertently divulged their intentions. Furthermore, they have come to seize the Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned serious as he scrutinized Liu Yang, keen to capture every micro-expression that flickered across his face. Before him stood a formidable opponent who had unlocked the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, an individual whose strength was inscrutable. Liu Yang felt a shiver under Uchiha Fugaku's intense gaze and hastily continued, "They mistook me for Itachi. This attempt to acquire the Sharingan has failed. But knowing the temperament of the Hidden Cloud, they will undoubtedly return." He recalled his past disdain for the Hidden Cloud, likening them to marauders, ruthlessly pillaging secret techniques and leaving a trail of bloodshed in their wake. Their actions had directly led to the demise of Hinata Hayashi, Niji's father. Given the opportunity, Liu Yang resolved to find a way to put an end to such atrocities, despite the formidable challenge it posed. Upon hearing that their target was Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku's fists clenched tightly. His demeanor remained calm, yet Liu Yang sensed the underlying current of lethal intent. "Let them come and go as they please," Uchiha Fugaku stated, his voice steady while delivering such chilling words. Liu Yang silently admired him, wishing to applaud his fortitude. In a secluded corner outside the village, a group of ninjas adorned with the Hidden Cloud Village forehead protectors awaited anxiously. One of the sensory ninjas, clutching a communication device, suddenly changed countenance, exclaiming, "This is bad. The two have lost contact. It seems the mission has failed. After all, they are Uchiha. We should depart. There will be other opportunities," another ninja replied nonchalantly, devoid of any trace of concern. Lord Raikage stated this was merely a probe against Kenoha. "Though we did not accomplish the mission of retrieving the Sharingan, we successfully infiltrated their ranks. The defenses of Kenoha Ninja Village are rather lackluster," several of them scoffed, as they stowed away their equipment and prepared to leave. A sudden gust of wind swept through, accompanied by rustling sounds emanating from the nearby woods. One of the Cloud Ninjas, observing the birds taking flight, cautiously raised his longsword. The noise grew increasingly pronounced until, with a sharp call, 7-masked Anbu appeared behind them, encircling the group. "Where do you think you are going?" the leader inquired in a calm tone. However, upon seeing him, the Hidden Cloud Ninjas were seized by a soul-chilling dread. Chapter 46, an innocent man, yet burdened by gilded golden flash. Lord Raikage once proclaimed that should one encounter such a radiance during a mission, they ought to abandon the task and flee without fear of retribution. The voices of the Cloud Shinobi trembled as they spoke these words. They exchanged glances and, in unison, produced a smoke bomb. "Thank you for your lofty praise, but your escape is no longer an option," remarked Minato Namikaze, his expression unchanged. In an instant, he appeared behind them, his speed akin to lightning. Before the smoke bombs could even descend, he had swiftly pierced the throats of each adversary. When did this happen? The onlookers were astounded, their eyes wide in disbelief. Minato grasped the last remaining foe by the neck, his other hand firmly holding the chin, preventing them from biting down on the poison concealed within their mouth. A member of the Anbu, donning a dog-headed mask, stepped forward and kindly elucidated. "Long before you infiltrated Konoha, our reconnaissance unit detected your presence. Utilizing the mind transfer technique to penetrate your consciousness and discreetly inscribing the Flying Thunder God technique is not a feat beyond our capabilities." As he spoke, he extracted the poison from the enemy's mouth and discarded it upon the ground. Strangely, the glass vial, no larger than a fingernail, shattered upon contact with the earth, its contents swiftly corroding the patch of grass beneath. Recently, a peculiar tale has circulated within the shinobi world. A band of masked marauders has been robbing others of their secret techniques and bloodline limits. Little did they expect to set their sights on Konoha. Upon receiving the report from the Anbu, the third Hokage refrained from immediate action to avoid alarming the intruders, especially considering their target was the Uchiha clan. To their astonishment, this gamble had netted a significant catch. Minato and his team escorted the Cloud Shinobi to the interrogation room. In the Hokage's office, brightly lit and bustling, a serious meeting was convened. The high-ranking officials of Konoha gathered, and upon hearing the details of the incident, they slammed their fists on the table in rage. Those despicable Cloud Shinobi dared to commit such a heinous act, clearly disregarding Konoha. They exclaimed, "Had we not discovered this plot today, and they succeeded in seizing the Sharingan, the consequences would have been dire." Their rampant theft of others' techniques surely indicates their ambition to dominate the shinobi world, perhaps even instigating the Fourth Great Ninja War. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, listened to the speculations, his countenance darkening ominously. The Third Great Ninja War had only just concluded, and Konoha, despite its strength, had suffered considerable damage. To be drawn into another conflict would be a grave misstep. He turned his gaze to Uchiha Fugaku. "Fugaku, what is your perspective on this matter?" The Cloud Shinobi's target was the Uchiha clan, and as the clan leader, your voice carries significant weight in this discussion. The gathered crowd, upon noticing that the third Hokage had shifted the topic towards Fugaku, turned their heads in unison, fixating their gaze upon him. Uchiha Fugaku, arms crossed, maintained an unyielding expression. He was acutely aware that this assembly of elders harbored a deep-seated desire to eradicate the Uchiha clan entirely. With Shimura Danzo no longer a factor, countless others akin to him still remained, for the innocent often bear the burden of the guilty. Lord Hokage, he began, the actions of the Cloud Village are brazenly audacious. As they openly infiltrate Konoha, seeking to seize our bloodline limits, one must ponder whether their ambitions extend to the unification of the shinobi world. Currently, it is prudent for us to recuperate rather than engage in warfare. Since we hold hostages from the Cloud, why not initiate negotiations? If they covet the Sharingan, let them exchange it for the hostages, perhaps utilizing a ninja skilled in wind release or the two-tails Jinchuriki. As Fugaku's words resonated in the air, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, furrowed his brow in response. Not only Sarutobi, but also the likes of Uzumaki Koharu and Mito Gatika rose swiftly, thumping their hands on the table, vehemently questioning him. Uchiha Fugaku, you profess that war is inadvisable, yet every condition you propose for negotiations with the Cloud is a provocation. The Cloud Village is known for its martial prowess and formidable strength. In the recently concluded Third Great Ninja War, the Third Raikage had single-handedly confronted the vast army of Iwagakure, leaving a lasting impression that still looms over the entire shinobi world. Moreover, the Cloud possesses the two tails and eight tails, with the eight tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, being the epitome of a perfect host. In this regard, Konoha wishes to avoid antagonizing the Cloud. What do the two elders propose? Fugaku retorted, his expression inscrutable. Koharu and Mito were left momentarily speechless, their minds racing yet failing to conjure a more viable solution. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, a stalemate ensued. Fugaku had long been accustomed to being targeted by the village. He closed his eyes, gently tapping his arm with his index finger. A sleepless night weighed heavily upon him. Warm sunlight streamed through the gaps in the ceiling, casting a soft glow upon Ryong, illuminating his face with a delicate sheen. His mind was still preoccupied with the events of the previous night, unable to find tranquility. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A young Uchiha tiptoed in, stealthily climbing onto the bed and leaping onto his abdomen with surprising force. Brother, wake up. Caught off guard, Ryong internally cursed, reflecting on how this little imp could rival the lethality of 1,000 years of pain. The sharp pain in his abdomen elicited an involuntary cry. Brother, it's time to eat. Noticing Ryong's lack of response, Itachi descended from his perch, his mischievous hands reaching for Ryong's ears at that moment. Fearing further assault, Ryong instinctively sprang up. All right, my little ancestor. I shall rise to brush my teeth and wash my face, and accompany you to breakfast. At last, he understood the situation. Uchiha Mikoto has already seized upon his weakness, compelling this little ancestor to come forth, leaving him with no opportunity for refusal. At the dining table, as Lu Yang took a seat, he encountered Uchiha Fugaku, who had just returned from an all-night meeting. The man's expression darkened, clearly indicating his displeasure. Lu Yang, wishing to avoid involvement, immersed himself in his seaweed soup. Upon seeing her husband return, Mikoto thoughtfully brought forth the portion she had reserved from the pot, placing it before the man. Today, they were having oden. Lu Yang picked up a large piece of white radish and placed it into his mouth. Fugaku did not lift his chopsticks, casting a cold glance at him as he inquired, Lu Yang, what are your plans regarding the situation in the hidden cloud? Coughing slightly, the young man nearly choked but managed to drink from the water Mikoto offered, thus preventing suffocation. Once he regained his composure, he shook his head. Uncle, you truly overestimate me. How could I possibly know what to do? Fugaku, a seasoned strategist, harbored countless doubts in his mind, wholly unconvinced by the youth's words. Lu Yang, if the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village cannot be reconciled, which side would you choose? At that moment, the atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence. Uchiha Mikoto, taking 2 plates, discreetly led Itachi away, leaving the space for her husband and Lu Yang. Lu Yang awkwardly swallowed, caught in a dilemma of whether to continue eating or not. If you had to choose a camp, which would it be? Fugaku reiterated, his tone sharper than before, as though unwilling to relent without an answer. I would choose neither, Lu Yang declared, placing down his chopsticks and looking directly into the somber eyes. Because the village and the Uchiha clan will not encounter the situation you describe. He had initially believed that without the meddling of Danzo, the tensions between the Uchiha and the village would not escalate so easily. It appeared he had been naive. Something must have transpired during the meeting last night to prompt this man to entertain such thoughts. Liu Yang was certain that Fugaku did not desire a civil war. The most likely candidate for the position of Hokage was the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Teacher Minato was gentle and cherished peace under his leadership. It would be inconceivable to allow the Uchiha to descend into ruin, Liu Yang asserted with conviction. The tragic extermination of the Uchiha stemmed from years of conflict with the village, culminating in disaster under the instigation of figures like Danzo. Most importantly, Minato perished during the chaos of the Nine Tails. With history rewritten, Danzo was dead, and Obito had successfully returned with Madara, eliminating the future threat of the Nine Tails rampage. Thus, it was only natural that the fate of the Uchiha would continue. Liu Yang, how can I possibly believe you? Uchiha Fugaku let out a cold laugh, a sound tinged with both sorrow and self-mockery. Everyone feared the might of his clan, utilizing them during times of war only to cast them aside mercilessly afterward. He had no desire to betray his village, yet as the leader of his clan, he often found himself constrained by circumstances beyond his control. Uncle, your eyes possess the ability to foresee the future. Do you dare to wager on this? Liu Yang smirked, a faint smile gracing his lips. Uchiha Fugaku paused momentarily, instinctively responding, what do you mean? What am I to wager? In less than a month, Minato Namikaze will ascend as the fourth Hokage, ushering Konoha into an entirely new era. The stakes are the future of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Uchiha Fugaku fell into a long silence. This young man before him, who had unlocked the Mangekyou Sharingan at such a tender age, exuded an aura of unfathomable power, shrouded in enigma. He hesitated, contemplating whether to trust his words. With a soft sigh, Liu Yang weighed the pros and cons, retrieving a pair of Sharingan from the void and placing them before the man. Freshly unearthed, just taken from a corpse. This is the Sharingan of Uchiha Madara. As Liu Yang spoke, he disdainfully approached the sink to wash away the stench of blood from his hands. Uchiha Madara. At the mention of this name, Fugaku's composure shattered. His fist slammed down upon the table with tremendous force. Liu Yang, who exactly are you? His strength was formidable. In an instant, the table splintered into countless shards. The clattering of utensils echoed as they fell, spilling soup and water across the floor, creating a scene of utter chaos. Uchiha Makoto, hearing the commotion, hurried over, her fists instinctively clenching at the sight of the disarrayed dining hall. You two, get out of here before I count to 3. 1, 2. Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback, yet reality left no room for hesitation. He fled the scene before Uchiha Makoto could descend upon him with her broom. He stopped in the courtyard, bending over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Goodness, this is the first time I've seen her like this. The fierce demeanor she displayed earlier resembled that of the fiery red pepper, Jiuxingnai. Liu Yang had a premonition that had he delayed even a moment longer, he would have faced her wrath. Uchiha Fugaku, however, was far less fortunate. In his attempt to retrieve the Sharingan from the ground, he endured a thorough beating from Makoto. Liu Yang, observing Fugaku's hasty retreat, now bruised and battered, couldn't he help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, uncle, you've been beaten into a pig's head. How utterly amusing. Thankfully, I ran fast. Uchiha Fugaku glared at Liu Yang, his face flushed with shame. Had looks been lethal, Liu Yang would have perished 1,000 times over. Where did you find these eyes? Who are you really? Fugaku asked coldly. He retracted his blood-stained eyes. A sharp kunai pressed against the youth's neck. During the rescue of Obito, he unearthed him in the graveyard of the fallen. The corpse of a ninja is a treasure, especially one of his caliber. However, his body had decayed beyond recognition, save for his eyes, which remained intact. Thus, I brought them back, considering it a contribution to the Uchiha clan. Liu Yang, unfazed, smiled and took a step forward, attempting to deepen the chilling sensation against his throat. Yet, to his disappointment, with each step he took, the man retreated in kind. The standoff culminated with gritted teeth as the kunai was reluctantly withdrawn. Liu Yang, you are the second person to earn my utmost respect, he remarked. Thank you for the compliment, Liu Yang replied with a smile, already aware of the first person's identity. As expected, a rare smile of relief graced the typically stoic face of Uchiha Fugaku. All right, I shall wager on this occasion, believing that this person can alter the future of the Uchiha clan. He certainly will, Liu Yang assured, thumping his chest. While he dared not speak of anything else, he trusted in Minato's political acumen and character. By the way, uncle, Weren't you asking me how to resolve matters with the hidden cloud? The youth leaned closer to the man, whispering softly. In the Hokage's office, Liu Yang, arms crossed, forcefully kicked open the tightly shut door. At that moment, someone inside was reaching for the handle, only to be unexpectedly flung against the wall by the sudden intrusion. A loud crash echoed. "Oh no, I've gotten myself into trouble again," was Liu Yang's immediate reaction. What was worse, the formidable Tsunade stood before him, gleefully proclaiming, "You're finished. You've provoked the one person you shouldn't have. Pray for mercy." With Tsunade's words, Liu Yang's heart sank further. Curiosity compelled him to pry open the door. Eager to glimpse the victim's face, what he encountered was a ghastly, pale visage that hung before him. "Goodness, a ghost!" Liu Yang exclaimed, startled, instinctively darting to the side, only to collide with something soft. Chapter 48. A leap of faith. Slap. 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 The resounding echoes of sharp slaps filled the air. Liu Yang, caught off guard, was sent sprawling backward. "Why am I so unfortunate?" he lamented, having just been startled by Orochimaru, only to then receive a blow from Tsunade. Covering his swollen face with his hand, he felt utterly despondent. "Liu Yang, how dare you?" Tsunade exclaimed, furiously standing before the youth, hands on her hips, glaring down at him. At such a young age, why choose to emulate a lecherous man, just like that pervert Jiraiya? In a remote border town, Jiraiya, who was peering into a bathroom, suddenly sneezed as if struck by a telepathic sensation. "Who on earth is watching me in broad daylight?" he mused, in a moment of dazed bewilderment. A melodious voice pierced his ears. "Are you enjoying the view?" Of course, he was thrilled. She was nothing short of a celestial beauty. Jiraiya nodded enthusiastically. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, mechanically lifting his head to behold a few fearsome visages staring back at him. "Since it has come to this, let us deal with this perverted fiend." The leading woman, exquisite in her beauty, clutched her towel tightly and swung a broom with ferocious intent towards him. The others joined in without hesitation, converging to deliver a merciless beating. After a chaotic scuffle, Jiraiya lay battered and bruised, moaning on the ground, only to be unceremoniously tossed out the door by the furious women. In the end, they left him with a vehement warning. "You vile pervert. If we catch you spying again, you will regret it." With a resounding thud, the door of the hot spring resort slammed shut. How petty. Not even allowing a glance. This was all in the name of art. Jiraiya slowly rose, retrieving paper and pen from his pocket to meticulously document the events he had just witnessed. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was charged with tension. On one side stood the formidable Tsunade, who had just administered a beating to him, and on the other was Orochimaru, whose ire he had inadvertently provoked, alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen, the esteemed leader of Konoha. It was a precarious stalemate, all directed at him. Liu Yang instinctively swallowed hard. "Hey, Third Hokage, how is the matter we discussed last time progressing?" he inquired, clearing his throat to feign calmness. He was referring to the situation involving Hitaki Tsukumo. The mission of Kakashi was at its final hurdle, and he was growing impatient. The other three, noticing his deliberate shift in topic, turned their gazes towards Sarutobi, awaiting his response. Tsunade and Orochimaru were equally curious about what the third Hokage had promised the young boy. Sarutobi exhaled a plume of smoke, furrowing his brow. "As for the matter of White Fang, we have yet to reach a conclusion." At this revelation, Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged knowing glances, instantly comprehending the implications. Orochimaru, who had remained silent thus far, circled Liu Yang, scrutinizing him with keen, serpent-like eyes. The intensity of his gaze made Liu Yang shiver involuntarily. With a soft thud, Orochimaru halted before him, extending a hand to lift Liu Yang's chin, compelling him to meet his penetrating gaze. A palpable aura of menace emanated from Orochimaru, causing Liu Yang's heart to skip a beat as he instinctively summoned his chakra. Just then, the man subtly concealed his murderous intent, letting out a low chuckle. "Those eyes are indeed remarkable." The trailing words stretched on for quite a while. Liu Yang understood. It seemed that Orochimaru had taken a fancy to his eyes. However, he was not to be underestimated. Swiftly, he brushed aside the man's hand, executing a graceful backflip that created a safe distance between them. "What is it, Teacher Orochimaru? Do you desire them?" "Unfortunately, this is a bloodline limit that can only be unlocked by the Uchiha clan," Liu Yang provocatively stated, his gaze brimming with challenge. He recalled that Orochimaru's yearning for the Sharingan was ignited upon witnessing Itachi's eyes. Even later, he chose the second son as his vessel for reincarnation solely to acquire those eyes. Only the bloodline of the Uchiha clan could fully unleash the Sharingan's potential. Struck by the younger generation's insight into his inner thoughts, Orochimaru was not angered, Instead, he waved his hand to shift the topic. You have arrived at an opportune moment. There remain many mysteries regarding the Black Zetsu that was extracted from Obito. This research requires your cooperation. The Black Zetsu escaped from Obito, yet he himself has no recollection of it. Following the initiation of Orochimaru's experiment, the Black Zetsu fell into slumber. Aside from the knowledge that it possesses rapidly dividing plant cells, little else is known. Currently, the research has reached an impasse. After discussions with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru decided to enlist Liu Yang's help, as Obito was brought back by him from an unknown origin. I can assist you, but there must be a price. Liu Yang proclaimed, arms crossed, his expression haughty. Orochimaru, being a shrewd man, recognized the boy's intentions and nodded in agreement. A mischievous smile curled at Liu Yang's lips as he cheerfully declared, the first step is to promptly resolve the matter of Kakashi's father. Once that is accomplished, we can discuss other matters in detail. Rest assured, I am quite trustworthy and will not go back on my word. Liu Yang, you aren't deceiving us, are you? Do you truly possess knowledge? Tsunade's eyes were filled with inquisitiveness. Although they had deliberated on seeking Liu Yang's fortune, they held little hope. She had ample reason to suspect that Liu Yang might be tricking them into resolving the issue regarding Tsukumo Hatake. They had all heard of that incident. The third Hokage had summoned Tsunade and Orochimaru, not only to report on the intelligence concerning Black Zetsu, but also regarding the relocation of White Fang's grave. This matter was of great significance, necessitating a vote from all senior members. Of course it's true. When have I ever deceived you, Granny Tsunade? Liu Yang blinked innocently with his large eyes, attempting to appear endearing. However, charm alone would not suffice. A vow was required. Well, I swear. If the intelligence I provided regarding the Black Absolute is false, may I be struck down by divine retribution. After completing his tasks, Liu Yang cast a sidelong glance at Tsunade. He had gone to such lengths for Kakashi. If he failed to accomplish the mission now, he might well weep inconsolably in the restroom. The three exchanged glances. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust his words. Tsunade, Orochimaru. You heard what he said, didn't you? You must cast a vote of approval at tomorrow's meeting. It cannot wait for tomorrow. It must be today. Liu Yang's tone was resolute. Chapter 49, completing the mission in the training ground, Kakashi held the short blade in his hand. Closing his eyes as memories of the techniques imparted to him by his father flooded his mind. Hatake Tsukumo was revered as the White Fang of Konoha because he wielded a short blade that radiated a luminous chakra. His prowess was unmatched, and his swordsmanship was nothing short of extraordinary, earning him accolades throughout the land, even commanding the respect of the legendary Sannin. Upon Tsukumo's passing, the White Fang's weapon became Kakashi's inheritance. Regrettably, not long after, it was interrupted during the battle at the Kamino Bridge by the enemy. In his mind, memories flashed by like a revolving lantern, and his father's figure grew increasingly vivid before the eyes of the 12-year-old boy. Kakashi channeled chakra, allowing it to envelop the short blade, which began to emit a faint white glow. He skillfully maneuvered the blade, following the silhouette from his memories, executing movements that flowed seamlessly. In that moment, Kakashi felt ripples of emotion stirring within his heart. Father, I shall undoubtedly inherit your name and elevate the Hatake family swordsmanship to new heights. The boy tightened his grip on the blade, contemplating resolutely. His gaze sharpened as he faced a distant tree, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Thud, thud, thud. After a series of muffled sounds, the tree fell with a resounding crash. With a swift whoosh, the short blade returned steadily to its sheath on his back. Kakashi gazed at the splintered tree before him, wiping the sweat from his brow, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He had become so engrossed in his practice that he lost track of time. As the sun set, the crimson evening glow painted half the sky, burning brightly and illuminating the heavens in a breathtaking spectacle. He stood there, backlit by the sun, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, merging with nature, resembling a beautiful piece of art. Kakashi inhaled deeply, turning around to discover the graceful figure of a girl who had appeared unbeknownst to him. Rin, what brings you here? Kakashi inquired, puzzled. Yahiko Rin snapped back to reality, revealing her signature sweet smile. Liu Yang sent me to find you. We have prepared a surprise for you. So close in proximity, Kakashi could clearly see her long, curled eyelashes, her crescent-shaped eyes, and the rosy hue of her cheeks. Everything before him was simply exquisite. As Kakashi gazed at her, he felt as though even his breath had stilled. Hey, Kakashi. At that moment, a sudden, furious shout echoed from a distance. The voice was so familiar that Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply. Turning around, he indeed saw Obito's figure. "Kakashi, your movements are far too slow. Liu Yang and I have been waiting for you until the flowers withered." Uchiha Obito grumbled with displeasure. A flock of crows flew overhead Kakashi. He was still unaware of what had transpired, but upon seeing the smiling faces of his comrades, the entire world seemed to brighten. "Here we go." He released Rin's hand and strode confidently towards the youth. Just as Kakashi was about to reach Obito, a vibrant bouquet suddenly appeared before him, halting his steps. Thud, thud, thud. Behind the flowers stood Liu Yang, his mischievous face grinning. Kakashi momentarily froze as the enormous bouquet was thrust into his embrace. "Kakashi, this is our gift to you. Are you not moved?" Liu Yang chuckled. Kakashi was about to nod in agreement, but the boy denied him the chance. Grabbing hold of others' hands, he sprinted off. "Liu Yang, where are you taking me?" "You'll find out soon enough." Liu Yang gestured for silence, his pace quickening. Behind them, Yamanaka, Rin, and Obito hurriedly pursued. The once silent training ground was now filled solely with the crisp sound of youthful footsteps. Hero's Tomb. The previously empty patch of land now bore a brand new gravestone. "What is this?" Kakashi gazed at the gravestone in the distance, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. Liu Yang discreetly released his hand. Then, with a firm push, he propelled him closer to the gravestone, allowing him to see it more clearly. The gravestone bore the illustrious golden characters, Kakashi Tsukumo. The inscription was adorned with an elaborate account of the man's life, detailing the remarkable contributions he made to the village, while also rewriting the rules of the event that had led him to his demise. Before the gravestone lay countless flowers and several freshly pinned letters. Kakashi trembled as he picked up the papers, his eyes drawn to the prominent title, "A New Chapter in the History of the Konoha Ninja Academy." In the world of ninjas, those who do not abide by the rules are deemed worthless. However, a ninja whom even his comrades disregard is less than scum. Kakashi murmured softly. This was the preface to a new chapter in the history of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Following this introduction was a tribute to the choices made by Kakashi Tsukumo in his time. As Obito gazed intently at Kakashi, he approached and casually draped an arm around his neck. "What do you think, Kakashi? This compilation is a heartfelt tribute from the three of us, sanctioned by the higher-ups of Konoha. By the next academic year, it will be officially introduced to the younger generation. The glorious deeds of your father will echo throughout every corner of the village. Those decaying rules will crumble without resistance, rewritten entirely. The power of education is unparalleled. As long as this sentiment permeates the textbooks, such tragedies as those of the past will never repeat. Rules are cold, but humanity is warm." Kakashi found himself at a loss for how to convey the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Observing the slight redness in his eyes, Liu Yang stepped forward, brushing aside Obito, and gently lifted the corners of Kakashi's mouth with his fingers, crafting a comical grin. "This is how you should smile. Here, at the Heroes' Monument. We stand to honor the valiant souls of Konoha, who watch over us. We must smile, to show them that the descendants they bled to protect are living happily." His gaze was sincere. Alas, this solemn expression could not endure long, as it soon gave way to a light-hearted demeanor. Kakashi, weighed down by sorrow, found himself amused by Liu Yang's antics, his eyes narrowing as genuine laughter erupted from him. The three present shared a knowing silence, allowing him to indulge in his laughter. Time slipped by unnoticed. Eventually, Kakashi, weary from his mirth, collapsed onto the ground, clutching his stomach. He softly called out their names, Liu Yang, Rin, Obito. Liu Yang took Rin's hand and laid down beside Kakashi. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Ding. Congratulations, host, on mastering the heart transfer technique and the body transfer technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1,000 gold coins. You have obtained the bloodline limit. Corpse bone pulse. Chakra reconstitution complete. The body has been purged. Liu Yang tore off the forehead protector, revealing his fully restored eye. 666. I shall never again claim the system is a scam. This audacious display was unparalleled. The corpse bone pulse and heart transfer techniques, each one a game-changer in its own right. Yet, practicality prevailed. He resolved to seize the moment while Kakashi was still moved, to indulge in some food and drink. With a wicked grin, he thought, no need for thanks. Let us get something tangible. How about a barbecue? This was a splendid idea. Not a moment wasted after all the effort put into orchestrating such a grand surprise for Kakashi. Indeed, today is a joyous occasion. There is no better time than the present. Let us have it tonight. Toby and Rin echoed in agreement. Kakashi was at his wit's end. The last barbecue had drained his entire savings, leaving his pockets utterly bereft. While others remained oblivious to Kakashi's plight, Liu Yang was acutely aware. He affectionately draped an arm over Kakashi's shoulder, his eyes sparkling with mirth. According to the village's policy for the families of heroes, a monthly pension would be disbursed to you. The debts incurred previously would soon be compensated as well. Liu Yang swiftly recounted his spirited defense in the Hokage's office today, advocating for Kakashi's rightful benefits. The families of heroes must be cared for with utmost respect. We cannot allow the spirits of the fallen to feel neglected. Kakashi, you are now the wealthiest among us. In times of prosperity, we must not forget our bonds. Liu Yang squinted playfully and added. Kakashi's eyes brimmed with tears as he lifted his gaze, attempting to hold back the flood. Why shed tears, dear fellow? If you're truly moved, treat us to some barbecue. 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 Such an important matter deserves repetition. Kakashi was amused by the comical expression on Liu Yang's face. He genuinely wished he could treat them to barbecue, yet felt powerless to do so. Kakashi pursed his lips, preparing to decline, when he suddenly heard a rustling sound nearby. Kakashi, ever the vigilant one, reacted swiftly, as if grasping a lifeline, abruptly pushing Liu Yang aside and barking coldly, "Who's there? Step forward." The two figures concealed in the woods realized they had been discovered and attempted to flee. A sharp kunai whistled through the air, grazing one man's cheek before embedding itself in a nearby tree with a resounding thud. The man yanked the kunai free, his heart racing. In the blink of an eye, several boys around 12 or 13 years old materialized before him. "It's you?" Kakashi crossed his arms, his gaze laced with disdain. He recognized these two men, companions of his father in life, the very individuals whose betrayal had cast his father into the abyss of death. "I can't believe you still have the audacity to show your faces here. This truly astonishes me." Kakashi's eyes were icy. Reason dictated that these events belonged to the past, that he should let go of his grievances. Yet, a sharp pang of pain twisted within him. Just the sight of these two men rendered him incapable of tranquility. The men, confronted by Kakashi's biting words, exhibited no surprise. Countless nights had passed in endless solitude and remorse. They raised the bouquet they had prepared long ago and bowed deeply, speaking with utmost care. "We are sorry, Kakashi. We were wrong all those years ago. Our foolishness led to your father's demise, leaving you, at the tender age of 6, an orphan. They have come here today to atone for their sins." Regardless of whether Kakashi scolds or strikes them, they accept it with grace, for they believe they deserve it. "Humph, leave the flowers and you may go," Kakashi remarked disdainfully. Only he knew the turmoil that lay within his heart. The man knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with profound supplication. "Kakashi, we wish to meet him and apologize in person. Please, allow us this one chance. We assure you it won't happen again." The silver-haired youth accurately anticipated the other's thoughts and swiftly interrupted. "Do you wish for another opportunity?" "I am truly sorry, Kakashi. It is our fault." The two bowed their heads, attentively absorbing the young man's admonition. Fortunately, there were few witnesses to this awkward scene. Kakashi, in a fit of anger, ultimately denied them the chance and issued an eviction order. "You may leave. I do not wish to see you. But, get lost." The silver-haired youth expressed his regret succinctly. Defeated, the two set down their bouquet and slinked away, tails between their legs. Liu Yang observed this scene with a soft sigh, reaching out to gently pat the young girl's adorable head. This story teaches us that striking someone and then offering them a sweet is a futile endeavor. "Liu Yang, it seems you have taken care of your matters," a voice remarked. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. They all turned their gaze towards the southwest, where they beheld a tall, slender middle-aged man hanging from a tree branch, the legendary Orochimaru, one of the famed three Sannin. The moment Liu Yang saw him, his heart raced wildly. Suddenly, the figure from the tree vanished, only to reappear before the three of them. The ever-lagging Obito, witnessing the instantaneous technique, sparkled with excitement in his eyes. "Wow, Orochimaru-sensei, when did you learn the body flicker technique? That's incredibly impressive. If you wish to learn, I can teach you," Orochimaru replied, licking his lips with a benevolent smile. Yet, Liu Yang's instincts warned him that every word that escaped Orochimaru's lips was untrustworthy. Moreover, according to the original timeline, Orochimaru had made notable progress in his research on cursed seals by this time. If he were to implant a cursed seal, it would spell disaster. Contemplating this, Liu Yang decisively dashed between the two, creating a distance between them. Without further ado, he questioned warily, "Orochimaru-sensei, what is it that you seek from me?" Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course, it concerns Kuro's matter. Your affairs are pressing, and we have hastily arranged everything for you. Now, It is time for you to repay the favor. Kuro, the three youngsters were left bewildered. Liu Yang cleared his throat and informed them that it was the dark, shadowy entity that had emerged from Obito last time. The others nodded, somewhat understanding. It was no wonder they were confused. During Liu Yang's treatment of Obito, he had tampered with a certain nerve, causing him to forget some events that transpired in Madara's lair. Chapter 51. Orochimaru's invitation. Very well, I shall concede to your request. However, one must acknowledge that a person is as strong as iron, and a meal is as vital as steel. Before we embark on our tasks, it would be nothing short of reasonable for you, Master Orochimaru, to treat us juniors to a feast of grilled meat. Liu Yang remarked with a cheerful grin. Unable to partake in Kakashi's barbecue, he found the prospect of enjoying Orochimaru's fare equally delightful. Orochimaru squinted, his serpentine eyes darting over Liu Yang's face, searching for any subtle detail. Unfortunately, he discerned nothing. With a low chuckle, he readily agreed, stating, "No problem, there will be plenty of grilled meat available." At that moment, he remained oblivious to the impending depletion of his wallet. Breaking news: the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, will host a banquet tonight at the newly opened barbecue establishment at 7 o'clock. All are welcome, and attendees will receive their share. The more guests, the merrier Orochimaru shall be. So please do grace us with your presence and indulge heartily in food and drink. The source of this news was unknown, yet upon hearing of such a generous invitation, the spirits of the villagers soared. Word spread rapidly, reaching every corner of the village, including the unsuspecting host, Orochimaru himself. To make matters worse, it was Tsunade who informed him of this gathering. "Orochimaru, I never would have imagined you could be so extravagantly generous. It's a pity Jiraiya is absent. He would have relished this opportunity." Tsunade sat poised in her laboratory chair, her gaze toward Orochimaru laced with playful mockery. Orochimaru remained silent, unable to fathom that those seemingly innocent youngsters had orchestrated such a predicament for him. Treating the entire village to a meal was a considerable expense. Although it wouldn't deplete his entire fortune, it would certainly leave a dent. After all, they had been companions for many years. Despite Orochimaru's myriad attempts to mask his discomfort, Tsunade effortlessly perceived the awkwardness lurking in his eyes. "Orochimaru, you've been engrossed in your research. I assume your mission rewards have been funneled into that. If you find yourself short, I can lend you a hand," Tsunade offered boldly. Having conquered her fear of blood, she immersed herself wholeheartedly in her medical career. Tsunade had garnered a reputation not only for tending to the injured in the village, but also for occasionally accepting bounties from neighboring villages, yielding a substantial income. "No need for that. I have not yet fallen to such depths," Orochimaru replied, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. The wall clock had just struck 5 o'clock, leaving a full 2 hours until the appointed time with the youngsters. Orochimaru, noting the ample time at his disposal, carefully selected one of the vials containing various preserved body parts. With a syringe, he extracted a verdant liquid and administered it into the veins of Kurojitsu. "What is this concoction you are preparing?" Tsunade inquired, her curiosity piqued. Orochimaru smirked subtly, a faint smile gracing his lips. A curse mark. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the barbecue restaurant bustled with patrons, the news of Orochimaru's invitation having drawn a crowd. The line extended from the entrance of the establishment all the way to the village outskirts. Fortunately, Liu Yang had come prepared, dispatching a crystal clone to queue up from the outset, successfully securing a spot in the first tier. Without hesitation, Liu Yang ordered an extravagant feast, selecting the most expensive dishes with no intention of sparing Orochimaru any expense. "Do you think Orochimaru-sensei will stand us up?" Obito fretted, his restlessness palpable, even the freshly grilled meat losing its appeal in his mouth. "What if he doesn't show up? We can't possibly stay here and wash dishes for the owner." Obito's anxiety was not unfounded. If it were just the few of them, the legendary Sannin would surely feel reluctant to abandon them. However, the reality was that a substantial portion of the village had gathered, including notable figures such as Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the couple Minato and Kushina. "Oh dear. I really do not wish to wash dishes." The mere thought sent shivers down Obito's spine. Liu Yang, mimicking Itachi, gently poked Obito's forehead with a fingertip. Strangely, Obito, who had been growing increasingly agitated, found an unexpected calmness in that moment. Not bad, quite effective, Liu Yang thought to himself, dismissing Obito's complaints as he stuffed a generous chunk of meat into his mouth. "Obito, why fret so? Barbecue is best enjoyed hot. If it cools down, it won't taste as delightful." In the midst of their conversation, Liu Yang picked up another hefty piece of grilled pork belly and placed it into Obito's bowl. You've just recovered from illness. You must replenish your strength. Orochimaru-sensei will undoubtedly cover the bill. And even if he doesn't, I shall take care of it. Where do you get such funds? The trio was taken aback, even Noara Rin regarding him with skepticism. In their eyes, Liu Yang was a war orphan. Having just become a ninja and completed a single mission, how could he possibly have money? Liu Yang gestured for silence, beckoning them to lean in closer. Rin was the first to comply, while Obito cast a doubtful glance at Kakashi beside him, only joining when he observed Kakashi's movement. You want to know? I shan't tell you. Liu Yang exclaimed with a mischievous grin, making a face at them. Cut it out. They exclaimed in exasperation, casting him a collective glare. Thus commenced their grand barbecue feast. 3 long hours had elapsed when, just as a few individuals were nearing the conclusion of their meal, Orochimaru finally made his entrance, exchanging a few pleasantries before expressionlessly striding toward the front desk. Indeed, consuming such a lavish feast would weigh heavily on anyone's conscience. Liu Yang was not one to indulge without reciprocation. After Orochimaru settled the bill, Liu Yang patted his chest and began to address matters of importance. Thank you, Master Orochimaru, for your generous hospitality. I shall accompany you back to the laboratory shortly, ensuring that I share all knowledge without reservation. One could only hope. Orochimaru, with a twinge of regret, tucked away his coin pouch. True to his word, Liu Yang bid farewell to his companions and followed Orochimaru to his laboratory. Inside the lab, a myriad of bottles of various sizes housed unknown potions, each containing living specimens. As Liu Yang traversed the space, a chilling and sinister aura enveloped him, prompting an involuntary shiver. How peculiar it was that this fearless young spirit would find himself unsettled by such sights. Orochimaru observed with mild surprise. He had presumed Liu Yang to be infallible. Liu Yang rolled his eyes and approached the bed of Kurizetsu, where he was taken aback. Its limbs were firmly bound, its body covered in dark curse markings. The intense agony forced it into uncontrollable convulsions. Master Orochimaru, did I not implore you to abandon your research on curse markings? You have deceived me, Liu Yang exclaimed in a voice filled with indignation. Chapter 52, The Gift of Hashirama Cells. But you merely stated that human subjects could not be used for experimentation. You did not specify that other entities could not serve as substitutes. Orochimaru replied with an impassive demeanor. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the tormented Kurizetsu, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he transformed the scene before him into a cascade of experimental data, imprinting it upon his mind. You dare engage in a game of semantics with me? Liu Yang seethed, his frustration boiling over. He had long recognized that negotiating with Orochimaru required utmost vigilance. Yet he had overlooked a crucial detail. One must prioritize oneself. Otherwise, divine retribution is inevitable. Life is exceedingly fragile. Only immortality offers permanence. The study of curse markings cannot cease. Orochimaru turned his gaze back to the nearly lifeless Kurizetsu, slowly raising his right arm and beckoning Liu Yang closer. Come here. Young man, he said with a chilling smirk, his voice as frigid as the grave. Liu Yang gritted his teeth, glaring at Orochimaru with barely suppressed rage. Nevertheless, he gathered his thoughts and approached the enigmatic figure. At that moment, the curse markings on Kurizetsu began to fade, its tremor ceasing entirely. Its body lay still, and, more astonishingly, not a trace of the curse markings remained. Liu Yang's heart raced with alarm as he swiftly extended his hand to check for Kurizetsu's breath. Everything appeared normal, devoid of the frailty he had envisioned. Now, you may speak. What exactly is this creature? Orochimaru inquired coldly. This entity had silently attached itself to Obito, eluding even Tsunade's immediate detection of its presence. Its cellular composition resembled that of a plant, yet was distinctly non-vegetal, regardless of the number of experiments conducted. Its cellular functions exhibited a remarkable and rapid ability to regenerate. Liu Yang listened intently to the man's words, succumbing to deep contemplation. This intelligence was unprecedented for Liu Yang. He was aware of Kurizetsu's origins but was unaware of its continuous regenerative capabilities. After a moment of reflection, Liu Yang deconstructed and reassembled the information he possessed and conveyed it to Orochimaru. Kurizetsu was presumably the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's will. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Madara, even the erudite Orochimaru faltered. This name signified power to all. Uchiha Madara? Orochimaru murmured, repeating the name. Liu Yang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, while rescuing Obito beneath the boulder, I inadvertently discovered Madara's grave. His body had nearly decayed, leaving only his pair of Sharingan and a white face upon his chest. The youth spoke unhurriedly. Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, raised a question that lingered in his mind. Given that the body has decayed, how could you possibly recognize him? A mere pair of Sharingan is insufficient. Lu Yang gestured for him to remain calm. Taking a deep breath, he continued, indeed, a pair of Sharingan alone would not suffice. But the face on his chest belonged to Shinja Hashirama. Shinja Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konoha. Legend has it that Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama, once allies, became enemies due to political differences and agreed to a decisive battle at the Valley of the End. Everyone knew that only Tobirama Shinja returned alive from that fateful clash, while the vanquished remained eternally entombed beneath the valley. Now, someone was asserting that Uchiha Madara had not perished at all. How could Orochimaru accept such a revelation? Sensei, I understand that this news may be difficult for you to digest at the moment. However, please take a look at this, Liang said. Inserting his leg into his ninja tool pouch, he quietly opened the endless void and extracted a specimen of Hashirama's cells. What is this? This is a sample of Hashirama's cells that I extracted from the decaying corpse. Liang placed the item into Orochimaru's hands and sat down on the bed. The youth's skill in deception had reached an exquisite level. Orochimaru found no flaw in his eyes. He scrutinized the vial of cells before him for quite some time. Ultimately, I have decided to place my trust in Liu Yang's words. Now that the sample is in my possession, its authenticity will be revealed upon examination. What then? Is the connection to Kurojitsu? This connection is indeed profound. Liu Yang chuckled knowingly, stroking his chin in a feigned air of profundity. The essence of Kurojitsu was birthed from the cells of Hashirama that Obito infused with his own will, all to compel Kurojitsu to serve his purposes. Oh. The reason why Obito's body was so thoroughly crushed yet he still endured is due to those very cells. Truth and falsehood intertwine to deceive others. One must first deceive oneself. When one weaves enough lies, even they begin to believe them. Liu Yang jested at his own folly with a bitter smile. This intricate web of deception successfully ensnared Orochimaru. Orochimaru raised the syringe in his hand, his mind racing with schemes. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Yang pressed on, inquiring, Orochimaru, is Hongdo unharmed? This was his ultimate aim. Orochimaru, ever calculating and profound, did not utter a reassurance about Hongdo's safety, leaving Liu Yang somewhat unsettled. That child is exceptionally clever. She is my favorite student, he finally stated, emphasizing the point. Liu Yang, growing impatient, interrupted the man. Throughout his life, Orochimaru had taken but two disciples, Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki, and Yuhi Hongdo. Hongdo possessed a myriad of jutsu bestowed upon her by Orochimaru, bearing a curse mark akin to Sasuke's. After Orochimaru's defection, she sought to perish alongside him. Later, due to the curse mark, she was captured by Kabuto and used to enhance the Edo Tensei technique. As per your instructions, I have not laid a finger on her. I shall not do so in the future, either, Orochimaru vowed earnestly. Upon hearing his words, the heavy burden that had weighed on Liu Yang's heart finally lifted. Ding. Detected Orochimaru's abandonment of the intention to implant the curse mark on Yuhi Hongdo, in accordance with the Dream System's regulations. Congratulations, host, for acquiring one of Yuhi Hongdo's mirror jutsu, the Serpent's Shadow technique. Not bad. Although I did not receive any extraordinary rewards, the thought of Hongdo's future, free from the torment of the curse mark, genuinely brings me joy. How wonderful it is to have saved another soul. Perhaps this is why the system chose me. In this world, I shall gradually mend all grievances and regrets. Their happiness will be my own. Liu Yang mused. Ding. A new mission has been issued. Chapter 53, Might Guy's Wish. Where am I? The girl groggily opened her eyes. All she could see was a dimly lit ceiling. She tremblingly rose, surveying the confines of this enclosed space. The only pair of doors and windows were firmly boarded up. A faint beam of moonlight filtered through the broken window, casting an eerie glow in the surrounding silence. The young girl, her eyes rimmed with red, curled up against the wall, softly sobbing. Who am I? Where is this place? Is there anyone who can come to my rescue? With a creak, the door swung open. A cold, forgotten bento was pushed through the gap. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liu Yang recalled the new task announced by the system, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. Time rewound to a minute prior. Ding. A new task has been issued. Detected that the Azure Beast, Might Guy, is currently asleep, praying to the heavens for a brave soul to accompany him on a journey through the 5 great nations. Ding. Please complete Might Guy's wish within 3 months. I say, system, have you lost your mind? Repairing the system is one thing, but why should I be concerned with the dreams of a fictional character? Liu Yang expressed his dissatisfaction to the system through his thoughts. Walking across the 5 great nations on foot, who could accomplish such a feat? No. He had forgotten that guy was anything but ordinary. In an unprecedented turn, the usually aloof system responded to his grievances. The principles of the divine dream system: first, restore the original world's narrative. Second, rectify all regrets within the original world. If the original world actively initiates a wish, there is a 50% chance of being selected by this system. Upon fulfilling the wish, the host will have a chance to obtain a wishing artifact. The more splendidly the task is completed, the higher the probability of successful wishing. Very well. Liu Yang relented. Who would refuse a reward? If wishes can be granted, then let me receive the demon of imperial artifacts this time. Focusing his thoughts, he sent forth his prayer. Orochimaru remained oblivious to Liu Yang's negotiations with the system. To him, it appeared as if Liu Yang was conversing, only to suddenly drift away, unresponsive to his calls. For a moment, Liu Yang forgot he was still in Orochimaru's laboratory. When he regained his senses, he found himself face to face with Orochimaru, causing him to instinctively retreat several steps. Master Orochimaru, why are you suddenly so close? I wish to ask if you are interested in becoming my disciple. Orochimaru reached out, lifting Liu Yang's chin, compelling him to meet his shadowy gaze. Absolutely not. Liu Yang decisively rejected the offer. He began forming hand seals with both hands. Orochimaru's expression shifted, releasing the young man before him. In the instant his palm was withdrawn, the boy vanished, leaving only a round piece of broken wood that fell to the ground with a dull thud. The substitution technique, quite intriguing. Orochimaru smirked. He remained still as countless serpents slithered forth from the sleeve of his left arm, darting towards a corner behind him with astonishing swiftness. The revelation of his position did not surprise Liu Yang. Observing the serpentine shadows before him, he calmly expelled a colossal fireball, incinerating the creatures entirely. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The flames surged magnificently, consuming the serpents before hurtling towards Orochimaru, who had merely intended to gauge the prowess of this young prodigy. Witnessing Liu Yang effortlessly counter his assault ignited a spark of intrigue within him. He unsheathed a long sword from his throat, deftly engaging Liu Yang in a fierce melee. The laboratory was confined, cluttered with various obscure vials and jars. To avoid shattering these fragile items and incurring Orochimaru's wrath, Liu Yang prudently retreated to an open space outside. As Liu Yang sprinted ahead, Orochimaru closely pursued him, leaving no opportunity to escape. The man struck with lethal precision, each blow aimed to kill. For reasons unexplained, Liu Yang felt an unsettling premonition. One misstep could lead to his demise at the hands of Orochimaru, who would transform him into a vessel. Orochimaru-sensei, you are one of the legendary Sannin. Why resort to such unscrupulous tactics? Liu Yang quipped. The initial strike was with the Kusanagi sword, an overestimation of his abilities. Orochimaru's martial prowess, combined with his weaponry, forced Liu Yang to retreat repeatedly. How else could I test your true strength? If you do not unleash your full potential, you may very well perish. Orochimaru remarked coldly. As he spoke, an intangible pressure enveloped Liu Yang, leaving him breathless. Instinctively, he swallowed hard as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Orochimaru seized the opportunity, executing a flawless spinning kick that sent the young boy flying. Thud. Another substitution technique. Realizing he had been deceived, Orochimaru chuckled instead of expressing anger. In that case, Orochimaru-sensei, let us engage in this little game. Before he arrived, his voice preceded him. The man lowered his gaze to the source of the sound, but it was too late. The ground beneath him erupted as Liu Yang burst forth from the earth, fist clenched and aimed directly at Orochimaru's chin. His punch landed heavily upon the man. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Orochimaru's form disintegrated into a cloud of dust, vanishing from Liu Yang's sight. Thud. Shadow clone technique. Liu Yang, is this truly all you are capable of? Orochimaru's deep voice resonated from all directions, accompanied by a multitude of enormous venomous snakes. Faced with this overwhelming force, Liu Yang exhibited no fear. Gathering chakra beneath his feet, he swiftly ascended a tree, forming hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fire release. Phoenix flower jutsu. Fire release. Dragon fire jutsu. Fire release. Phoenix flower claw red. A series of fire techniques were unleashed, incinerating the overwhelming swarm of venomous serpents, releasing a rich aroma of charred flesh. Even the surrounding air, under the searing flames, transformed into a blistering heat. Liu Yang gasped for breath. The continuous release of such numerous jutsu had drained a significant portion of his chakra. He braced himself against the branch behind him, striving to maintain his balance. Orochimaru observed the towering flames and the writhing figures struggling within the inferno, a deeper smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He formed hand seals, dispelling the summoning technique, and then employed a water release to extinguish the raging fire before him. Liu Yang, I believe your chakra is running low, Orochimaru remarked. Stepping away from the branch where Liu Yang stood, he placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, leaning his head against the nape of his neck. What do you think will happen if I inscribe a curse mark upon you? Chapter 54, Kusanagi Sword. A clammy sensation crept from Liu Yang's neck. The repugnant act provoked goosebumps across his skin. Just moments ago, in the house, you claimed not to use living beings for curse mark experiments. It appears, Master Orochimaru, your memory is rather poor. Perhaps you should take some medicine to improve it, the young man retorted. No sooner had he spoken than he executed a body flicker, breaking free from Orochimaru's grip and appearing behind him. Positions reversed. This time, it was Liu Yang who stood behind the man, a kunai pressed against Orochimaru's nape. Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly as he turned his head. The sudden movement caused the kunai to pierce his flesh, a faint metallic scent of blood wafting through the air. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? Orochimaru inquired skeptically, his sharp gaze scanning every corner as if attempting to decipher the markings of the technique. When did this happen? How did he not notice at all? Master Orochimaru, you overestimate me. Only the second Hokage and Master Minato possess this jutsu in the entire shinobi world. Liu Yang waved dismissively. As he spoke, he seized the long sword from Orochimaru's grasp, examining it closely. The Kusanagi sword. According to legend, this blade possessed inherent spiritual energy, cutting through iron like mud, an artifact that could rival Itachi's Tatsuka sword. Liu Yang had always pondered one question within its history. The sword had never showcased its extraordinary qualities. To the observer, it appeared no different from an ordinary sword. Unfazed by the loss of his weapon, Orochimaru questioned, Liu Yang, haven't you nearly exhausted your chakra? How could you manage to escape from my grasp while I was unprepared? The excessive chakra consumption was merely a ruse. Liu Yang replied, casually wielding the Kusanagi sword with effortless grace. He possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of chakra and had activated the Sage Mode. Whenever he desired, the natural energy surrounding him would flow into his body ceaselessly. If I do not proceed in this manner, how could I possibly make you, my esteemed teacher, let down your guard and smoothly acquire this divine artifact? The texture is rather pleasing. Subsequently, Liu Yang stored it within the endless void. He would not reveal that beneath his feet lay a formation inscribed during his fall. Thus it becomes clear. Orochimaru's understanding dawned, a wicked smile gracing his lips. However, I have always adhered to the principle of reciprocity. Since you have taken my sword, let us exchange it for something of equivalent value. As he spoke, Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick his lips. His body was rapidly shrinking at an astonishing pace. Soon, he traversed the tree trunk beneath him, descending toward the ground. The moment his feet touched down, he regained the form of a normal man. Orochimaru's words only fortified Liu Yang's conviction that this sword was merely a piece of worthless scrap. Otherwise, it would not have been relinquished so easily. Nevertheless, Liu Yang, with his inherent rebellious nature, was determined to take it back and discern whether it truly deserved the title of divine. Contemplating this, he endeavored to maintain a neutral expression and replied, What do you desire? I want the Sharingan. Orochimaru declared without hesitation. No, I require Uchiha Madara's pair of eyes. Apologies, but I have already bestowed that pair upon the clan leader, Liu Yang replied earnestly, his eyes brimming with tears. As you know, I am a member of the Uchiha clan, displaced due to the war. The clan leader took me in. When encountering such a valuable item, it is only right that I promptly present it to the clan leader for his judgment. Of course, I, Uchiha Liu Yang, would not take your possession without offering something in return. Consider these 2 vials of Hashirama-S cells as my token of gratitude. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 vials from the endless void. Moreover, Liu Yang also presented Orochimaru with a clear path forward. First, utilize the Hashirama cells to cultivate white Zetsu for all experiments. Second, allow the formidable would release to one-day resurface. Third, employ the Hashirama cells to heal the wounded and develop even more powerful jutsu. The possibilities with Hashirama cells are vast, and Liu Yang was confident that such a proposition would pique Orochimaru's interest. Orochimaru, arms crossed and gazing down at the youth before him, remarked, Liu Yang, setting aside the authenticity of these Hashirama cells, I already possess 1 vial. What would be the significance of acquiring 2 more? Liu Yang understood that this astute individual would engage in haggling. If these were merely ordinary items, a slight increase or decrease would bear little consequence. Yet, these were Hashirama cells. Liu Yang squinted, mocking his own presumption. Orochimaru, if I were to reveal to others the clandestine experiments you have conducted, what do you think would be the consequences? I have no idea what you are talking about, Orochimaru replied, licking the corner of his mouth, seemingly indifferent. He had always operated in secrecy and could not fathom that this audacious young boy could possibly know anything of significance. Liu Yang extended his hand, tossing 2 vials of interstitial cells into the air, creating a perfect arc as they soared. He regarded the man before him, hesitating for a brief moment before finally leaping gracefully into the air. The interstitial cells were secured. However, Orochimaru, miscalculating his footing, fell to the ground below. Country of the Sea, Ghost Realm Island. The mere mention of these words rendered Orochimaru's expression momentarily stiff. He had never anticipated that this youth would be privy to such a secret. Very well, since you know, I shall keep the interstitial cells, and you may take the Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru was a clever man. His eyes darted, the shadow of doubt dissipating, replaced by a subtle smile. The countenance of Orochimaru, while smiling, bore an unsettling quality in Liu Yang's eyes. As dusk approached, Liu Yang decided against prolonging the encounter. He retracted the spoils from his grasp. Leaping down from the branch to the ground below, he languidly stretched his muscles, waved goodbye to Orochimaru, and turned to depart. In the distance, Liu Yang faintly heard the man behind him let out a soft sigh. Liu Yang, I find you increasingly intriguing. It is a pity you refuse to become my disciple. The youth had already wandered far off. Orochimaru stood still, watching as his silhouette faded into the foliage, his grip tightening around the 2 vials of interstitial cells. Liu Yang, one day you shall regret your refusal. The moon hung high, stars scattered across the sky. After parting ways with Orochimaru, Liu Yang did not return directly to the Uchiha clan, but rather departed the village discreetly. Under the cover of darkness, a night of treachery awaited. Chapter 55. A second test, have you heard? Last night, a murder occurred 2 kilometers from the village. It is said that a merchant convoy from the land of Earth was ambushed while transporting goods to the land of Wind, passing through Konoha. That doesn't make sense. Why would a merchant convoy from the land of Earth traverse the territory of the land of Fire en route to the land of Wind? Someone questioned. The man who had just finished his tea continued. The issue lies here. Many believe that it was a deliberate act by a Hokage to gather intelligence. With the world just stabilizing, the situation remains tumultuous and trust is scarce. Sigh, when will these upheavals finally come to an end? The gossip on the streets flowed incessantly. No matter which corner one turns, discussions abound regarding the grave incident that transpired last night in the outskirts. Kenoha Rin, fatigued from her wanderings, spotted a dango shop nearby and eagerly dashed inside. Liu Yang, let us indulge in some treats. It has been ages since we savored desserts. Afterwards, we shall pack some for Itachi and visit him at the hospital. Liu Yang observed the radiant smile and spirited demeanor of Kenoha Rin and, with a hint of resignation, followed her inside. He retrieved 2 gold coins from his pocket and placed them before the shopkeeper. Madam, I would like to order all the dango in the cabinet. Please serve a portion for us here and pack the rest. Additionally, could I trouble you for 2 cups of water? Thank you. Liu Yang spoke courteously. The shopkeeper, noticing the exuberant youth before her, picked up the coins and smiled widely. Certainly, I will prepare your order right away. Liu Yang, you have truly changed since becoming a ninja. She chuckled. Thank you for the compliment, Auntie, Liu Yang replied, sheepishly scratching his head. After settling the bill, Liu Yang turned to scan the bustling shop and finally spotted Rin in the far corner. As he took a seat, he heard a commotion from the front counter. What? All of those have been reserved? What are we supposed to eat, boss? This is unacceptable. I apologize, dear customers. If you can wait for a few minutes, the next batch will be ready shortly. The weather was sweltering, and after a day of wandering, Kenoha Rin felt parched. After downing 3 cups of tea, her thirst was finally quenched. Their order arrived swiftly. She picked up a piece and relished it, her spirits soaring. Rin recalled the gossip she had overheard earlier and, with a curious glint in her eye, inquired, Liu Yang, what is your opinion on the matter everyone has been discussing? Such matters will be addressed by those above, Liu Yang replied, his expression unchanged. He too picked up a dango and tasted it. It was his first experience with this delicacy since arriving in Konoha, previously only having bought it to please Itachi. Sweet, exceedingly sweet, was Liu Yang's sole remark. Not receiving the response she desired, Kenoha Rin felt a pang of disappointment. Thoughts of the previous night's events flooded her mind, and she instinctively swallowed hard. Setting down her skewer, she leaned closer to the young man. Whispering in a tone only they could hear, "Last night, I witnessed." She paused, leaving her words hanging in the air. Liang raised his gaze, gently tugging the forehead protector from her brow to reveal a golden mark beneath. His voice was eerily calm as he asked, "Rin, are you considering betraying me?" At that moment, the world around them fell into an unsettling silence. Yahara Rin gazed in astonishment at the others within the shop, all frozen in time. Their breaths eerily clear. She realized that Lu Yang was indeed angered. But, "O divine being, what have you done?" As you can see, time has come to a standstill. Except for the two of us, the moments of all others have ceased. The time stop card, as its name suggests, halts time, each card granting a minute of suspension. Lu Yang had expended 5 cards in one breath. He lowered his head, calmly consuming the overly sweet dumplings before him, awaiting the next words from her lips. Yahara Rin bit her lip, summoning courage to voice her inner turmoil. "O divine being, I have never harbored thoughts of betraying you. I simply do not comprehend why you chose to eliminate them. Were they truly spies seeking information?" From the moment she decided to follow the divine beings, betrayal had never crossed her mind. She merely sought an answer, one that could justify her understanding. Lu Yang, without lifting his gaze and with an expression devoid of emotion, replied, "Those individuals were indeed slain by my hand, yet they were not from the Earth Country, but rather from the Lightning Country. The cloud-hidden ninjas infiltrated Konoha, attempting to seize intelligence regarding the Sharingan, but their actions were thwarted by higher authorities." Yahara Rin remained oblivious to this. Last night, Lu Yang had received a sudden mission from the system, learning of Cloud's intent to infiltrate Konoha once more to capture Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan. In order to protect the young Itachi, he silently departed from the village, executing them all. He was resolute in safeguarding Itachi, eliminating any who coveted the Sharingan. This was the promise Lu Yang made to Uchiha Fugaku that fateful night. Of course, Lu Yang had his own ulterior motives. He wished to test the capabilities of the cursed blade, Muramasa. Upon hearing his words, Yahara Rin lost her composure. Grasping Lu Yang's arm, she anxiously exclaimed, "Lord Lu Yang, what is the meaning of this? How could they be from the Lightning Country?" Last night, unable to sleep after a hearty meal, Yahara Rin had ventured out for a stroll. It was then that she spotted Lu Yang sneaking away. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she followed him, only to witness the horrific scene that unfolded. "I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that information." Sometimes, knowing more is not necessarily a blessing. Lu Yang shook his head, unwilling to reveal the truth to the girl before him. He produced the cursed blade he had yet to present, sliding it across the table towards Rin, a bloodthirsty smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Rin, since you witnessed what transpired yesterday, you should be aware of this blade's capabilities." Initially, Lu Yang intended to gift her the blade, but now he had changed his mind. "Let me see if you are worthy to be my divine servant." At that moment, the atmosphere became palpable as Yahara Rin stared at the blade on the table, her heart heavy with unease. She was not afraid. Rather, she loathed herself for harboring doubts about the deity who had aided her so greatly. With the misunderstandings now dispelled, it was time for her to pay the price for her skepticism. "Lord Lu Yang, I shall prove it to you now." With a steady resolve, she placed her left hand upon the scabbard, drawing forth the demon blade and forcefully slicing into her palm. Chapter 56. Discharge from the hospital. Simply defeat me. "Lin, enough." At that critical moment, the young man intervened. His intention had merely been to gauge Lin's sincerity. He had never wished for her to be harmed. Lu Yang took the blade from her grasp, sheathing it once more and placing it before her as he continued to elucidate. "This sword bears a curse. Even the slightest wound inflicted by it will quickly become engulfed in deadly poison. It is a lethal weapon, the demon blade Mirakumo. That is the perilous nature of this blade." Lin raised her gaze, puzzled by Lu Yang's words. "Lord Lu Yang, you do not wish to kill me? Why would I kill you? You are one of my most capable aides." Lu Yang chuckled at her remark. He had expended considerable effort to resurrect her, nearly falling victim to the dark factions in the process. The thought of killing her was inconceivable, unless... Shaking his head vigorously, he dismissed the notion. He smiled mischievously, returning to the matter at hand. "As my divine servant, I have yet to present you with a token of initiation. This blade shall serve as your weapon." Lin received it, astonished and honored. Her throat quivered as she attempted to express her gratitude, but she was interrupted once more. "In half a month, I will embark on an important mission alongside Kai and Kakashi. You shall remain in Konoha to diligently train." Lu Yang gently patted her shoulder, offering careful instructions. Be cautious with this demon blade. Ensure you do not cut yourself, for even a self-inflicted wound could lead to being consumed by the curse. Lu Yang had arranged everything meticulously. During his absence, she was to train under Tsunade, diligently mastering ninjutsu, an endeavor that bore no detriment. In a world rife with powerful beings, Lu Yang wished for Lin to possess the ability to protect herself at all times. After all, mere survival does not preclude the experience of pain. In the future, he would take her on numerous missions, for he required a formidable assistant. I understand, Lord Lu Yang. I will strive to improve, Lin replied, gripping the scabbard tightly. A radiant smile gracing her face, she refrained from questioning why he would not take her along. For her sole intention was to unconditionally heed the will of the Divine Lord henceforth. 5 minutes had elapsed. Time resumed its flow within the dessert shop. For Lu Yang and Lin, those fleeting moments had culminated in a trial. Yet, for those who had halted time, nothing had been felt at all. Business was thriving, and the crowd was bustling. After finally calming the other customers, the proprietor, her face adorned with an apologetic expression, addressed Lu Yang. I sincerely apologize for the wait. The remaining items have been packaged and are right here. Allow me to present you with a pot of fine tea as well. We hope you will grace us with your presence again in the future. With a wave of her hand, a young attendant promptly delivered the packaged sweets along with a freshly prepared matcha. Thank you, Auntie, Lu Yang said, blinking in delight as he expressed his gratitude. However, this scene elicited discontent among the other patrons, who confronted the proprietor, inquiring why only Lu Yang's table received such treatment. The proprietor calmly turned her head and explained. Lu Yang ordered an impressive quantity, so offering tea is only fitting. Our establishment treats all customers equally. Should you order as much, we would extend the same courtesy. The others fell silent. The weather was sweltering, and desserts like the tricolored dumplings were not ideal for prolonged storage. Only someone like Lu Yang, who seemed to have never before indulged in such delicacies, would purchase so many at once. Unfazed by the disdain of others, Lu Yang leisurely savored his tea and sweets, relishing the experience. It turns out that pairing them with tea prevents them from being overly sweet. I've come to understand, he mused internally. At the same time, he admired that little one back home. Feeling content and satisfied, Lu Yang patted his slightly protruding belly and took hold of the overflowing bag of sweets on the table. Letting out a satisfied burp, the two strolled briskly down the street towards the Kenoha hospital. Once Obito is discharged, he must make amends for the effort we put into bringing him meals during this time. Haha, surely not all of it was for him, Lin Yuin chuckled, her weapon in hand, as the image of that person gorging on sweets until he was sick flashed in her mind, causing her to giggle. Her laughter rang out like the sound of silver bells. Of course not, I still need to save some for Itachi. Are you quite close with him? Absolutely. He is my younger brother, and he clings to me. Lu Yang's eyes glimmered with affection. Itachi Uchiha had endured a harsh existence in his previous life, having done nothing wrong yet still bearing the weight of the village's burdens until his death. With him in this life, Lu Yang was determined to ensure that Itachi experienced happiness and joy. Suddenly, Lin Yuan halted, softly calling out his name. Lu Yang turned back, puzzled. It's nothing. May I visit your home tonight to see your brother? Of course, you are most welcome, Lu Yang replied with a beaming smile. At Kenoha Hospital, the famished Obito gazed at the clock on the wall, which pointed directly at 2 o'clock, feeling as if he had been waiting an eternity. Grumbling sounds emanated from his stomach. Lying in bed in a state of despair, Obito listened to the rumbling of his stomach and instinctively reached down to caress it, unable to suppress a mournful groan. How hungry he was. When would there be food? Stop shouting. It's already here, came a voice. At the sound of these words, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, instantly awakening his appetite. Without a second thought, he sprang from his bed and rushed to the doorway, ready to open it. The door swung open, revealing Lu Yang, who entered with 2 large bags of food. Observing the boy whose hand was frozen mid-air, he disdainfully thrust one of the bags into Obito's arms. Look at you, so full of energy. You aren't starving after all. Just look at the time. Is this how one delivers food to a patient? If it were any later, the patient might not even be here. Feeling somewhat wronged, Obito unwrapped the package and laid out its contents on the nearby table. To his surprise, the entire bag was filled with tricolored dumplings. Despite his grievances, satisfying his hunger took precedence, and he quickly grabbed a handful and shoved them into his mouth. Lu Yang, unfazed, sat on the bed and curiously inquired, "Did Tsunade say when you could be discharged?" That was a pertinent question. He too was eager to know why that old woman was so reluctant to let him go. Obito shook his head, his tone laced with disappointment. By sheer coincidence, Tsunade, who had come to check on the patients, overheard this conversation. She detested being referred to as old and kicked the door open, furiously gripping Obito by the collar. If you want to be discharged, you must defeat me. What? The three youngsters exclaimed in unison, bewildered. Obito was taken aback, as were Liu Yang and Rin. Tsunade glanced at Liu Yang and then turned her gaze back to Obito, reiterating her earlier statement. I said, defeat me, and I will let you go. How sudden. Wasn't the higher-ups keeping a close watch on Obito? Liu Yang crossed his arms, filled with confusion. He could not comprehend what Tsunade was scheming. That is none of your concern. I will handle the higher-ups, Tsunade retorted, casting an eye of disdain at Liu Yang. She then released her grip on Obito's collar and towered over the young man clad in striped hospital attire, her beauty and pride reminiscent of a graceful crane. Obito, you need only answer yes or no. Tsunade was well-versed in gambling and drinking, and her usual casual demeanor often led others to doubt her reliability. Yet, when she was serious, the intense pressure she exuded made Obito involuntarily gasp. I. Obito stammered, wanting to say something but swallowing his words instead. He had longed for his discharge, and now that the opportunity was presented to him, he found himself inexplicably hesitant. Detecting Uchiha Obito's strong desire to leave, the host is requested to assist him in accomplishing this task. Upon completion, the advanced ocular technique, Kamui, will be activated. Hesitation leads to defeat. Liu Yang stepped forward, positioning himself between the two, his back turned to Tsunade. Obito, do not falter. He placed a reassuring hand on Obito's shoulder, turning to face the imposing figure of Tsunade. The legendary Sannin is indeed formidable, yet you are not without merit. Your Sharingan is sufficient to challenge Tsunade. Liu Yang understood that Obito's hesitation stemmed from a lack of faith in his own abilities. Can I truly do this? Obito whispered, swallowing hard. Sensing his apprehension, Tsunade added an enticing condition. Do not say I did not offer you a chance. You have the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. If you can successfully seize the bell from my grasp, you shall be victorious. As her words faded, she produced a bell adorned with a red cord from seemingly nowhere. This bell was etched in Obito's memory, a remnant of his graduation from the Ninja Academy, where his first task from Sensei Minato was to wrest the bell from Kakashi and Rin. Regrettably, he had been tied to a stump, deprived of his lunch. Fortunately, the kind Rin had shared her meal with him. Reflecting on this, Obito cast a glance at the silent Rin. Rin, do you think I should accept? Obito, you can do it. I believe in you, she encouraged. Upon hearing her words of encouragement, Obito, previously indecisive, seemed invigorated, and he readily agreed. All right, I shall give it a try, Tsunade-sensei. Clenching his fists, his resolve solidified. Good. Then follow me, Tsunade affirmed, lifting Obito and making her way to the rooftop of the hospital. Liu Yang and Rin quickly followed suit. Liu Yang stood at the stairwell, arms spread wide as a refreshing breeze tousled his hair, lifting his spirits. Beneath the expansive blue sky, the vast rooftop and the towering water tank stood as a backdrop. Here, Naruto and Sasuke had once engaged in a fierce duel. Now, the protagonists were Obito and Tsunade. In the center of the rooftop, the two principal figures were stretching, poised for action, the tension palpable. I will count to 3, and then you may begin. Liu Yang lit an incense stick, casually placing it in a crack in the floor. After completing this task, a thought struck him, and he turned his gaze to Tsunade. Tsunade-sensei, as the legendary Sannin of immense power, would you mind if I provided Obito with a blade? Tsunade crossed her arms, remaining silent, interpreting her silence as consent. Liu Yang retrieved the long sword from the girl and tossed it to his companion nearby. Obito, this knife is for you. However, you must only use the back of it. Under no circumstances should you harm Tsunade-sensei, nor yourself. Why? Obito, holding the weighty weapon, wore a puzzled expression. Liu Yang leaned against the wall behind him, revealing a mischievous grin. Because if you get cut, you will die. Obito was taken aback, his heart inexplicably racing. Liu Yang, unwilling to squander any more time, raised 3 fingers and began to count. The atmosphere was eerily silent. With a cunning smile, Liu Yang wickedly announced, 3. Liu Yang, are you out of your mind? You can't just shout 3. Before Obito could finish his rebuttal, Tsunade tossed a bell into the air. The clear, ringing sound of the bell echoed. Obito's feet propelled him off the ground as he swiftly lunged towards the bell, suspended in midair. He was fast, but Tsunade was faster. The striking beauty with yellow twin tails suddenly charged, her fist charged with a visible layer of chakra, soaring directly towards Obito. With a fierce gust of wind from her punch, Obito's pupils constricted slightly. Just as he was about to seize the bell, he reluctantly withdrew his hand, positioning the blade's sheath before his chest to block her attack. "Humph, don't think you can stop me like that," Tsunade scoffed, increasing the force behind her strike. Clang! The long knife in his hand nearly flew out of his grasp. Gritting his teeth, Obito activated the ocular technique of his right eye, slowly fading into nothingness. Tsunade's fist, astonishingly, began to penetrate his form. With the first wave of offense missing its mark, Tsunade remained unfazed, catching the descending bell and landing gracefully on the ground. She watched as the boy before her dissolved into nothingness, genuinely marveling. Impressive. The Sharingan's ocular technique never ceases to astonish me. Suddenly, a subtle, swirling tear in the fabric of space appeared beside Tsunade's leg. The two onlookers noticed a slender hand emerging from the rift, stealthily reaching towards Tsunade's hand. Her gaze was sharp, scanning her surroundings, seemingly oblivious to the anomaly nearby. Closer, closer. Hidden within the Kemui's space, Obito's heart raced uncontrollably. She hadn't noticed. A strange smile crept across his lips. "Perfect. I've got it." Obito's fingers deftly hooked the red string of the bell, his heart swelling with joy. However, that large hand suddenly seized his wrist, pulling with enough force to attempt to drag him from the spatial rift. Obito tightened his grip on the red string, chuckling softly. "It's futile, Tsunade-sensei." "Oh, is that so?" Tsunade replied with a smile. The boy sensed something amiss and looked up, meeting the fierce visage before him. Chapter 58. Intense battle. With a thunderous crash, Tsunade's feet struck the ground, creating a small crater in the rooftop, dust swirling into the air. Obito, unable to evade in time, bore the brunt of Tsunade's assault, suffering severe damage to his chest, eliciting several pained groans. He coughed violently, his complexion paling, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Ah, Obito, your ocular technique is impressive. You shall undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Alas, you remain rather inexperienced," Tsunade remarked as her relentless assault continued. She unleashed a series of punches, showing no mercy, despite the fact that her opponent was a junior. Space-time ninjutsu is indeed a rare and formidable class of techniques. Obito's Kimui allows him to render his body intangible. However, the seasoned Tsunade quickly deduced that when he attempts to seize something, he will inevitably materialize. Yet, she was unaware of the precise duration of this interval. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to deal with this young brat. Every ninjutsu possesses its weaknesses, and Obito, you are still too young. Tsunade spoke with a hint of boredom, the bells at her waist jingling with her movements. Time ticked by relentlessly. Though Obito had just taken a blow, he did not succumb to despair. Rather, he grew more fervent, retaliating fiercely. "Tsunade-sensei, do not speak so confidently. Your weaknesses are no less significant than mine." Obito chuckled softly, blood now staining his striped medical garb, blooming like vibrant red plums. Indeed, all ninjutsu have their flaws. Tsunade's particular vulnerability lay in her lack of speed, relying solely on brute strength. Utilizing the insight granted by his Sharingan, Obito seized the opportunity amidst their exchanges, quickly forming hand seals to unleash a massive fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. The jutsu successfully widened the distance between them. "Interesting, you know how to create space, but you still cannot snatch the bells from my grasp," Tsunade scoffed, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. As she spoke, she swiftly bit her finger, using her blood as a contract, and slammed her hands onto the ground. Summoning technique. A slug, several meters long, descended with precision, crashing down upon the boy who was charging forward with his blade drawn. The tremendous impact caused the entire rooftop to tremble. Liu Yang, who had been meditating nearby, nearly toppled over, only to be caught by the quick reflexes of Kenoha Rin. "Oh my, Lady Tsunade summoned a beast so swiftly. Obito, you must not lose," Kenoha Rin exclaimed, supporting the seemingly slumbering Liu Yang as she anxiously observed the unfolding situation. A third of the time had elapsed. Crushed beneath the weight of the slug, Obito drew forth his cursed blade and burst forth, soaring towards the heavens. "Kakashi-sensei, there's still time." Obito gritted his teeth, unleashing a series of fire jutsu in rapid succession. The massive slug, reeling from the boy's earlier impact, shattered into countless smaller fragments, scattering in all directions. Tsunade was no novice either. With swift agility, she evaded and, in mere moments, appeared behind the water reservoir. Her fist brimming with power, she delivered a forceful strike. With a thunderous explosion, the reservoir erupted, sending a torrent of water surging forth to extinguish the flames before her. Thick mist enveloped the area. At that moment, The reformed slug unleashed a wave of potent acid directed at Obito, its tongue and teeth dripping with the corrosive substance. This attack held immense destructive potential. If it struck true, the consequences would be dire, the boy mused. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Hidden Technique. He immediately executed the jutsu, submerging his entire form underground, narrowly evading the onslaught of acid. The mist had yet to fully dissipate. Rin watched the fierce battle intently, her heart racing as if it were lodged in her throat. Only when she sensed Obito breaking the surface once more did she allow herself to breathe a sigh of relief. The clear sound of bells chimed, resonating distinctly. The boy's gaze sharpened. One hand gripped the blade sheath while the other tightened around the glimmering sword. He swung it forward with ferocity. Obito, you should surrender. With your current strength, victory is unattainable. Tsunade shook her head, repeatedly countering the boy's assaults. Bang, bang, bang. Obito's clones vanished one after another. What does it matter if you can perceive my movements? Ambushes do not exist in my realm. A broader smile spread across the woman's face as she executed a graceful spinning kick, sending a clone that had attempted to sneak up behind her flying. Boom. Another clone was dispelled. Yet, this was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that her opponent was rendered immobile. The thick water vapor dissipated at that moment. Rin clearly observed that the fragmented slugs had occupied every corner of the rooftop. Surrounding them, a fistful of slugs encircled them tightly, continuously releasing acidic mist towards Obito. Meanwhile, a small slug clung to Tsunade's shoulder, one moving forward and the other backward, maintaining an unwavering grip on the battlefield's visibility. What a predicament, sharing sight. Rin was as restless as an ant on a hot stove, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Obito bore wounds all over his body, yet he remained undeterred, persistently seeking different angles to launch his attacks against the woman. The incense stick was fast approaching its end. The outcome of this battle was nearly predetermined. Obito, please don't give up. Rin shouted, her voice filled with encouragement for the battered boy before her. With a smile that revealed his teeth, blood continuously seeped from the corners of Obito's mouth. Do not worry, Rin. I will not lose, absolutely not. His courage was commendable. And thus Tsunade felt no obligation to hold back, reasoning that even if he were to be injured, she could heal him. She raised her leg and struck the boy's abdomen with her knee. A spurt of blood erupted from Obito's mouth. He discarded the long knife in his hand. Wrapping his arms tightly around the woman before him, a strange smile gracing his lips. Tsunade sensed the impending danger and looked up, only to witness two shadow clones descending from above, brandishing their cursed blades aimed directly at her crown. Damn it! Tsunade's expression darkened. She attempted to free herself from the boy's embrace, yet he held her firmly, not allowing her a moment's movement. This is the end, Obito exclaimed with excitement. Tsunade, in a fit of rage, retorted, you are dreaming. Suddenly, one of the leeches on her shoulder morphed into her likeness, colliding with the two clones of Obito above, leading to a mutual destruction. The battlefield transformed into a fierce tug-of-war between the two originals. Abruptly, a force of gravity emanated from her waist. Tsunade, in disbelief, glanced down to find that the bell at her waist had vanished without a trace. In Chapter 59, Activation of the Kamui, the leech on Tsunade's shoulder had disappeared, replaced by a youthful visage. When did this happen? She said, staring at him in disbelief. Just after seizing the bell, Obito took advantage of the clone's opening, his blood-red eye pattern swirling. The Sharingan. Obito's original form released Tsunade. The woman stood dazed, her expression vacant, as if transformed into a puppet, rooted to the spot. He nonchalantly brushed the dust from his clothes, picked up the bell thrown by the clone, and dispelled the clone technique with a wicked grin. Tsunade-sensei, you were careless. One must never look into my eyes during battle. The Sharingan, a unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, allows the wielder to cast illusions upon anyone who meets their gaze. Although Obito did not possess the extraordinary illusionary prowess of Itachi, the Sharingan sufficed against ordinary opponents. Tsunade's precise control over chakra made it challenging to manipulate her, which is why he intentionally orchestrated numerous decoy maneuvers to lower her guard, ultimately seizing the opportunity to successfully cast an illusion. Having successfully controlled Tsunade and obtained the bell, Liu Yang, who had kept his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them and approached with congratulations. Obito, congratulations on your release. What just happened to me? Obito pondered as he picked up the cursed blade that had fallen to the ground, gazing at the bell in his hand with a face full of confusion. His memories were still anchored in the moment when Tsunade had ranked him out and beaten him mercilessly. How was it that upon reopening his eyes, the battle had already concluded? The more he thought, the more perplexed he became. Why overthink? Victory is all that matters. Focus on the joyful thought that you are about to be discharged from the hospital. Isn't that wonderful? As Liang spoke, he utilized his healing techniques to mend the injuries of Obito. With his other hand, he retrieved the demon blade from the youth and returned it to Rin. Upon hearing this, Rin instantly realized that all the previous events were orchestrated by Liu Yang. However, she chose not to confront him, instead tenderly taking a handkerchief from her bag to wipe the dirt from his face. Yes, Obito, winning is what counts. Congratulations on your discharge. Oh, how daring to use illusions against me. Tsunade broke free from the Jinjutsu and opened her eyes. Coincidentally, at that moment, the incense stick burned down to its end, extinguishing and dissipating into the air. Liu Yang glanced at the furious woman with twin ponytails, apprehensive that she might strike suddenly, and he hastily handed the still-recovering Obito to Rin. Rin immediately understood, placing her palm over Obito's wound. A blue light flickered as the injuries on Obito began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Tsunade, dear lady, a wager requires acceptance of its outcome. You, the legendary Sannin, wouldn't stoop to dishonesty, would you? Liu Yang remarked. He took a couple of steps forward, extending his hand to shield the two behind him. Tsunade clenched her fist, astonished that she had indeed been outmatched by a mere boy. Grabbing the collar of the youth's shirt, she leaned close to his ear and spoke in a low tone, Liu Yang, do not feign innocence. It was you causing mischief just now. Her words were not a question but a certainty. Lady Tsunade, I was standing with Rin the entire time. You witnessed this. Do not seek excuses for your defeat. Liu Yang shrugged, speaking with a playful arrogance. Tsunade glared down at him, her expression growing increasingly grim. Her gaze shot a piercing look at Obito, whose injuries and pained countenance were unmistakably real. She was convinced that Liu Yang had indeed done something, yet she lacked conclusive proof. After a long silence, Tsunade finally released her grip, allowing Liu Yang to stand free. Taking a deep breath, she crossed her arms and stated, I accept my defeat. Since you have bested me, please proceed to the front desk to complete the discharge formalities. Though directed at Obito, her eyes remained fixed on the youth standing before her. With a wave of her hand, Tsunade turned to leave. At that moment, Obito's injuries had healed considerably. He had merely sustained superficial wounds and would soon be back to his lively self after a few days of rest. Yet, as he gazed down at the bell in his hand, he felt a lingering sense of unreality. Liu Yang, did I truly defeat Teacher Tsunade? Why do I lack that sense of authenticity? Furthermore, I felt my power surge immensely at that moment. Such a multitude of shadow clones requires an enormous chakra reserve to sustain. In the recent battle, he unleashed the entirety of his lifelong mastery of ninjutsu. Everything about it conveyed an unsettling sensation. Liu Yang turned around and playfully flicked the boy's forehead, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Why ponder so excessively? You are inherently formidable. Initially, your Sharingan manifested as a two-tomo, and now you possess the Manjiki. He yearned to convey that even the renowned genius, Sasuke, began with merely one tomo. Your prowess stands as one of the finest among our peers, perhaps even surpassing Kakashi. Liu Yang stated candidly. At present, Obito could defeat Kakashi effortlessly. Regarding Obito's character, Liu Yang had long contemplated while watching the series. Despite his formidable abilities, he was often labeled as the underachiever. In the world of Naruto, every so-called underachiever ultimately wields astonishing powers capable of turning the tides. Is this truly the case? Obito remained skeptical, sensing underlying issues. Liu Yang wrapped an arm around the boy's shoulders, playfully urging him downstairs while continuing to persuade him. Not to mention your extraordinary Kamui. We are on the rooftop, and Tsunade would never dare unleash her full strength here, otherwise, the entire building would be obliterated. Tsunade's power has been personally validated by the Raikage. In terms of strength, she surpasses him. During the confrontation with Uchiha Madara, a single punch shattered Madara's Susanoo. Sakura, inheriting her immense strength, inadvertently destroyed her own home in a moment of excitement. As Liu Yang reminisced about these events, he couldn't help but shiver. Well, Obito finally bought into his whimsical tales. His victory in this match was entirely attributed to Tsunade holding back her true power. The three of them hastily made their way to the front desk. Obito signed his name on the discharge papers. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Liu Yang's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of assisting Uchiha Obito with his discharge. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the level of the eye technique Kamui. Kamui is activating. Kamui has been successfully bound. Liu Yang's gaze suddenly brightened. In a burst of excitement, he hoisted the young boy onto his shoulders. Today, my brother is in high spirits. Come, Let us summon Kakashi to celebrate you. My treat. Order whatever you desire. Chapter 60. Discussing plans. The group waited at the sushi restaurant for an extended period until Kakashi, freshly returned from a mission, finally arrived. Among the four of them, only Kakashi held the rank of Jonin, while Rin and Obito were Chunin, and Liu Yang, the least experienced, was but a Genin. The situation was tumultuous. Currently, Konoha faced numerous significant missions that required high-ranking ninjas for execution. Naturally, Kakashi had become an immensely busy individual. They had already ordered their food. By the time Kakashi took his seat, he was ready to indulge. Liu Yang remembered that Kakashi's favorite dish was mackerel, which he had specifically ordered and placed before him. Kakashi, you're quite the busy man. It truly isn't easy for us to catch a glimpse of you, our captain, Liu Yang remarked with a hint of sarcasm. After the three of them left the hospital, they searched Kakashi's home but found no trace of him. Ultimately, they learned from Asuma Saratobi that Kakashi had been urgently assigned a mission. With no other option, the trio went to the entrance of Konoha, requesting the guards to summon Kakashi as soon as he arrived. Upon returning from his mission, Kakashi's stomach rumbled. Seeing the lavish spread before him, he wasted no time in feasting. There's no helping it. Konoha is currently short-staffed, Kakashi sighed. He had left early that morning to escort a confidential letter to the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. However, such matters were classified, and he could not divulge them. Beyond that, Kakashi was more concerned about Obito, who, it was said, had recently been discharged from the hospital. Obito, it seems you possess quite the prowess. Managing to escape from Lady Tsunade's grasp, he remarked with a chuckle. Obito awkwardly smiled in response. None of this matters. What truly counts is that I am now free. With that thought, Obito slammed his hand on the table, rising in excitement. At last, I am liberated. I can join you on missions once more. Reflecting on it felt surreal. During the battle at the Canopy Bridge, Obito had gone in with a determination to die in order to save Rin. Later, trapped beneath a massive rock, he entrusted his left eye to Kakashi, hoping his friend would witness the world's future. Fortunately, he had survived and returned to his comrades. This was all thanks to Liu Yang. Lifting his cup of tea, Obito sincerely expressed his gratitude to the raven-haired boy engrossed in his meal. Liu Yang, it is because of you that I stand here today. Thank you for saving my life and healing my wounds. Let me toast in your honor. If you ever need me, Uchiha Obito, do not hesitate to ask. I will repay this debt of gratitude. He was a man of his word, valuing loyalty above all. Liu Yang had intended to eat in silence, but was taken aback by the sudden toast. Nevertheless, he quickly stood up and clinked his cup against Obito's. Really now? Why the sudden sentimentality? I didn't save you expecting anything in return. Let us consider this toast a way to move past it. No sooner had he finished speaking than he swiftly drank from his cup before Obito could react. Obito was left momentarily stunned, standing frozen as he gulped down his tea. Then, under the gentle urging of Noera Rin, he returned to his seat. All right, everyone, let's not overthink it. This meal is on me, so feel free to indulge. Liu Yang said with a light chuckle. He raised his hand to summon the waiter and ordered several more dishes. Before long, Liu Yang found himself quite satiated. Taking advantage of the moments when his companions were still eating, he used his mind to access the system panel. Name, Liu Yang. Age, 12 Taijutsu, 6 Ninjutsu, 10 Jinjutsu, 10 Strength, 8 Speed, 10 Chakra Affinity, Wind, Fire, Water, Earth, Lightning, Yin. Yang, all attributes, Physique, Sage Body, Immortal Bloodline Limit, Sharingan Tailed Beast Index, 3 tails. His other attributes were relatively balanced, but Taijutsu was decidedly his weak point. With a dismal score of 6, it appeared imperative to expedite the task of traversing the 5 great nations on foot with Kai. Without hesitation, Liu Yang shared his plan with his companions. In the next moment, Obito expressed skepticism regarding his proposal. Liu Yang, do you think the third Hokage would approve of this? The village is in dire need of manpower. They would wish to split one person into 2 if they could. At such a time, Liu Yang had suggested that he embark on a journey with Might Guy, Kakashi, and himself. Indeed, Kakashi interjected, how can we leave the village at a time like this? Especially with Rin needing to stay behind? He shook his head, deeming the plan unfeasible. Understanding their concerns, Liu Yang proceeded to analyze the advantages and disadvantages. It is precisely because of our current situation that we must train outside. Of course, we must also retrieve Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya-sama? Upon hearing this name, Kakashi and Obito's composure faltered. Liu Yang, you can't be referring to the legendary Sannin alongside Tsunade and Orochimaru, can you? Yes, that is indeed the case, Liu Yang affirmed. nodding as he continued to persuade them. With the third Hokage overseeing the village, and the presence of Minato, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, our absence would not be detrimental. If we can bring back Jiraiya, it would be a significant achievement. As for Rin, she needs to study medical ninjutsu under Granny Tsunade to aid the wounded and protect Konoha, so she cannot accompany us. According to the system's prompt, Minato would soon succeed as Hokage. Kakashi's urgent mission to escort the secret letter was likely related to this. With Minato and the Sannin gathered, along with Uchiha Fugaku, Obito and his Manjiki Sharingan, Konoha should stabilize swiftly. After some contemplation, Kakashi and Obito found merit in Liu Yang's reasoning, yet they still harbored reservations. In unison, their gazes fell upon Rin. Rin, if we all leave, will you truly be all right on your own? All our companions. What reason is there to single out Lin? Lin squinted her eyes and smiled sweetly. You all go ahead. Do not worry about me. Lord Tsunade has promised to take me as her disciple, and I do not wish to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gaining the favor of the legendary three is indeed a tremendous fortune, though much of this is due to Lord Liu Yang's efforts. The first to speak was Uchiha Obito, who patted his chest, revealing his pearly gums, and exclaimed, "Very well. Liu Yang, I am willing to give it a try at the third Hokage's place." Kakashi remained silent, yet his calm gaze conveyed that he had not declined. Liu Yang, seeing this, felt a surge of joy and was about to rise to pay the bill when he caught sight of a green figure passing by outside. Chapter 61. The Call of Duty as if summoned, Obito laughed heartily with his arms crossed. Just as he finished speaking, the black-haired youth at the same table suddenly pushed himself up with one hand and vanished in the blink of an eye. Blinking in surprise, they saw Liu Yang had dashed out and caught up with Might Guy. Humph, that Liu Yang only knows how to show off, just like Kakashi, Obito thought to himself, inwardly scoffing. Suddenly, a piece of eel sushi was plopped into his bowl. Turning his head, he noticed Kakashi beside him looking quite uncomfortable. Kakashi, unusually unmasked, elegantly picked up another piece of eel sushi and slowly brought it to his mouth. Obito stood there, momentarily entranced. Obito, do I have rice on my face? Why are you staring at me? Kakashi turned his head, somewhat annoyed. Their eyes met, and Obito felt even more awkward. He hastily swallowed and cleared his throat to change the subject. And no, I was just taken aback. It was no wonder Obito was astonished after being comrades for so long. It was the first time he had seen Kakashi's face. During their meals, he had never understood how Kakashi managed to eat so swiftly, each bite disappearing as they blinked. The speed was so remarkable that he and Lin could hardly react. What is so surprising? Haven't you ever seen a handsome guy? A mocking voice echoed in Obito's ear. In the next moment, a pair of hands settled on his shoulders. Without needing to think, Obito knew the culprit was Liu Yang. He raised his hand and brushed off the arm resting on him. Meanwhile, Might Guy, who had been brought over temporarily, sat beside Lin. Despite their small statures, all five of them were exceptionally gifted and capable. When it came time to settle the bill, the cashier at the front desk was left utterly astonished. Having feasted and quenched their thirst, the group hurriedly made their way to the Hokage's office, as planned, to make their requests. Yahiko Lin ascended the towering tree in the distance. Lin, have you made your decision? Being my disciple entails considerable hardships, Tsunade inquired unexpectedly. Yahiko Lin nodded, her expression resolute as she replied, I have made up my mind, Teacher Tsunade. I wish to be your disciple. If that is the case, then follow me. Tsunade stated flatly. She then leaped down to the ground, heading towards the Kenoha hospital. Tsunade was aware that Liu Yang held this young girl in high regard. He had lingered at her doorstep for 3 days, merely to persuade her to accept Lin as his direct disciple and impart all his knowledge to her. In exchange, Liu Yang would grant her a series of enchanting dreams whenever she desired. Tsunade yearned to encounter those two individuals, even if it were merely an illusion. Yahiko Lin grasped her demon blade and quickened her pace to keep up. In the Hokage office, Liu Yang kicked open the door, inadvertently stumbling upon Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato Namikaze engaged in conversation. By chance, he overheard the news of a high-level meeting scheduled for half a month later, during which the position of Hokage would be passed to Minato Namikaze. This matter was still a closely guarded secret within Konoha, and the revelation by a few youngsters left Sarutobi Hiruzen with a rather grim expression. The atmosphere froze at that moment. Kakashi, Obito, and Guy stood frozen in shock. Having inadvertently unearthed such a significant secret, only Liu Yang, with a low cough, sauntered in nonchalantly, hands behind his back. Ahem, my apologies for interrupting your conversation, truly sorry. But rest assured, I did not hear a thing. Liu Yang said with a charming smile. As long as he remained unperturbed, the awkwardness would fall upon others. After all, this was not the first time Liu Yang had witnessed that murderous gaze from the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further as he took a deep drag from his pipe, attempting to alleviate his rising anger. Liu Yang, what brings you here again? Must you be so inconsiderate? Could you at least knock before barging in? You're going to break my door, he remarked. Evidently, the smoke had a calming effect, for his tone softened considerably as he spoke. Liu Yang chuckled, shrugged, and chose to overlook the latter part of his statement. Third Hokage. I have come to discuss a matter of great importance, he replied. If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave, Minato Namikaze interjected, tactfully making his exit. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not impede him, nodding in tacit approval of his departure. The trio of youngsters could not help but admire Liu Yang. It seemed that only he possessed the audacity to converse with the third Hokage in such a manner. As Minato Namikaze departed, he kindly closed the door behind him. The space was dense and thought-provoking. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his seat, adjusted his Hokage hat, and said in a grave tone, Speak. What scheme do you intend to devise this time? Must you be so harsh with your words? Liu Yang swiftly appeared behind him, gently massaging his back. You mentioned assigning me a high-level mission, yet there has been no progress. So, I have come to seek your direct command. Get to the point. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Liu Yang dropped the pretense, pointing directly to the center of the office. I wish to venture out with those three to search for Jiraiya. On one hand, it is for my own training. On the other, it is for the village. He emphasized the last two words. Throughout his life, Sarutobi Hiruzen had taken on only 3 disciples, each a legendary figure in the ninja world. Regrettably, none had ever brought him peace of mind. Take Jiraiya, for instance. He roamed the world alone in pursuit of the prophecy spoken by the great sage of the Toads, never returning even during the Third Great Ninja War. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a deep sigh. Liu Yang, where do you intend to search for Jiraiya? Third Hokage, you need not worry about that. I have my own methods. I will bring him back within 6 months, Liu Yang assured him, thumping his chest. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard, lowering his head. The red Hokage had obscured his eyes, concealing his expression. After a moment, he spoke softly, Liu Yang, I will grant you this opportunity. However, before you embark, you must take this and promise me one thing. As he spoke, he produced a kunai inscribed with runes from his robe and placed it in Liu Yang's palm. Looking down, Liu Yang immediately recognized the technique inscribed upon it, the Flying Thunder God technique. Third Hokage, this kunai was given to you by teacher Minato. Is it not inappropriate for me to possess it? Liu Yang protested, puzzled by the third Hokage's intentions. Chapter 62. A lesson for the cloud-hidden ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed a hand on Liu Yang's shoulder, exhaling a puff of smoke with a serious tone. Liu Yang, if the village ever requires you, Minato will appear at your side, bringing you back. The meaning was clear. This kunai served as a locator. Liu Yang understood. In the eyes of the third Hokage, he was a mere tool, to be moved wherever needed. Nonetheless, Liu Yang accepted the kunai, tucking it into his ninja tool pouch with a playful grin. All right, I shall keep it on me. After all, once I leave the village, I can simply discard it anywhere, and no one will be the wiser. Seeing Liu Yang accept the item, the third Hokage waved off Kakashi, Obito, and Guy. Finally getting to the crux of the matter. In the interrogation room, Liu Yang strode in confidently, hands behind his back. Sarutobi Izashi had already made arrangements with the head of the interrogation room. Upon his arrival, the personnel led him directly to one of the cells, where the Cloud Ninja who had previously attacked the Uchiha clan was imprisoned. The dimly lit and narrow cell housed a figure whose hands were shackled with iron chains, bound to a wooden cross, rendered unconscious. Here, he had endured relentless torture, his body a grotesque tableau of wounds, bloodied and battered. Liu Yang, repulsed, carefully avoided the bloodstains on the floor as he approached the man. You have a mere 15 minutes to handle this and take him away. I have no desire to see him again. It's bad luck, his companion in the Kenoha uniform remarked impatiently. The war had only just concluded, yet the animosities between the various ninja villages showed no signs of abating. Internally, there was a fear of the Uchiha clan's power, but externally, they were all fellow villagers. The Uchiha clan had been targeted by malicious forces attempting to seize the Sharingan, inciting widespread outrage. Had it not been for the third Hokage's orders, this scoundrel would have long since met his demise under interrogation. Very well, I shall proceed at once, Liu Yang replied with a smile. His disdain for the Cloud Ninja was palpable, and he left without a backward glance. With a gentle sigh, Lu Yang resolved that one day he would bring an end to the war. His eyes shifted, and he conjured a chakra scalpel in his palm, slicing through the iron chains with a decisive clang. With a thud, the shackled man fell to the ground like a discarded rag, freed from his restraints. "Stop pretending to be dead and get up," Lu Yang said bluntly. He retracted his chakra, crossed his arms, and unceremoniously kicked the man. There was no response. Feeling frustrated, Lu Yang crouched down to ascertain the man's intentions. However, as he bent down, the man lunged at him. Lu Yang's expression remained unchanged as he swiftly moved behind the assailant, one hand gripping the man's neck while the other covered his face. "I must apologize. I have little tolerance for disobedience," he remarked with a twisted smile. The man, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, was forcefully thrust away. A sharp crack echoed through the cell as half of the Cloud Ninja's face transformed into a strange pink crystal, which abruptly shattered into a flurry of powder. My face." The anguished cries reverberated throughout the cell. Struggling to rise, the man clutched his mutilated visage, revealing only exposed bone beneath the gory remnants of flesh. His gaze, filled with venomous hatred, fixated on the dark-haired youth before him. Lu Yang shrugged, feigning innocence as he spoke. "Do not look at me like that. You cannot blame me. If you had listened sooner and refrained from attacking me, this would not have happened. To kill both body and spirit is nothing extraordinary." The man, clearly unable to swallow his anger, dragged his battered form and launched a swift assault once more. Encased in crackling lightning, he appeared as an unstoppable force, exuding an aura of invincibility. "Brother, can we not discuss matters peacefully? Why resort to violence? It only serves to damage our feelings." Lu Yang lamented with a hint of melancholy. Yet, despite his words, his actions did not falter in the slightest. "Water release. Water dragon bullet." A colossal water dragon surged forth, propelling the man away, crashing him against the wall, leaving a human-shaped indentation and blood trickling from his lips. Lu Yang formed hand seals, his right hand encased in crystalline armor, and with a fierce gaze, struck the man's chest. A spray of blood erupted from the man's mouth, splattering onto a transparent crystal before Lu Yang. With a snap of his fingers, all the crystals within the cell vanished instantaneously. From the depths of an endless void, Lu Yang extracted a handkerchief, clenched it tightly, and then grasped the man by the collar, pulling him free from the wall. "How dare you harbor thoughts against me? I would relish the opportunity to end you right here. However, you still possess some value." Lu Yang coldly regarded the disfigured man before him. The relentless assault had severed the man's meridians, rendering him utterly incapacitated. He lay silent and motionless. Lu Yang raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, angrily admonishing, "Hey, I explicitly told you not to play dead in my presence." The impact revealed the fragility of the man's condition. Several of his teeth had been knocked out. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Yang pried open the man's mouth, confirming his suspicion. A damaged tongue lay within. "In this day and age, resorting to self-inflicted death by biting one's tongue?" he said. "Very well, I shall grant your wish." With swift precision, Lu Yang, wielding a scalpel, severed the man's unnecessary tongue and trampled it beneath his foot. Healing technique. Simultaneously, he applied immediate measures to staunch the bleeding. The Yuin hidden ninja, akin to a fish on a chopping block, lay at his mercy, with tears unwittingly escaping from the corners of his eyes. Lu Yang, skilled in medical ninjutsu, quickly stemmed the flow of blood from the man's mouth, finding satisfaction in the desperation etched on his face. He was fiercely protective of his own. Unfortunately for the man, he had unwittingly tread upon Lu Yang's proverbial landmine. Reflecting that questioning would yield no answers, Lu Yang exerted force, dragging the man from the interrogation room. Before departing, he graciously waved to his comrades in the room. "I'll be taking him with me. Until next time." The others in the interrogation room watched in trepidation as the barely alive hostage trembled involuntarily. "My goodness, this fellow is ruthless indeed. In just a brief 10 minutes, he has transformed the person into such a state, exhibiting even greater brutality than the leader." "Quite so. It would be wise to maintain a distance from him in the future." The murmurs from behind reached Lu Yang's ears, prompting him to turn abruptly, revealing an enigmatic smile. Chapter 63, Commencement of the Task. To avoid unnecessary complications, Lu Yang sought a secluded corner and healed the external injuries of the man, with the exception of his disfigured face. Moreover, he employed the technique of water release to cleanse the bloodstains from the man's body, followed by fire release to evaporate all remaining moisture. Next, he procured a thick hemp rope and bound the man securely. He then carried him back to the Uchiha clan. In the courtyard, Uchiha Makoto was tending to the flowers and plants when she noticed the ashen-faced man behind Liu Yang. Gripping her large scissors tightly, she rushed over. Liu Yang, step aside. I must kill this scoundrel who dared to harm your brother. Makoto had heard of the events from that night. Those despicable ninjas from the land of lightning, audacious and reckless, had brazenly plundered the secret arts of various clans, even setting their sights on Itachi. As a mother, how could she possibly endure such a transgression? Before becoming a mother, Makoto was also a ninja, having undertaken numerous missions. When she unleashed her fury, she did so without hesitation. Liu Yang, concerned for her safety, dodged her attacks, desperately fleeing with the man in tow. Sister Makoto, please listen to me. This man cannot die yet. I need to take him to exchange with the Hidden Cloud Village. Do not question why he does not call you Annie. Sweet-talking children receive treats. Makoto was not swayed by his words. A fierce fire ignited in her eyes. Stand aside. I am determined to kill him today. She brandished her scissors, advancing time and again. Liu Yang evaded her strikes, gripping her arms firmly in an attempt to calm her down. Meanwhile, he loosened the ropes, allowing the already incapacitated man to plummet to the ground. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared in the courtyard. The Hidden Cloud Ninja, who should have fallen flat on his face, was caught securely by the newcomer, who then leapt gracefully into the air, landing firmly on Makoto's shoulder. Seeing the arrival, Makoto instinctively tried to struggle, but under the other's soothing presence, she gradually settled. Makoto, your anger is futile. This is all part of Lord Hokage's arrangement. As Uchiha Fugaku spoke, he took the large scissors from Makoto's grasp and tossed them to the ground. The sound of metal clashing echoed, signaling the end of the skirmish. Liu Yang stood on the ground, patting his chest, still feeling tremors from the earlier events. Makoto, who usually exuded gentleness, rarely displayed such fury. I had thought that her expression during the last incident involving shattered tableware was fierce enough, yet compared to this occasion, it seems rather trivial. However, I cannot swallow this indignation. Makoto's voice carried a hint of resentment. Liu Yang wished to comfort her, but was at a loss for words. Uchiha Fugaku understood his sentiments and shook his head in response. Once Makoto had fully calmed down, he released his wife's hand and approached the youth, earnestly advising him, I have heard about your mission. You are here to gather your belongings, I presume. Remember our plan. I hope you do not disappoint me. Indeed. Liu Yang replied calmly. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and turned his gaze towards his wife. Makoto, Liu Yang is leaving the village today to undertake a special mission. If all goes well, he should not return for quite some time. Please prepare some bento for him to take on his journey. A rare tenderness appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's typically icy visage. Makoto, in disbelief, raised her eyes and said, Liu Yang, you have only just returned from your mission in the Land of Iron, and now you must leave again? Yes, I won't be back for about 6 months. Accompanying me are Kakashi, Obito, and Guy, Liu Yang stated honestly. Makoto had entirely come to regard Liu Yang as family. The news of a 6-month absence for this mission, along with the fact that his companions were peers, heightened her worry, causing a faint mist to gather in her eyes. Liu Yang, she softly called his name. She wanted to say something but found herself unable to utter a word. Ultimately, she turned away and walked towards the kitchen. Liu Yang gazed at her retreating figure, filled with confusion. Let her be, Uchiha Fugaku remarked, arms crossed. She likely does not wish to bid you farewell. The situation is tumultuous. Be cautious while you are outside. If you cannot win, retreat. At this point, he suddenly recalled something and broke into hearty laughter. I almost forgot. Both you and Obito have awakened the clan's highest level dojutsu. Those petty foes are no match for you. The new generation is pushing the old aside. In the past, he had never dared to expose his eyes to the sunlight, fearing it would plunge the Uchiha clan into an endless abyss. Now, everything has changed. The future shall be entrusted to these young individuals. Liu Yang, I have heard that the third Hokage has sent a confidential letter to the daimyo through Kakashi. Before long, a new round of Hokage elections will be convened. Just as you mentioned before, the most promising candidate for the fourth Hokage is the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Fugaku reflected. Prior to meeting Minato, the third Hokage summoned him to the Hokage office to inform him of the village's upcoming arrangements. If it truly is the Yellow Flash, then perhaps the fate of the Uchiha clan can indeed be altered. Uncle, isn't that quite good? Liu Yang chuckled, his eyes narrowing in amusement. Everything was unfolding along the path he had envisioned, which put him at ease. Uchiha Fugaku pressed his lips together, seemingly on the verge of saying something more. The young man looked up at the blazing sun in the sky, realizing that time was slipping away. There were still some belongings to pack. so he decided to take his leave. Before departing, he reminded Uchiha Fugaku to keep an eye on the unconscious hostage. At 7 in the evening, Liu Yang finished the sumptuous meal that Mei Qin had specially prepared for him and arrived at the designated spot at the village entrance as agreed. Upon arrival, he discovered that the remaining 3 had been waiting for quite some time. Liu Yang, we're on a mission, not moving houses. Why are you bringing so much luggage? Obito scrutinized the boy, who had arrived late, his eyes filled with confusion. Liu Yang waved his hand dismissively and promptly tossed the 2 large bags at the gleeful Obito. These are care packages prepared by the clan leader's wife, who worried we might go hungry on the road. We must not take her kindness for granted. Isn't that a bit excessive? Obito protested. Excessive or not, can't the 4 of us finish it? Eating these bento boxes is certainly preferable to the horrid military rations. Liu Yang asserted, playfully thumping Obito on the head. Stop wasting time and hurry up, put it all into the Kamui. Chapter 64. The Eve of Danger. To facilitate their journey, Obito included the Cloud Village ninja in the Kamui space. Before leaving the village, Uchiha Obito stood at the entrance, eagerly awaiting, but Rin never appeared. Liu Yang, seeing through his unspoken thoughts, chuckled softly. No need to wait. She won't be coming to see us off today. Why not? Rin is likely undergoing rigorous training with Granny Tsunade right now, unable to spare the time. We must also exert ourselves, otherwise, when we return, she may have outpaced us significantly. Liu Yang's words were compelling and motivational. Obito felt somewhat stirred by his remarks, casting another glance at the village, suppressing his inner disappointment, and nodded in agreement. However, the next moment, a realization struck him. Liu Yang, how do you know all this? Liu Yang's lips twitched slightly. He couldn't possibly tell Obito that he shared a telepathic bond with Rin, and everything was under his control. Ahem, I heard it from Sister Mei Qin. She happened to run into Rin and Granny Tsunade while shopping for groceries, Liu Yang replied, his face betraying no signs of nervousness. Meanwhile, he was frantically signaling Kakashi. Understanding the cue, Kakashi skillfully redirected the conversation. It's getting late. We must set off to the Land of Lightning. The 3rd Hokage has scheduled the exchange of hostages with the Cloud Village for 3 days from now, and we cannot afford to miss the deadline. Upon hearing the captain's words, Obito indeed settled down. On this outing, Kakashi's team bore the weight of 2 significant missions. The first was to exchange hostages in order to retrieve Konoha comrades who had been captured by the Land of Lightning during the 3rd Great Ninja War. If the opportunity arose, they were to assassinate those wielding the bloodline limits. The second task was to locate one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, and escort him back to Konoha. The greater good took precedence over all else. Despite his despondency, Obito could do little but accept the situation. At this moment, Liu Yang and Might Guy had established the rules of their competition, agreeing that whoever completed a 20-kilometer run first would be declared the victor. The one who lost would have to walk 5 kilometers in a handstand. No problem. I admire your spirit, Guy replied without hesitation, unwilling to fall behind. Kakashi joined their contest. With a sharp sound, the 3 of them surged forward like untamed horses, with one individual racing ahead. Left behind, Obito took a deep breath, adjusting his emotions to their optimal state before pursuing the trio. Unbeknownst to them, a gaunt man stood with his hands behind his back on a nearby rooftop. He watched the young shinobi intently, licking his lips with an eerie grin. These children are brimming with vitality. I wonder how many will return alive. 2 days later, at the border of the Land of Lightning, night enveloped the earth. They were close to the hidden Cloud Village, yet for some reason, a sense of unease lingered in Obito's heart. Sitting by the campfire, the flickering flames illuminated his face, revealing a troubled expression. Beside him, Might Guy was fervently executing one-handed push-ups. Meanwhile, Liu Yang and Kakashi worked together to set a series of traps. Upon hearing Obito's sigh, they exchanged knowing chuckles. Your concerns are not unfounded. Given the predatory logic of the hidden cloud, it is plausible they may target us, Liu Yang stated seriously. After placing the final explosive tag, he leaped down from a branch, landing deftly behind the young man. He placed a reassuring hand on Obito's shoulder, signaling him not to worry. However, they shouldn't resort to lethal force. After all, we represent Konoha. To kill us would be tantamount to declaring war on the Land of Fire. Despite his words, Liu Yang understood that once they stepped into the territory of the hidden cloud, their circumstances would shift to a position of vulnerability. The 3rd Hokage had deliberately assigned this mission to him, intending to test his capabilities. The higher-ups of Konoha remained unable to fully trust the Uchiha clan, particularly Liu Yang, who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. Obito remained silent, On the other side, Kakashi, having independently checked the traps for any oversights, settled down by the fire. After 2 days and nights of consuming the same bento, he finally finished the 2 large bags of nearly spoiled food from the Kamui dimension. The enticing aroma of fish grilling over the fire tantalized everyone's taste buds. Having just completed 1,000 one-handed push-ups, Might Guy lay exhausted on the ground in a starfish position. Lu Yang marveled at his unwavering determination and handed him the first skewer of grilled fish. Guy, throughout this journey, your physical training has never faltered. Your strength and diligence are truly admirable, Lu Yang commended, giving Guy a thumbs up. Along this path, he had truly felt Guy's relentless effort. Upon introspection, he recognized that he could never reach such heights. When Guy received the first portion of grilled fish, he sat up from the ground, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Sweat does not deceive. One day, I, the azure beast of Kenoha, shall become a diligent genius, Guy declared resolutely. This was his lifelong ambition. Hearing this, Kakashi felt a surge of emotions. His father had told him long ago that Guy would surely surpass him. He had never taken it seriously, but now, reflecting on it, it seemed quite plausible. At that moment, a subtle sense of crisis suddenly arose within Kakashi. Liu Yang's grilling skills were impeccable, and amidst light-hearted banter, he prepared 2 more skewers, handing them to Obito and Kakashi. Stop dawdling, try my culinary skills. Eat well and prepare for tomorrow's significant undertaking, he urged. Yes, we must leave the hidden cloud village alive, Kakashi nodded, accepting the grilled fish. After they had eaten their fill, Liu Yang instructed Obito to open the Kamui space, releasing the captured individual. He brought the charred fish to the man's lips. Hey, don't say we Konoha have mistreated you. Hurry and eat this fish so we can be on our way tomorrow. His words, on our way, sounded particularly harsh to the Cloud Ninja's ears. Assuming Liu Yang intended to kill him, the man arrogantly turned his head away, rejecting Liu Yang's offering. In his defiance, the grilled fish fell from his mouth to the ground. Liu Yang chuckled softly, unfazed. He leisurely squatted down, picked up the fallen fish, and forcefully grasped the man's chin, compelling him to open his mouth against his will. The grotesque man, having had his tongue removed long ago, now had most of his teeth shattered by Liu Yang's grip. He glared at Liu Yang with fury, yet was unable to utter a single word. You will eat because I commanded. There is no room for refusal here, Liu Yang stated coldly, forcefully shoving the fish into the man's mouth. Chapter 65. Capturing the 2 tails. The sharp fish bones pierced the man's oral cavity, and bright crimson blood trickled down his chin. Yet, the Cloud Ninja displayed no signs of pain. He pressed his thin lips tightly together, glaring coldly at the youth. Liu Yang understood that the man had become numb to the suffering. Observing the bloody scene, Obito murmured involuntarily, Liu Yang, will we face repercussions from the Land of Lightning for treating the hostage this way? No, Liu Yang assured. Liu Yang spoke calmly, his grip tightening with increasing intensity until the entire roasted fish in his hand disappeared into the belly of the figure before him. He discarded the stick with a flick of his wrist, brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, and smiled. As long as he remained unscathed, he was confident he could bring him back. Moreover, your concerns are unwarranted. The latter remark remained unspoken, for Liu Yang knew that they would not last until tomorrow for a face-to-face negotiation. Before Dato could utter another word, a rustling sound reached his ears. An enemy attack was imminent, and judging by the noise, their numbers were substantial. Kakashi reacted instantly, drawing a short blade from his back and positioning it defensively across his chest, ready for combat. Might Guy and Dato synchronously assumed their stances. However, Liu Yang remained still, quietly seated, playing with a handful of bloodied teeth, his expression as indifferent as water. At that moment, numerous figures clad in the uniforms of the Cloud Shadow rushed forth from the woods, swiftly occupying the narrow space. 1, 2, 15 ninjas surrounded Kakashi's team entirely. Liu Yang disregarded them, his gaze fixated on a beautiful woman perched on a branch not far away. Ah, how delightful. They have sent the 2 tails Jinchuriki as a welcoming gift from the hidden cloud village. We are truly honored, Liu Yang remarked with a smile, rising while delivering a swift blow to the agitated man beside him, rendering him unconscious. What? The 2 tails Jinchuriki, the 2 tails of the wooden man, the trio exclaimed in unison, particularly Dato, who could not help but swallow hard. It is well known that the Land of Lightning possesses 2-tailed beasts, and notably, aside from the 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Regarded as the perfect Jinchuriki, the 2 tails of the wooden man can fully transform into a tailed beast with their own consciousness, showcasing immense strength. It is unclear what methods the hidden cloud village employed to achieve such perfect taming of the tailed beast. The woman atop the tree had chestnut brown hair, braided long and cascading down to her waist, looking down condescendingly at Kakashi and the others. Her eyes revealed a pronounced disdain. Indeed, you have recognized my identity. However, it is unfortunate that you are about to perish. She cast a scornful glance at Liu Yang. Her words were accompanied by her entire body enveloped in a blue flame chakra, with two long tails sprouting behind her. It seems she intends to end this swiftly by utilizing tailed beast chakra. The enemies are charging in. Dato. Liu Yang urgently called out his name. The two-tails Jinchuriki shot Liu Yang a disdainful glance. At her signal, all members surged toward Kakashi's team, attempting to reclaim their comrade. The traps that Liu Yang and Kakashi had set previously detonated at that moment. A series of thunderous explosions reverberated throughout the forest. The cloud-hidden ninja ultimately arrived too late. The hostage, bound tightly, was reduced to mere sludge amidst the chaos of detonations. How naive to believe such trivial techniques could defeat us, Yumu remarked coldly. The loss of his comrade weighed heavily on him. Swiftly, he formed hand seals, driving his palms downward. Earth release, earth flow wall. A series of towering earthen walls erupted from the ground, shielding against the oncoming blasts. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. A relentless barrage of ninjutsu descended from above. The cloud-hidden ninja squad, caught off guard, found themselves entirely encompassed by the onslaught of enemy techniques. Before the trio of Sharingan, there was no escape. Liu Yang, observing the hand seals of his adversary, recognized the impending use of earth release to obstruct the attack. Spotting his hidden ally below, he shouted, Kai, it's up to you now. No problem. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Leaf Gale. Kai, a true master of taijutsu, despite his youth, displayed remarkable prowess. These two techniques rival those of many seasoned jonin. With a powerful kick, Kai toppled the defenses of the cloud-hidden ninja, allowing the raging inferno above to strike with precision. Yumu could scarcely believe that these young warriors possessed such astonishing strength. Without hesitation, he began to gather red and blue chakra in his mouth. Tell Beast Bomb, everyone. Get back, Liu Yang shouted anxiously, though Kakashi and his companions had never witnessed it. They had heard tales of this fearsome technique. This colossal explosive was something to be avoided at all costs. To prevent complications, Liu Yang unleashed a large-scale genjutsu, rendering Kakashi's entire team unconscious. Then, unnoticed, he whisked them away into an endless void. Since the tailed beast bomb has been unleashed, do not expect me to hold back, Liu Yang declared impassively. Do not think you alone possess a tailed beast bomb. As soon as the words left his lips, chakra surged around him, and a pair of massive dragon horns emerged from his head, radiating an overwhelming aura. His eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, adorned with intricate totems. He then bit his fingertip, drawing blood, and the speed of his hand seals left only afterimages in their wake. Summoning technique. Three tails, it's time for your entrance. As Liu Yang's hand struck the ground, a colossal summoning array materialized, revealing the immense form of the three tails. Unlike the tailed beast bombs enveloped by the two earth ninjas, Liu Yang's three tails was a complete manifestation under his control, wielded through his Manjiki Sharingan. Though both were tailed beast bombs, the disparity in their power was staggering. Initially, the cloud-hidden ninja were brimming with confidence. However, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of another tailed beast, terror gripped their faces. The three tails had been reclaimed by Konoha. They must flee. The other Cloud Village ninja, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, scattered in haste. Did they think they could escape? It was already too late. All would perish. Liu Yang would not let them slip away so easily. With a single command, the tailed beast ball erupted from the three tails' mouth, instantly unleashing a torrent of energy that engulfed the entire forest. Those fleeing wretches were swiftly torn apart by the overwhelming force, reduced to mere nourishment scattered across the ground. A chorus of anguished screams reverberated through the air, lingering hauntingly. Chapter 66. Activation of the Two Tails Pictorial Compendium, Reward Drop. In a moment of dire peril, two wooden figures successfully completed their transformation into tailed beasts, shielding against the residual waves of energy. Yet, they were jolted backwards several paces from the impact. Standing atop the back of the three tails, Liu Yang continued to weave intricate hand seals. Sage technique, Golden Rain Barrier. A golden barrier enveloped the entire forest. Even those drawn in by the explosive energy of the tailed beast ball were struck by the droplets emanating from the Golden Rain Barrier, resulting in fatal consequences. The two tailed beasts, under their respective control, engaged in a fierce struggle. A layer of chakra adhered to Liu Yang's feet, anchoring him firmly upon the back of the three tails. In the midst of this titanic clash, Liu Yang remained active, continuously unleashing a dazzling array of jutsu. The enhancement of Sage Mode elevated his mastery over ninjutsu to unprecedented heights. Concurrently, 9 identical figures manifested beside him. Sage Technique, Wind and Thunder Jutsu. The wind howled, and thunder roared. 10 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the Two Tails and sending it crashing to the ground. The Three Tails followed suit, delivering a crushing stomp directly onto the Two Tails' head. The Two Tails emitted a pained roar. In its agony, it managed to utter defiantly, "You bastard, how dare you hit me?" Liu Yang was taken aback. Astonishingly, amidst battle, the tailed beast had been compelled to speak. How impressive. As the Two Tails cursed angrily, it staggered to its feet, mounting a desperate counterattack, astonishingly managing to push back the Three Tails that was rampaging upon its head. The Three Tails remained silent, persistently executing its assault, ensnared by Liu Yang's Sharingan. Unable to release its own consciousness, deaf to the enemy's insults. The more vigorously the Three Tails fought, the more ferocious the Two Tails' curses became. Liu Yang, arms crossed, watched the siblings turn against each other with an amused disposition. You refuse to take the path to heaven, yet you recklessly intrude into hell. I have all the time in the world. Since you of the Cloud Village have cast aside your dignity, I shall indulge you until you beg for mercy. Liu Yang declared nonchalantly, casting his gaze down at the 6-pointed star pattern shimmering in his palm, his eyes glinting with cold determination. The sealing technique associated with the boundless void can directly seal tailed beasts. By merely touching the tailed beast and uttering the sealing incantation, one can effectuate the seal. Extracting the tailed beast would result in the immediate demise of the host. Liu Yang, however, was not inclined to grant his adversary a swift end. He ascended into the air alongside his 9 other clones, and they synchronously began to weave hand seals. Crystal release, a ray of light. Behind the young man, a polygonal mirror emerged for each clone, concentrating light into a singular point, transforming it into a laser that descended with precision. Liu Yang deliberately aimed for the tailed beast's eyes as 2 beams of light struck down simultaneously, landing with unerring accuracy upon the second tail's orbs. A piercing scream erupted from the second tail, a heart-wrenching cry. At that moment, the other 8 beams descended in unison, striking its blue-black form. It covered its blinded eyes with its hands, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. The massive body of the third tail seized the opportunity to press down upon it, pinning it firmly beneath, rendering it utterly immobile. The second tail had completely lost the ability to act, and due to the host's insufficient chakra, it was forcibly reverted from its tailed beast form back to that of its original entity. Worse still, the chakra flowing from the wooden host was in utter disarray, leaving it with neither the strength to rise nor the capability to resist the unfolding events. Blood trickled from the corner of the wooden host's mouth, only to be instantly vaporized by the searing chakra. Oh dear, a moment of excessive force has necessitated an early conclusion. Liu Yang gently snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the clones vanished without a trace. He crouched down, placing his palm upon the third tail's form, rapidly reciting the already familiar sealing incantation. A golden light flickered from his palm as his eyes transformed into a dazzling golden hue, illuminating its body. The third tail's silhouette gradually became translucent, ultimately dissipating into the air. At last, the third tail had been dealt with. Now, it was time to focus on you. Liu Yang pointed at the wooden host lying feebly on the ground. As he spoke, the golden light beneath his feet gradually faded, soon disappearing entirely. The boy's heart swelled with glee, anticipating the activation of the second tail's data. Upon the first activation of the third tail's data, he had acquired the spatial ninjutsu of the boundless void. What could he possibly obtain this time? Liu Yang murmured to himself, his heart racing with excitement. The second tail, now in its original form, lay on the ground, its bones fractured in multiple places, meridians severed, utterly incapacitated. With wide eyes, it glared fiercely at the boy before it. You may kill or torture me as you wish, but know that Kenoha shall face retribution, the wooden host declared. Each word was a struggle, tugging at its grievous wounds. And as it spoke, it coughed forth blood. His body was drenched in a heavy stench of blood, repugnant and unbearable. Upon hearing the woman's words, Liu Yang found himself amused, as if he had just encountered the most ludicrous joke in existence. He crouched before her, a mocking expression adorning his face, and retorted, "Retribution? You from Yuin dare to utter such a term? You traverse nations, stealthily seizing countless secret techniques from others. I am merely reclaiming a natural energy entity. What retribution could there possibly be?" To take a step back, The tailed beasts of various nations were nearly all distributed by our first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Back in the day, except for Shikaku, the one-tail. Now, these tailed beasts are simply returning to their rightful owners. Liu Yang articulated his points with clarity and conviction. Suddenly, a figure, filled with rage, interrupted the youth's discourse, exclaiming, "No, you are spouting nonsense." With a laugh, Liu Yang responded, "Haha, what advantage would lying to you possibly bring me?" Grasping his abdomen, he erupted into a fit of laughter. At that moment, everything was in place. Disinterested in the defiant woman any longer, Liu Yang pressed his palm against her lower abdomen. Sealing technique, endless void. No sooner had he spoken than a radiant golden light emanated from his palm, and a series of black patterns surged forth upon her abdomen. The point of contact ignited a potent force, as if it were boundless energy. His body leaned back, as though drawn by some unseen force. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the Two Tails Compendium. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 5,000 gold coins. Ding! 5,000 gold coins have been successfully credited. Please check and accept. Host. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the advanced ninjutsu, Dance of the Dead Souls. Secret technique, Dance of the Dead Souls. Once this technique is employed, it grants the ability to control corpses without limitation, commanding them to fight on one's behalf. Note: in locations abundant with corpses, there will be a 25% increase in power, benefiting the host. Chapter 67. Pursuers from Yuin. Raikage AI, a truly devastating area of effectability. Utilizing it in warfare would be overwhelmingly advantageous. Liu Yang perused the details of the rewards he had just received, his heart brimming with sentiment. Dance of the Dead Souls appeared mundane at first glance. Yet the passive skill enhancements rendered it extraordinarily formidable. In essence, wielding this ninjutsu would allow one to command an army, enabling a single individual to contend against 1,000. The area of effect was astonishingly vast. The path to victory was deceptively effortless. This activation of the Two Tails was made possible only because Yuin could not restrain their reckless abandon, Liu Yang scoffed. The Tailed Beast Compendium comprised a total of 9 entities, of which he had currently activated 2, each yielding an advanced ninjutsu. Liu Yang pondered whether, upon collecting all 9, he could synthesize the 10 tails right then and there, subsequently transforming into the Sage of Six Paths. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. He found himself eagerly anticipating the unfolding of events. The Jinchuriki from whom the tailed beast was extracted would undoubtedly meet their demise. Even Kushina, hailing from the Uzumaki clan, could merely endure a tad longer than an ordinary Jinchuriki. The 2 puppets had perished completely. Their once rosy cheeks had turned ashen, their bodies emaciated and drenched in blood. Liu Yang formed seals with his hands, encasing the puppets' remains within the boundless void, burying them alongside Uchiha Madara. Subsequently, he activated Sage Mode, channeling chakra throughout his body to ascertain that no other life signs lingered nearby. Only then did he retract the outer layer of the golden rain barrier, summoning his companions. As he lay on the ground, eyes closed, time passed, though he could not discern how long, before someone shook him awake. Upon opening his eyes, the first sight that met him was Uchiha Obito hovering above, his hand poised to pinch Liu Yang's nose. Seeing Liu Yang regain consciousness, Obito's sinister hand froze midair. "What are you doing? Attempting to murder me?" Liu Yang retorted, swatting his hand away as he sat up. Obito straightened, unperturbed, and replied, "Nothing much. I merely wanted to check if you were still breathing. Since no crime has been committed yet, you have no evidence." With that thought, he grew even more brazen. A flock of crows flew overhead. Who was he? Was he truly oblivious to Obito's petty schemes? It was merely an opportunity to exact personal revenge while he lay unconscious. Kakashi, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and exchanged glances with Might Guy, effectively separating the 2 childish figures. The scene was chaotic. At last, all of their companions awakened, and Kakashi swiftly issued orders. "This place is not safe. We must retreat at once," he declared. No sooner had he finished speaking than he set off in a southwestern direction, with Might Guy and Obito trailing closely behind. Liu Yang, bewildered, gathered chakra in his feet and soared forward. "Captain Kakashi, what exactly transpired? What happened back there? Why has the entire forest been reduced to rubble?" he inquired, his eyes swirling with confusion. The illusion he had cast upon them had been triggered after enduring the tailed beast bomb's assault, resulting in them being knocked unconscious by the residual shockwaves. After that, he was left in the dark. Liu Yang wished to ascertain the efficacy of his Jinjutsu. It was worth noting that, aside from Guy, The other two possessed Sharingan, both Obito and Liu Yang wielding the Manjiki. Kakashi, leading the group, quickened his pace. Maintaining a calm demeanor as he explained, the tailed beast bomb of the Two Tails Jinchuriki was overwhelmingly powerful. We were all buried beneath the earth. After that, we have no recollection. By the time we regained consciousness, the battle had concluded, and the forest had transformed into what you now see. Liu Yang listened intently to Kakashi's words, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. It seemed they found nothing amiss. In a moment of distraction, Matsuke suddenly approached Liu Yang, his face etched with sorrow. Liu Yang, you have no idea how long I've been calling you. Kakashi mentioned that a more formidable presence has emerged on the scene. If we do not make haste, we might very well meet our end here. Had you not awakened just now, I would have had to carry you away myself. The power capable of confronting the Jinchuriki is undoubtedly above the level of a Kage. It is not something that just a few of us can handle easily, Matsuke remarked. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. Regardless, we have salvaged our lives and cannot afford to squander them again. Alas, it is a pity that the mission has failed. Who would have thought that the Hidden Cloud Village would be audacious enough to murder an envoy? Kakashi responded, his expression grim. While Matsuke's was calling out to Liu Yang, he had already pinned a letter, instructing a summoning beast to deliver it back to Konoha without delay. Everything awaited the judgment of the third Hokage. As the group conversed, a series of footsteps suddenly echoed nearby. This is bad. The pursuers from the Hidden Cloud have arrived. Do not stop. Prepare for battle at any moment. Kakashi, ever the vigilant captain, was the first to detect the enemy's presence and quickly issued commands. Each of the 5 great ninja villages boasts its own specialty in ninjutsu. The ninjas of the Land of Lightning's Hidden Cloud Village are particularly adept at utilizing lightning-based techniques. Due to the unique properties of lightning, their speed is significantly enhanced. Before long, Kakashi's team found themselves overtaken by the enemy. Kakashi, take them and leave. I will hold them off, Liu Yang proposed boldly, determined to protect his comrades. You cannot, Liu Yang. Behind you is the Raikage. Stopping now would lead only to death, Kakashi admonished sharply. Upon hearing that the Raikage was involved, Matsuke's reached out to grab Liu Yang, but alas, he was too late. Liu Yang halted, turning to engage with a group of burly ninjas from the Hidden Cloud. Witnessing this, Kakashi had no choice but to recalibrate their strategy, ordering everyone to join the fray. The newly appointed 4th Raikage glared fiercely at the 4 youths before him, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. To have stolen the tailed beast from our village, and yet possess the audacity to turn back and fight me. I respect your courage. However, daring to pluck the whiskers of a tiger shall ensure that you find no place to rest in death, the Raikage's voice boomed, resonating like thunder throughout the forest. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yang, wielding 2 lightning-infused kunai, appeared before the Raikage, crossing his blades. He whispered incantations under his breath. Lightning release, falling thunder. As the words left his lips, a ferocious bolt of lightning erupted from the point of intersection, surging directly toward the formidable figure before him. The Raikage, bellowed in response, his body enveloped in a blue lightning armor. A fleeting shadow evaded Liu Yang's attack, materializing behind the youth. Lightning release, thunder plow heat blade. Chapter 68, Confrontation with Raikage AI. I implore you, 4th Raikage, can you not exhibit some reason? Liu Yang remarked, his eyes rolling in exasperation. AI's speed was remarkable. Before Liu Yang could finish his statement, he acutely sensed the overwhelming aura of menace approaching from behind. Truly, the blue lightning capable of matching the speed of Minato Namikaze was extraordinary. He mused inwardly. The boy remained motionless, while the Raikage believed he was about to reduce this audacious youth to mere pulp. A subtle smile graced Liu Yang's lips. Suddenly, he vanished from the Raikage's view. This sensation, Raikage's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the air that had just been traversed. It could not be mistaken. Such speed mirrored his previous encounters with that individual. Long before Kakashi's team departed the village, Liu Yang had stealthily implanted the Flying Thunder God technique into their skin during a moment of camaraderie. The Flying Thunder God technique, if not personally dispelled by the caster, would remain imprinted for a lifetime. In that fleeting moment, Liu Yang had teleported behind Might Guy, evading the Raikage Thunder Plow Heat Blade, and then, harnessing Guy's strength, he soared back into action. Where are you looking? Your opponent is me, came the youthful voice, brimming with arrogance and Raikage's ear. Raikage AI instinctively turned toward the source, confronting the imminent attack. Liu Yang beheld the scorn etched on his opponent's face, the smile upon his lips broadening. Golden chakra enveloped him at that instant. Aha! Do not presume that you alone possess the Thunderplow Heat Blade. Witness my technique. He rapidly formed hand seals. In that moment, his speed experienced a qualitative leap. He raised his elbow, striking like lightning towards the opponent's neck. Humph. Merely a replica, forever incapable of surpassing the original, Raikage AI scoffed. Observing the youth's technique with a cold smile, he twisted his body, narrowly evading Liu Yang's Thunderplow Heat Blade, and retaliated with a right hook aimed at the boy's arm. Lightning release, Thunderfang. Liu Yang, unhurried, crossed his dual blades, and as they parted, unleashed a formidable surge of lightning energy radiating from his core. Relying on his indomitable lightning armor, AI chose not to evade, charging forward with unyielding ferocity. Thunderplow Heat Blade, Thunderfang. Both combatants were propelled backward, staggered by the impact. Raikage AI was astonished by the weapon in Liu Yang's hand and the prowess he exhibited. The thought in his mind grew ever more insistent. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the Thunderblade, it seems you have slain its wielder, Karatsuchi Raiga. Raikage declared with conviction. The law of the jungle prevails, where the weak are devoured by the strong, and murder and plunder are commonplace. In the eyes of the Raikage, this is utterly normal. You 3 possess the Sharingan and have seized our tailed beast. Let your eyes be the price of restitution. Raikage AI's expression was one of unyielding ferocity. He had reached a grim conclusion. These 4 younglings had annihilated the Muirin squad. In his mind, eliminating them would not only reclaim the 2 tails but also secure the Sharingan, 2 pairs, no less. Liu Yang harbored an intense disdain for the predatory ethos of the Cloud Village. It was clear that they had instigated the conflict, yet they twisted the narrative to place the blame on others. Raikage, are you out of your mind? The more Liu Yang pondered, the more his ire swelled, prompting him to voice his anger. Which of your eyes witnessed us stealing the tailed beast? It is you from the Cloud Village who have acted dishonorably, sending a throng to hunt us down. The war has barely concluded. Your actions are tantamount to declaring war on Kenoha. The Raikage was not one to heed the admonitions of a mere child. His countenance darkened, exuding an aura of lethal intent. With a silver tongue, he retorted, then perish. I am curious to see if your village dares to wage war for such inconsequential minions as yourselves. Meanwhile, Kakashi, Obito, and Might Guy found themselves in a grueling battle. Though their strength was formidable, they were unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the enemy's tactics. The sheer numbers of their foes rendered them unable to break free. Observing the plight of his comrades, Liu Yang made a decisive move, employing the mist concealment technique. This exemplifies the advantages of the Sharingan, beyond its unique bloodline limit and secret techniques. It allows one to effortlessly appropriate the enemy's ninjutsu. The second Hokage, who despised the Uchiha clan, perhaps harbored such sentiments because the techniques he painstakingly developed could be learned with a mere glance. The pent-up frustration within him found no outlet. A thick mist enveloped the area, expanding rapidly to shroud a radius of 100 meters. The mist concealment technique diminished the enemy's visibility, granting Liu Yang a moment of respite. With renewed focus, Liu Yang opened his eyes, revealing dragon-like horns atop his head and golden patterns adorning his eyelids. Crystal Release, Emerald Crystal Mirror. Crystal Release, Emerald Crystal Clone. A figure identical to him emerged from the mirror. Liu Yang addressed his doppelganger, entrusting the safety of his companions to it, stating, I must confront the Raikage. No problem. Leave it to me, the Emerald Clone assured, thumping its chest. In the next instant, utilizing the heightened sensory perception of Sage Mode, it locked onto the locations of the 3 companions. Body Flicker Technique. Just then, the Raikage detected Liu Yang's true position and instantly appeared before him. Do not presume that such trifling techniques can obstruct my view. Child, I have you now. In his ears, the voice of the man thundered, piercing his eardrums like a clap of thunder. Liu Yang flexed his joints, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds, gently caressing the dragon horn atop his head. A serious expression finally emerged in his eyes as he surveyed the unfolding battle. Lord Raikage, it is now my turn to perform. With a flick of his wrist, he invoked the celestial technique, Lioli Qianben Kill. The dense, swirling mist obscured AI's vision. Yet the sudden surge of nature's formidable power emanating from Zhou sent a jolt of apprehension through him. A torrential cascade of golden Qianben pierced through the layers of white fog, resembling a dense curtain of rain, sweeping towards him. Raikage AI's complexion instantly shifted, his eyes widening like bronze bells. You have actually mastered the Sage Mode, he gasped in disbelief. The young boy before him could not be more than 12 or 13 years old, yet he wielded a technique that even AI himself could not comprehend. There are indeed individuals beyond individuals, realms beyond realms, Liu Yang taunted, wielding 2 lightning blades and looking down mockingly at the person below. Just like now, you are about to perish at the hands of your junior. As the boy's words echoed, the multitude of golden Qianben struck the massive figure beneath him. Chapter 69. Almost when the range of the Qianben's assault was too extensive, Raikage had no means of evasion. Gritting his teeth, AI channeled his chakra, unleashing countless punches that shattered most of the Qianben. However, the remnants brutally pierced his flesh. Ugh! Raikage grunted in pain. The 4th Raikage was the biological son of the previous Raikage, inheriting his father's formidable physique. His physical prowess was beyond that of ordinary individuals. Naturally, Lu Yong did not expect this maneuver to inflict significant damage. His intention was merely to stall his opponent for a moment. Regaining his composure, Raikage removed the series of Qianben embedded in his chest, only to be struck by a pink crystalline dragon that sent him flying. Lu Yong perched atop the broken crystal dragon, observing the fleeing shadows below, released his grip on the dragon's horn, and continued to form seals. Crystal release, 6-point shuriken dance. In the air, a multitude of white shurikens appeared, swirling under Lu Yang's control as they flew incessantly toward Raikage's direction. Lord Raikage, have you not always prided yourself on your strength, boasting with arrogance? Why do you now flee like a turtle retreating into its shell? As his adversary fled, Lu Yong laughed, his venomous tone igniting a fire of resentment within Raikage. Never had AI encountered such an outstanding junior. His rage boiled, rendering his face a deep shade of purple. Yet Lu Yong, unsatisfied, formed another intricate hand seal. In the next moment, a series of sharp red crystalline spikes suddenly appeared where Raikage had been fleeing. Broken crystal dragon, 6-point shuriken dance, crystallized pentagonal path. 3 techniques converged in a singular, formidable assault. Despite AI's formidable strength, he remains unable to soar. Ha ha ha. Why run? If you possess any prowess, stop fleeing. Lu Yong, perched atop the crystalline dragon's head, wore an increasingly wild grin. Alas, his taunts bore no effect on the 4th Raikage. With a physique of remarkable resilience, the Raikage withstood countless exchanges with Lu Yong, sustaining numerous blows yet remaining as vibrant as ever. The thick layer of blue chakra armor enveloped him, mitigating most of the damage inflicted upon him. Lu Yong, observing the opponent's chakra, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Kakashi, how fares your side? Lu Yong eased his assault, directing his voice towards the sensed location. Kakashi remained silent. At this juncture, the battle of the silver-haired youth neared its conclusion. Gripping a sharp short blade in his left hand, he summoned chakra with his right, unleashing his most adept lightning release ninjutsu. A piercing avian cry shattered the air, followed by the sickening sound of flesh tearing. Kakashi retracted his bloodied hand, pursing his lips as he addressed the question he had yet to answer. Just 5 in total. Lu Yong, I shall hasten to your aid. Lu Yong, hold on a moment longer. I shall finish up here with Obito shortly. As Kakashi's words fell, the remaining 2 could no longer restrain their remarks. They had presumed certain demise, unaware that their attacks were landing with precision, swiftly bringing an end to the nefarious forces of the Cloud Village. Lu Yong nodded resolutely, promptly dispelling the crystalline clone. The Raikage, unable to withstand the obstructive fog, unleashed a flurry of punches at light speed, dissipating the mist jutsu. Before him lay an endless expanse, while the numerous subordinates who had accompanied him had all succumbed to cold, lifeless forms. The Raikage, gazing at the sea of bodies strewn across the ground, felt fury ignite within him. Pointing at the few young brats before him, his fist tightened involuntarily. Damn it, you scoundrels, I shall ensure you pay for their lives today. Without hesitation, the Raikage unleashed his full chakra, striking with relentless force. His fists moved like the wind, targeting the youth ahead. He was like a bolt of lightning, his speed leaving only afterimages in his wake. Even with the Sharingan, Kakashi and Obito found it nearly impossible to track his rapid movements. Kakashi held his breath, channeling all his chakra to enhance his control. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Kakashi, and he fearfully turned to his companion nearby. Look out, Guy, duck. Upon hearing his comrade's warning, Might Guy instinctively raised his head. Yet, before he could comprehend the situation, a figure suddenly appeared before him. A formidable fist loomed ahead. Little brat, I shall send you on your way first, and soon enough, they will come to keep you company, the ominous Raikage intoned. Kakashi and Obito, upon hearing his words, felt their very breath stilled. Lu Yong bit his lip, and in that moment of dire peril, he raised the card in his hand. Activate the time-stop card, Lu Yong fervently whispered to himself. The card in his grasp radiated a brilliant golden light, and in an instant, everything around him, save for himself, was frozen in place. Fortunately, he had made it in time. Lu Yong exhaled deeply, the heavy burden that had weighed upon his heart finally lifting at that moment. The effect of the time stop card lasted only a minute. With purpose, Lu Yong strode forward and delivered a swift chop to the boy's nape. Once he had completed this action, he scooped the boy up and carried him away from the dangerous position. Simultaneously, two ordinary shadow clones emerged from Lu Yang's body, expertly incapacitating the other two adversaries and hoisting them away. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the depths of the forest. As the minute concluded, Raikage AI's fist passed through a void where his target had been. Confounded, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing that there were no traces of the individuals he sought. And in his fury, he slammed his fist into the ground, sending shards of rock flying. Konoha, I shall not rest until I have my vengeance upon you. Time passed, and the sun gradually ascended the horizon, casting its warm glow over the land. Lu Yong contemplated that he had evaded danger and gently laid his companions upon the flat ground. As for himself, he pressed the tip of his left foot against the earth, leaping up to perch upon a branch. Exhausted, he leaned against the trunk of the tree, reflecting on the recent skirmish, his frustration mounting. The Cloud Village proved to be more despicable than he had anticipated. Next time we meet, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Lu Yong clenched his fist, lamenting his earlier recklessness. Had he not indulged in playful antics, he could have dispatched the Raikage before the mist concealment technique was undone, thus avoiding the perilous situation that nearly befell Kai. Lowering his gaze, he gazed at the unconscious green figure below, genuinely lamenting, Kai, the success of my mission hinges entirely upon you. You must not falter before I return, otherwise I shall suffer greatly. Closing his eyes, Lu Yong felt the additional surge of chakra energy within the boundless void, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Two Tails. I am fortunate to have you. Chapter 70. Interrogation at Kenoha Hospital. In Tsunade's office, a scroll inscribed with summoning runes lay upon the desk. Upon it, a fish teetered on the brink of death, gasping weakly for air. Nara Rin gathered chakra in her hands and placed them upon the fish's body. Moments later, the dying fish sprang back to life, vibrant and full of vitality. Shortly thereafter, she conjured another octopus on the scroll. In truth, with Nara Rin's foundational medical ninjutsu, she was already adept at handling the injuries of such small creatures. However, Tsunade believed there was still much for her to learn. The precise control of chakra is fundamental to all medical ninjutsu. One should never underestimate its significance due to its apparent simplicity. These are the essential skills of a medical ninja. Even your senior sister, Kat Shizen, continues to practice these basics. Once you can accurately master the flow of chakra, you may begin to learn the Yin sealing technique. Tsunade crossed her arms, her expression serious. Despite her usual unreliability, she was utterly dedicated when it came to instructing her disciples. Tsunade's meticulous guidance of Rin stemmed not only from her sense of responsibility, but also from her own ulterior motives. As time ticked away, under Tsunade's urging, Nara Rin's healing speed accelerated. Creak. The door swung open. A tall man with long black hair appeared before them. Tsunade looked up, her face devoid of emotion as she addressed the eerily familiar figure. Orochimaru, what brings you here? Nothing much, just wanted to discuss that child, Orochimaru replied, gesturing towards the diligently training Nara Rin with an enigmatic smile. Sensing his ill intentions, Tsunade instinctively positioned herself in front of her disciple, preventing Orochimaru from getting any closer. You cannot touch this child, Tsunade exclaimed sharply. Meanwhile, Team Kakashi awoke in the woods 2 kilometers away, their first instinct to inquire about what had transpired. They exchanged glances, ultimately turning their attention toward the figure of Lu Yong, who was resting with his eyes closed atop a branch. Lu Yong, do you know what happened? How did we lose consciousness and manage to escape? Obito pondered aloud, growing increasingly perplexed. Lu Yong lazily rubbed his eyes and stretched before leaping down from the tree, landing gracefully on the ground. The other two also followed suit, their gazes shifting from the tree. Well, at a critical moment, Teacher Minato appeared and led us to safety. Lu Yong explained with ease. He produced the flying thunder god kunai given to him by the third Hokage, the specially crafted black iron weapon glinting with a chilling sheen. Obito fell silent. Everyone had witnessed the third Hokage bestow that weapon upon him, and given their successful escape from the fourth Raikage's pursuit, Minato's timely intervention felt particularly credible. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of unease lingered within Obito. Might Guy, being straightforward, noticed Obito's silence and shot him an irritated glance. Then, parting the dense foliage, Lu Yong rushed forward, continuing to voice the doubts that plagued his heart. Luo Yong, Teacher Minato must be preoccupied with the election affairs. How could he possibly find time to be here, and so coincidentally as well? By the way, where is Teacher Minato now? Lu Yang felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He could hardly believe how astutely Kai had perceived the situation. Just as he contemplated how to maneuver through this predicament, the captain, Kakashi, interjected to alleviate his distress. Our team is entrusted with the crucial task of negotiating with the Cloud Village. It is only natural for the village to keep a close watch on us. There is no need for unfounded speculation. Kakashi's gaze was as piercing as ancient ice. Kai, startled by the intensity of his stare, soon realized that Lu Yang was their comrade and likely spoke the truth. Perhaps I was merely overthinking it, he conceded, awkwardly scratching the back of his head and bowing his head in embarrassment. Having resolved the myriad inquiries before him, Lu Yang could not help but exhale in relief. The astute Kakashi, having witnessed a series of coincidences, began to harbor profound doubts regarding Lu Yang's true capabilities. He led Lu Yang to a secluded corner where only they could hear. Speaking in hushed tones, Lu Yang, tell me honestly, was it not Teacher Minato who came to our aid, but rather you revealing your true strength? Lu Yang lifted his gaze, deeply scrutinizing the precocious youth before him. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately shook his head. With a nonchalant shrug, he chuckled softly, Kakashi, you hold me in too high regard. That is the Raikage. I am merely an ordinary genin. As he spoke, he gestured toward the forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of the Leaf Village. Kakashi stared at him, momentarily taken aback. Understanding his reluctance to divulge more, he did not press further. In his heart, Lu Yang was the savior who had extracted him from despair, having resurrected Rin, retrieved the long-lost Obito, and fulfilled his long-held wishes. Regardless of what Lu Yang accomplished or the strength he revealed, Kakashi felt it was only to be expected. Their conversation concluded amidst Lu Yang's adamant denials. Finally, Kakashi leaned closer to the young man, his voice tinged with hope as he asked one last time, Lu Yang, you won't harm us, will you? Lu Yang appeared to be oblivious to the question. He turned and walked away at a leisurely pace. Kakashi raised his head. Observing the receding figure, a smile of relief spreading across his face. He knew that Lu Yang had undoubtedly heard his words. The absence of denial, in Kakashi's mind, signified affirmation. Lost in thought, the distant figure suddenly turned back, waving his hand and calling out loudly, Hey, Captain, we should hurry and leave this place. Otherwise, encountering the pursuers from the Cloud Village would be disastrous. His voice echoed throughout the entire forest. Kakashi, the handsome figure, found himself momentarily speechless, internally lamenting the audacity of speaking so loudly despite the knowledge of potential pursuers. Nevertheless, setting aside his grievances for the sake of his comrade's safety, he promptly issued commands for everyone to evacuate the area with utmost haste, fleeing as far as possible. The relentless pursuit from the hidden Cloud Village continued. Lu Yang, stealthily lagging a few inches behind his companions, formed hand seals, utilizing the golden rain barrier to obscure the presence and traces of several individuals. After 3 days and nights of relentless running, they finally escaped the land of lightning, entering a quaint, unfamiliar nation. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a new mission. At the lake to the 14th direction, someone has fallen into the water. Please proceed promptly and rescue the target, Haling. Upon hearing her name, Lu Yang glanced at the white-haired youth beside him and chuckled softly. The mission was finally set to activate. Chapter 71, The Rescue of Haling. A ninja from the village of Ding in the Land of the Key was the woman who had stolen Kakashi's first kiss. She had lived her entire life outside the village, never having set eyes on her homeland. Possessing the ability to form seals with her eyes, she could invade the consciousness of her enemies to glean intelligence from their minds. During the time of the wind, she had infiltrated Konoha by masquerading as a street performer. Ultimately, during negotiations between the two nations, she was cornered by Kakashi at the edge of a cliff, where she deleted all the intelligence she had obtained from Konoha before plunging to her demise. This segment constitutes original narrative content. Although Haling appeared for merely a fleeting episode, Lu Yang retained a profound impression of the woman with the tear mole at the corner of her eye. The Dream Master had once proclaimed the importance of allowing everyone to live without regrets. Lu Yang resolved to fulfill Haling's wish. Suddenly, Lu Yang came to a halt. Kakashi and the others, noticing his stop, also paused, gazing at him in confusion. Is something amiss? Not at all. I merely observed the lush greenery over there, which suggests a nearby water source. After our extensive journey, we find ourselves parched, Lu Yang proposed, placing a hand on Obito's shoulder. How about this? We split into 4 groups and see who can locate a water source. Let us reconvene here in half an hour? Sounds good. Both Might Guy and Obito echoed in unison. Only their leader, Kakashi, remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings without a word. Since the captain had not spoken, they naturally refrained from moving. Liu Yang's mind whirled with thoughts, momentarily stalling. While evading the pursuit of the Cloud Ninjas, he had intentionally guided them in this direction. During the handling of the Iron Country's mission, Liu Yang had suggested splitting into two groups, precisely to allow time to scout this area and identify the whereabouts of Hualing's dwelling. And now, with Kakashi's arrival here, the mission had indeed activated. Having come this far, he could not afford to falter at this critical juncture. Liu Yang felt the sweat of anxiety bead on his palms. Releasing his grip on Obito, he moved to Kakashi's side, preparing to influence him with persuasive words. In the next moment, the individual turned his head, widening his eyes in surprise. "Kakashi, what are you doing? You startled me." "Liu Yang, what are you doing?" "You startled me," they exclaimed in unison. Realizing it was a misunderstanding, Liu Yang swiftly corrected himself. "Captain, did you hear my suggestion just now? What are your thoughts on it? This mission must be undertaken by Kakashi himself." Liu Yang reminded himself, his heart racing with anticipation. Fortunately, Kakashi agreed to his proposal and proactively suggested heading towards the direction of 14 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang leaped up in excitement, gesturing towards a direction with a beaming smile. "All right, I'll take this side. You two can choose the other directions." Despite their confusion over Liu Yang's sudden joy, Obito and Guy dutifully selected their paths and set off. Liu Yang was the first to depart. However, after walking 100 meters, he abruptly changed his course. I won't find a water source this way. The mission takes precedence." Meanwhile, Kakashi walked alone, lost in deep contemplation. He was uncertain why he had acquiesced to the suggestion. Yet a persistent voice within urged him to choose this path. Kakashi walked for what felt like 20 minutes, noticing nothing out of the ordinary. "Perhaps I've been too mentally strained lately, experiencing auditory hallucinations," he mused, shaking his head and patting his face. Suddenly, a faint, low cry for help reached his ears. "Is anyone there? Help!" Kakashi halted, frowning deeply. He concentrated intensely, striving to discern the sound, but to no avail. Nearby, Liu Yang, transformed into a butterfly and following Kakashi, observed his ancestors standing motionless, bewildered, akin to an ant on a hot pan, filled with anxiety. Resolute, Liu Yang took a deep breath and struggled to form the necessary hand signs with his slender legs. "Kakashi, I'm risking everything for you. You mustn't let me down." The youth felt tears welling up, never imagining he'd become a butterfly yet still be entwined in Kakashi's fate. Mind-body technique. Liu Yang exerted himself to infiltrate Kakashi's consciousness, altering his voice to that of a woman to relay a message. "Please, help me. Is anyone nearby? Please save me." This jutsu had cost him 500 gold coins back in the village, obtained from a clan in the mountains through clever persuasion. Liu Yang was still not very adept at it. After uttering those words, he withdrew helplessly, gasping for breath. "Oh my, there truly is someone in need of rescue." Kakashi, finally realizing the urgency of the situation, dashed forward without hesitation. Before him lay a crystal-clear lake. In the center of the lake swirled a vast vortex, within which a pale finger was faintly visible. In the blink of an eye, it vanished, returning the scene to tranquility. Kakashi, sensing the perilous situation, hastily leaped into the water to rescue the person who had fallen in. It was a girl of approximately 10 years, her entire being soaked by the lake's waters. Her long hair, reaching her waist, tangled chaotically across her face, concealing her features. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-tiered pagoda. Kakashi, disregarding everything else, swiftly brushed aside the hair from the girl's face and cleared the debris and mud from her mouth and nose. Subsequently, he positioned her body appropriately and pressed forcefully upon her abdomen. With a splutter, water sprayed all over Kakashi. He lifted his gaze and was immediately captivated by a pair of eyes, as beautiful as amber. The tear mole beneath her right eye was mesmerizing, momentarily ensnaring his attention. "Thank you for saving me," the girl, lying on the ground, weakly expressed her gratitude. She attempted to struggle to her feet, but was unable to maintain her balance and began to fall backward. Fortunately, Kakashi caught her just in time. Meanwhile, Liu Yang, still a butterfly nearby, observed the enchanting scene from a distance, unable to suppress a smile. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of rescuing Hualing and successfully unlocking the sealing technique I seal. Splendid. This ninjutsu is perfectly suited for intelligence gathering. Liu Yang nodded, quite pleased with the reward. He had initially thought the task was complete, but the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Beep. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a hidden task to alter Hualing's fate and secure her a future of happiness and fulfillment, which will yield substantial rewards. Incredible! This means Haling will not have to follow the original storyline and ultimately leap off the cliff to her demise. Liu Yang's excitement grew with each passing thought. He could hardly wait to regain his human form to seek out Kakashi. However, at that moment, an unexpected slap came from behind him. Chapter 72. Everything is according to plan. Warning. The host is about to suffer a severe blow. Please move to evade immediately. The word severe blow struck Liu Yang's ears like a thunderclap. He swiftly employed the flying thunder god technique, teleporting towards Obito's direction. By the lakeside, Kakashi stared, bewildered. At the sudden disappearance of the butterfly before him, a large question mark forming above his head. He rubbed his eyes, pondering that perhaps he had imagined it. Dismissing this peculiar occurrence, he unscrewed his water flask and walked to the edge of the lake to refill it. The girl squatted beside him, offering a sweet smile. Hello. I'm Haling. May I ask your name? She was naturally shy, inquiring about her savior's name, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Kakashi. Having filled his flask and secured the cap, stood up with an impassive expression and replied, Kakashi. Haling understood. The individual in question was one who spoke little. She followed the man as he rose, surveying the endless expanse of verdant greenery, unable to discern the direction back, standing there in a daze, uncertain. Kakashi hung his water flask back at his waist and turned to see Haling's bewildered expression, her brow furrowed in confusion. Then, almost inexplicably, he approached her, slowly crouching down. Haling was taken aback by this unexpected gesture, her eyes widening in surprise. Noticing her hesitation, Kakashi urged gently, climb on. The sun shone brightly, casting shimmering reflections upon the lake's surface, emitting a captivating azure glow. Haling, feeling embarrassed to trouble her benefactor further, hurriedly declined, saying, No, I can walk by myself. Kakashi gazed in her direction, letting out a deep sigh. Without waiting for her response, he decisively lifted her onto his back. Where is your home? I shall first seek my companions, and then I will escort you back, he said in a low voice. He himself was unsure why he acted so. And by the time he realized it, he had already whisked her away. Haling remained silent, merely nodding obediently. Aside from the elderly man who brought her meals each day, she had not interacted with anyone else. Clinging to the boy's neck, she felt the warmth emanating from him, a sensation of comfort she had never experienced before. Soon, they returned to the point where they had parted from their companions. Time had passed, precisely half an hour. Liu Yang died, and Kai had been waiting at the spot for quite some time. Upon seeing their captain with a charming young girl in tow, the trio rushed forward, their expressions filled with intrigue. Indeed, my eternal rival from Konoha, even on a quest for water, manages to rescue someone in distress. It seems you have found a water source, remarked Might Guy, hands on his hips, beaming with delight. Liu Yang, however, was different. He immediately seized the water flask from Kakashi's waist, downing its contents greedily. Ah, this is bliss. If you had returned any later, I would have perished of thirst here. The wild water outside was hardly clean, but in dire need. Everyone had overlooked such concerns. After receiving the flask from Liu Yang, Kakashi drank deeply. During this time, he set Haling down. Kakashi, what is the situation here? Are we to escort this young lady back? Asked Obito with a smile, always one to lend a hand. Haling shyly hid behind Kakashi, too bashful to meet anyone's gaze. Liu Yang looked at the pair and couldn't help but smile in appreciation. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to speak, Liu Yang interjected, Little sister, how did you come to be in such a desolate place? Where is your home? Let us return you there. Liu Yang gazed with profound concern at the pivotal figure before him. His words were deliberately chosen, for he was acutely aware that at this moment, Haling had no recollection of her homeland. She had been trapped in the small wooden cabin for so long that her memories were confined to a singular tree, a solitary house, and the elderly village chief who brought her meals each day. Beyond that, she knew nothing. As anticipated, Haling shook her head. I do not know where my homeland is. I have never laid eyes upon it since the day I was born. All I know is that there is a small wooden cabin nearby, and that is where I reside. She refrained from mentioning the village chief taking her out for fresh air, opting for a more cautious approach. Alas, it was staggering to realize that someone could have never seen their homeland. Obito gasped, unable to fathom such a notion. In his mind, he instinctively categorized the girl before him alongside Liu Yang as yet another orphan of war. His gaze towards Haling was laden with sympathy. How tragic. Do you at least know the direction to your home? Haling timidly lifted her gaze to the silver-haired youth beside her, shaking her head once more. However, this minor setback did not deter Obito. He confidently patted his chest, assuring the four of them that they would undoubtedly assist her in finding her way home. "Do not worry, little sister, we shall take care of everything," Raikage chimed in. For them, it was unthinkable to allow a young girl to wander alone in such desolate surroundings. Lu Yong expressed his agreement with their proposal. Without delay, they set their plan into motion. Kakashi hoisted Haling onto his back, and under Obito's guidance, they quietly proceeded forward. Lu Yong followed closely behind, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Time passed unmeasured, yet miraculously, they stumbled upon the wooden cabin where the girl usually resided. Upon hearing that Haling had a grandfather, they volunteered to stay behind and wait with her. Unfortunately, after a day and a night of waiting, the man did not appear. Haling's expression grew increasingly despondent. By then, it was midday, the sun blazing overhead. At this hour, the village chief would typically arrive punctually with her meal, yet today he was conspicuously absent. The group, intent on waiting for the grandfather Haling spoke of, had not eaten and were now ravenous, their stomachs grumbling audibly. Kai, unable to endure the hunger any longer, placed a hand on Obito's shoulder and said weakly, "We cannot continue like this. Obito, let us go find something to eat and see if we can locate that man." Turning to Lu Yong and Kakashi, he instructed, "You two stay with Haling and wait for our return." Understood, Lu Yong nodded in agreement. An hour later, the two returned, each carrying a few skewered fish. "Come quickly and get the food. It is all thoroughly cooked. This is all thanks to Obito's fire release. It is remarkably convenient," Kai remarked while munching on one of the skewers. Obito shot Kai an exasperated glance before turning to Haling, expressing his regret. "I'm sorry, but I was unable to locate your grandfather." Chapter 73. The capital for survival. This outcome did not come as a surprise to Lu Yong. No one was aware that, even before they parted ways yesterday in search of water, Lu Yong had dispatched a clone to silently deal with that old man. The old man had merely been using Haling to guide her towards a brighter future. Let this villain be dealt with by Lu Yong. Upon hearing the news, Haling was left speechless. For her, her grandfather had been one of the few rays of light during her years in that dark room. She could hardly fathom that she had truly been abandoned in such a manner. Kakashi turned to glance at the silent girl beside him, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. "Haling, are you all right? Why don't you travel with us? We will take good care of you." By some strange twist of fate, Kakashi uttered these words. He had deeply experienced the pain of losing loved ones and understood that, even if unexpressed, the other person must be grappling with immense grief. Noticing Haling's silence, he continued, "Why don't you eat something? Regardless of how long you wait, we will be here with you." Kakashi offered his comfort. It was one thing for her to remain silent, but when she spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably. No matter how strong she tried to be, she was still just a young child. "It's all right. It's good to cry." Obito, in his typically brash manner, gently wiped away Haling's tears and leaned in closer to whisper in her ear, "We too have no family left. From now on, you will be our sister. Trust us. We will take good care of you." Obito earnestly promised while touching the forehead protector on his brow. Raikage joined in, wrapping an arm around Obito's neck, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he displayed his bright, white teeth. "That's right, come along with us." As the atmosphere grew warmer, Haling sniffled, feeling touched. I'll wait a little longer. If he doesn't show up by dinner, then I will go with you," she declared. No one could easily sever the bonds formed over the years. She still wished to hold out hope for a miracle. The trio had no objections to her decision. Kakashi, concerned that she might go hungry, personally tore off pieces of fish and gently fed them to her. Lu Yong, sitting idly on a nearby tree branch with a skewer of grilled fish in each hand, observed everything from a distance. Obito's grilling skills leave much to be desired," Lu Yong remarked. Simultaneously, he retrieved a bottle of seasoning from the endless void and sprinkled it evenly over his fish. After completing this task, he took another bite, his expression softening considerably. It is truly this seasoning that strikes the right note. As Lu Yong indulged in his thoughts, two slender figures appeared on the same branch, one of whom rested an arm upon his shoulder. "What are you two up to?" he inquired. "What else could it be?" "We are here to ask if you mind having an additional sister," Deidara chuckled mischievously. "Sure, that is fine. You can make the decision," Lu Yong replied nonchalantly. For he already had a brother, Itachi, and one more would make little difference. His response aligned perfectly with their intentions. The two immediately burst into applause, their smiles radiant like sunflowers. Soon, the sun descended, and as night enveloped the world, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle silver glow. The four of them stayed by her side until the deep of night, until the stars filled the heavens, and until the dawn quietly pierced the dark, revealing the first light of day. At this moment, Haling had completely resigned herself to her fate. She wiped away the remnants of dried tears from the corners of her eyes and forced a bright smile. "Let us go. I'll journey with you." Though she was smiling, they all understood that her heart was weeping. Lu Yong leaped down from the tree, performing a sleight of hand as he produced a tricolored dumpling from his pocket and offered it to the girl before him, who looked so pitiful. "This is for you. A bit of sweetness will surely make you feel better." "Lu Yong, you're incredible. How did you manage that?" Deidara exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the seemingly conjured treat. Lu Yong retrieved another dumpling from his pocket and handed it to the drooling boy beside him. "This is a secret. You should be grateful for what you get," he said playfully, putting a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. What else could it be but the fruit of the crystal release, preserved in a vacuum? One must admit, the ability of crystal release is extraordinarily remarkable, an indispensable skill for home, travel, and battle, excelling in versatility. Indeed, Lu Yong was correct. Having a sweet treat while out and about was a great luxury. Deidara, disregarding any concerns of spoilage, took a large bite. The sweetness was intoxicating, a delightful ecstasy. "Lu Yong, you are my savior," Deidara exclaimed, enveloping Lu Yong in a tight embrace, nearly moved to tears of joy. Haling observed this exaggerated scene with hesitation for a moment before finally taking a small bite herself. The other three paused in their actions, looking towards her in unison with eager expressions, asking, "How is it? Is it delicious?" Haling nodded. Her myriad unspoken words distilled into a single phrase, "It's very sweet and delicious." This was a flavor she had never experienced before. As dawn broke, Kakashi's team each consumed a military ration before setting off towards their next destination. Haling was far too young to keep pace with them, so the group decided to take turns carrying her. The first to volunteer was naturally the leader, Kakashi. Without protest, he steadily hoisted her onto his back. Haling timidly buried her head in the back of the young man, reflecting on the series of events that had transpired over the past few days, still feeling as if she were ensnared in a dream. The greatest beneficiary of this unfolding saga was none other than Lu Yong, each event seamlessly intertwined with the next, ultimately persuading Haling to join Kakashi's team. With both of her parents gone, a new figure was added to the ranks. His clandestine actions had not been in vain. Ding! A hidden quest to alter Hualing's fate and secure for her a blissful future has been activated, with 50% of the progress completed. The host is encouraged to continue striving to complete the task at the earliest opportunity. A gentle reminder, Haling has not yet completely set aside her reservations. Please endeavor to gain her trust promptly. This outcome was anticipated by Lu Yong. He had mentally prepared himself for a protracted campaign. The so-called beautiful future was still a distant prospect. Perhaps upon returning to Konoha, he could devise a way to help her become a ninja. By enhancing her abilities and fulfilling the mission, he aimed to forge his own splendid life. Only by possessing the means to survive in these tumultuous times could one be deemed to have merely brushed against the threshold of happiness. As Lu Yong pondered this, a sudden chill swept over him from behind. Turning to look, he found Obito staring at him with a peculiar gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" the youth asked coldly. Chapter 74, Climbing Training Nothing Much. "I merely wish to ask how you managed to get along so harmoniously with Rin. I want to learn," Obito replied, startled by Lu Yang's gaze, his body instinctively recoiling. Lu Yong, realizing his earlier demeanor, quickly reined in his emotions, restoring his usual nonchalant expression. He playfully looped his arm around Obito's neck and chuckled softly. "Not at all. Rin is so kind, treating everyone equally. She values her comrades above all else. Why not try a bit of self-sacrifice to evoke her sympathy? Let her care for you." Lu Yang's suggestion was deliberate. He understood how much Obito cherished Rin, as she represented his unwavering belief. When a comrade was in distress, Rin would surely not stand idly by. Sure enough, upon hearing Lu Yang's proposal, Obito appeared intrigued. "Really? But wouldn't that be somewhat despicable? To feign vulnerability for sympathy feels rather underhanded." "Of course, it's just a jest. I'm teasing you," Lu Yong replied, releasing him and playfully flicking his forehead. Jokes aside, he sincerely believed that Obito should engage with Rin in a genuine manner, allowing things to unfold naturally without any contrived actions. This approach would be beneficial for everyone involved. In essence, to act like a sycophant would only harm oneself and others. Obito nodded, somewhat understanding the sentiment. Lu Yong noticed his discontent and retrieved a trio of sweet dumplings from the endless void, offering them to him. He believed that indulging in desserts during moments of melancholy could stimulate the secretion of dopamine, thus uplifting one's spirits. This was the conclusion Lu Yang had reached. However, a new question arose in Obito's mind as he savored the colorful dumplings with delight. Curiously, he inquired, "Lu Yang, I never realized you had such a fondness for sweets, especially when you carry so many on missions." "Ah, it's because Itachi loves them," Lu Yang replied, half seriously, "so I prepared quite a lot in advance, usually storing them in scrolls." Upon hearing Lu Yang's bond with Itachi, Obito, who had no brothers of his own, felt an inexplicable envy. "Lu Yang, your relationship with your brother is truly wonderful." "Thank you," Lu Yang replied with genuine warmth, having received such compliments before. If he could, he wished to protect his brother for a lifetime. As they continued their journey, Lu Yang subtly guided everyone towards the land of water. During this lengthy trek, there was naturally no shortage of physical competitions with Guy. Over time, Hualing's injuries from the near drowning had completely healed, and her stamina had significantly improved, allowing her to keep pace with the group without needing assistance. Yet, to ensure she didn't fall behind, they still took turns watching over her, while the others advanced ahead to the destination. Presently, the responsibility of looking after Hualing fell to Lu Yang. "Kakashi, Obito, let us make the cliff over there our finish line. The first to reach the summit wins," exclaimed the enthusiastic Might Guy, pointing towards a towering cliff not far off, eagerly glancing at his companions. Conversely, whoever fails will have to perform 800 weighted push-ups for Hualing. "Ah, please don't. Isn't that a bit excessive? I can't do it." Obito's face fell at the thought of such a wager. The cliff, while it appeared close, was at least 2 or 3 kilometers away. Not to mention the need to climb it barehanded. A moment's carelessness could lead to a perilous fall. Regardless of winning or losing, it was a tremendous challenge for him. Guy, uninterested in Obito's complaints, flashed his signature smile and began to motivate him. "A man cannot say he cannot. This is the prime time to embrace our youthful fervor. We set out to train. Let us charge forth." "Indeed, Guy is right. This is part of our training," Lu Yang chimed in, relishing the opportunity to stoke the fire. Obito, exasperated, shot him a glare. "Of course, you think it's easy. This time, it's not you who has to do it." Lu Yang remained silent, merely casting him an expression that suggested indifference. Obito felt increasingly despondent. With no other recourse, he cast his hopes upon his captain. "Kakashi, you must take charge for me," he implored. "Those two have been tormenting me. Should I carry you on my back?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow and cautiously replied. This remark ignited Obito's fighting spirit. "You can leave if you wish. Who is afraid of whom?" he declared defiantly. "I shall be the first to reach the summit. You two scoundrels, just wait." Obito was seething with anger, never having anticipated that Kakashi would treat him this way. Who does he look down upon? The young man mused silently. Hualing, who had remained silent until now, was amused by his comical demeanor. Her soft laughter rang out, melodious like silver bells. "All right, since neither of you has any objections, I will count to 3 to begin," Might Guy announced. Before commencing, he turned to Lu Yang and instructed, "I leave Hualing in your hands." "No problem," Lu Yang replied without hesitation. As the referee, he drew a straight line in front of them and raised 3 fingers. 3. The boy's clear voice resonated, prompting Might Guy and Kakashi to leap forward simultaneously, racing toward their distant target. "Damn it, why are you two playing unfairly?" Obito shouted indignantly. Yet his body obediently followed suit, leaping far behind them in an instant. Only Lu Yang and Hualing remained in place. Lu Yang observed the diminishing figures of the trio with a faint smile gracing his lips, his dark eyes sparkling with brilliance. "Ah, how delightful. This life is truly simple and joyful. This hiking expedition is worthwhile. To complete a task, train, and assist those in need along the way, a truly beneficial endeavor." Hualing gazed at Lu Yang, who showed no signs of moving, her face a portrait of confusion. "Lu Yang, shouldn't we hurry to catch up?" Her voice was bright and pleasing to the ear. Lu Yang couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head as he replied, "No need. We can take our time. We'll reach the base of the cliff eventually. Those 3 will likely be utterly exhausted from their climb and will need time to rest. By the time we arrive, they too should be nearing their destination. Then, once Hualing arrives, the punishment of weighted push-ups will commence." The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. "Let us see what fruits we can find along the way to bring back," he suggested. Chapter 75, The Kingdom of the Sea. Ghostly Isle. In an unexpected turn of events, Obito emerged victorious in the contest. Perhaps it was Kakashi's words that spurred him on. He surged forward with the explosive energy of a small universe, leading the charge to the summit of the cliff with unmatched prowess. Kakashi and Guy exerted all their strength, yet could not catch up. The three of them collapsed on the cliff's edge, gasping for breath. Kai turned his head to gaze at Obito in the center, giving him a thumbs up. "Obito, you are truly remarkable," Kai exclaimed, adding, "You claim to be incapable, yet it seems you were merely playing possum." Obito, utterly exhausted, could hardly utter a word. His throat burned with pain, and even breathing became a formidable challenge. Upon hearing Kai's words, he could only manage a faint smile. Unaware of Obito's fatigue, Kai mistakenly interpreted his silence as a posture befitting a victor, thus deepening his admiration. Youth is a profound wellspring of life, overflowing with the essence of our efforts, symbolized by the relentless toil and sweat we expend. Ladies and gentlemen, youth knows no bounds, Kai mused, allowing his emotions to flow. I shall honor my promise to Kakashi in 10 minutes, performing 800 weighted push-ups. At that moment, Kakashi felt a wave of despair wash over him. Kai often boasted of his genius, but in Kakashi's eyes, it was clear who the true genius was, the diligent one, who maintained an unwavering passion for training and never conceded defeat. Reality, however, often contrasts starkly with one's aspirations. After 10 minutes, having completed his rest, Kai rose, hands on his hips, surveying the two individuals still far below with an anxious expression. "Lu Yang, Haling, could you possibly hurry?" he urged, his face a mask of urgency. Lu Yang, noticing that Kai was alone above, swiftly deduced that the other two had yet to recover. Ignoring Kai's plea, he continued his slow progress, believing they had not heard him. Kai, feeling defeated, plopped back down on the ground, arms crossed, glaring at the two still lying down. "I am at a loss for words. How can they move so slowly?" Unbeknownst to him, his words were a lifeline for Kakashi. As time dragged on, Lu Yang and Haling finally reached the base of the cliff. Lu Yang cleared his throat, anxious that the others might not hear, and shouted as loudly as he could, "We've arrived, come down." His voice resonated like thunder in the stillness. Kai immediately sprang to his feet, filled with excitement, and leaped down. As he neared the ground, he swiftly retrieved 2 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch, driving them firmly into the earth to increase friction. Thus, he landed steadily on the ground. Kakashi and Obito chose a more conservative approach, channeling chakra into their feet as they sprinted down the cliff's edge. In Hualing's eyes, both methods appeared equally impressive. As she watched the 3 figures drawing nearer, her blood surged with excitement. "Wow, you all are amazing," Hualing exclaimed, clasping her hands in admiration. The next moment, the trio stood before her. My Guy overheard her compliments and proudly puffed out his chest. "Haha, this is merely the foundational skill of a ninja. Once you become a ninja yourself, you will be capable of such feats. Come now, you still lost." Obito seized the opportunity to mercilessly ridicule him. My Guy was perplexed by Obito's explosive demeanor, as if he had consumed a packet of explosives. "Obito, I am conversing with Haling. What gives you the right to interrupt? You lost. Do not be so excessive. You lost." Obito and Guy were truly at odds with one another. The frightening part was that Obito's assertions left Guy utterly speechless. He repeatedly reminded himself not to stoop to Obito's level. "Calm down, calm down, calm down," he chanted, emphasizing the importance of maintaining composure. "Man is iron, and food is steel. One meal skipped leads to hunger pangs," he mused, especially considering the 3 of them had engaged in such vigorous activity just moments before. Lu Yang shot a glance at Haling, and the two simultaneously placed their freshly gathered wild fruits on the ground. Lu Yang settled onto the earth, picking one up to pop into his mouth. It was pleasantly sour and sweet. "You all should replenish your nutrients and hydration. We can discuss punishments later." He was uncertain about the identity of the fruits, but knew that consuming one had not resulted in any peculiar reactions. The other 3, seasoned from years of missions, found nothing amiss and joined him in a hearty feast. The atmosphere was filled with joviality. After everyone had eaten their fill, an awkward realization struck. "It is quite inappropriate for Haling to be seated upon us," Kakashi was the first to point out. Might Guy nodded in agreement. What had initially seemed innocuous now appeared rather indecorous upon reflection. Fortunately, they had halted before proceeding with it. Lu Yang pondered for a moment, gestured towards the victorious competitors across from them, and cleared his throat. "Obito and I share a similar physique. Let us take on the burden together. That should pose no problem." "None whatsoever, but I wish to team up with Kakashi." Obito jabbed his finger playfully and laughed heartily. His intentions were transparently directed at Kakashi. This was not without reason. During their time at the Ninja Academy, Kakashi had been recognized as a prodigy whom everyone admired. while Obito had languished at the bottom. This stark disparity had instilled a sense of inferiority in him for quite some time. Finally, he had the chance to express his frustrations. Liu Yang's smile faltered as he instinctively turned his gaze towards Kakashi. He expected Kakashi to decline, yet to his surprise, Kakashi responded with enthusiasm, "Sure," then it settled. With that, Kakashi moved to a nearby open space, bending down and placing his hands on the ground. Liu Yang was utterly captivated by his grand vision. He truly was a genius, exuding an undeniable charisma in his endeavors. Kai, unwilling to lag behind, bent down beside Kakashi. Liu Yang and Obito, acting as a counterweight, stepped forward as well. The punishment session extended from the afternoon into the depths of night. The group took a moment to recuperate, resting through the night, before resuming their journey the following day. Days later, they arrived at an island. Gazing at the boundless sea, Obito and Kai excitedly shed their garments and leaped into the water. "Wow, it has been ages since I swam so comfortably. The water here is truly refreshing," exclaimed Obito. "Indeed, the sky is so blue and the water so clear. It feels like paradise. Those living nearby must be incredibly fortunate," Kai added. The two frolicked in the water, splashing one another joyfully. Liu Yang stood on the shore, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At last, they had arrived. Chapter 76. The Attack of the Mist. The land of water consists of numerous islands. Liu Yang stood at the edge of an expansive sea, with several islands scattered in the central area. The largest of these was referred to as the Mother Island, flanked by Taro Island and Jiro Island on either side. Additionally, there was the Ghost Island. "Hey, Liu Yang, why are you just standing there? Come down," called a companion, pulling Liu Yang back to reality. In the next moment, he felt a grip on his ankle and was abruptly yanked into the water. Splash! Water erupted around him. The culprit who had pulled him down quickly splashed water in his direction, hitting him squarely in the face. Liu Yang wiped the water from his eyes and opened them to see Obito laughing heartily, while his own expression fell in realization this was intentional. However, before Liu Yang could retaliate, he was struck again by a wave from behind. "Hey, why do you look so troubled since we entered the land of water? Stop overthinking and join in the fun," Kai urged. What ill intentions could they possibly harbor? They were merely weary from their journey, seeking a moment of unrestrained joy. Seeing their exuberance, Liu Yang also smiled, splashing a considerable amount of water forward to join their playful skirmish. Haling sat on the shore, her hands propped on the ground, her feet playfully tapping the water's surface. The blue sky, white clouds, and seagulls created an idyllic scene, embodying a warmth she had never experienced before. The four boys who had already played could not allow her to remain an outsider. Seizing the opportunity when she was distracted, they pulled her into the water. "Haling, don't just sit on the shore. Come down and play with us." The boys laughed innocently. Haling could not swim, and Kakashi was the first to notice her predicament. He transformed his short blade into a piece of driftwood for her to hold on to. Then with meticulous guidance, she was taught to swim. The members of Kakashi's team reveled in the ocean's embrace, blissfully unaware that peril was quietly approaching. What are these leaf ninjas doing here? Surely, they do not intend to steal any intelligence, murmured one of the ninjas perched on a nearby rooftop, identifiable by the forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of the Hidden Mist Village. Just as his words faded, a companion beside him, eyes glinting with malice, retorted, "Regardless of their intentions, since they have dared to set foot in the land of water, we must eliminate them for both personal and political reasons. Capturing these youngsters might even earn us Lord Mizuki's commendation. The land of water, devoid of ninjas, regularly bestowed substantial sums upon its neighbor to the land of water for the sake of peace. Consequently, the land of water occasionally dispatched armed forces into its territory. The animosity between the Leaf Village and the Hidden Mist had not diminished with the cessation of hostilities. Rather, it had intensified. Recently, several incursions into the Leaf Village by Hidden Mist ninjas had resulted in fatalities, with not a single corpse recovered. Among the casualties was Kairi Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen who had perished during a mission in the Land of Iron, alongside the legendary swords lost to the annals of time. Thus, the opportunity to capture a Leaf Ninja was not one to be squandered. The group exchanged glances, a knowing smile passing among them before they vanished like dew in the morning sun. Water release, great waterfall technique. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool emerged where Kakashi's team had been frolicking. How impatient they are to strike so swiftly, Liu Yang scoffed, having sensed the lethal intent surrounding them. He had anticipated danger but had not expected the enemy to arrive so promptly. The surrounding waters were seized by the insidious whirlpool, a powerful suction ensnaring their bodies like a serpent. dragging them inexorably toward its maw. Help! Haling, overwhelmed by the chaos, screamed in terror. Kakashi, closest to her, instinctively grasped her hand, channeling chakra into his feet as he sprinted towards safety with remarkable speed. Thanks to his swift reaction, the two managed to evade the whirlpool's grasp. Unfortunately, the other three were not as fortunate. Caught in its clutches, their limbs hindered by the resistance, rendering them unable to form hand seals. Am I really going to meet my end here? Obito gasped, struggling desperately while lamenting their fate. Meanwhile, Kiba remained remarkably composed, contemplating how to escape the raging current. In a moment of urgency, Lu Yang formed hand seals and executed a Doton technique, propelling the three of them upward and out of danger. Barely escaping, they swiftly filled their feet with chakra and raced toward Kakashi's location. In the eye of the vortex stood Obito. As we united our fire techniques to compel him to reveal his true form. Lu Yang's tone was sharp and commanding. Obito nodded, and in unison. Their movements mirrored each other, their palms conjuring a series of afterimages. Fire style, great fireball technique. Two massive fireballs erupted from their mouths and merged into a singular, colossal sphere of flame. This fiery orb surged towards the center of the vortex, burning fiercely for over a minute. On the surface of the sea, thick mist rose from the evaporating water. Their battle caught the attention of the nearby residents, who scattered in panic, shouting about murder. Under the relentless onslaught of the great fireball, the vortex subsided. As expected, two dark silhouettes emerged above it, only to dissipate into a cloud of mist. Water clone. Everyone be cautious, Kakashi warned, positioning his short blade defensively across his chest, intent on protecting Haling behind him. A low, chilling male voice echoed ominously, "Die, you leaf ninjas." Moments later, several menacing figures appeared at the perimeter, while water dragons surged towards them in relentless waves, as if bent on their destruction. Enough of this jesting. It is you who shall perish. Lu Yang sneered, his eyes transforming to a crimson hue, intricate patterns swirling within them, leaving a trail of crimson tears. Amaterasu. He had already pinpointed the enemy's location. Where his gaze fell, flames ignited fiercely. The mist ninjas, seemingly unfazed by the black flames enveloping them, mocked the group of overconfident youths. Huh, on the sea, our power is boundless. You think your little sparks can challenge us? One man attempted to counter with a water technique, but soon realized that he could not extinguish the accursed black flames. Before he could utter another word, he was reduced to ashes. Lu Yang watched the scene with an amused smile, his grin growing ever brighter. Ah, I forgot to mention. I despise those who are all talk. Chapter 77. The Secrets of Ghost Island. Lu Yang crouched down to scoop a handful of water, cleansing the blood at the corner of his eye. He was not Itachi. His Amaterasu could indeed take lives. Kakashi, Light Guy, and Obito had initially anticipated a grueling battle, only to be astounded as Lu Yang swiftly dispatched their foes, internally exclaiming in admiration. With the battle concluded, Obito rushed forward, clinging to Lu Yang's leg in desperation. Great Lu Yang, please take me with you. How have you become so powerful? It's not that I'm strong. It's that your reflexes are simply too slow, Lu Yang replied, casting a sideways glance. He attempted to withdraw his leg, but found it impossible to do so, ultimately resigning to drag Obito along as they moved forward. The moment he attempted to shake him off, an inexplicable irritation surged within him. Despite the fact that we both possess identical eyes, I can discern the enemy's next move while you merely stand there in a daze. The formidable Sharingan, a powerful bloodline limit, remains unrefined in your hands, Obito. It can only be said that you lack diligence. Our purpose for this outing is to cultivate our skills. It is often said that enduring hardship is the path to greatness. Obito, you cannot afford to be lazy any longer, suggested Lu Yang. With his words spoken, it was now up to the other to awaken to the truth. Obito bowed his head, humbly absorbing Lu Yang's admonition. Had this been a different time, he would have already erupted in anger. The garments of the group were neatly stacked along the shore. Lu Yang retrieved his shirt, wrung it out, and donned it. Then, he released chakra from all his body's acupoints, and in no time, the entire article of clothing was dried. At first glance, this maneuver appeared unremarkable. Yet to the younger members, it was as astonishing as a meteor colliding with the earth. Kai approached, wrapping his arms around the boy's neck. Lu Yang, you can't possibly be a hybrid of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, can you? He stammered. The idea of such a lineage was absurd. You're overthinking it. I merely possess some knowledge of medical ninjutsu, particularly regarding acupoints and chakra control, Lu Yang replied. He was not even of Uchiha blood. He was merely an ordinary traveler from the Blue Star, whose body had unexpectedly shrunk to that of a 12-year-old due to the system. The so-called Eternal Mangeki Sharingan was merely a reward from the system, unrelated to any bloodline. However, there was no room for doubt. We were unaware of the dangers that lay ahead, and we must hasten our departure from this place. Lu Yang shifted the conversation. Someone as innocent as Kai was no match for Lu Yang's clever misdirection. At that moment, Kakashi had also finished adjusting his clothing and shared Lu Yang's sentiments. Movement had become inevitable, yet first, they needed to ascertain their destination. Lu Yang pursed his lips thoughtfully and devised a strategy for the team. While on the shore, I happened to overhear passing fishermen mention that Ghost Isle is a natural fishing ground, but due to the abundance of nearby reefs, few dare to approach it. He gestured towards the direction behind the main island. The others followed his gaze. Then Lu Yang continued, "The most perilous places often provide the greatest safety. If we venture there, we should be able to evade the mist's ambush. Even if we cannot escape, the surrounding reefs create a natural barrier, advantageous for us." Kakashi nodded in agreement. He had always trusted Lu Yang and was the first to cast his vote in favor. Seeing this, Haling added, "Then I too shall follow the captain's advice. 5 individuals. 3 votes." According to the principle of majority rule, a decision had been reached. However, the Kakashi team is a democratic unit, quietly listening to the decisions of Obito and Guy as anticipated. Both Obito and Guy cast their votes in favor. Whether they can evade the mist reconnaissance remains uncertain. But the prospect of enjoying grilled fish tonight brings him joy. Obito's gaze landed upon Lu Yang. Given that Obito's grilled fish was notoriously unpalatable, Lu Yang stepped in to demonstrate his culinary skills, inadvertently captivating the appetites of the group. With such delectable offerings, who would still desire military rations? Lu Yang found himself at a loss, ultimately conceding to Obito's request. Obito leapt up in excitement. A minute later, the group dashed towards Ghost World Island. The plan was unfolding methodically. As they approached their destination, Lu Yang's heart raced in anticipation, every cell in his body clamoring with excitement. He silently hoped that everything had yet to commence. A flicker of hopeful expression crossed his eyes, fortuitously catching the attention of Haling. Soon, the Kakashi team beheld 3 red wooden pillars forming a gateway on the shores of Ghost World Island. What could that be? Perhaps it serves as a marker for the island, possibly left by those who had previously landed. Lu Yang dismounted onto the shore, still not having heard the system's frigid voice. Splendid. It seems there is still time. A smile of uncontainable joy spread across his face. Obito, observing his demeanor, felt increasingly perplexed. He was convinced that Lu Yang was concealing something from them. Lu Yang, what is going on with you today? Your mood shifts faster than the turning of a page. Have you been here before? No, Lu Yang shook his head. Just as Obito was about to press further, an overwhelming aura of malice enveloped them. Kakashi promptly organized the formation, urging everyone to gather back to back, sensing danger. Ha. I never expected that anyone would dare to set foot here now. A raucous laughter echoed around them. Lu Yang turned towards the source, spotting a few ninjas emerging from an inconspicuous corner nearby. The leader, with green hair and a lecherous grin, sent a chill down Lu Yang's spine. Heaven knows, he was a partner of Orochimaru, a medical ninja, and the director of the private research institute on Ghost World Island. During Orochimaru's absence from the institute, it was he who conducted inhumane experiments. His presence here indicated that Orochimaru's cruel experiments had already commenced. Fishermen from across the waters warned of the terrifying dangers on this side of Ghost World Island, where no one returns. It appeared that someone was indeed orchestrating sinister events. Clenching his fist unconsciously, Lu Yang declared that he had deliberately led his companions here to avert this tragedy. Despite meticulous planning, he had miscalculated the timing. Others were bewildered by Lu Yang's words and turned their gazes towards him in unison. Tianji no longer concealed his intentions, erupting into maniacal laughter. It seems you are well informed. Thus, I cannot allow you to leave. I shall transform you all into merfolk. Let us hope you do not meet the same fate as those wretched fishermen who succumbed to their own explosive demise. Chapter 78. Rescuing the innocent. Lu Yang's casual remark provoked an immediate confession from his opponent. The ninjas within the Ghost Realm Island Research Institute were fervent followers who had remained loyal since my time here, all of them possessing strength at the level of Ch9 or higher. For them, dealing with these few minor spirits was a trivial task. Brothers, have you heard? These scoundrels are committing heinous acts here. Today, let our team act as agents of justice. Lu Yang bellowed in fury. He could not bear to wait any longer and swiftly drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, charging forward at the fastest speed to engage the enemy in combat. Although the others were unaware of the intricate details, they could glean some understanding from the conversation between Liu Yang and his adversary. Fueled by an overwhelming sense of justice, Daitu took the lead to follow. Kakashi pondered for a moment before tacitly agreeing with their plan of action. Prior to this, he had instructed Guy to protect the young Haling. Guy, ensure Hualing's safety. Leave these miscreants to us, Kakashi commanded. Guy responded with a gesture of affirmation. Hualing, still in her youth and lacking formal ninja training, was not to engage in this skirmish. Listening to Kakashi's directions, she obediently hid behind Guy, her brow furrowed with worry. Do you think they will be all right? Of course, they are formidable, Guy reassured her sincerely, having great faith in the strength of his comrades. Meanwhile, Liu Yang and his companions were locked in fierce combat with their adversaries, who numbered 8 or 9, all of whom were Nin or above. However, Kakashi's team was no ordinary group. Their seamless cooperation forced the enemy to retreat repeatedly. This is absurd. How are these kids so strong? One enemy spat incredulously onto the ground. His momentary distraction allowed Kakashi to seize the opportunity, swiftly forming hand seals and charging forward with Raikiri. With the enhancement of the Sharingan, even the high-speed advance granted by lightning release was rendered transparent to Kakashi, allowing him to perceive all of his opponent's movements clearly. Upon witnessing his companion's impending doom, another enemy unleashed a water release technique. Water release, water dragon bullet. With the arrow drawn, it could not be unloosed. Kakashi, seeing the water dragon barreling towards him, charged forward without hesitation. The enemy believed victory was assured, a smirk creeping across his lips. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted, instantly vaporizing the water dragon. Fire release, storm dance. At that moment, Kakashi broke through the dense mist ahead, striking the man's heart. The piercing cry of birds accompanied the sound of flesh tearing, penetrating the eardrums of everyone present. Meanwhile, Obito smugly rubbed his nose and made a face at his opponent. Sorry, but your adversary is me. Our Uchiha fire techniques are just perfect for playing with your mist village. The 5 elements of creation and destruction come into play. Water can extinguish fire, yet fire can also evaporate water. The enemy, witnessing the demise of his comrade at the hands of the silver-haired youth, felt his lips curled downward, his face turning ashen, eyes filled with fury. Damn it! Quit talking and come at me if you dare. Obito provocatively taunted. He was no longer the underdog he once was. Having adjusted his mindset, he realized his strength was quite formidable, sufficiently capable of protecting his comrades. Kakashi forcefully withdrew his hand, joining Obito's side. The man he had pierced fell lifelessly to the ground like a tattered cloth. Obito, I'm here to support you. Let us fight together. Kakashi's blood-red eyes gleamed with ferocity. He knew his comrade would surely come to aid him, so he charged forward, unreservedly entrusting his back to his companion. Obito nodded and fought alongside him. The mist gradually dissipated. Together, they swiftly dealt with the enemies before them. Just as they prepared to assist Liu Yang, they discovered that all the other foes had already been brutally dispatched by him. Their deaths were gruesome, with not a single part of their bodies intact. Liu Yang, under the watchful gaze of several onlookers, calmly retrieved a handkerchief from his ninja tool pouch to wipe away the blood that had accidentally splattered on his face. After completing this, he leisurely squatted down before the green-haired Tianji, pulling out a large set of keys from his pocket. With the battle concluded, the others gathered around. They were already aware of Liu Yang's unfathomable strength. It came as no surprise to them that he had effortlessly dealt with the adversaries. What truly captivated Kakashi and the others was the set of keys in his possession. Liu Yang, can you now explain what is going on? Those keys you hold. Surely they must be. They all had an inkling of what might be on this island, yet they still sought clarity. Liu Yang ceased to conceal the truth. He tossed the keys to Kakashi while walking and said, while you were frolicking underwater, I happened to be standing on the shore. I distinctly overheard a conversation among passing fishermen. Coupled with that scoundrel's words earlier, it's likely they are conducting some unspeakable experiments on this island. In truth, Liu Yang was fabricating a story. There had been a passerby, but they had not mentioned this matter. He couldn't very well admit to possessing a divine perspective, could he? The words merfolk, fishermen, and exploding bodies were crystal clear to Kakashi at that moment. Kakashi tightened his grip on the key in his hand and hurried to keep pace with Liu Yang. I understand. We shall proceed to the research facility at once to rescue those trapped inside. Everyone else, stay close and do not lag behind. Kakashi reminded them. Liu Yang nodded, appreciating the company of intelligent individuals where no excessive explanations were required. Indeed, they found themselves at the very intersection where the enemy had appeared earlier. leading into a concealed base hidden within a rocky cave. Before them stood a large wooden door. Kakashi approached, inserted the key, and turned it to unlock the entrance. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a dimly lit room, the faint glow emanating from flickering candles on the walls. In the soft candlelight, 3 additional doors could be discerned. Kakashi, let us split into 3 groups. Each person should investigate one room. If there are hostages, we must rescue them, Lu Yang declared. And without waiting for the captain's response, he strode towards the innermost room. The oppressive atmosphere there was palpable, and if his suspicions were correct, it likely housed the experimental subjects. Upon hearing footsteps, the imprisoned individuals cried out desperately for help. Is anyone there? Please, save us. The heart-wrenching pleas pierced Kakashi's soul, prompting him to rush towards the tightly shut door, accompanied by Haling. Chapter 79. Restoring the Fisherman's Humanity. Meanwhile, Dato and Kai, in perfect synchrony, made their way to the last room. Lu Yang stood before the wooden door, taking a deep breath. He gently placed his hand on the door handle, hesitating for a few seconds before pushing it open. At that moment, a cacophony of clattering sounds erupted behind him. Kakashi drew his short blade, breaking through the prison's barrier and liberating several survivors within. Hurry, we have defeated the enemy. You are safe now, Kakashi urged, though he wore a black mask. The cold intensity of his exposed eyes conveyed a deep resolve. Despite knowing he was there to rescue them, the fisherman remained paralyzed by fear, trembling in place. Observing this, Haling stepped forward to offer gentle reassurance. On the other side, Lu Yang entered the large chamber. His first action was to close the door behind him and lock it securely. Before him lay countless experimental vials, varying in size, each containing an ominous, unknown liquid, all housing bizarre organs. In the center stood the largest tank, within which floated a mermaid with flowing green hair. Her eyes were tightly shut. Yet Lu Yang recognized her instantly. Fisher Fire, a girl from Mother Island. She lay there in serene silence, her body completely altered. Just gazing at her caused a dulate to throb in Lu Yang's heart. Regrettably, he arrived a moment too late. He shattered the experimental containment unit, liberating the mermaid maiden within. Seawater spilled across the floor, soaking the boy's garments. Unfazed, Lu Yang's gaze swept the surroundings repeatedly, seeking to uncover more survivors. Alas, none were found. Only countless mutated organs lay scattered about, a grim testament to the failed creations of Tianji's dissection. Lu Yang cast his eyes down upon the mermaid maiden cradled in his arms, his heart heavy with sorrow. You have survived. Yet you have become this wretched amalgamation of humanity and specter. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something and called upon the system with his mind. Hey, system. Why are you silent? The human experiments on Ghost Island have been terminated. Kakashi has rescued some innocent fishermen. Does this not align with the rules of the Divine Dream system? Can you please respond? What must I do to restore the fishing fire to its former glory? The rules of the Divine Dream system dictate the restoration of the Naruto world, mending the world's regrets. Yet, why was there no response from the system even in this dire situation? Lu Yang was perplexed, unable to fathom where the error lay. Outside the door, Kakashi, Haling, Obito, and Guy had each concluded their respective tasks. They gazed anxiously at the closed door, concerned that Lu Yang might encounter unforeseen troubles within, and encircled his door. Meanwhile, Lu Yang sat cross-legged on the floor, channeling his chakra and employing medical ninjutsu to aid the mermaid maiden. A series of crisp knocks echoed from the door. The concerned voices of his companions reached the boy's ears. Lu Yang, are you all right in there? Do you need us to come in and assist you? Do not enter. Wait for me outside. But there are no buts. I will resolve this matter shortly. Promise me you will not come in. Lu Yang reiterated firmly. He vividly recalled how much the mermaid resented her scales, yearning desperately to revert to a normal human, to avoid being labeled a monster. Her current state must not be seen by others. I cannot ascertain whether I possess the ability to heal you, but I will exert every effort. Even if I ultimately prove powerless, I shall at least wrap your wounds in bandages, preserving your dignity. Obito turned back, asking Kakashi, what should we do now? Kakashi contemplated for a moment. For the sake of safety, he ultimately decided to escort the surviving villagers back to safety. With that thought, he directed his gaze towards Obito and Guy, outlining the next course of action. Obito, Guy, you two should escort these innocent villagers home. It is unsafe to remain here. Be vigilant against any attacks from the Mist Village. Haling, and I will wait for Lu Yang here. I have faith that he can handle everything. Divided into 2 paths. This is undoubtedly the most prudent choice at present. Time passed, though the duration is uncertain. At last, The familiar mechanical voice resonated in Liu Yang's mind. Ding. Detection of the brutal experimental plan of the Shattered Sky Water and Land Amphibious Battle Team. The rescue of innocent villagers and the fishing fire aligns with the Dream Fulfillment System's regulations. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 1,000 gold coins. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a spiritual beast, the Sea Ghost. Detection of the host's strong will. The life restoration array will be activated. As long as the host places the task target, the fishing fire, in the center of the array, the bodily functions of the target can be restored to their original state prior to modification. Although delayed, it has finally arrived. Regardless of the arduous journey, what matters is the favorable outcome. Beneath Liu Yang, a magnificent golden array materialized, reminiscent yet subtly different from the one that revived Lin. A brilliant golden light seeped through the narrow slit at the door's bottom. Upon witnessing this scene, Haling clasped her hands to her chest, her brow furrowed. Kakashi. Is Liu Yang truly unharmed? Yes, we must trust him, Kakashi replied. Just as one crisis seemed to subside, another arose. During their anxious wait, a few formidable figures from the hidden mist intruded. Unaware of the external turmoil, Liu Yang cautiously placed the fishing fire at the center, causing the golden light of the array to surge. Ding. Life restoration array activated, initiating the process of cleansing and restructuring the target's body cells. Current progress, 1, 2, 3. Estimated time, 15 minutes. The system's cold voice echoed. Liu Yang felt as though his legs were weighed down by lead, rendering him immobile. The chakra within him was drawn by the array, flowing towards the fishing fire. He observed the fishing fire gradually transforming back into human form under the array's nurturing glow. The azure scales that adorned her body began to recede. At last, when progress reached 100, she was completely restored to her original appearance. Wonderful. My sacrifice of chakra was not in vain. Liu Yang smiled with relief. The golden light beneath him vanished into the ground in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace, as though it had never existed. Finally able to lift his feet, Liu Yang stumbled, nearly losing his balance. The girl remained unconscious. The boundless chakra he had lost returned swiftly. In mere minutes, his emptiness was replenished. Just then, the door was violently kicked open. Chapter 80, Annihilating the Hidden Mist. Submerging the Ghost World Island. At the entrance, a fearsome brute stormed in. Liu Yang set the girl down, preparing to engage in battle, when a sharp dagger was hurled with blinding speed, striking the enemy squarely in the back. The man fell to the ground, and from behind him emerged another white-haired youth. Kakashi suddenly drew forth his short blade, shielding the girl beside him as they entered the room. I apologize, there are quite a few people, and I couldn't stop them. He spoke, his tone tinged with remorse. Without waiting for Liu Yang's response, he closed the door behind him, standing alone against a throng of mist ninjas. Free from any concerns, Kakashi finally unleashed his full potential. Gripping the blade firmly, he glided through the crowd like a wraith, relentlessly claiming lives. One enemy, after another, fell before him. The cacophony of battle resonated outside, amplifying the eerie silence within the room. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and Haling struggled to discern the corners around her. She could barely perceive two indistinct figures before her. Liu Yang had deliberately extinguished all the lights. This was a laboratory within the research facility, where the grotesque remains submerged in test tubes were not meant for the eyes of two young girls. In the enveloping darkness, Liu Yang formed hand seals, encasing the entities that ought not to exist within a crimson crystal. Once this was accomplished, he cradled the girl, Yuhua, and approached Haling. He retrieved a candle from the wall sconce by the door, igniting it with fire release and handing it to her. Haling, this is the survivor I just rescued. However, she has succumbed to slumber and cannot be awakened for the time being. Please watch over her while I assist Kakashi. Liu Yang spoke gently. Haling nodded obediently, believing that if Yuhua woke to see her, she would not be frightened. There was an innate camaraderie among girls that fostered conversation. With this thought, Liu Yang rose and opened the tightly shut door. In that instant, he discreetly extracted his spine, transforming it into a long, menacing bone whip. The battle outside had escalated to a fever pitch. Kakashi found himself encircled by foes, his right arm slashed open, blood gushing forth, revealing a glimpse of stark, white bone beneath. Yet, the enemies fared little better. The ground was strewn with lifeless bodies, and those still standing bore numerous wounds. Liu Yang swiftly maneuvered through the throng, reaching Kakashi's side. With agile grace, he wielded the bone whip, flinging the surrounding adversaries a meter away. Upon seeing Liu Yang, Kakashi's expression brightened. Liu Yang, your timing is impeccable. Let us join forces and eliminate these arrogant mist bastards. The fact that they found their way here likely means Obito and Kai have also come under attack. United in purpose, they would swiftly resolve this conflict and hasten to aid Obito. There was no time to squander. Kakashi paid no mind to the bone whip in Liu Yang's grasp, for it was the latter's first experience utilizing the bone pulse technique. Were it not for Kakashi's presence here, activating Sage Mode, a mere dance of the ferns would have dispatched these foes with ease. Liu Yang cast a cold, piercing glance at the adversaries, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his lips. Pray tell, how did you come to discover this place? Or is it that your land of water has long conspired with the overseers here? And if so, what of it? What can you possibly do to me? The individual at the rear of the mist, arms crossed, boldly confessed, as if mocking Liu Yang's audacity. Kenoha, you have slaughtered so many of our comrades from the mist and brazenly trespassed upon the territory of the land of sea. You deserve nothing less than death. Since you have delivered yourselves to us, it is merely your misfortune. The land of sea is under the protection of the land of water. For both public and private reasons, eliminating this band of Kenoha brats is advantageous and without consequence, even if Kenoha uses this as a pretext to provoke conflict. Our land of water can justly claim that it was you who invaded our domain first. At worst, we shall engage in battle once more, perpetuating this cycle of bloodshed, and trample the Fire Nation's Kenoha village beneath our feet to assuage our grievances. The Mist Ninja envisioned a glorious future, licking his lips in anticipation. The outcome is yet to be determined. Do not presume that your numbers guarantee victory. Liu Yang scoffed. He had no desire to squander time on these inept fools. Swiftly forming hand seals, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Countless clones filled the entire expanse, each wielding identical bone whips, brandishing them menacingly. Kakashi, witnessing the unfolding spectacle, instinctively swallowed hard. The word envy had grown tiresome. Did your teacher not impart the virtue of humility? Being overly arrogant can easily bring trouble. You know, Liu Yang elongated the final note with a flourish. With arms crossed, he commanded, and the overwhelming wave of shadow clones surged forth to assault the Mist Ninjas. Unlike Kakashi, Liu Yang was a Chunin. Even if the enemy managed to dismantle his shadow clones, more would continuously materialize at his side. No matter how formidable one's skills, they cannot evade the blade, especially when faced with countless hard and sharp bone whips, alongside an array of lightning, fire, and water jutsu. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Lightning release, Chidori. Liu Yang's clones unleashed a torrent of jutsu, save for sage arts and bloodline limits, all at once. The Mist Ninjas, troubled by the overwhelming onslaught of ninjutsu, retreated in terror. Yet, how could Liu Yang allow them to escape? He appeared instantaneously behind the enemies, his smile ever more radiant. Where do you think you're running? Allow me to escort you to reunite with your fallen comrades. He added with a conspiratorial whisper, by the way. The Mist Ninjas who infiltrated Konoha recently also met their demise at my hands, reduced to naught but dust. His words sent a tremor through the Mist Ninjas, their pupils dilating in shock. As the enemy grew increasingly terrified, Liu Yang became ever more exhilarated. The assault drew nearer. Those scoundrels could no longer escape. You are a fiend. Before the man could finish his sentence, he was engulfed by a torrent of flames. His companions met the same fate, following the fire release. A merciless lightning strike shattered their bodies, subsequently followed by a deluge of water that swept them out the door. Kakashi stood transfixed, observing as the waterfall cascaded into the sea, cleansing the house of all its sins. Kakashi, stop daydreaming. This place is about to be submerged. We must hurry and rescue Haling and the others, Liu Yang urged, patting Kakashi's shoulder, pulling him back to reality. Kakashi lifted his gaze. Where had all those shadow clones vanished? Under Liu Yang's guidance, they pushed open the innermost door and fled, each carrying one person to safety. Chapter 81. Survival on the Deserted Island. The awakening of fishermen's lights in a corner at the rear of the Research Institute. An intense battle raged on. Obito and Guy were breathless, standing back to back at the shore, determined to prevent the enemies from breaching their defense. They had been contemplating ways to return the innocent fishermen when, by unfortunate coincidence, they encountered a boat of pursuing Mist Ninjas. It turned out that the Mist had long since tracked their whereabouts, gathering dozens of ninjas stationed in the land of water to capture them all in one sweep. With immense effort, Obito and Guy managed to seize the boat and usher the fishermen aboard. They steadfastly held their ground. Guy, these foes are relentless. I'm nearly at my limit, Obito gasped, clutching his weary Sharingan. The enemy outnumbered them significantly, and despite their desperate resistance, A portion of the assailants had breached the research institute. The prolonged absence of their companions filled them with dread. I wonder how Kakashi and Liu Yang are faring. If they don't emerge soon, we may very well meet our end here, Obito lamented. Guy, though equally exhausted, remained optimistic unlike Obito's despair. Hold on. They will be all right. Before they return, we must defend this position. The citizens are behind us. 8th gate, open. He bit down hard, attempting to summon the last vestige of chakra to unleash the 8th gate, but failed. Stumbling to the ground, he struggled to rise again. It's fine. Even if I can't use physical techniques, I'll bite you to death. Guy glowered fiercely at the enemies before him, hearing the youth's bravado. The mist ninjas could not suppress their laughter. Even at death's door, you still boast. Since you leaf ninjas enjoy talking tough, then keep talking while you can. Soon, you will meet your ancestors underground. The mist ninja spoke, and all his companions raised their kunai, which were bound with explosive tags, in unison, ready to launch their assault. Kai narrowed his eyes, filled with tension. Kai, look over there. Obito exclaimed, tapping his companion's shoulder and pointing to a distant corner. The mist ninja sensed something amiss, but was a step too late. Lightning release, lightning blade. Amaterasu. The sudden appearance of two individuals was seamless in their coordination. In the blink of an eye, they turned the tide, forcing the enemy to flee in disarray. The mist ninja, their bodies engulfed in black flames, swiftly leaped into the sea in a futile attempt to extinguish the fire, but it was to no avail. Liu Yang, arms crossed, looked down upon them with an air of superiority. Cease your futile efforts. This flame will not be extinguished until it has reduced you all to ashes. The youth's expression was cold, an invisible pressure emanating from him, suffocating them. Realizing the gravity of their situation, they tore off their garments and flung them away. Yet the black flames had already seared their flesh. In an instant, these once living beings were reduced to dust, scattering in the wind. Turning back, Liu Yang saw the waters of the research facility surging forth in a deluge. There's no time to waste. The facility has been submerged. We must leave this place immediately. Kakashi urged, hoisting the unconscious Hualing onto his back and casting a glance at his two weakened companions. Obito, Kai, can you still hold on? We should be able to. Obito replied, his voice strained. Before their hasty retreat, he was curious about the source of the vast quantities of water within that dilapidated facility. That's my water release. I wanted to obliterate this wicked place entirely. Liu Yang sheepishly scratched the back of his head. At that moment, he had not anticipated that both Obito and Kai were utterly exhausted. A flock of crows flew overhead, casting a shadow upon them. This is not water release. This is clearly sea release. How exaggerated. Reality offered no respite, and as they beheld the surging tide approaching them, their hearts skipped a beat. It is said that in moments of despair, one's latent potential is easily awakened. Suddenly, a surge of chakra erupted within Kai. He bit his fingertip and formed the seals for a summoning technique. If I am to die, then so be it. Summoning technique. At the critical moment, a massive sea turtle appeared beneath their feet. The rushing waters surged forth, propelling both of them away. Ah, help! Obito screamed in terror, nearly slipping into the water. Fortunately, my guy held him back just in time, averting disaster. Meanwhile, Liu Yang carried the fishing fire, chakra enveloping his feet as he sprinted after the figure not far ahead. As he ran, he continued to offer encouragement. Hurry up, you two. This is an exceptional opportunity for cultivation. Charge forward. Victory is within our grasp. Obito and Guy squinted their eyes and simultaneously hurled curses at the two fleeing individuals. You scoundrels, wait for us. We shall not rest until we settle this. Alas, the two had already distanced themselves, rendering their insults inaudible. Obito's expression grew increasingly forlorn. Just when they thought it could not get worse, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. Both he and his summoned beast were engulfed by a transparent creature and submerged into the depths of the sea, drifting towards an unknown destination. The two little ones clung tightly to one another in terror. Help us, Obito. Surely, we can't be so unfortunate as to be devoured by a giant jellyfish. I have so many unfulfilled dreams. I don't wish to meet my end so soon. Wah, please don't scare me. They cried. Oh heavens. Why must it always be us who suffer? Obito's heart was heavy with sorrow. Meanwhile, Liu Yang had covered a considerable distance. The girl, who had remained unconscious, suddenly stirred. She slightly opened her eyes and, in a voice barely above a whisper, asked, Who are you? Her voice was hoarse. Liu Yang smiled gently, trying to be as soothing as possible. I am Liu Yang, a leaf ninja passing through here. I found you on Ghost World Island, and I am here to take you back. The experiment had not only altered her appearance and physical attributes, but perhaps also her age and cellular vitality. When she had first emerged, she appeared as she did now, as if the timeline had not changed at all, remaining frozen in the past. I feel as though I have just awakened from a long, long dream, yet the content of that dream eludes me, she murmured, a look of confusion on her face. All she could recall was being a resident of the Mother Island. Venturing into the area known as the natural fishing grounds of Ghost World Island one fateful day in search of a livelihood. Then, everything went blank. If it was a dream, then there's no need to dwell on it. The future is what truly matters, Lu Yong said with a faint smile. Ahead. A grand vessel approached them. Chapter 82. A kind lie. At that moment, Lu Yong and Kakashi had just covered half the distance. Upon spotting them, the crew aboard the ship quickly instructed the boatmen to steer closer, fervently waving and shouting, "Benefactors, over here. Quickly, come aboard." These were innocent fishermen rescued by Kakashi's team on Ghost World Island. After escaping danger, they hurried to seek help from the official guard team, urging them to retrieve their saviors. The authorities had already heard the fishermen's accounts and were deeply moved by the truth behind the Ghost World Island incident. They expressed immense gratitude to Kakashi's team for rescuing the islanders from peril. The first thing Kakashi did upon boarding was to inform everyone that they would go to rescue their two unfortunate companions. All right, let us head over there now. The captain of the guard team promptly agreed. Upon finishing his words, the man turned his head, instructing his subordinate to inform the boatmen to hasten their journey forward. Observing Kakashi's perplexed expression, he patiently explained that they needed to move quickly, otherwise it would grow too late and fog and wind would make navigation perilous. No need for that, Lu Yong interjected, suddenly stopping the young servant who was about to relay the message. Everyone turned to look at him, bewildered. A mischievous smile spread across Lu Yang's face. Those two are already racing towards the shore. As for us, if we do not hurry, we may not catch up with them. What on earth is happening? You will find out when you return, Lu Yong replied mysteriously. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Kakashi pondered for a moment but ultimately decided to trust Lu Yong. To be prudent, he made a double preparation. Kakashi turned to the captain of the guard beside him and sincerely said, "We shall return first. But we kindly ask that you continue on to Ghost Island to see if there are eyes of our companions along the way." As his words fell, the white-haired youth bowed deeply. The captain of the guard, taken aback by such a gesture, hurried to assist him. "Very well, I shall have my subordinates continue the search. As for the four of you, please return with me to report and tend to your injuries." His gaze fell on Kakashi's shoulder. It was only then that Kakashi realized his wound was still bleeding. "Thank you, but my injury is not serious." "Oh, spare me the gratitude. You saved our people from the land of the sea. It is our duty to assist you," the captain replied, signaling to his subordinate. The latter promptly understood, calling for two other companions to toss a small boat into the water, heading towards Ghost Island. Meanwhile, the large ship turned about to return. At that moment, Lu Yong realized he had overlooked something significant. Without further adu, he approached Kakashi's side, gathering a sphere of green chakra in his palm and applying it to the wound. "Apologies, Kakashi, I inadvertently forgot about you." Lu Yang's expression was somewhat sheepish. As the only ninja in their trekking party capable of medical ninjutsu, he should have paid constant attention to his comrades' well-being. Kakashi shook his head, indicating that he was not concerned. A ninja endures what ordinary people cannot. "The wounds I have suffered in the past were far more severe than this. It is nothing to fret over. That was because you didn't have me before," Lu Yong retorted, rolling his eyes. He remained ever mindful of their purpose here, to bring happiness and joy to everyone, which included alleviating their suffering from ailments. In the midst of their conversation, the deep, bone-revealing scar on Kakashi's arm had already healed. The fishing light had just awakened, and he was still in a state of confusion. She spotted several familiar faces amidst the crowd and finally mustered the courage to speak. "Excuse me. Have I met you on Ghost Island? Do you know what has happened to me?" This sudden inquiry from Yuha caught everyone off guard, their bodies freezing momentarily. In that instant, a flurry of memories from the island flashed through several minds like a revolving lantern, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Their expression shifted from the initial calmness of having survived to sheer terror, followed by confusion. One individual stepped forward, softly confirming, "Yuhua, do you truly not remember?" "Yes. It seems I have forgotten something very important," the girl nodded. Upon hearing this, the man's expression grew grave. He turned to exchange a glance with the other survivors behind him, then took a deep breath, revealing a gentle smile. "Actually, it was nothing much. That day, we all had an abundant harvest, and held a bonfire on Ghost Island. Indeed, you even savored several sea urchins, remarking that you had never encountered such exquisite specimens. Another person chimed in. Is that really so? Yuwa lowered her gaze, inspecting her unblemished hands, feeling an emptiness within. Beside her, Haling noticed her inner turmoil and suddenly dashed in front of her, making a comical face. Yuwa was startled by her antics, but Haling remained oblivious, continuing to change her expressions. Eventually, Yuwa was amused by her whimsical display. Haling laughed, saying, "Sister, with your beauty, you should smile more often." The little girl's words resonated, and laughter erupted among the others. If a white lie could bring joy to this innocent girl, then the elders, who had also experienced the same ordeal, were willing to play along. On this day, they unanimously decided to bury the memories of what they had witnessed, swallowing the truth whole, never to speak of it again. Yuwa gazed at them, feeling their joyous spirit envelop her, the inexplicable void in her heart healing in that moment. Indeed, it seemed that a girl's sentiments were best understood by another girl, Lu Yang murmured softly. Waves crashed against the shore, creating tremendous ripples and tossing countless stones about. The boat was nearing the dock. Kakashi stood at the bow and indeed spotted in the distance the two unfortunate companions squatting on the ground, retching violently. He couldn't help but wave and shout, "Hey, Obito, guy, we're over here." The two little ones heard his call. They wished to respond, but the remnants of their meals obstructed their words. With a retch, they heaved even more. As the boat docked, Lu Yang hopped off immediately, bounding towards them while clutching his stomach in laughter. "Ha ha ha, you two are in quite a predicament. Lu Yang, you heartless scoundrel. We were just nearly devoured by a jellyfish. And you were here laughing." Obito is about to explode with rage. If it weren't for these two traitorous fools, would we have suffered so? Chapter 83. Kindness and Ambition. Kakashi exchanged a few words with the members of the guard team, who then led the fishing lights and other survivors away. Only the 5 of them remained at the scene. A jellyfish? As astute as Kakashi was, he immediately understood upon hearing this. His gaze fixed on Lu Yang's face. He squinted and asked, "Lu Yang, the jellyfish that brought them back is your summoning beast, isn't it? No wonder you said they might return faster than us." Obito and Guy were taken aback. Ignoring their churning stomachs, they splashed seawater on their faces and suddenly sprang to their feet, throwing a punch at the still laughing individual. "So it was you who played us for fools." The two little ones were nearly driven to madness. It turned out that their misfortune was all thanks to Lu Yang. There was no way Lu Yang would be caught. He dashed away, feigning innocence with exaggerated expressions. "I did this for your own good. Look. You have pushed your physical limits and unlocked your potential. You should be grateful to me. Furthermore, that was not a jellyfish, but a sea bogeyman. Repeat after me. Sea bogeyman." The two little ones had no intention of listening to his nonsense. In their fury, they managed to suppress the nauseating sensation. Obito approached with a fierce demeanor. Lu Yang watched helplessly as a distorted vortex appeared not far off, from which several shurikens suddenly shot forth. He nimbly dodged them, catching a glimpse of the yellow objects tied to them. "Damn it, explosive tags? You don't mean to kill me, do you?" Lu Yang cursed vehemently. Obito ignored his words, forming hand seals to detonate the explosive tags. Watching the fierce battle unfold, Haling unconsciously swallowed hard. "Kakashi, should we go and stop them?" "No. They can resolve their own issues," Kakashi replied, arms crossed and expressionless. "These guys are just too playful. Letting them take each other down a notch is for the best. After all, they can't truly kill each other." Kakashi thought to himself. Haling sighed, looking gloomy. She seriously doubted that these individuals were entirely sane. Sizzle. The anticipated explosion did not occur at the critical moment. Lu Yang executed a water technique, extinguishing the explosive tags before they detonated. Kakashi, quick on the uptake, grabbed the girl beside him and swiftly moved to a safe location, successfully avoiding the water technique's aftermath. The water dragon dissipated rapidly. Lu Yang gripped the bone whip in his hand, warily scanning the empty surroundings. Suddenly, a surge of air stirred behind him. With a swift crack of the whip, Lu Yang witnessed Might Guy emerge from the realm of Shinhui, deftly evading the assault of the bone whip. In an instant, he lunged forward, pinning Lu Yang down to the ground. Obito, not to be outdone, materialized from another void, joining forces with Might Guy to firmly restrain the dark-haired youth. Gripping Lu Yang by the collar, Obito seethed, "Lu Yang, at long last, I've caught you. Apologize to us both at once." "No. It is you who ought to express your gratitude to me," Lu Yang countered, shaking his head. His words, rather than pacifying the situation, only darkened their expressions further. This fellow truly deserved a beating. With this conviction solidified, Obito and Guy raised their fists high. Liu Yang, you chose this path yourself. So do not blame us for being unmerciful. Their fists descended, aimed at Liu Yang's head. The force behind these wrathful blows was formidable, generating a fierce gale. However, just as Guy and Obito believed they were about to deliver a fatal strike to the scoundrel, the boy suddenly vanished from their sight. The two stood momentarily stunned. Attempting to retract their hands was futile. It was already too late. With a resounding crash, their fist struck the ground with such force that the earth trembled within a 10-meter radius. Obito retracted his bloodied hand, letting out a pained wail. To make matters worse, at that moment of utter disarray, a powerful aura manifested behind him, bringing an unwelcome warmth to his neck. Obito recognized it as Liu Yang's fingertip. The outcome of this battle was already determined. Obito and his clone had been effectively immobilized by Liu Yang and Guy. Speak, Liu Yang. What trickery do you intend for me this time? Obito gritted his teeth. Liu Yang beamed with a radiant smile, dismissing his words. You have truly misunderstood my intentions. I am not to play tricks on you, but merely to assist you in transcending your physical limits. Trusting you again would make me a fool, Obito retorted. Then I shall let my actions speak for themselves, Liu Yang declared, disregarding their protests as he delivered a swift strike, rendering them unconscious. Having concluded this, Liu Yang sat cross-legged, arranging their bodies with care, and began to channel an unending stream of chakra into them. The potential of the human body is boundless. Under extreme conditions, one can surpass their physical limitations and elevate their strength to new heights. Liu Yang merely seized the opportunity to aid his unfortunate companions, opting for the most direct and expedient method. Kakashi, perceiving his intentions, settled beside the young man with honor, standing guard over him. Liu Yang, rest assured in your endeavors. I shall not permit any disturbances. He added ominously, should any threats from Mist Village arise, they shall face no mercy. Furthermore, Kakashi produced paper and pen, meticulously detailing everything that transpired in the Land of Water. As Kakashi, the captain, constantly strategizes for the village and his comrades, he resolutely accepted a covert mission arranged by the third Hokage before departing. Throughout his journey, he diligently relayed his observations back to Konoha. Meanwhile, the third Hokage sat in his office, holding two classified documents, exhaling thick rings of smoke. One document was sent back by Pakin, reporting a failed hostage exchange and subsequent pursuit by the Cloud Ninja. The other came from the Land of Lightning, where the Raikage Attack vehemently criticized Konoha, accusing Kakashi's team of killing the Two-Tails Jinchuriki and seizing their tailed beast. He warned that if Konoha did not return the tailed beast, war would be declared. The third Hokage did not disclose this matter to anyone else. Just then, the door creaked open, and Minato Namikaze entered, approaching the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, did you call for me? Yes, take a look at these two documents, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, handing the documents to the blonde youth. He then rose and walked to the window, gazing at the peaceful village outside, letting out a deep sigh. The ceremony for the handover to the fourth Hokage will take place soon. Other Kage will be present, and I am worried the last part of his sentence lingered. Filled with concern, the ambition of the cloud was growing ever larger. If they were to cause trouble at that time, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 84, Physical Training. A narrow path for rivals Obito and Guy had slept for 3 days and nights. Upon awakening, they found themselves in a carriage, perhaps due to their prolonged slumber. Obito felt a sense of bewilderment. Sensing the vibrant chakra coursing through him, he could not help but marvel. What is happening? I feel as though my body is overflowing with power. I feel the same, as if I have unlocked my energy channels, Guy concurred. Haling, observing their confused expressions, chuckled softly. She pointed outside, kindly revealing the truth. This is all thanks to Lord Liu Yang, who spent an entire night after you fell unconscious, channeling energy to heal you and open your meridians. Your bodies and abilities should now be elevated to a new level. Exhausted from their earlier ordeal, the two young men's muscles and veins had been severely damaged, their spirits teetering on the brink of collapse. Liu Yang had exerted great effort to restore and reorganize them, cleansing their energy pathways, thus allowing them to be reborn. After hearing this, Obito and Guy felt a wave of shame wash over them, realizing they had wrongfully accused Liu Yang. Liu Yang is outside driving. You can go now, Haling gently reminded them. With the matter laid bare, the course of action lay in the hands of the two young men. What else could they do? Having committed a mistake, one can only sheepishly part the curtains and offer a sincere apology. Liu Yang sensed the aura of the two and first spoke up to interrupt them. There was no need for expressions of gratitude, for we are companions after all. Liu Yang reiterated his point, stating that during this journey through the 5 great nations, fulfilling Kai's wish was secondary to the importance of self-cultivation. His own physical abilities were lacking, and engaging with these two would undoubtedly be beneficial. Furthermore, as fellow travelers, their growth would correspondingly reduce the danger they faced. Who knows? In future encounters with adversaries, he might even find himself coasting to victory. Most importantly, the system had rewarded him with a piece of armor impervious to swords and blades. Liu Yang, you are my deity. Obito's eyes brimmed with tears as he leaped forward. This sudden movement startled the horse, causing Liu Yang to lose grip of the reins, sending the entire carriage lurching. He nearly flung Kakashi, who was perched atop the carriage, into the air. Fortunately, Liu Yang reacted swiftly. He leapt onto the horse's back, using a modicum of brute strength to rein in the creature's neck, bringing it to a halt. At that moment, Obito felt a chilling presence behind him. Trembling, he turned to confront the icy visage of the silver-haired youth. Kakashi, call me captain, Kakashi barked. Upon finishing his command, he seized Obito by the ear and unceremoniously tossed him onto the carriage. Then, drawing a short blade from behind him, he struck the horse's rear with its sheath. The horse, startled by the pain, bolted forward, racing ahead. Caught off guard, Obito slipped and was thrown from his position. He found himself airborne, desperately grasping at a small protruding edge, fearing that any misstep would send him crashing to the ground. The uneven terrain beneath him swiftly receded. Terrified, Obito shut his eyes, swallowing hard as he pleaded for mercy. Kakashi, I was wrong. I want to do it again. Kakashi, I can't hold on much longer. Spare me, please. Kakashi had no interest in his words. He urged the horse to accelerate. What are you still doing? Just like controlling chakra at your feet. Gather your chakra in your hands to cling tightly and avoid being thrown off. Even in such a dire situation, he was still focused on the training of his comrades. He had learned all this from Liu Yang, and Kakashi found himself surprisingly approving of it. Obito felt aggrieved. Why was even Kakashi bullying him, the innocent flower amongst thorns? The resistance was overwhelming, making it nearly impossible for him to concentrate on channeling his chakra. As a brother in arms, Might Guy decided to lend a hand, launching himself into the air and landing firmly on the carriage. Kai crouched down, a cheerful smile gracing his face as he gazed at the individual before him. Upon seeing him, Obito felt as though he had encountered a lifeline. Kai, quickly pull me up. I can barely hold on any longer, he exclaimed. However, to his surprise, Might Guy shook his head, leaped down, and assumed the same position beside him. The only distinction was that while Obito clung to the edge with both hands, Kai managed with just one. All right, Obito, I shall join you now. Let us train together and see who ascends first, Might Guy declared with spirited enthusiasm. He turned his head, flashing a broad grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Obito felt as if struck by lightning, his faith in these peculiar individuals waning. Not a single one among them seemed normal. Yet, this very situation ignited his fighting spirit. Fine, I shall compete with you, and this time, I will win convincingly, Obito declared, determination surging within him as he resolutely released one hand. The carriage continued to race forward at a rapid pace, while Obito and Kai trained atop the carriage. Hanabi sat cross-legged inside, channeling her chakra to maintain stability. In essence, all three were deeply engaged in their respective endeavors. Liu Yang, lazily reclining with a blade of grass in his mouth, observed the young man before him with a bored expression. Kakashi, I never anticipated you possessed such a side. No longer cold and aloof, but rather playing along with your companions. It seems you have indeed changed, he remarked. Kakashi, struck by the observation, remained silent. Liu Yang chuckled heartily at his awkward demeanor. You can avoid the Mist Ninja if you wish, but you speak so nonchalantly. Just wait until they catch up. You will certainly have to face them. Indeed, the Mist Ninja were closing in. Their party, having been graciously hosted by the daimyo of the Land of Water, had enjoyed a few peaceful days, but as with all things, partings were inevitable. After ensuring the survivors rescued from Ghost Island bore no lasting physical ailments, Kakashi's team waved their farewells. As expected, just after departing the borders of the Land of Water and entering the territory of the Land of Water, the Mist Ninja could no longer contain themselves. Those matters could be addressed later. For now, they needed to devise a strategy to shake off the increasingly close pursuit of the Mist Ninja. The situation appeared daunting. Before Liu Yang could articulate his final thought, an unknown ninja suddenly emerged from the nearby brush, blocking Kakashi's team's path. Water release, water barrier. the figure shouted, unleashing a colossal jet of water that shot forth like a laser, aimed directly at the oncoming carriage. The area of effect was extensive, and being struck would surely result in disaster. Lu Yang's expression sharpened as he swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great Fire Annihilation. Chapter 85, Secret Technique. Dance of the Dead Souls. In the face of overwhelming power, the concept of elemental dominance became insignificantly trivial. The flames roared with an insatiable intensity, consuming everything in their path, instantly vaporizing the water barrier that lay before them, restoring tranquility to the scene. The ninja, caught in the onslaught of fire, transformed into a puddle of water, vanishing without a trace. This, of course, was merely an appetizer prepared by the Mist Ninja. In the next moment, countless shurikens erupted from the nearby thicket, some piercing the body of the horse. The steed let out a pained whinny and galloped forward in a frenzy. Hualing, the horse has gone mad. We must flee, Kakashi shouted, deflecting the flying shurikens with his short blade, while simultaneously lifting the curtain to rescue the girl inside. The two rolled on the ground several times before finally regaining their footing. Their two unfortunate teammates also made a timely exit from the carriage. However, the innumerable shurikens, as if imbued with life, suddenly changed direction, continuing their assault on Kakashi's team. Is this a joke? I was so close to winning, and you meddlesome fools have ruined it for me. Obito glared at the relentless shurikens, seething with frustration. He had been so near to stepping onto the carriage's frame. It was all the fault of this group of miscreants that he ended up in a stalemate. In a fit of rage, Obito seized every shuriken from his pouch and hurled them forth. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique. The shuriken technique was a specialty of the Uchiha clan. The scattered shurikens, enhanced by the ninjutsu, multiplied exponentially, engulfed in searing flames, raining down like a tempest. The pursuing shurikens aimed at Kakashi's team were all deflected by this barrage. Moreover, several ninjas struck by the Phoenix Fire Technique found their ninja attire torn, igniting sporadic flames. In an instant, cries of agony filled the air. Obito marveled at the power he wielded, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Haha, this feeling of strength is exhilarating. Indeed, all efforts yield rewards. Naturally, this was largely thanks to Lu Yang. At that moment, Lu Yang was concealed within the grass, observing his comrades fighting valiantly. Calculating something with his fingertips. 1, 2, 3. Each time an enemy fell, he tallied a number. After much effort, he finally reached 5. A wicked smile crept across Lu Yang's lips. It's about time. I've yet to try this ninjutsu. Let's test it here. Why fight when one can reap the benefits from the sidelines? He formed hand seals, and his dark eyes glimmered with a faint red light. Secret Technique. Dance of the Dead Souls. As Lu Yang's words fell, a colossal black magic circle materialized beneath his feet, enveloping the entire battlefield. He pondered briefly, estimating the distance to be over 100 meters. Within the formation, a heavy aura of death emanated. Lu Yang witnessed, with his own eyes, several dark, crimson wisps of light darting into the lifeless bodies of the fallen mist ninjas. In the blink of an eye, the corpses began to rise, lurching towards their bewildered comrades. What is happening? Wake up. We are your allies, not your foes. The mist ninjas, caught off guard by their own resurrected companions, staggered back in confusion. Lu Yang observed the unfolding chaos from a distance, retrieving a tricolored pill and placing it in his mouth. A smile creeping across his face as he remarked, "Wow, it seems to have some effect." He initially assumed that this ninjutsu would be limited in scope, but soon his understanding was dramatically reshaped. The formation beneath his feet continued to flicker with dark crimson light, as countless corpses emerged from the ground, one after another, densely packed, numbering at least 100. In their eyes, without exception, glimmered the same unsettling red-black light. Lu Yang was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. He felt an unfamiliar power coursing through his limbs, cool and invigorating. Then, with a cold gaze, he watched as the horde of decaying specters mechanically charged toward their distant foes. One mist ninja was tackled to the ground, desperately attempting to flee. Yet, the dead offered him no chance of escape, tearing him apart mercilessly. The remaining mist ninjas, witnessing the onslaught of the corpses, stumbled back in terror. What are these abominable creatures? Why can't they be killed no matter how hard we strike? This is never ending. What cursed technique have the leaf ninjas mastered? It's horrifying. We must relay this information back to the village. One shouted in panic. His comrades attempted to cover his retreat to send the message. But it was too late. A flash of blue lightning pierced through his heart. "You are the white fang of the leaf," he uttered in disbelief. "Kakashi." with an impassive gaze, withdrew his blade without allowing him to finish. Indeed, the White Fang is my father, he stated proudly, kicking the slain body aside with force. As expected, mere moments later, the man Kakashi had just dispatched rose again, like the others. Help? What on earth are these things? It's revolting. Obito kicked one away. His face contorted in disgust. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Kakashi and asked, "Where's Liu Yang?" He was swept away by that uncontrollable carriage earlier. Hasn't he returned yet? Surely hasn't he encountered danger? I believe we should focus on our own survival. That fellow is quite formidable, Kakashi replied, shouldering Hanar as he wielded his short blade with an imposing presence. Obito considered this and decided to leave Liu Yang to his own devices. Redirecting his attention to the battle, kicking another corpse away with vigor, the scene transformed into a chaotic battlefield, where Kakashi's team and the Hidden Mist ninjas had no time to engage with one another, preoccupied instead with confronting the bizarre entities around them. The eighth gate of the chakra opened. A surge of transparent energy erupted from Guy's feet, ruffling his dark hair. The first gate opened. The second gate released. The third gate activated. With a fierce shout, Guy unleashed a vibrant green aura, accompanied by swirling blue light encircling him. Holding his breath, he assumed a preparatory stance. Kakashi and Obito, recognizing the gravity of the moment, instinctively retreated, ceding the stage to their comrade. At that instant, Might Guy transformed into a whirlwind of speed. Resembling a spinning top, he moved like lightning, leaving only fleeting afterimages for onlookers to grasp. In mere moments, he indiscriminately struck down everything in his path. The Lotus of the Hidden Leaf. Chapter 86, Transformation Amidst Turbulence. The Lotus of the Hidden Leaf is the pinnacle of taijutsu that the Might Guy can wield. Among all ninjutsu, none is as invincible as speed. Guy's technique swept across the entire arena in an instant. The Hidden Mist ninjas who could not escape, along with the relentless corpses, were sent crashing to the ground. Even the surviving foes lay gravely wounded, unable to move. Kakashi swiftly moved in for the finishing blow. Blood splattered, silencing the Hidden Mist ninjas. Liu Yang quietly dispelled his secret technique, as the bodies that had been struck exhaled a plume of dark red mist, falling still. Liu Yang yawned and rested on the ground. Before that, he had dabbed a bit of the blood from the fallen corpse at the corner of his mouth. Aside from a slight metallic tang, there was nothing amiss. Guy stood frozen in place, slightly panting. At that moment, he had closed the 8 gates of chakra. He was quite satisfied with the tremendous transformation he had undergone. It was astonishing. Opening the third gate now brought none of the excruciating pain he had previously experienced. Might Guy's spirit soared. It was then that he recalled his unfortunate comrade. Kakashi, we must quickly find Liu Yang. I truly worry something has happened to him. Indeed. We've eliminated so many Hidden Mist ninjas along the way. For safety's sake, we cannot linger openly in the land of water for too long, Kakashi suggested, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Once we locate him, we can use transformation techniques to assume different identities, making our movements more secure. Absolutely, let us set off at once. Obito volunteered, leading the charge. Kakashi sighed, shaking his head. He grasped the young man's shoulder and turned him in the opposite direction. Obito, how many times must I remind you? If you cannot discern the right direction, do not lead the way recklessly. Uchiha Obito remained silent, his fingers brushing against the tip of his nose as he turned away. As was customary, Liu Yang was awakened by his companions. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the enlarged visage of a familiar face. Had Obito not stepped aside swiftly, he would have been knocked to the ground, feeling a touch embarrassed. Liu Yang shrugged and remarked, Obito, you can't blame me. You chose to sneak up on me in broad daylight. Who could withstand that? Obito, contemplating his recent breakthrough in strength, clenched his fists tightly, striving to regain his composure. When he met Liu Yang's gaze again, his expression transformed into one of cheerful mirth. Liu Yang, I certainly won't hold it against you. For reasons unknown, a chilling sensation coursed through Liu Yang's feet, sending a shiver down his spine. Flattery without reason is either deceitful or insidious. Speak up. What are you scheming? Obito shot him a sidelong glance. Hey, can't there be a modicum of trust between people? Is this how you perceive me? Can it be that I genuinely don't mind? The dark-haired youth looked quite aggrieved, having completely forgotten his earlier bravado about wanting to eliminate Liu Yang. Kakashi, arms crossed, surveyed the two with an air of authority, unexpectedly outlining their forthcoming actions. Liu Yang, how's your injury? If there are no other issues, we shall proceed with our plan of anonymity. As he spoke, he formed the hand seals for a transformation technique, thoroughly altering his appearance. As the dense smoke dissipated, the once spirited white-haired youth had transformed into a towering figure of 8 feet. Goodness. Did you just grow up in an instant? Then I shall too. Lu Yang chuckled heartily. In the next moment, he morphed into a tall, elegant figure adorned with a wide-brimmed hat. The other 2 young ones followed suit, and soon enough, the 4 had undergone a complete transformation. Except for Haling. Haling, you should just stay behind my back. I have a cloak that can conceal your face. Lu Yang extended an invitation to her. Haling was the only one present who had yet to master the transformation technique. For adult males, traveling with a girl of merely 10 years appeared rather peculiar. However, if Haling were to hide, the scenario would be entirely different. Haling remained silent, tilting her head to glance at Kakashi beside her. Noticing the exchange of glances, Lu Yang playfully remarked, Kakashi, it seems Haling is quite reliant on you. After all, you are her savior. How about I lend you my cloak? And she can accompany you? Without waiting for a response, Lu Yang swiftly removed his cloak and draped it around Kakashi's shoulders. As Kakashi was about to decline, he found himself utterly voiceless, his feet seemingly anchored to the ground with lead. Thus, it was cheerfully decided that Haling would accompany Kakashi. The young boy clapped his hands in satisfaction. Subsequently, he grasped Haling by the arms and positioned her behind him. This series of actions by Lu Yang left the 2 boys in a state of dumbfounded astonishment. Yet, the spectacle was not over. The cloak billowed with the wind, enveloping Haling. Indeed, it appeared remarkably convincing. This maneuver was learned from Haikyuu, proving to be unexpectedly effective. Without further ado, let us set forth. To the land of water, I come. Lu Yang, hands behind his back, skipped ahead with exuberance. Kakashi finally broke free from the invisible restraints, his gaze icy. The subtle pressure between Captain Lu Yang and the senior figure left Kai and Obito caught in a dilemma. Noticing they were not moving, Lu Yang turned back, flashing a radiant smile, and urged them to hurry along, for he was starving. He gestured towards his rumbling stomach, hoping to reach a shop before nightfall for a hearty meal, lest he be resigned to yet another fish dinner. There was a hint of resentment in his voice, for they had consumed countless grilled fish on their journey thus far. The land of water was replete with maritime delicacies, and he was determined to find something other than seafood. In contrast, Kakashi's favorite was indeed the sori. Upon hearing Lu Yang's remark about finding a shop before dark, he was no longer fearful of pursuing enemies, leisurely strolling along. Had he known, he would have refrained from uttering that statement. It was truly regrettable. Lu Yang felt tears welling up in frustration. Little did they know that since the moment Kakashi's team entered the territory of the land of water, they had been under careful surveillance. The 4th Mizukage, Yukura, gazed into the water mirror, his expression inscrutable. Lord Mizukage, these brats have slain many of our men. Should I take care of them? Inquired the figure lurking in the shadows. Yukura waved his hand dismissively, stating, let us proceed to Konoha first and enjoy the unfolding drama. Chapter 87. A joyous journey. Some carrying burdens. The land of water lies far from the mainland, surrounded by the sea on all sides. Kakashi's team traveled several days along the waterways before they could truly be considered within the heart of the land of water. The entire country was shrouded in dense fog, damp and humid. The frail Haling could not withstand the drastic temperature fluctuations and fell ill. Lu Yang diagnosed it as merely cold invading her body, necessitating proper rest. Regrettably, they had no choice but to leave Haling at the inn while the rest of them went out to revel in merriment. As a unique island nation, the land of water, isolated by vast oceans, retained its distinctive culture. Countless delicacies tempted the appetites of the 4 young ones. Among all the delightful offerings, the tempura shrimp stands out as particularly enchanting. Regardless of how many times one indulges in it, its allure remains consistently breathtaking. This journey to the land of water has proven to be worthwhile, not only for the enchanting seaside views, but also for the abundant and affordable seafood, which I wholeheartedly commend. Might Guy exuberantly praised. Among Kakashi's team, only he suffered from severe seasickness. Just 2 days prior, when they had disembarked, Guy could barely stand. It was only thanks to Land Yang and Obito that he was carried into the inn. After lying in bed for an entire night, he finally regained his composure. Land Yang picked up a piece of mackerel and savored it thoughtfully, chuckling at the memory of Guy's earlier predicament. You should eat more, after all. Once we return to Konoha, it won't be so easy to savor such inexpensive and plentiful seafood again. The unattainable always stirs the heart. The geographical advantages of the land of water dictate that life here predominantly revolves around the sea. Of course, the land also boasts numerous mountainous terrains, but in comparison to the seemingly endless coastline, they appear rather insignificant. Obito nodded fervently in agreement with Lanyang's sentiments. Indeed, upon returning to Konoha, we will be relegated to river fish. The coastline of the Land of Fire is quite brief, and Konoha is situated in the heart of the Land of Fire, far removed from the ocean. Even if one could procure seafood, it would be exorbitantly priced. The members of Kakashi's team, akin to orphans who cannot gather even a pair of parents, certainly lack the means to indulge in such lavish seafood daily. The four young ones, having satisfied their appetites, decided to order another takeout. Boss, just like yesterday, please wrap up the most expensive one for us. Lanyang generously placed 2 gold coins on the table. The proprietor, beaming with delight, swiftly accepted the coins and set about his tasks. In response to Lanyang's ostentatious display of wealth, Obito merely rolled his eyes, dispelling the notion that had crossed his mind. It was not them who were impoverished, it was only the 3 of them, with Lanyang as the exception. The sentiment of envy had become tiresome. Noticing the glimmer of envy in Obito's eyes, Lanyang playfully tapped his forehead. Ha ha ha, don't let your imagination run wild. These gold coins are borrowed from Tsunade-sensei. After all, one cannot venture out for so long without some funds. Money may not be everything, but being broke is utterly unacceptable. Lanyang continued to weave his tale without a hint of embarrassment. Of course, these coins come with interest, and I'll have to repay her the principal along with the interest. I've already thought of a plan. I'll offer her this necklace as collateral. He pointed to the necklace adorning his neck, a gift from Tsunade, which Kakashi and the others were well aware of. The necklace, a relic from the first Hokage, holds considerable value. Innocent Obito was thus caught in Lanyang's web of deception, left in a daze. Before long, the establishment delivered the meticulously packed gourmet sushi into the hands of the young patrons. Please take care, and do visit us again. The server's courteous remarks were met with a wave of dismissal from the youth as he accepted the package, halting the server's deep bow with a gesture. The group continued on their way. Silently, he departed from the shop. Upon returning to the inn, Haling was already awake. She sat weakly on the bed, leaning against the wooden bedpost, turning the pages of the books sent by the shop. The volumes depicted the local customs and legends in great detail. With a creak, Lu Yang pushed the door open and entered. As was his habit, he opened the food container in his hands, arranged the utensils neatly, and moved the entire table to the bedside. Haling, you must be hungry. Quickly eat something. You need nourishment to regain your strength, Lu Yang said gently. Kakashi, Obito, and Guy followed him in, each serving her tea, water, and taking away the books. They treated Haling with the affection one would show a beloved younger sister. Sitting up straight, Haling gazed at the exquisite meal before her, her heart warmed. Hahowever, considering the cost, she chose to speak up. You don't need to buy such lavish food for me. I haven't had much of an appetite lately. Simple fare will suffice. Haling, what are you saying? These are merely the most ordinary seafood, quite inexpensive, Lu Yang insisted, placing chopsticks in her hands. He had a feeling that the shopkeeper had said something to her that had raised her suspicions. As this thought crossed his mind, he exchanged a knowing glance with Kakashi. Kakashi understood and promptly explained, we are in the land of water, where seafood is naturally affordable. Do not overthink it, your health is paramount. After Haling fell ill, Lu Yang concluded that she was likely suffering from an adjustment to the unfamiliar environment. It was alarming that such severe symptoms manifested so soon after her arrival. Noticing their reluctance to acknowledge her concerns, Haling chose to remain silent and obediently consumed everything on her plate. Nightfall arrived swiftly. Kakashi's team engaged in their respective training, while Lu Yang secluded himself in his room, with doors and windows firmly closed. Crystal release, crystal mirage, crystal release, crystal clone, he murmured softly, forming hand seals. A figure identical to him emerged from the mirror. Today, while practicing my sealing techniques on the street, I acquired crucial intelligence. In half a month, Teacher Minato is set to succeed the position of the 4th Hokage. Furthermore, Watergate's envoy has already departed with his confidants just a couple of days ago. Whenever a leader is appointed in one of the 5 great nations, it is customary to invite the other leaders to congratulate them. Even the recently appointed Raikage had the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, attend his ceremony in person. This explains why Kakashi's team, having eliminated so many from the Mist Village, has encountered no pursuit upon entering the Land of Water. All the hidden villages are currently observing Konoha's next moves. They likely have no immediate interest in us. The question remains, what are the Raikage's intentions? Lu Yang crossed his arms, analyzing the situation with his clone in a thoughtful manner. His intentions were unmistakable. Summoning his doppelganger was a means to ensure the safety of the four little ones, thus guaranteeing the smooth execution of the system's tasks. The true essence of Liu Yang was set to fulfill the promises he had made earlier. Doppelganger, you are me, and I am you. During my absence, I entrust their care to you. Rest assured, I shall return shortly. The youth reached out and patted the shoulder of his counterpart. However, with a swift motion, he formed hand seals and instantly vanished from sight. Chapter 88. The battle begins. Noera Rin and Orochimaru in the Land of Fire, within the village of Kenoha. The night had grown deep. Noera Rin had just completed her training and was making her way home, the streets still aglow with lights. Recently, the village had undergone a transformation in celebration of the forthcoming inauguration ceremony of the fourth Hokage, embracing festivity in every conceivable manner. As Rin passed through a narrow alley, she suddenly halted. She settled onto a swing nearby, gently pushing herself back and forth. Orochimaru-sensei, I implore you to cease your pursuit. The matters you wish to uncover are beyond my capacity to resolve. It had been half a month, an entire fortnight, since Noera Rin began her training under Tsunade. And the legendary Sannin Orochimaru had taken a keen interest in her. He had been monitoring her day and night, seizing every opportunity to attempt to sway her mind. A slender figure emerged from the wall not far away. Orochimaru, arms crossed, gazed down at her from a height. Rin, it appears your training has yielded satisfactory results. I have masked my presence completely, yet you still perceive me. I have reiterated time and again, do not follow me, Noera Rin repeated firmly. She was acutely aware of Orochimaru's intentions, having been warned by Tsunade-sensei to maintain a safe distance from this perilous man. Orochimaru, unfazed by her coldness, chuckled softly. His voice raspy. Would you care to become my disciple? Noera Rin was at a loss for words. Did this man truly lack comprehension? I'm sorry, but I already have a master. She is your former comrade, Tsunade. Yet, what of it? Orochimaru seemed discontent with this outcome. You could easily align yourself with me. I can offer you far more than Tsunade ever could. This, he was certain of. Noera Rin steadied herself upon the ground, the swing coming to a halt. She raised her gaze to the figure shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the light behind him, her eyes sharp and resolute. I apologize, but I do not possess the inclination to betray my master. Her response was unequivocal. She rejected Orochimaru's invitation. He was not taken aback by her decision. I had hoped to avoid this course of action, but your disobedience leaves me no choice but to capture you for further deliberation. He licked his lips and, opening his mouth, retrieved another Kusanagi sword from within the small serpent that slithered from his mouth. The true form of the Kusanagi sword had been deceived by Liu Yang. But who is Orochimaru? He had long been prepared, utilizing his mastery of technology to replicate several swords, each indistinguishable in hardness from the original. His primary focus was to demonstrate how science could transform the world. Noera Rin was oblivious to the fact that the genuine Kusanagi had already been taken away by Liu Yang. Faced with the legendary Sannin, she felt a wave of trepidation. Yet, she swiftly unsheathed the demon blade Muramasa, which was strapped to her waist. Come on, teacher Orochimaru, though I am merely a medical ninja. Capturing me will not be as simple as you think. With lethal intent, she brandished the Muramasa. Noera Rin held on to the words Liu Yang had imparted to her. Orochimaru, clutching his longsword, wore a deeper smile. That blade you wield is impressive, unlike any ordinary weapon. Allow me to see if it possesses the same hardness as my Kusanagi. No sooner had he spoken than he propelled himself down the wall with remarkable speed. The battle was imminent. Noera Rin steeled herself, parrying Orochimaru's onslaught with unwavering determination. At such close quarters, Orochimaru could discern the intricate details of her blade. It was exquisitely crafted, adorned with elaborate patterns, unmistakably a masterpiece from a renowned artisan. I have never heard of such a precious sword. It must have been given to you by that young man, and I knew my search would not be in vain. Orochimaru asserted with certainty. If there had been any doubt initially, it was now eradicated. This girl was undeniably connected to that individual in a significant way. If Noera Rin were to become his disciple, everything would change. With this thought, Orochimaru extended his serpentine neck, lunging towards Rin's throat with lightning speed. I warned you. I am not so easily subdued. A fierce cry echoed near Orochimaru's ear. The girl before him, having slipped through his offensive, swiftly struck towards his neck with her blade. Ah, I can see that your perceptive abilities are extraordinary, and your combat prowess surpasses that of some medical ninjas, but that is where your advantages end, Orochimaru replied. His demeanor unflinching. He leaped to evade the blade's edge, spinning to deliver a kick towards the girl. Noera Rin nimbly dodged the attack. raising her left hand to carve a sharp arc through the air. A gust of wind rustled the strands of Orochimaru's hair. In the next moment, a fine line of injury appeared on his cheek. "I regret missing your throat, but next time, my Muramasa will strike true," Noera Rin lamented. Brushing away non-existent dust from her fingertips, Orochimaru observed the chakra swirling around her hand, immediately grasping the situation. A chakra scalpel, intriguing. Though the scar on his face seemed minimal, the underlying muscles had been severed, rendering him incapable of expressing vivid emotions. Noera Rin, disinterested in idle chatter, launched a series of relentless attacks. She had adopted the combat style of her mentor, Tsunade, and both were formidable close-quarters ninjas, delivering lethal strikes with precision. Orochimaru, confronted by the fervent onslaught of his junior, found himself intrigued. He toyed with Noera Rin much like one would with a chick, consistently evading her blades at the last possible moment. Beneath the cover of night, an intense battle raged on. Noera Rin, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, recognized that she was no match for Orochimaru and sought ways to escape. Yet, every time she identified a weakness, he would forcibly redirect her back into the fray. The legendary Sannin truly lived up to their reputation, she mused internally. Their prowess was unfathomable. She, merely a medical ninja, could not hope to compare. Orochimaru patiently awaited her counterattacks, his excitement growing with each of her fierce attempts. Gradually, Rin's stamina waned, her strikes becoming increasingly sluggish. It was nearly time to ensnare her. With a light chuckle, Orochimaru enveloped his sword, Kusanagi, in blue chakra, unleashing a wave of energy that sent Noera Rin crashing against a nearby wall, resulting in a thunderous collapse. He strode confidently towards the fallen girl, admiring her graceful neck, licking his lips with the intent to brand her with the curse seal. At that moment, a shadowy figure descended from above, forcefully pinning Orochimaru down. "Orochimaru, I distinctly remember telling you that this child is under my protection. You shall not lay a finger on her." Tsunade's blood-red eyes fixed intently on the bloodied Orochimaru sprawled on the ground. Chapter 89. The battle begins. Orochimaru's neck snapped, his head and severed neck writhing like a serpent, swiftly slithering away. Not far off, a new form emerged from the discarded head, shedding its old skin like a snake. "Tsunade, once I reclaim that child, she shall be my disciple," the man declared with a confident smile. His gaze towards the individual behind Tsunade resembled that of a venomous serpent eyeing its prey, determined to seize it. Noera Rin, witnessing the grotesque spectacle, was suddenly overcome with revulsion. "Is this truly a human?" she thought, internally recoiling. Tsunade, equally taken aback by Orochimaru's transformation, stared at the damp man in the distance, her heart a tumult of emotions. "Orochimaru, what do you mean by this? Are you truly forsaking your human form for your bizarre experiments?" Tsunade's statement was not a question, but a certainty. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had been comrades since their days at the Ninja Academy. Tsunade had once placed her unwavering trust in Orochimaru. Moreover, even her most beloved younger brother has fallen under the tutelage of Orochimaru. Tsunade has always harbored a vague premonition regarding Orochimaru's ambitions. Yet she never anticipated that events would unfold so swiftly. Orochimaru, forming hand seals, utilized a wind shield to dry the slime clinging to his body. Tsunade, continually witnessing the deaths of comrades and loved ones, has come to a profound realization. Human life is exceedingly fragile. Only by completely abandoning this delicate shell and allowing the spirit to endure can one attain immortality. At that juncture, I could accomplish so much more. Orochimaru did not conceal his intentions from Tsunade in the slightest. While Liu Yang forbade him from implanting cursed seals on the living, he was permitted to experiment on himself. Years of experimental insights, coupled with modifications to his own flesh, the enhancement of cursed seals on his chakra, and the assistance of Hashirama's cells, have not only granted Orochimaru the body of a sage but have also brought him tantalizingly close to unlocking the threshold of eternal life. I digress. These matters bear no relation to the ninjutsu he employed earlier. My body, through specialized transformation, has already diverged from that of an ordinary human. Yet, I have not entirely transcended the realm of humanity, Orochimaru explained patiently. The soft body transformation and the Orochimaru-style substitution technique appear exceedingly bizarre, yet their underlying principles are remarkably simple. Tsunade, unwilling to entertain Orochimaru's convoluted reasoning, hoped against hope that he would not completely descend into depravity. Gathering her chakra anew, she concentrated it in her right hand and struck fiercely at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, cease your peculiar research at once. Life should adhere to the natural order. It should unfold as it ought." Otherwise, if the higher-ups were to discover your endeavors, there would be no turning back. Orochimaru defended himself against her onslaught. As legendary Sannin, their strengths were evenly matched, resulting in a fierce and indecisive battle. Nayahara Rin, wielding a cursed blade, sought the opportune moment to strike. Orochimaru narrowed his golden eyes, his voice raspy and laden with temptation. Tsunade, do you not yearn for Suk and Dan? Hand over this child to me, and once my research bears fruit, I shall return them to you, considering our shared camaraderie. Absolutely not. Tsunade exclaimed without hesitation. In the past, she might have desired their return, but now she understood that the living were of utmost importance. Let bygones be bygones. Within Liu Yang's ocular technique, Tsunade repeatedly witnessed the demise of those two. She collapsed onto the ground in despair, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness coursing through her limbs. Each cell within her screamed to be torn apart. It was Suk and Dan who had bestowed upon her the strength to break through the darkness. Even if there truly existed ninjutsu capable of resurrecting them, would they truly be the same? Tsunade's words resonated profoundly. When Nayahara Rin was revived, Tsunade had momentarily held onto a glimmer of hope as she observed Liu Yang. Yet, she eventually came to terms with the reality. The resurrection of Lin may be attributed to the brevity of her demise, or perhaps she never truly perished. Nearly silenced by some arcane technique, those two have been dead for far too long. Their return is implausible. Orochimaru ceased his speech, gazing at the sorrow-laden woman before him with an uncontainable sense of lamentation. Tsunade, you are indeed reminiscent of the third Hokage, possessing that same naive innocence. Meanwhile, the Raikage, accompanied by a cadre of loyal subordinates, navigated through the forest with remarkable speed, enhanced by the attributes of lightning. The crackling sound of electricity echoed as they vanished from sight. In just a few days, they would reach Konoha. Approximately 3 days until they arrived at their destination. Oh joy! Killer Bee responded in his habitual sing-song manner. 3 days felt rather prolonged for the impatient Raikage. Having lost the two tails, he yearned to storm into Konoha and seize the 9 tails at once. Accelerate our pace. I demand we arrive in Konoha within a day. The leadership there must provide us. The Cloud Village, with an explanation, Raikage AI declared, agitated. No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed a surge of chakra, propelling himself forward with increasing velocity, leaving his companions far behind. Wait for us, Lord Raikage. Don't run so fast. His subordinates cried out, nearly in tears as they struggled to keep up. Suddenly, a fierce inferno obstructed their path. Humph, mere trifles, daring to flaunt their skills before me, Raikage scoffed. With hands charged with lightning, he forcefully cleaved through the massive fireball, splitting it in two and causing it to explode. Fire is ineffective against the pinnacle of my lightning techniques, he mused. The Cloud Village was combative. Upon encountering an enemy assault, the remaining members quickly assumed a fighting stance. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Fire release, Storm Dance. Fire release, Peony Technique. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Fire release, Fireball Descending. A deluge of flames cascaded from the heavens, rushing towards the Raikage. He smirked disdainfully. You Uchiha brats. Having failed to eliminate you before, you now come to me. This is fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Once I capture you turtle-like cowards, I shall eviscerate you to reclaim the 2 tails. As he spoke, bolts of lightning erupted from his form, clashing with the ferocious fire techniques. A resounding boom echoed, and sparks flew as the fierce cacophony filled the air. Liu Yang, wielding a scythe in his left hand and the ancestral fan of the Uchiha clan in his right, raised his hand to deflect the lightning back. Uchiha Rebound. Chapter 90. The Death of the Raikage and the Capture of the 8 Tails. This device is quite useful. My efforts in seeking it were not in vain, Liu Yang mused. After the mission to rescue Obito, Liu Yang suddenly remembered that he had overlooked an essential piece of equipment. Thus, a month later, he found the time to return and thoroughly search Uchiha Madara's lair. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new mission. Ding. Please prevent the Raikage from destroying Konoha, seizing the 9 tails, and ensure that the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, succession ceremony proceeds as planned. To his astonishment, Liu Yang realized that they aimed to capture the 9 tails as well. This could lead to dire consequences for Kaibai. His mouth fell agape in surprise. He had suspected that the hidden Cloud Village intended to create chaos during Minato's succession ceremony, yet he had underestimated their ambition. However, I have come today to put an end to your schemes, Liu Yang declared resolutely. The Raikage's lightning release was formidable, and the backlash from it left his subordinates howling in pain. Raikage AI cursed, berating his incompetent underlings. Disregarding these useless minions, he called upon his trusted brother, Killer Bee, and charged forward. You think you can kill me? Just the two of you? Raikage scoffed. With a brotherly duo, the workload was less burdensome. One was the Raikage, and the other was the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Liu Yang set aside his usual playful demeanor, unleashing the full force of his chakra. Sage Mode, Susanoo. And the summoning of the Three Tails, he combined them all in one breath. The Three Tails, none other than Isabu. The Cloud Village ninjas widened their eyes at the sight of the tailed beast. AI solidified his resolve, launching himself with a lightning release, a fierce attack. I knew it was you rascals who took the Two Tails. Those bandits from Konoha deserve to be punished. I shall slay you, retrieve the Two Tails, and also claim the Three Tails. Liu Yang chuckled at the man's words, unable to contain his amusement. He had witnessed the absurdity of the Hidden Cloud's moral posturing. I detest your duplicitous ways. Presenting one face while concealing another. We are all thieves. Who among us is nobler? Let us not forget that it was you who sent operatives to infiltrate the Uchiha, seeking to steal the Sharingan. Outside the Hidden Cloud Village, it was your men who first attempted to assassinate us. Liu Yang, unbound by morals in pursuit of his objectives, did not consider himself a virtuous person. Yet, what right did the Hidden Cloud have to judge him? Standing atop the brow of the Golden Giant, he looked down upon the two diminutive figures before him, a cold smirk gracing his lips. I apologize, but your lightning release techniques are merely a tickle to me. As he spoke, the Golden Giant raised a hand, effortlessly sending them flying. Meanwhile, a Golden Giant manifested a bow and arrow, drawing it back to unleash several arrows enveloped in black flames into the void. Release. With Liu Yang's command, the arrows swiftly pierced the fleeing cloud-hidden ninjas, reducing them to ashes in an instant. The battlefield was left with only Liu Yang and the Raikage brothers. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions in Konoha. Allow me to make it clear. Abandon all hope. The patterns in Liu Yang's eyes swirled as he formed hand seals. As I stated, I have come to eliminate you. I shall fulfill my promise. This place will serve as your grave. With that, he invoked the sage technique, the Golden Rain Barrier. The tailed beast bomb emerged. This was a remarkable display amidst the entirety of the ninja world's battles. Karabi found himself with no choice but to complete his transformation into the tailed beast at that moment. The Eight Tails gathered red and white chakra in its mouth, forming a colossal sphere. A smile graced Liu Yang's lips as he executed a series of intricate hand seals. The Golden Giant mirrored his movements, raising its hand. Countless massive fireballs materialized in the sky above the giant, unleashing an overwhelming wave of heat that distorted the surrounding space. Despite the Raikage's formidable lightning armor, he was still assailed by this scorching wave, his skin burning with pain as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. You Uchiha brat, I care not from whence your power derives. However, today you shall not leave this place. Raikage AI bellowed. The Manjiki Sharingan capable of controlling tailed beasts concealed boundless power. Such a being hailed from the land of fire, Konoha. He must be eliminated while still young. Otherwise, this formidable individual would undoubtedly pose an immense threat in the future. The five great nations could not afford to witness the emergence of another Uchiha Madara. Raikage AI clenched his fists, veins bulging, as a surge of blue chakra shot skyward. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and thunder rumbled. He intended to disperse the fireballs with a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, the chakra of the Three Tails and Eight Tails had converged. Liu Yang remained oblivious to Raikage's thoughts. Had he known, he would surely have mocked Raikage's arrogance. The golden barrier obscured the sky, severing the world within from the one outside, creating two entirely different realms. Beyond the barrier, blue skies and verdant landscapes flourished. Within the barrier, explosions ravaged the land, leaving no life in their wake. You have lost on the left side of the wave since ancient times. Karabi, blame your position. Liu Yang taunted, standing before Karabi, who was ensnared in Liu Yang's thunder prison, bloodied and on the brink of death. Indeed, this was not merely a matter of positioning. In the final moments, Liu Yang had summoned the Two Tails as well. The two-tailed beast bombs converged from both sides. It would be miraculous to escape unscathed. It seems you possess a sense of loyalty, protecting your so-called brother until the very end. Liu Yang smirked lightly, and with a swift motion of his scythe, he severed the head of Raikage AI beside him. Masters in combat, each strike was lethal. No matter how formidable Raikage's physical prowess, he was ultimately just flesh and blood. Two-tailed beasts and 10 identical golden giants unleashed countless celestial techniques upon Killer Bee, who clung to life, sustained only by the remnants of the Eight Tails chakra. Hold on, Bee, you cannot succumb to slumber. The Eight Tails called out with all its might. Alas, Killer B, overwhelmed by the demise of his brother, found his spirit shattered. You brothers are indeed powerful, but it is unfortunate that you encountered me. Since my arrival in this world, you two are the only ones who have witnessed my full capabilities, so your demise is not without merit. Fear not, I shall send you to join Raikage shortly. Liu Yang placed Raikage's lifeless body into the boundless void. His palm shimmered with golden light as it passed through the six-pointed thunder prison, resting upon the man's abdomen. Sealing technique, boundless void. A series of black patterns emerged on Killer B's abdomen as a rich chakra flowed from Liu Yang's palm into his body. Ding. Detecting Raikage's death. The mission concludes ahead of schedule. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Liu Yang's mind. Chapter 91. Reclaiming the Eight Tails, punished by the system. It must be said, Liu Yang had mastered the essence of executing missions, as evidenced now. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, earning 1,000 gold coins. Congratulations to the host for activating the lightning release armor. Congratulations to the host for a 100% increase in physical strength and speed. Ding. Due to the host's enhanced physical capabilities, the Flying Thunder God technique has advanced from beginner to intermediate, with a 200% increase in technique speed. Goodness. Is this a dual enhancement of speed and physical defense? The Flying Thunder God can be upgraded. How impressive. Liu Yang felt a surge of satisfaction. Time passed gradually, transforming day into night. Exhausted, Liu Yang finally stood up. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the Eight Tails Pictorial Guide. Gained mastery of Killer B's Shadow Clone technique. Acquired the forbidden technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Suddenly, Liu Yang felt a pang of regret, sensing he had suffered a significant loss. He lowered his gaze to the deepening golden totem in his hand and couldn't help but curse at the system. What is the meaning of this system? The previous two activations of the Tailed Beast Guide offered genuine high-level ninjutsu. This time, you present me with Impure World Reincarnation. What gives? If I recall correctly, Impure World Reincarnation is merely a level 1 forbidden technique. And yet, I reclaim the Eight Tails. The rewards for reclaiming the Eight Tails should be superior to those for the Two Tails or Three Tails. Who can withstand this? Liu Yang felt that the system was becoming increasingly stingy. Liu Yang, filled with dissatisfaction, retracted the barrier and casually discarded Kurabi's lifeless body into the abyss. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, unleashing a torrent of curses. Truly, it was as if his mother had opened the door to absurdity, and absurdity had come home. Ding. The host's cursing system has been detected. 50,000 gold coins will be deducted. For 1 month, new tasks cannot be activated, whether actively or passively. A minor punishment for a significant lesson. May the host exercise caution. Above Liu Yang, 1,000 grass mud horses soared by. Damn it. Is this wretched system mocking me? Ding. The host's cursing system has been detected. 1,000 gold coins will be deducted. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Liu Yang's fury reached its zenith. He clenched his fist, charged it with chakra, and struck the floor with immense force. The entire forest trembled thrice. In the land of water, Liu Yang utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport back, now deep into the night. His companions were all fast asleep. Only his shadow clone lay on the rooftop, chewing on a blade of dogtail grass, gazing at the myriad stars above. Sensing the presence of the original, it chuckled with malicious glee. Hey, what's wrong? You look so gloomy. Weren't you supposed to show off your skills and claim some heads? Liu Yang's original form lay down beside his clone in silence. The clone continued to chatter. What's the matter? You didn't get beaten up, did you? Liu Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes at it. As if, even if the Sage of Six Paths were to arrive, he would not be afraid. However, it is only the fans who can hear him speak. Clone, come help me analyze. Who could have predicted? Thus, Liu Yang conversed with his shadow clone from the depths of night until the break of dawn. The following day, Might Guy rose early, performing advanced handstand training on the rooftop, only to spot his drenched companion lying there. Curiosity piqued, he approached and shook Liu Yang awake. Liu Yang groggily opened his eyes. Recalling the events leading up to his collapse, his lips twitched in annoyance. Might Guy observed his peculiar expression and inquired, Liu Yang, what did you do last night? Why does your face? He did not finish his sentence. Confused, Liu Yang touched his face, only to feel a layer of paint, prompting him to curse his shadow clone 1,000 times in his mind. You scoundrel, I shall never forgive you. The youthful voice resounded throughout the inn, awakening the other residents, who promptly opened their windows, peering out with indignation. What on earth is wrong with you? making such a racket early in the morning? Do you want to deprive us of our sleep? Guy was startled by the commotion. He quickly covered Liu Yang's mouth and offered an apologetic smile to the others. My apologies, everyone. My brother has a bit of a problem. Please do not hold it against us. Without hesitation, he dragged Liu Yang away from this place of turmoil. Amid their hurried flight, Liu Yang suddenly realized that perhaps he was experiencing a streak of misfortune. Everything seemed to go awry. Particularly due to Kai and the doppelganger, surely they were exacting personal revenge. After a quarter of an hour, Liu Yang finally washed away the paint from his face. The previous night, the system had deducted 51,000 gold coins from him. Not only had all his reward coins been wiped out, but his pearls had also been completely cleared. Most egregious of all, the system interface declared that Liu Yang owed it 30,000 gold coins. Oh heavens! Might as well end my life now, Liu Yang lamented in agony. Money may not be omnipotent, but the absence of it is utterly debilitating. What on earth has happened to you? Haling inquired cautiously, her face etched with concern. Liu Yang rolled his eyes and sighed. Don't even mention it. I was robbed by a masked expert last night, and now I'm left with not a single coin. He could not fathom the reason behind it all. Could it be that logging off too swiftly under the influence of Raikage had resulted in his punishment? Upon hearing this, Kakashi instructed Obito to retrieve his travel pack from Kamui and tossed it before the group. Here, I still have some money left. It should suffice for a while. Thanks to Liu Yang, Kakashi now received a monthly stipend as a martyr's family member from the village. The arrears he had previously accrued were also compensated in full. Before leaving the village, he had taken all his funds with him. Liu Yang looked up, utterly bewildered. Obito was quicker, opening the bag and staring in astonishment. Good heavens! I never knew Kakashi was so wealthy. He had never seen such an abundance of gold coins in his life. How much is there to render you so astonished? Mike Guy, skeptical of the situation, leaned in for a look. He fell silent, his eyes sparkling like stars. Liu Yang's curiosity heightened. Just how much wealth could it take to astonish a child so? As he pondered, he directly opened the pack. The golden light that emanated nearly blinded him. The bag was filled to the brim with shimmering gold coins. Liu Yang's own coins were stored in the system warehouse, and he had no concrete concept of such a vast quantity of gold. Witnessing this scene genuinely left him in shock. Goodness, Kakashi, you've been hiding quite the treasure. Why didn't you bring it out sooner? Liu Yang exclaimed. Suddenly, he developed a keen interest in the mission ranks that White Fang had undertaken during his lifetime. Chapter 92. The Restless Chakra of the Nine Tails in the Land of Fire. Within Konoha village, the couple Minato and Kushina prepared a sumptuous feast, inviting Tsunade and her apprentices to their home. Minato, being perceptive, knew Tsunade enjoyed drinking and had specially asked Kushina to prepare an ample supply of sake to indulge her. As soon as Tsunade took her seat and beheld a box brimming with rice wine beside her, a broad smile spread across her face. Watergate. It seems that during the selection for the next Hokage, casting my vote for you is undoubtedly the right choice. You, my boy, are quite perceptive. Tsunade squinted her eyes, teasing him lightly. Among the younger generation of Konoha, the capabilities and contributions of Namikaze Minato are universally acknowledged. Though termed as a selection, it is evident to all that the fourth Hokage is none other than Minato. Furthermore, one must consider that his wife is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Lady Tsunade, what are you saying? Minato replied, nonetheless, I must express my gratitude for your support back then, as well as for taking care of my students. He rose to pour her a drink. The students he referred to were Obito, Ryu, and Rin. When Kakashi inadvertently injured Ryu, it was thanks to Lady Tsunade's intervention that he was saved. Later, she went to great lengths to protect Obito and even took Rin as her personal disciple. For all these deeds, Minato felt immense gratitude. As the elders exchanged pleasantries, the younger generation, namely Noera Rin and Kata Shizen, found themselves unable to contribute to the conversation, quietly indulging in their meals. Occasionally, when mentioned in conversation, they would respond politely. Rin, Shizen, it's getting late. You two should head back, Tsunade remarked. Noticing that they had nearly finished eating, the two understood and obediently departed. At that moment, Kushina also stood up to personally escort them home. The devoted husband, Namikaze Minato, set down his chopsticks and rushed back to the room to fetch a coat for Kushina as she changed her shoes. Be careful on your way back, Kushina, Minato gently admonished. Kushina nodded and waved goodbye. Once the door was closed, only the two of them remained in the room. Tsunade seized a full bottle of sake and drank it in one go. Minato, you sought me out today regarding the secret letter from the Hidden Cloud Village, didn't you? Speak. I wish to hear your plans as the fourth Hokage. Indeed, nothing escapes your notice. Minato turned and resumed his seat at the dining table. The night was enchanting. A resplendent moon hung in the sky, casting a brilliant silver light. The moonlight filtered through the lush leaves, casting dappled shadows on Noera Rin's hair as she passed by. Kushina and Rin had just returned from escorting Shizune, leaving only the two of them. In the bright alley, Kushina halted her steps. She paused momentarily, clenched her fists, and ultimately posed a long-suppressed question. Rin, it is you, isn't it? You are the real Noera Rin, correct? Rin hesitated, unsure of why the question had been posed so suddenly, yet she turned around obediently, revealing her signature smile. Of course, Kushina-sensei, it's truly me. That's a relief. Kushina visibly exhaled. The children from Minato's class were those she had watched grow up, frequently visiting her home for meals after becoming Minato's students. She was well acquainted with every aspect of them, their personalities and habits. The true Rin stood right before her. Yet, each time she drew near, the power of the nine tails within her would stir restlessly. Kushina could not comprehend the reason behind this phenomenon. At that moment, Yahiko Rin noticed something amiss with Kushina. She approached with concern etched across her face, examining her closely. Kushina-sensei, what is the matter? You look so pale. Are you feeling unwell? As she spoke, she gathered chakra in her hands, intending to touch Kushina to discern the source of her distress. Being a medical ninja, this was something Kushina had always known. She understood that there was no malice in Rin's intentions, yet her body involuntarily recoiled a few steps back. Damn it, the power is stirring again, Kushina muttered impatiently. This was a matter she had never disclosed to anyone, not even Minato. She lifted her gaze to meet the familiar face before her, observing the subtle signs of concern that mirrored her memories perfectly. With great effort, Kushina managed to stabilize the tumultuous chakra of the nine tails within her. Biting her lip, she made a decision. Rin, please do not speak of what just occurred to anyone else. All right, Rin replied, let's go. I'll escort you home. Kushina took Rin's arm, and the swift shift in emotions left Rin momentarily stunned. However, seeing the affectionate demeanor of her teacher, she lowered her guard. The two walked through the streets and eventually halted before an ordinary house nestled in a corner. Rin, do come over for dinner more often. When Kakashi and the others return, bring them along, just like before. The word before pierced Rin's heart in an instant. Though not long had passed for Yahiko Rin, it felt like a century had gone by. She had almost crossed into another realm. Lost in memories, Rin found it difficult to extricate herself. She wiped away the mist gathering at the corner of her eyes and nodded resolutely. Yes, Kushina-sensei, I will. In the land of water, a strand of chakra, used to sustain the divine servant, began to thrum with heat within Ruyang. He sensed that something had befallen that person. However, just as he prepared to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, the restless chakra within his body returned to tranquility. Ruyang halted his actions, lifting his gaze to the moonlight suspended overhead, whispering softly, Rin, with Tsunade by your side, you should be safe. After much hesitation, he chose to believe that she would be all right. Despite the lingering unease in his heart, he propelled himself upwards, gracefully landing atop the roof. With a series of hand seals, he summoned his crystal clone. Why do you still appear so despondent? A day has passed, and you remain without answers, remarked the avatar of Tsuejing, perched beside the youth. Lu Yang lay atop the roof, his hands cradling his head, exhaling a deep sigh. Indeed, I cannot fathom what is amiss. Do you think that the Raikage and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki are meant to survive? He pondered. He believed he had comprehended the dream system well enough, yet it became evident that he must have overlooked some elusive rule. Tsuejing's avatar waved dismissively, offering her conjecture. Since we have no leads, why not examine that reward? The level of Edo Tensei might just hold the key. The observer's clarity often eludes those embroiled in their dilemmas. Although merely an avatar, it represented the innermost thoughts of Lu Yang's true self. Upon hearing her words, a spark of realization ignited within him. Yes, you may be right. This could very well be the clue. Chapter 93, Commencing the Remedial Mission, Reviving a Brother Without Hesitation, Lu Yang delved into the details of the Edo Tensei skill. Edo Tensei, a summoning jutsu from another realm that can call forth the souls of the deceased, allowing them to return to the world in corporeal form. The caster can exert complete control over the actions of the resurrected, compelling them to act according to the caster's will. Likewise, the caster may choose to retain the will of the resurrected. Note, standard Edo Tensei merely summons the soul to the physical realm and does not fully achieve the resurrection of both soul and body. Standard? As he read this, a premonition of significant events loomed. Sure enough, the details continued with a few lines of red text. Level Edo Tensei will transcend the mere summoning of the soul, Under specific conditions, it can facilitate the simultaneous resurrection of the soul and body of the reincarnated. Liu Yang was utterly astonished. This indicated that the level of Edo Tensei could rival the reincarnation techniques accessible only through the cycle of rebirth. The concept of life and death being fated and wealth being determined by the heavens was evident. This technique, capable of fully reviving the physical form, was indeed a forbidden art, explaining its elevation to such status. It seemed he had misjudged the system. This Edo Tensei was indeed remarkable. Pondering with his chin in hand, Liu Yang was interrupted by Tsuaging's avatar once more. Quickly ascertain what the specific conditions are. Given the system's tendencies, this jutsu must hold great significance for you. All right. Liu Yang nodded, beginning to sift through any overlooked information. Thanks to his conversation with Tsuaging's avatar, clarity had dawned upon him. With the skill, combined with the system's imposition upon him, he began to grasp his next steps. Beep. Detecting the host's intense desire, the remedial mission is about to commence. The system's cold voice pierced his eardrums. Liu Yang's heart raced wildly, his breath caught in his throat. No discoveries were made. Beside him, the emerald clone vanished in an instant. The fourth Raikage, A, and the eight tails Jinchuriki, Killer B, were still alive at this stage. However, due to the host's intervention, their demise plunged the already unstable Hidden Cloud village back into the vortex of war, resulting in devastating casualties. Beep. Please utilize the Forbidden Rebirth technique to resurrect these two significant figures and reverse this tragic outcome, the system prompted. Liu Yang cursed under his breath. Knowing this predicament arose from their untimely exit, who could have anticipated that he, a master of dreamweaving, would inadvertently create such chaos upon entering this realm? Clearly, not everyone could be eliminated at will. At least those characters of high renown, pivotal to the unfolding narrative, were shielded by an aura of protection. He had thought himself sufficiently versed in the system's rules, only to find himself ensnared in its machinations. Beep. You must make a choice within 60 seconds, otherwise. This remedial task will fail autonomously, triggering a self-destruct sequence. Here we go again. The wretched system began to threaten him once more. What choice did he have at this juncture? He could only resign himself to the inevitable. All right, I am willing to revive them, but first, I have a question. Liu Yang sat up, a gentle breeze tousling his tousled hair. Though merely a boy of 12 or 13, he possessed eyes as sharp as an eagle's. What are the specific conditions for this so-called supreme rebirth? This inquiry was of paramount importance. Having learned his lesson, Liu Yang resolved not to act hastily without a definitive answer from the system. The rooftop was eerily silent, and the system's emotionless voice sent a shiver down his spine. Beep. Loading skill details. The Forbidden Rebirth technique synchronizes the physical and spiritual essence of the reborn. The specific conditions are as follows. 1. The complete cellular structure and vessel of the reborn. 2. Hashirama cells. 3. The entirety of the user's chakra. 4. A fragment of the user's life force. Liu Yang comprehended the implications. This was tailor-made for him. He realized that the system was deliberately orchestrating this scenario. Nevertheless, having come this far, he could only steel himself and forge ahead. With that thought, the young man formed a series of hand seals and vanished from sight. A shadow darted through the treetops, swiftly delving deeper into the forest. It was Liu Yang. His speed was remarkable, propelling him swiftly into the heart of the woods. As he navigated the dense underbrush, Liu Yang remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he halted. Extracting the two bodies from the endless void and laying them side by side upon the ground that had long been flattened. If I had known you two were of such caliber, I wouldn't have slain you outright. Liu Yang sighed in exasperation. Such was the nature of his era. With the backing of powerful forces, how can one possibly survive? While grumbling, Liu Yang diligently performed the hand seals etched in his mind. The legendary Edo Tensei technique was activated. As Liu Yang's voice faded, two golden formations emerged beneath the two corpses before him. Unlike the ordinary Edo Tensei, the moment this golden array appeared, a cloud of dust materialized, enveloping the wounds on the corpses. In the blink of an eye, the injuries vanished without a trace. Moments later, two beams of intense light descended from afar, entering the skulls of the two individuals and merging with their bodies. A sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through Liu Yang, as if countless steel needles were piercing his flesh, causing him to grimace in agony. Goodness! This extraction of vitality is excessively brutal. Liu Yang could distinctly feel his life energy rapidly dissipating. He attempted to channel his chakra to resist, but to no avail. Beep. Edo Tensei progress has reached 75%. The host is now required to utilize 2 vials of Hashirama cells. Liu Yang's expression contorted. Yet he managed to utter with great difficulty, "System, use the Hashirama cells." Beep. Hashirama cells have been successfully utilized. Edo Tensei progress has reached 100%. The fourth Raikage A and Killer B have been successfully resurrected. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the rescue mission. The system's punishment mechanism has been lifted, and the current task is being reset. Task reset complete. You have a new mission. Beep. Please prevent the Raikage from annihilating Kenoha, seize the Nine Tails, and ensure that the fourth Hokage Minato Namake's succession ceremony proceeds as planned. At last, success. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang felt a surge of excitement, nearly leaping from his spot. Yet, the overwhelming sense of fatigue that enveloped him left him feeling powerless. The world around him dimmed increasingly. In the final moment before collapsing, he formed hand seals with both hands, his eyes swirling with patterns, casting an illusion on the two individuals. Chapter 94. The unknown danger. Liu Yang slumbered in the boundless void for several days. In a hazy recollection, he remembered casting an illusion on the Raikage A and Killer B, erasing their memories of battling him. The group of Cloud Ninja that had fought alongside them was annihilated. Liu Yang pondered whether erasing their memories would lead to any complications. Emerging from the endless void, he casually grabbed several tricolored dumplings wrapped in pink crystals, consuming them in haste. Whatever may come, I shall face it head-on. At worst, I shall face sanctions again. Liu Yang mused. He vibrated his chakra, his formidable perceptive abilities encompassing the entire mountain. Yet, he could sense not a single living presence. It seemed he had been asleep for quite some time. He was uncertain whether the two had returned to the hidden cloud to gather reinforcements or headed directly to Konoha. Liu Yang found himself at a loss regarding their actions. So be it. He decided to return to the land of water to regroup with his companions. Upon his return, he was taken aback. The few rooms that Kakashi's team had originally rented had been vacated the very day after Liu Yang went missing. With his arms crossed, Liu Yang gazed at the attendant before him, who wore a sorrowful expression. Are you certain they truly said they were searching for me? Absolutely. The attendant replied with conviction. Those brothers did indeed say so before they left. Besides, the customer is always right. I have no reason to deceive you. Is this some sort of joke? Liu Yang thought, bewildered. He simply wanted to know where those four individuals could possibly have gone in search of him. What was even more alarming was that he learned from the attendant that he had been missing for 3 days. 3 days. At the pace of his companions, they could very well have reached Konoha by now. If they were not careful, they might cause quite a ruckus there. Then his mission would be in jeopardy. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that they were a formidable group, adorned with various accolades. It was unlikely that anyone could best them. With this thought in mind, Liu Yang hurriedly addressed the attendant. If my companions return, please inform them that I have some personal matters to attend to. They should proceed directly to the village of Rain Shadow and wait for me there. As he spoke, Liu Yang produced a substantial handful of gold coins from the endless void and placed them before the attendant. He then dashed out of the shop, seeking a secluded corner where he formed a series of hand seals and vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to him, a keen gaze from a rooftop nearby was fixated upon him. The impending ceremony for the fourth Hokage was approaching, and the golden flash that appeared here was becoming increasingly intriguing. Sir, you still dare to criticize others? Remarked a young man behind the figure. Meanwhile, Kakashi's team had searched the vicinity for quite some time without catching sight of Liu Yang. After much hesitation, Obito finally voiced his lingering doubt. Kakashi, are you certain you saw him running this way that night? The urgency to vacate their rooms stemmed from a note that Kakashi had received in the dead of night. At that time, Kakashi was meditating within their room when, suddenly, an arrow shot through the window, embedding itself in the edge of a nearby bed. Kakashi immediately pursued the archer, but after only a few exchanges, he was repelled and could no longer keep up. Upon returning to his room and retrieving the arrow, he discovered a message stating that one of his companions had been taken hostage. Alarm bells rang in Kakashi's mind. He quickly summoned his teammates, only to find that one was indeed missing. Moreover, the note indicated that to rescue the captive, they must proceed eastward. Kakashi retrieved the note from his ninja gear. With a contemplative expression, Obito scrutinized the note, uncertain of how to react. Beside him, Kurenai spoke up at the opportune moment. It had already been 3 days without any news of the kidnappers or Lord Liu Yang, and an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. Might Guy acknowledged Kurenai's point, agreeing. Indeed, this is exceedingly peculiar. Typically, when adversaries abduct Liu Yang, they deliberately leave clues to coerce us into action. How could there be no trace after 3 days? Moreover, they have been using transformation techniques to disguise themselves during this period, which clearly indicates that the enemy is aware of their identities. This implies that they were targeted even before entering the Land of Water. I propose we split into 2 groups. Obito and I will return to the inn to assess the situation, while Kakashi and Kurenai continue the search for the perpetrators, Might Guy suggested. Given Liu Yang's formidable strength, it is entirely possible that he has already escaped the clutches of his captors and returned to the inn to find us. This was not an implausible scenario, after all. Among their group, Liu Yang was the most reliable. He always followed through on his word. I concur with Guy. Let us proceed thus, Obito responded, hastily positioning himself beside Guy and nudging Kurenai closer to Kakashi. Kakashi, as the eldest, the responsibility of looking after Kurenai falls to you. Your presence will undoubtedly provide reassurance. Regardless of whether we find anything, we must reconvene here by this time tomorrow. Obito and Guy, kindred spirits, exchanged a knowing glance before darting off towards the inn. Their spirits buoyed. As they ran, Obito proposed, let us make this a competition. The last to reach the destination must perform 1,000 push-ups. With a competitive glint in his eye, he was eager to continue the rivalry left unfinished. Kakashi observed his 2 enthusiastic companions with exasperation. These 2 are truly something else. In contrast, Kurenai looked on with envy. Their bond is truly admirable. I wish I could keep pace with them one day. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback, turned his gaze towards Kurenai's striking eyes. Dressed in a vibrant magenta outfit, she stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her amber eyes shimmering with light. Suddenly, Kurenai turned to Kakashi and playfully winked. Kakashi felt a rush of warmth wash over him, prompting him to awkwardly avert his gaze and clear his throat. Let us continue our search for the enemy, he stated. Yes, Kurenai replied with a nod, her demeanor composed. If only she could become a ninja swiftly, she thought. Then she could fight alongside them without needing protection. Not far off, several burly ninjas perched on branches, silently observing the pair before them, a man and a woman. At long last, they have parted ways. The white Fong of Konoha, it is time for us to settle this score. A hint of a bloodthirsty smile crept onto that man's lips. Chapter 95. Liu Yang's heartfelt endeavors. Liu Yang stealthily returned to Konoha. Before leaving the village, he had inscribed concealed Flying Thunder God technique marks in various corners, following the reset of his previous mission. The rewards he gained from slaying the Raikage were also obliterated by the system. The Flying Thunder God technique reverted from intermediate to beginner level. Liu Yang made a cursory comparison. At the beginner level, his speed was only marginally faster than the Raikage, ideally placing him just behind Minato. However, upon enhancement from the intermediate level, there was a qualitative leap in his movement speed. Though the difference seemed slight, in a contest of speed, even the smallest margin could spell disaster. It was truly a pity, otherwise, my speed would now be unrivaled in the ninja world. Sitting atop the Hokage rock, Liu Yang couldn't help but sigh. Why bother training in taijutsu? My speed is already unparalleled. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that shortly after Liu Yang and his companions departed the village, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namake's Hokage monument, transformed from a blank slate to nearing completion. Anyone who saw it would surely exclaim, Kenoha speed. The 4th Hokage was exceptional. Everything progressed swiftly, unlike the 7th Hokage, Naruto, who took an eternity to complete his monument. Even the Hokage cloak nearly missed the ceremony. Liu Yang chuckled at the thought of the future. With his alteration of the storyline, the rebellion of Obito was averted, and the so-called Ninetales rampage would likely not manifest. When Naruto was born, his parents would be alive, granting him a complete and joyous childhood. How wonderful that would be. In continually mending the regrets of the Hokage world, was he not also crafting his own dream? In that moment, the village was enveloped in tranquility, bustling with vendors calling out their wares. Lanterns hung everywhere in preparation for the upcoming Hokage inauguration ceremony, adorned with vibrant flowers. Here, it was indeed pleasant. Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice reached Liu Yang's ears, accompanied by a gentle breeze. A tall figure appeared beside him, sitting down without ceremony. Liu Yang turned his gaze, glancing at him with a teasing remark, at least try to disguise yourself. If anyone from the Anbu discovers you, it would be troublesome. Disguises are futile. What is meant to happen will inevitably occur, Uchiha Fugaku replied nonchalantly. After all these years, he had grown accustomed to being regarded with suspicion by the village. To fabricate charges is to find grounds for accusation, regardless of one's actions. The outcome ultimately lay in the hands of those who wielded power. There is no need for such pessimism. As I have said, Minato-sensei is trustworthy. He would never allow the Uchiha clan to descend into ruin. Liu Yang asserted with unwavering certainty. After the dissolution of the root organization, most members were absorbed into the direct Anbu of the Hokage, while a minority returned to their respective homes. Consequently, the number of Anbu operatives that Konoha could deploy surged dramatically. With the impending succession ceremony of the fourth Hokage, the village's defenses had unknowingly increased significantly. Liu Yang feared being caught red-handed by the Anbu, which would be difficult to explain. So he formed hand seals with his hands to create a barrier, enveloping the two within. Uchiha Fugaku cast a sidelong glance at him and scoffed twice. Speak. Why did you sneak back instead of traveling outside? Of course, I have returned to attend Teacher Minato's succession ceremony. Such a pivotal moment for the Hokage. How could I possibly miss it? Liu Yang replied, rubbing the back of his head with a smile in his eyes. Uchiha Fugaku was skeptical of his intentions. If that were truly the case, you would not need to disguise your appearance with a transformation jutsu, nor would you need to send me a secret message, let alone erect this barrier. His straightforward remarks pinpointed the issue at hand. Indeed, the old adage held true, experience outwits youth. Having been seen through so swiftly, Liu Yang felt a twinge of boredom. He retrieved a skewer of dango and informed Fugaku of the impending attack on Konoha by his brothers. Furthermore, he revealed the clear path he had outlined for the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha had always served as the village's guardians, ensuring its stability. This time, they must seize the opportunity to achieve military merit. It was an essential chance for the Uchiha to return to the political spotlight, and it was imperative not to let it slip away. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent for a long while upon hearing Liu Yang's words. He had received no whispers of such developments. Indeed, with the Cloud Village dispatching assassins after Kakashi's team and the disappearance of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, how could such significant events reach him? Noticing Fugaku's troubled expression, Liu Yang felt a sudden pang of sympathy. Just as he prepared to say more, Fugaku interjected. Liu Yang, how can you be so certain that the Cloud Village will initiate chaos during the fourth Hokage ceremony? What evidence do you have to convince me? Uchiha Fugaku crossed his arms, his tone serious. To gather such an armed force at the center of the venue on the day of the ceremony would undoubtedly be a ticking time bomb for the higher-ups who have always feared the Uchiha. Not to mention the risk of being thwarted. If the mission fails, the Uchiha clan would be left with no choice but to face dire consequences, potentially leading to orders for extermination. At that point, a conflict would inevitably ensue, resulting in countless casualties. As the clan leader, I must approach this matter with utmost caution. Liu Yang understood his concerns, yet for the sake of the village, the Uchiha, and his own mission, he had to make Fugaku believe in his words. With this determination, Liu Yang tore off the forehead protector adorning his head. The eye that had been concealed revealed itself to Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Liu Yang reached up to brush aside his tousled hair, allowing the man to see more clearly. Indeed, these were the remnants left after the use of Izanagi. My certainty stems from having witnessed it firsthand. Izanagi is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, a fact known to Uchiha Fugaku. However, he had not anticipated that the youth before him would possess such knowledge. The subtle shift in the man's expression did not escape Liu Yang's keen observation. Maintaining his composure, Liu Yang lowered his hair and replaced his forehead protector. Izanagi is a technique that alters fate. We, having stumbled upon the conspiracy of the Cloud Village, were ruthlessly pursued by the Cloud Shinobi. Ultimately, it was through the use of this ocular technique that we reversed our grim fate and narrowly escaped death. Alas, I too paid a price, left with the loss of vision in my left eye. He recounted his tale with vivid detail, and as he spoke of his blindness, a single tear, as small as a bean, welled up in his right eye. Uchiha Fugaku studied him for a long while, hesitating for a moment before ultimately choosing to believe his words. Very well, I shall trust you this once. I hope I have not misjudged you. Uchiha Fugaku patted his shoulder, his gaze resolute. After the man departed, Liu Yang shed his previous air of vulnerability, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 96. The Avenger Brother from the Anbu? Have you been lurking in that corner long enough? Liu Yang remarked nonchalantly. No sooner had he spoken than a slender figure gradually materialized behind him. Liu Yang, it is indeed you, came the cold, indifferent voice of the man donning an animal mask as he pressed the blade of his long sword against the youth's neck. What exactly is your identity? Why have you maliciously orchestrated schemes against the Land of Lightning and incited the Uchiha clan? Liu Yang chuckled softly. He rose leisurely, turning to face the moonlit visage of Tsukiyakari Yuin. Why do you pose this question again? I have already stated my position. I am merely an orphan of war. now a genin of Konoha, personally assigned by the third Hokage. He emphasized the last two words with conviction, consuming the final piece of a dango and discarding the skewer. I am merely speaking the truth. Where lies the malice in my words? Moreover, your inquiry lacks significance. If I had any intention of deceiving you, I certainly would not disclose the truth. Sukiakari Yuin fell silent, struck by a sense of inexplicable oddity, as Liu Yong's reasoning seemed somewhat sound. Liu Yong was not surprised by his reaction. The Anbu, while capable, often struggled with the nuances of thought. But tell me, brother from the Anbu, when did you first set your sights on me? Liu Yong inquired with keen curiosity. He genuinely sensed that Sukiakari Yuin was destined to be a thorn in his side, as every action he took seemed to be perfectly timed for capture by the ever-watchful Anbu. He mistakenly believed that he had disguised himself impeccably. The ability to penetrate through deception was something that Liu Yong desired immensely. Unfortunately, this skill could not simply be replicated with a mere glance. Spare me the trivialities. If I catch you, it will be your misfortune. Yuin did not respond to his inquiry, instead tightening his grip on the longsword, menacingly stating, "Behave yourself. I intend to deliver you to Lord Hokage. Any words you have can be spoken in his presence." This was already his utmost leniency. Had it been an ordinary person, he would have been executed without hesitation. Liu Yong wore a resigned expression, sighing heavily. "Apologies, but I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you." Liu Yang's gaze sharpened. Without waiting for a reply, intricate patterns swirled in his eyes. Yuin immediately sensed the danger, but it was too late. A metallic clatter echoed in his ears. The eyes concealed beneath the mask quickly lost their focus, becoming eerily vacant. In the next instant, Yuin's entire body collapsed backward. Liu Yong, swift as lightning, caught him and laid him gently upon the head of the third Hokage. He retrieved the long sword, returning it to its sheath, placing it in the man's palm. "Yuin, do not hold this against me. If I do not act thus, you will have no explanation to provide upon your return. As for me, I have obligations to fulfill. If blame is to be assigned, it should be for your careless eavesdropping." Liu Yong summoned 2 lightning blades, intertwining his fingers to form a seal. A series of formidable bolts of lightning struck the man. Yuin's body convulsed uncontrollably, his flesh torn by the electric force. A vivid crimson trickling from the corner of his mouth. Liu Yong retracted his chakra, gazing down with sorrow at the disfigured figure before him. "I do not wish to kill you. I made a promise to you and Granny Tsunade that I would not betray. In the fabricated dream I wove for you, you will not feel a thing. Upon waking, you will remember nothing," the youth declared. After concluding his task, he sheathed the lightning blades and dispelled the surrounding barrier. In a flash, Liu Yong departed from the Shadow Rock. Nearby, wandering the streets, Noera Rin felt the golden mark upon her forehead begin to radiate warmth. In her mind, a faint cry for help echoed. What is happening? Is someone in distress? Noera Rin paused, perplexed, surveying her surroundings for any signs of trouble, uncertain of the voice's origin. She was nonetheless compelled as her legs moved uncontrollably towards the direction of the Hokage's rock. Help? Am I losing my mind? Noera Rin's heart raced, an ominous premonition swelling within her. As expected, she stood atop the Hokage rock, gazing at the unconscious Anbu. Noera Rin was taken aback. Heavens, has there been an invasion of Kenoha? I will staunch your bleeding at once. Please hold on. Rin hastily summoned her chakra, concentrating it in her palms. A layer of green radiance manifested, and she pressed it against the man. Healing technique. You must endure. I hope it is not too late. Not far away. The boy concealed in the shadows exhaled in relief upon witnessing this scene. In the land of water, within the hidden shadow forest, Kakashi drew his short blade, shielding Haling behind him, casting a cold gaze at the array of adversaries that had suddenly appeared. You are the ones who abducted Liu Yong, aren't you? Speak. What is your purpose? Where is my companion now? When did you begin to follow us? Kakashi transformed into a whirlwind of inquiries, launching a barrage of questions at the group of assailants before him. The leader, clad in a black trench coat and wearing a hood that obscured half her face, appeared to be a woman based on her silhouette. Hell, I shall not divulge what you wish to know. As the descendant of Konoha's White Fang, it is time to settle the enmity between us. Her voice was low and gravelly, revealing her advanced age. War breeds hatred, and to extinguish that hatred, one must personally slay their enemies. Alas, her true foe had long since perished, slain by his own blade. This overwhelming hatred, born from a shattered family, was to be repaid by his descendants. From the fragments of their conversation, Kakashi discerned that this group comprised enemies his father, Hatake Tsukumo, had made during his lifetime. Kakashi's throat tightened as he attempted to speak, but they preemptively launched an attack, silencing him. Countless shuriken rained down from all directions. Kakashi swiftly swung his short blade to deflect the incoming projectiles. Suddenly, the individual he had shielded drew a kunai and plunged it into his back. Kakashi winced in pain, staggering to the side. Yet Haling did not relent. Gripping the bloodied kunai, she lunged at him once more. At that moment, he noticed the blue threads of chakra emanating from her body. Puppet Technique. Chapter 97. Puppet Technique, Ninja of the Sand. You are indeed ninjas from the land of wind. Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. The puppet technique was a secret art unique to the land of wind. Kakashi had encountered an introduction to this technique during his time at the Ninja Academy. It was said to have been created by the second Kazekage, capable of manipulating puppets, corpses, and even living beings in battle. The land of wind lay adjacent to the land of fire, a considerable distance from the land of water. The likelihood of encountering the inhabitants of Sand-Hidden Village here is exceedingly low. The opponent remained silent, merely manipulating Haling into combat with a subtle movement of their fingertips. Furthermore, the other Sand-Hidden ninjas summoned their own puppets to join the fray. Kakashi, while fending off Haling, was terrified of causing her harm and could only evade. Simultaneously, he had to remain vigilant against attacks from all directions. These puppets were laden with traps. Each step taken was beyond Kakashi's anticipation. The sporadic release of toxic gas drove him to gritted teeth. I cannot remain ensnared like this. I must devise a strategy, Kakashi mused. Haling, unwilling to harm Kakashi, found her body unresponsive and was filled with anxiety. Kakashi, you must leave. I do not wish to hurt you. No, I cannot abandon you here. If we are to escape, we shall do so together, Kakashi replied. He was unaware of the origins of these adversaries, yet they were all targeting him. It was because of him that Haling had been drawn into this predicament. How could he possibly leave her behind at such a critical juncture? Kakashi, behind you. Haling exclaimed in alarm at a crucial moment. Kakashi turned, but it was too late. The sound of flesh being torn echoed ominously. Damn it, incessant ambushes. Kakashi winced in pain, wielding Raikiri to pierce through the puppet. Moreover, he severed the chakra thread connecting to Haling. Due to the force of inertia, she stumbled backward. But fortunately, Kakashi caught her just in time with his back. Haling, as long as you are unharmed, hold on to me tightly. We must flee now. With hands forming seals, Kakashi summoned several shadow clones beside him. Kakashi's blue was his weakness. After utilizing the shadow clone technique, he could manage to unleash at most 2 more Raikiri. Nevertheless, he relied on his exquisite swordsmanship in an attempt to break through the encirclement. Father, I hope you can bless us, Kakashi silently prayed. He had never believed in such mysticism, but now he was left with no choice but to stake everything on it. Don't think that just because you are a mere child, even if your father were present, he would meet his demise here today, Chiyo remarked, her anger intensifying as she observed the boy's techniques. No longer holding back her strength, she produced a scroll and summoned her puppet army. Well, this is Lady Chiyo's secret technique, the White Secret Technique, the 10 Puppets of Kinsan. It is absolutely magnificent, exclaimed a young onlooker, astonished, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Another slightly more experienced senior took the opportunity to enlighten the younger generation about Chiyo's illustrious achievements. Of course, Lady Chiyo is a master puppeteer. She once captured an entire city with this puppet technique. Wow, I aspire to become an extraordinary puppeteer like Master Chiyo in the future. You must put in diligent effort then. Kakashi listened intently to the idle chatter of the Sand Ninja, his expression growing increasingly grave. Meanwhile, Might Guy and Obito had finally returned to the inn. This contest concluded with Might Guy's triumphant victory. Haha, Obito, at last, I have managed to win once. Guy exclaimed, cheerfully patting Obito on the shoulder. Obito brushed off his hand, feigning a smile as he retorted, oh yes, indeed. Congratulations to our Azure Beast for finally securing a win. His tone dripped with sarcasm. The two of them, sparks flying between them, entered the inn. The innkeeper, who had benefited significantly from Liu Yang, spotted the lively duo from afar and hastily set aside his tasks to approach them. Gentlemen, you have finally returned. The companion you were looking for just arrived not long ago. Before the innkeeper could finish, Obito interrupted. What? Liu Yang is back? Where is he now? Ah. Please do not be overly excited. Your companion mentioned he has some matters to attend to and instructed you to head to the Rain Village to await him. The innkeeper relayed Liu Yang's message word for word. The two young men exchanged glances, their eyes darting back and forth before they simultaneously seized the innkeeper by his collar. Are you certain he is truly our companion? If you dare to lie, we shall make you pay. Obito made a slicing gesture with his hand. The innkeeper, alarmed and flustered, quickly replied, "How could I dare deceive you? Your companion gave me a gold coin." He continued, "By the way, he wears a loose green necklace around his neck. The first-generation necklace," they exclaimed in unison, to conceal his identity. Lu Yang had stowed away the necklace when they had altered their appearances, never revealing it. The innkeeper's accurate description confirmed that he must have indeed seen Lu Yang. "Very well, I shall trust you this once. If we discover that you have deceived us, we will surely return to deal with you," my guy declared ominously before pulling Obito along, leaving the inn without looking back. This was a matter of great importance. Guy refrained from demanding that Obito immediately perform push-up penalties. The pressing concern was to reunite with Kakashi and the others. Obito consented to his decision, for they had not forgotten the potential danger Kakashi faced from Obito's ambush. Without further ado, the two young men swiftly turned around and headed back in the direction they had come. Lu Yang is truly a source of worry. While he delights in playing tricks on us, he vanishes at critical moments. Indeed, could he not simply travel together with us peacefully? Guy lamented, sharing in the sentiment. As they grumbled, the two quickened their pace. "Let us hurry to find Kakashi. Otherwise, if something truly happens, it would be troublesome." In the shadowy forest, the silver-haired youth, hastily fleeing with Haling on his back, suddenly sneezed. The formidable Chiyo and her 10 puppeteers proved too powerful. Kakashi forced his way through the encirclement, exhausting every technique at his disposal. Ultimately, it was through the consecutive explosions of explosive tags that he managed to escape death. However, Kakashi was left injured by the shockwaves of the blasts. This sneeze stirred his innards, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. "Kakashi, you're hurt," Haling exclaimed, leaning against his back, her hand instinctively wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. But when she withdrew her hand and beheld the darkened liquid, her heart sank. It was poison. Chapter 98. You shall face me. Lu Yang wandered about the village for a while but found no trace of the Cloud Ninja. Leaning against a corner, he fell into deep contemplation. This situation was proving to be quite troublesome. The Raikage had indeed returned to fetch reinforcements. The system forbade him from directly eliminating his adversaries. And given the temperament of Konoha's higher-ups, it was impossible to reignite hostilities at this juncture. He fervently hoped for the Uchiha clan to intervene, ensuring stability and achieving a win-win scenario. If the Uchiha could reclaim their political prominence, perhaps they could avert a massacre of their clan. When Rin returned home from the Kenoha hospital, it was already late at night. The golden-hued totem beneath her forehead protector had inexplicably grown warm since the afternoon. Rin pressed her temples, letting out a sigh. "I wonder how Lord Lu Yang and the others are faring. Will they make it back in time for Teacher Minato's succession ceremony?" Both Teacher Minato and Kushina are eager to see them. Given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely. At that moment, Lu Yang stood silently in a shadowy alley, arms crossed, listening to Rin's words with a smile in his eyes. Soon, Rin lifted her head and entered her home. Observing this, Lu Yang stealthily climbed onto the rooftop of her house. Lying on the tiles with his hands propping up his head, he gazed at the stars above, murmuring to himself, "Tonight, I shall linger here for a while and see if I can discern the source of that unusual contract." Why? He pondered. Did she no longer possess that peculiar aura? The night was still long. In the land of water, within the forest of secrets, Haling discovered that Kakashi had been poisoned, and her heart ached for him. "Kakashi, you've been poisoned. It's from when you were struck by the puppet. It's all my fault for putting you in danger." "I'm so sorry, Kakashi. It's all my fault." The dagger on the puppet mechanism had been saturated with a specially concocted toxin. Kakashi, however, was not surprised. He had long learned from intelligence reports that the puppets manipulated by puppet masters often concealed various traps and toxins. The puppet masters were all adept at using poison. Given that Kakashi had taken a blow from the blade, falling victim to poison was entirely to be expected. Haling gazed upon Kakashi's pallid visage, his lips tinged with a purplish hue as tears cascaded down her cheeks. A profound sense of remorse filled her heart, words of apology escaping her in an endless torrent. "I am so sorry, Kakashi. It's all my fault." "No, it is not your fault," Kakashi interjected. "These individuals are pursuing me. If we are to assign blame, it is I who have embroiled you in this predicament." After the passing of his father, Kakashi had sealed his heart away, sacrificing everything for the sake of missions and rules. It was his comrades who had pulled him from the mire, teaching him the significance of companionship. Haling was one of those comrades. Even if he were to be injured while saving her, it was a choice he willingly embraced. Haling's throat constricted, rendering her speechless. "Kakashi, enduring the pain coursing through him, continued to offer her solace. Do not worry. These are merely common neurotoxins, nothing lethal. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago. Once we rendezvous with Obito and successfully escape this dire situation, we can devise a plan. Kakashi's mask obscured his expression, but the gentle arch of his brows and the warmth in his gaze spoke volumes of his smile. Haling bit her lip and nodded softly. I understand. She lifted her head, allowing her tears to retreat back into her eyes. Then she pushed aside the hand of the assailant, leaping off his back and resolutely following him. Kakashi, let me accompany you. She was determined not to be a hindrance any longer. The Sand Shinobi had pursued them from day into night. Yet they had not caught sight of the two. Frustration began to brew among them. Lady Chiyo, is it prudent for us to linger here for so long? After all, the events in Konoha will soon commence, a young ninja cautioned from behind. Currently, the third Kazekage was missing, and a suitable successor for the fourth had yet to be appointed. Given her esteemed reputation, Chiyo had been entrusted to manage the village's affairs during this period of instability, which included attending the ceremony for the transition of the fourth Hokage in Konoha, leading a contingent from the Sand Village. Chiyo had accepted an invitation to Konoha but had decided to depart early to gather intelligence in the Land of Fire. It was during this time that they encountered Kakashi's team, igniting a desire for vengeance in Chiyo. The blood of my son demands retribution. I will not rest until that man is slain. Ignoring her subordinate's warnings, she remained resolute. Eliminating two Konoha youngsters will not take much time. They were not careless. Those two brats are already dead. He is gravely poisoned and cannot escape far. Pursue them. Having come this far, retreat was not an option. They were closing in. Chiyo faintly perceived the rhythmic sound of footsteps. Ah, at last, I have caught up. This time, I shall not allow you to evade me. Chiyo unfurled the scroll, summoning once again the 10 puppets of Jinchuriki. Kakashi, acutely aware of the pursuers behind him, handed a short blade to Haling. Take this weapon. I will draw them away. You must seize the opportunity to flee, he urged, as he drew the blade from behind his back and tossed it to her. Haling clutched the blade tightly. Her brow furrowed in worry, but she began, only to be interrupted by Kakashi. There are no buts. You must hurry to find the others. It is the only way we can survive. With that, he forcefully propelled her away, sending her flying. Without hesitation, he unleashed a lightning blade, turning sharply to confront the approaching Sand Shinobi. Haling, go. The thunderous cries of birds echoed through the night sky. Haling's vision blurred as she caught sight of the white-haired youth, his figure swallowed by lightning. Just before that, his mask had slipped away, revealing a gentle smile. Yet the resolute determination in his eyes was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Gritting her teeth, she turned and sprinted away. Kakashi, you must hold on. I will return to save you, she silently vowed, tears streaming down her face as she thought of the boy fighting desperately behind her, racing forward without a moment's pause. With a thunderous crash, Kakashi swiftly dispatched 2 of the puppets with his lightning blade. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind, imbued with destructive force, struck him squarely in the back. Kakashi let out a muffled groan as he was propelled backwards, a torrent of blood spilling forth. You lot, pursue him. Do not allow that girl to summon reinforcements, Chiyo commanded, pointing to 2 young shinobi to give chase. Kakashi staggered to his feet, hurling 2 shurikens embedded with explosive tags to block their advance. What are you chasing for? I am your opponent.